This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. It has been half a year since the outbreak of the T virus. Lin Hao looked at the wandering man-eating monsters outside the window and felt sad. Lin Hao hadn't eaten for 3 days. If they hadn't saved several large bottles of purified water, they would have died long ago. Lin Hao, we have to go out and find some food. A smelly girl came to Lin Hao and said. The girl was Lin Hao's classmate. They were all students of a university. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, these young people quickly formed a survival team with amazing sense of smell and judgment, and settled down on the top floor of the school building. The girl clothes were very fashionable, but unfortunately because she hadn't washed them for a long time, and she often had to crawl and roll in order to survive. Her clothes were already dirty, and could not be seen in their original state. As for taking a shower, Lin Hao smelled the smell on his body, and shook his head with a bitter smile. There is nothing to eat in this building. We must take the risk to go downstairs. I believe there should be some food in the school's small supermarket. On the other side of the room, a sturdy man said in a muffled voice. Lin Hao said weakly, but we haven't eaten for 3 days. Where do we get the strength to go downstairs? Lin Hao's question is very necessary, since Lin Hao's small group settled down on the top floor of the teaching building as a base. They began to hoard food. The entire teaching building has been searched by their small group. All the food and drink have been looted. But what can be looted in the teaching building? Moreover, the day when the virus broke out happened to be during the day, and every classroom in the teaching building was full of people. The virus wiped out every classroom. When Lin Hao's group arrived here, they discovered a terrible fact. That is, they could not go downstairs at all. Zombies surrounded all floors below the top floor. So every time they searched for food, they had to survive. The small team of more than 20 people was now only 3 people. A girl Wei Xuehan, a strong man Wang Wei, and a skinny Lin Hao. Lin Hao was thin, and it was no exaggeration to say that he was malnourished. Since the zombie outbreak, Lin Hao had not had a full meal, and it was good enough to be able to eat. We only have 2 choices. Either starve to death, or go downstairs and gamble, Wang Wei said seriously and forcefully. Wei Xuehan didn't say anything, but obviously agreed with Wang Wei's words. Without food, people who were starving were very scary. Every time Wei Xuehan saw Wang Wei's gloomy eyes looking at him, he felt that the pores all over his body were emitting cold air. Wei Xuehan is a girl, so she can't be a match for the 2 boys. If they don't go find food, Wei Xuehan has reason to believe that one day, she may become their food. Wang Wei picked up a golf club he found in a teacher's office, and used tape to tie a men's magazine to his arms. What equipment do you have that we can use? Lin Haojue's question was very reasonable, and he also asked it very calmly. Wang Wei raised his head and looked at Lin Hao coldly, saying, with your appearance, will the bat be of any use to you? Lin Hao looked at Wang Wei's cold expression and didn't know what to say. Although Lin Hao felt a little angry, Wei Xuehan didn't say anything, but just silently stood a few steps towards Wang Wei to show his position. Lin Hao's team chose a chemical laboratory as their base because it can filter out pure water. No one knows whether the current water source is infected by the zombie virus, and no one is willing to take this risk. So pure water is very necessary. The teaching building where Lin Hao was located was 15 stories high. When they first came here, they spent a lot of effort to clear out most of the zombies on the 15th floor. But there were still 3 or 5 zombies on the 15th floor, when there were only 3 of them left in the team. There was no need to clear out those zombies. They had to leave here eventually. Wang Wei carefully opened the door of the chemical laboratory. The door of the laboratory was made of wood and was very fragile. But fortunately, those zombies were creatures without brains and intelligence. As long as they hid in the room and didn't make any sound after a while, the zombies would disperse by themselves. Although there was no movement at the door, Wang Wei was still very careful. Some zombies just stood there quietly, motionless, but as long as there was a little movement, it was as if they had hit their G-spot, and they ran madly towards the place where the movement occurred. When Wang Wei was frightened to hear the creaking sound of the wooden door, Lin Hao had already pushed the wooden door open with an impatient slap. The wooden door made a loud noise and instantly became quiet. Wang Wei was so angry that he pinched Lin Hao's neck. You want to kill us? Even with such a questioning voice, Wang Wei did not dare to make a big noise. Lin Hao said helplessly in a low voice, isn't there a window next to it? I just looked through the window, and there was nothing in the corridor outside. Wang Wei turned his head to look at the window next to him that had been pushed open, and then looked at the helpless Lin Hao in front of him. Blushing, but still said viciously, "If you are with me, you have to listen to me. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you." Lin Hao hurriedly raised his hand to surrender and expressed his position, and Wang Wei put down his hand. Lin Hao followed behind Wang Wei, looking at Wang Wei's back and thinking viciously, "Don't let me find out that you were bitten. Otherwise I will definitely blow your head off." In this way, the three of them slowly walked to the stairwell of the safe passage. "Lin Hao, you go first." Wang Wei stopped and looked at Lin Hao, and Wei Xuehan also looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao was silent and could only walk to the stairs first. Looking at the bottom, there was nothing, and he breathed a sigh of relief and said to the two, "Let's go. There is nothing." Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan then followed Lin Hao carefully down. Lin Hao was immediately unwilling. "Why do you let me step on the mine when you are fully armed? Stop talking nonsense. I am responsible for protecting you two. You two can't just hide behind me and do nothing." Wang Wei thought it was very reasonable. Lin Hao couldn't help but think of the previous few times when he was looking for food. He was always the one rushing to the front of the team, while Wang Wei always fell behind the team, running first when something happened. But he was more active than anyone else when eating. At that time, a classmate was grabbed by the zombies by the arm next to Wang Wei. But because the classmate was wearing long-sleeved clothes, he was not injured. If Wang Wei was willing to help the classmate at that time, the classmate would definitely live longer. But Wang Wei did not, and turned around and ran away with the bat in his hand. Lin Hao collected his thoughts. The current environment did not allow him to focus on other places. But Lin Hao had decided that he would never associate with Wang Wei again after leaving the teaching building. Going down the stairs from the 15th floor to the first floor would not be tiring. But the three of them had not eaten for 3 days, and their steps were weak and limp. Even going downstairs was a great drain on their energy. Lin Hao had been looking ahead, and suddenly stopped while walking. When Lin Hao stopped, the two people behind him also stopped. They knew what Lin Hao had discovered, and the three of them slowly retreated without saying a word. During the retreat, perhaps because they were really hungry and had no strength, the only girl, Wei Xuehan, twisted her footsteps accidentally because of her weak steps, and couldn't help but screaming when she almost fell. The moment Wei Xuehan screamed, Lin Hao felt his forehead suddenly numb, and a thin layer of sweat covered his entire forehead along the pores. Lin Hao and Wang Wei didn't have time to scold Wei Xuehan. They just hurriedly opened the door of the safety passage next to them and ran out. They didn't have the strength to go upstairs. If they chose to run upstairs, they would be caught by zombies in no time. The moment he opened the door, Wang Wei saw an ugly face in front of him. He was so scared that he swung a baseball bat and only made the zombie in front of him stagger. But a stagger was enough. Before the zombie could react, the three of them hurriedly ran in another direction. After running a short distance, when Lin Hao looked back and saw that there were more than a dozen zombies behind him, he suddenly felt a sense of despair and powerlessness. But when Lin Hao saw a wooden ladder in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of survival. The ladder led to the vent above, which should have been left by the electrician when he was repairing the faulty light bulb above. Next to Lin Hao was Wei Xuehan, and behind him was Wang Wei. Less than 5 meters behind Wang Wei were the zombies, who smelled the fishy smell. Lin Hao held Wei Xuehan's waist and said to her, "Climb up the ladder." Wei Xuehan looked back at Lin Hao with gratitude. Then she turned sideways and kicked Lin Hao on the knee. Lin Hao himself had little strength, and because he was running at full speed, he was immediately knocked to the ground by Wei Xuehan's light kick. Wang Wei behind him stepped on Lin Hao's back without thinking and ran over. Lin Hao lay on the ground, watching Wei Xuehan and Wang Wei, who had already climbed up the vent. After climbing up, Wang Wei kicked the ladder to the ground. "I'm sorry. This is the only way we can escape," Wei Xuehan said to Lin Hao apologetically. Lin Hao felt very aggrieved. He obviously had a chance to escape, and all three of them had a chance to escape. But why did these two people treat him like this? Lin Hao looked at the zombies close behind him, and a desire to survive filled his body. He actually stood up, looking at the small door next to him. This door should be the small room where the electrician uncle rested. He wanted to get into the small room. As long as the door was closed, Lin Hao would still have a chance to survive. The zombies were unwilling to give Lin Hao a chance. One of them grabbed Lin Hao's arm and left a severe wound on it. But in the end, Lin Hao, who had a strong desire to survive, broke free. Lin Hao went into the small room and quickly locked the door, letting the zombies outside bang on the small door frantically. There were also many zombies with no IQ who grinned at the two people on the vent, but they had no way to deal with them. Why do you do this? Wang Wei looked at Wei Xuehan and asked. If no one attracts the zombies' attention, none of the three of us will survive. And the weakest Lin Hao is the first choice, Wei Xuehan said coldly. Wang Wei looked at her. Do you think you are not weak? I am smarter than him. And I am more valuable than him. Wei Xuehan glanced at Wang Wei and grabbed Wang Wei's crotch. Chapter 2. At the global headquarters, the red alarm lights up the entire headquarters in an instant. Several people in white coats and military uniforms dispersed and went to their respective offices to report a very confidential matter. Liang Agua, a senior executive of the Huaxia Research Institute, leads the entire Huaxia Research Institute. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, he has been sent by the country to the Research Institute at the United Nations headquarters. As a senior executive, he knows a lot of secrets, such as where the zombie virus comes from. Before the outbreak of the zombie virus, people thought it was just a fiction in the movies. No one believed that one day, zombies would really spread around the world like a plague. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, various countries have begun to fight against zombies. China has established several survivor bases. Each survivor base has a research institute to study zombies, hoping to crack the virus one day and save the world. But Liang Agua knew that this process would be difficult and long, because the zombie virus itself did not come from the Earth. A year ago, a meteorite landed in the Pacific Ocean. The meteorite was transported back to the United States and studied. The researchers found that there was a very strong inexplicable energy inside the meteorite, so they decomposed the meteorite. When the meteorite was separated, the disaster began to erupt at that moment. The entire research institute became a paradise for zombies. The US government wanted to keep this secret at first, but they did not eliminate the zombies, but kept them for research. Finally, one day, a big mess happened. A researcher was accidentally scratched by a zombie and got a small wound. The researcher didn't care about it. He just washed it with disinfectant and went home. As a result, the zombie virus broke out all over the world half a year ago. Whether it is a bite or a touch, as long as you are injured, you will be infected. The speed of mutation depends on the amount of zombie virus transmitted by the wound. Because it was a small wound with only a trace amount of virus, the researcher stayed at home for 12 hours before mutating into a zombie. But if the wound was serious, it would mutate in just 10 minutes. This disaster involved too many people. The United States finally told the United Nations about the meteorite and contributed what was found in the meteorite, hoping that all countries could study together and solve the mystery of the zombie virus as soon as possible. In fact, there was only a glowing blue stone in the meteorite, but a new energy source comparable to nuclear energy was detected in this blue stone. This is why the United States hid this matter at the beginning and was unwilling to reveal it until things got out of control. Liang Agua listened to his subordinates' reports, and his face gradually became serious. You said that the stone disappeared? We checked the surveillance but didn't find any clues? How can a stone fly away? Liang Agua slammed the door and walked out. The broadcast of the institute sounded, notifying leaders of various countries to go to the headquarters for a meeting in English. In a small room, Lin Hao covered his arm, wanting to cry but unable to. He felt as if his arm was not his own, and his whole arm was numb. I don't want to become a zombie. I still want to live. I haven't seen whether my parents are safe yet? Lin Hao murmured unconsciously. At Lin Hao's feet were various capsules and medicine packaging bags. Just now, Lin Hao found a lot of medicines in the drawer of the small room. Lin Hao thought that these medicines might be able to suppress the spread of the virus, so he took all of them. In fact, these medicines were just some common cold medicines. The zombies outside could not hear the movement in the room, and gradually stopped knocking on the door and wandered around unconsciously. In the room, Lin Hao was still fighting against his body. Half an hour passed, and Lin Hao only felt that he was in a drowsy state. If he was not careful, he might fall asleep and never wake up. So Lin Hao did not dare to sleep, and forced himself not to close his eyes. Lin Hao pinched the soft flesh on his waist, hoping that the pain would stimulate himself. But the strong feeling might be able to withstand it, and the frog could not feel it when it was boiled in warm water. In this daze, Lin Hao finally couldn't control himself and fell asleep. While Lin Hao was sleeping, His body slowly changed. The whole room was dark. Except for Lin Hao's faint breathing. There was no movement. Suddenly, the dark room burst into a blue light, as deep as the sea, reflecting Lin Hao's gradually pale cheeks. In the middle of the blue light, there was an oval stone. The stone seemed to have its own wisdom, floating beside Lin Hao, as if thinking. Finally, the stone seemed to have made up its mind, and slowly flew towards Lin Hao's crown. When the small stone approached Lin Hao's head, it turned into a string of data, and strangely drilled into Lin Hao's brain. Fortunately, there were no other living people around. Otherwise, seeing this scene, coupled with the pressure of survival, would definitely drive him crazy. After an unknown amount of time, the sky outside began to darken. Lin Hao still did not open his eyes. When the moon gradually hung in the sky, Lin Hao woke up. Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were not as empty as other zombies, but filled with full emotions. Dissatisfaction, despair, expectation, and unwillingness. But the next second, all these emotions turned into surprise. Lin Hao looked around. It was blood red all around. He looked as if he was in a sea of blood and couldn't see anything clearly. Lin Hao shook his head vigorously. Gradually, the blood red around him began to fade and slowly faded. Lin Hao looked at his hands in the weak light. Under the moonlight, his hands turned pale white, just like the zombies outside. There was a long and thin scar on his left arm, which looked very ugly. But then Lin Hao was surprised. Did he really become a zombie? Why do I still have my own thoughts? Before Lin Hao stood up to check if he had really turned into a zombie, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Matching degree? Hi. Connecting with the host's thoughts. Connection successful. Welcome to use the Help You Become the Zombie King system from outer space. This system is designed to help the host become the most bad zombie on this planet. Host, Lin Hao. Level 1, 0 out of 100. Title, Zombie. Skills, Mind Control, 0 out of 100. Strength, 10. Spirit, 25. Speed, 5. Stamina, 10. Evaluation, you are a piece of scum. A woman can KO you with a knife. If I were you, I would eat myself to avoid embarrassing the zombies. When the mechanical voice finished saying the above sentence, a personal attribute panel appeared in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao stared at the attribute panel blankly and couldn't help but shouting, "What?" But Lin Hao didn't hear his own voice. What he heard was a familiar hissing sound, which was a sound that only zombies could make. Chapter 3. Lin Hao touched his face in fear, and it felt smooth and elastic. Lin Hao was even more frightened, because he had been struggling for survival for many days, and he didn't even have the chance to wash his face and brush his teeth every day. Lin Hao's face had become rough and dark yellow, and it felt very textured to the touch. But now, Lin Hao felt that he was not touching his own face, but the face of a newborn baby. How could this happen? Have I really become a zombie? Not only a zombie, but also a zombie with self-awareness? This sentence was imagined by Lin Hao in his mind, because he found that he couldn't speak at all. No matter how hard he tried, he could only make a hissing sound. Don't struggle. Accept the reality. You are a zombie now. The mechanical voice sounded again. Lin Hao looked around in fear. Don't look for me. I'm in your mind. The mechanical voice said again. Who are you? Lin Hao also asked the mechanical voice in his mind. I told you. I am the system that helps you become the zombie king. The mechanical voice said. Lin Hao shook his head, somewhat unable to believe the facts before his eyes. Before the zombie outbreak, Lin Hao was just a simple otaku, and he had also read many system novels on the internet. But he did not expect that one day he would really get such a system, and still in the identity of a zombie. Lin Hao did not know whether to cry or laugh, but he pondered for a long time, and finally he reluctantly accepted the reality. No matter what, he was still alive. Lin Hao thought of Wei Shuahan, who kicked him in the knee, and Wang Wei, who stepped on him mercilessly. Since I have become a zombie, don't let me find you again. Outside the door, a zombie came here. He heard Lin Hao's movements inside and followed the sound to come here. But when he came here, he found that the sound was gone. System. What do you mean by zombie king? Lin Hao asked curiously. The system said, the outbreak of the T-virus on Earth itself is not to destroy humans, but to promote human evolution. Whether it is humans or zombies, their bodies are transformed by the T-virus. So, young man, hurry up and become strong. If you are not strong, you will be destroyed. Can you not be so immature? Lin Hao complained. Please choose to be concrete. The system suddenly said. Lin Hao's head twitched. What does concrete mean? Suddenly, a two-dimensional comic girl appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Suddenly, Lin Hao felt that he saw a burst of light in the darkness. The light kept changing. Gradually, a two-dimensional cute girl wearing a sailor suit and miniskirt appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Hello, host. Please give me a nice name. The girl said to Lin Hao softly in a soft voice. Go die. Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaimed. The girl spoke again. Are you sure you want to name him Gooden? The girl mouth puffed up. Obviously unhappy. A yes and no page appeared in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao subconsciously looked at yes and accidentally focused his mind. Named Gooden successfully. Congratulations to your master. The girl's soft and easy to understand personality collapsed immediately. And her voice seemed to be filled with endless anger as she looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao immediately explained, I didn't mean to do that. I just took a look at it. Who knew I would choose it? Sorry. I give you a new name. Lin Hao racked his brains to think of various dog names. Girl. No. It should be Gooden. Gooden said angrily, no need. Each system has only one right to name. Once it is confirmed, it will accompany the system for life unless it is destroyed. Lin Hao didn't understand the subconscious in Gooden's words at all. Instead of apologizing, he said calmly, oh, then Gooden. My mother said that it is easier to raise a dog with such a name. Gooden felt like he was screwed. Gooden. What does personal attributes mean? Are my attributes really bad? Lin Hao called out very smoothly, not caring at all about Gooden's feelings as she developed from a soft and lovely second-dimensional girl to a female Tyrannosaurus. Gooden took a deep breath and said, as if he had accepted his fate, except for the high spirit, your other personal attributes are all low. The 4 attributes of a normal zombie are all around 15. The 4 attributes refer to strength, spirit, speed, and physical strength. Why does physical strength have an attribute value? Can zombies also feel tired? Lin Hao asked curiously again. Zombies are also living creatures, so they naturally have physical strength. The 4 major attributes of humans are all around 10, which is why you can't escape the pursuit of zombies. Gooden said weakly. Lin Hao wanted to ask something else. But suddenly, a particularly strong feeling of hunger came, as if a heavy hammer hit Lin Hao's heart. And Lin Hao couldn't help groaning. Suddenly, the zombies outside immediately smashed the door frantically, and they felt the movement inside. The sound of a zombie banging on the door spread throughout the entire floor. So all the zombies on the entire floor gathered here. With their limited intelligence, they didn't know what was inside the door. The reason they gathered here was just because they heard the sound of a zombie banging on the door. Lin Hao immediately began to sweat anxiously, and asked Gooden frantically in his heart, this door can't hold up. Gooden, what should I do? But Gooden ignored him at all. Before Lin Hao could react, he still thought he was a human. So when the small wooden door was pushed open by the zombies outside, the zombies stood there in a humane way. And after a while, they went their own way. When Lin Hao saw these zombies, sweat immediately fell on his forehead. But when he saw the actions of these zombies, he immediately realized that he was also a zombie. Finally, Lin Hao, who had survived carefully in the doomsday for half a year, strode out, and he walked with a sense of peace and justification. But this state didn't last long. The hunger came again. Lin Hao felt his eyeballs turn green. He was so hungry. He wanted to eat. Gooden, can these zombies be eaten? Lin Hao asked. This time Gooden replied, if you don't feel disgusted, eat it. Suddenly, Lin Hao saw a very beautiful female zombie. The female zombie face still maintained a human face, without any injuries, and there was no sign of being eaten on her body. The female zombie wore a pair of glasses. If it weren't for her extremely pale face and dull eyes, you would really think she was just an ordinary girl. Gooden, this is our former student union president, the most beautiful girl in our school, and my goddess, Lin Hao said excitedly. Gooden rolled his eyes and ignored him. Chapter 4. Lin Hao came to the front of the female zombie, imagining that this female president, who used to be a big shot on campus, was now standing in front of him like a mentally retarded patient. Do zombies not care about anything except food? Lin Hao asked again. Due to time constraints, most zombies now have not evolved intelligence, and they don't care about anything except instinct. Just after Gooden finished speaking, She saw Lin Hao make a move that made her crazy. After hearing what Gooden said, Lin Hao stretched out his hand without hesitation and placed it on the chest of the female zombie. As expected, the female zombie just looked at Lin Hao curiously, then turned around and wandered in other directions, leaving Lin Hao standing there, staring at his hands in disbelief. So soft, so big, and the touch is really good. Lin Hao wanted to scream to the sky, but unfortunately, he couldn't make any sound except hissing. The zombies around heard the shouts of their companions and hissed as well. Lin Hao, you are just a jerk who has no ambition, Go Dan said bitterly. Lin Hao was not ashamed at all, but asked about the attribute panel. What does my skill mean? Go Dan said, skills are special abilities that zombies have when they are born with their own IQ. For example, yours is mental control, which is a very powerful skill that can control those zombies who are inferior to you and drive them to do anything. How to do it? Lin Hao asked eagerly like a curious baby. Gooden snorted disdainfully and said, try to use your mental power to deal with the zombies around you. Lin Hao shook his head, and then focused his eyes on the beautiful female zombie that had leapt in front of him. Suddenly, an invisible filament shot from Lin Hao's brain to the brain of the female zombie in front of him. Lin Hao could feel the filament very clearly, but he couldn't see it. When the filament pierced into the female zombie brain, the female zombie immediately stood still, as if she had been cast with a spell to freeze her body. Lin Hao tried to use this thread as a medium to convey his will to the female zombie. Raise your hands. Raise your legs. Uh-huh. Really? I can actually control zombies. Lin Hao danced excitedly on the spot. Does the 0 out of 100 behind it represent experience points like the 0 out of 100 behind the level? Lin Hao asked again. No. It's proficiency. When proficiency reaches a certain level, your skills may be enhanced or mutated, and your mental power may be improved. Your other attributes may be improved by increasing your level. In addition to increasing your level, your mental power will also be improved when your proficiency is full, because you are a mental zombie. Gooden said very seriously. Psychological system? Are zombies also divided into systems? Lin Hao said speechlessly. In our light year, many things will be divided very carefully, including zombies. Gooden said. By the way, do you know where the zombie virus came from? Lin Hao thought of this crucial question. Gooden said, this is your fault. Humans. In fact, my destination is not the Earth. But I didn't have enough energy on the way, so I stopped on the Earth to restore energy. As a result, you humans tore my packaging without authorization and spread the remaining T-virus. A metaphor for packaging a good image. Lin Hao stared at the female zombie in front of him without blinking. Stop it, you rascal. Gooden shouted loudly in Lin Hao's mind. In front, the female zombie was taking off her clothes without hesitation under Lin Hao's control. In the end, Lin Hao used his last bit of conscience to let the female zombie put her clothes back on. After all, some things are seen on the internet since childhood, although the reality is not the same as the screen. It may not be very beautiful if the object is a zombie. Lin Hao thought of Wei Xuehan. That woman. Well, when he saw this woman in the future, he would strip her clothes first, and then throw her into the pile of corpses, so that she would understand what despair was. Gooden didn't know what Lin Hao was thinking. Lin Hao found that the voice in his heart was still his own. If he didn't deliberately contact Gooden, Gooden wouldn't hear what was going on in his heart. This made Lin Hao feel a little relieved. But even if Gooden knew what Lin Hao was thinking, he would probably roll his eyes. The feeling of hunger once again made Lin Hao notice the changes in his body. He pulled out the spiritual power from the female zombie body and said to Gooden with some discomfort, I'm going to find something to eat. I'm starving. Gooden ignored him. Lin Hao had figured out some of Gooden's tricks. If he talked about some boring topics, Gooden might not pay attention to him. The elevator was naturally unusable. After the zombie outbreak, not only electricity, but also natural gas and communication systems were all lost. This was inevitable. So Lin Hao could only walk up the stairs. I don't know where Wei Xuehan and Wan Wei are now. Don't let me find you, Lin Hao thought while touching his belly. Oh, Gooden, didn't you say I could level up? How can I level up? Lin Hao took another look at his attribute panel out of boredom, and found that the proficiency in the skill column had actually increased a little, becoming 1/100. But the level column had not moved yet. A truly powerful zombie shouldn't rely on others for everything. He should look for clues on his own. Gooden said. Lin Hao complained in his heart. I don't know what's the use of your system. Of course. Lin Hao didn't dare to let Gooden hear this. Now Gooden can be said to be Lin Hao's support. After all, a new identity requires not only adaptation, but also learning. About zombies? Lin Hao really doesn't understand anything. The sun outside is so round. Lin Hao sighed. Shh. That's the moon. Gooden couldn't help but curse. Lin Hao didn't care too much about the swear words, but looked up at the sky in surprise. How can it be the moon? The moon is so bright? That's because your vision has been enhanced. Once you adapt to the halo, it will change, Gooden said. I didn't expect that being a zombie is pretty good, Lin Hao said with some pride. The premise is that you have to have self-awareness. Gooden complained again. Lin Hao really didn't want to talk to Gooden anymore. Any topic would be brought to the unpleasant side. How could they have a good chat? Lin Hao touched his stomach and felt that he could hardly walk. Lin Hao, your physical strength is decreasing very quickly. If you don't eat, you will become weak. Gooden's calm voice came. Weak state? What does that mean? Lin Hao asked. It means the movement speed slows down. Even ordinary humans can't catch up, Gooden said. Lin Hao didn't pay attention to this point, because the supermarket was in front. Lin Hao asked Gooden curiously, Didn't you call me master at the beginning? Why are you calling me by my name now? After waiting for a long time, Gooden ignored him. Chapter 5. Help. Then the voice disappeared in an instant. The air was filled with a bloody and sweet smell, which rushed into Lin Hao's nostrils and even his taste buds. Instantly, Lin Hao felt that his vision turned red again, and his footsteps rushed into the supermarket without his control. But when Lin Hao stepped into the supermarket, his reason returned to his mind again. In a corner of the supermarket, there was a man lying, and judging from his appearance, he should be a teacher. The teacher was hiding somewhere. He must have been hungry and entered the supermarket to find something to eat. Unfortunately, there were 3 or 5 zombies squatting here. Most of the zombies gathered on the floor. There were only 2 or 3 kittens in the supermarket, so no zombies heard the man's screams before his death except Lin Hao, who was closest. But zombies are greedy. How much do zombies eat? Lin Hao didn't know because he hadn't eaten yet. The 3 zombies robbed the food at their feet. Lin Hao saw the 3 zombies holding various internal organs in their hands and eating them with relish. Lin Hao was thinking whether he should also go forward to share a piece of the pie. Perhaps there was some discord among the 3 zombies in the fight for the pie, and 2 of them suddenly confronted each other with their mouths wide open, like mad dogs whose food was snatched away. Lin Hao even knew one of the zombies. He was the president of the basketball club, a very strong guy who played center. This guy was not only strong, but also over 2 meters tall. Otherwise, he wouldn't play center. The center zombie looked at the guy who was confronting him. He was skinny and small, and his teeth were not much sharper than mine. What was I afraid of? The center zombie didn't even think about it. Stretched out his hand and slapped it. Lin Hao watched a zombie head fly towards him, stopped at his feet, and turned several circles. Lin Hao couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The 3rd zombie was still gnawing on the food in his hand, and had no time to pay attention to the cannibalism around him. Even if he saw it, he probably wouldn't do anything as long as it didn't harm his own interests. This is a typical beast thinking. They didn't think about it, but Lin Hao's heart was beating. He never thought that the relationship between zombies was so bad that they would kill each other at the slightest disagreement. Looking at the teacher who died with his eyes wide open, the teacher's head seemed to move, obviously showing signs of transformation. But before the corpse could transform, the center zombie had already eaten it. So he naturally stretched out his hand to break the corpse's head. With a little effort, the corpse's head was broken off. And this scene made Lin Hao sweat. It turns out that after being caught by zombies, you may not be able to turn into a zombie. Maybe you will be eaten by other zombies before you mutate. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel lucky that he could successfully turn into a zombie. Right in front of Lin Hao, 2 zombies finished eating the corpse in front of him. It took only 10 minutes. The 2 zombies stood up with some unsatisfied feelings and continued to wander away. Lin Hao walked forward, looking at the bloody bones, and couldn't control his hands. He picked them up and threw them away. Although he was starving, his reason made him give up the food that was within reach. This is a supermarket. There must be something edible, Lin Hao convinced himself. After throwing away the bones in his hand, he stood up and started to choose at the supermarket counter. Chicken feet, pig's trotters, braised eggs, Haha. This time, I can finally taste you properly. Lin Hao thought of the deliciousness of these foods, and his mouth was filled with saliva. He casually picked up a bag of marinated eggs, tore open the package and swallowed it in one gulp. But immediately, Lin Hao's pale face turned into a sickly red tide. And after a dry heave, Lin Hao vomited out all the marinated eggs without a trace left. But Lin Hao didn't feel any discomfort. Lin Hao, who didn't believe in evil, picked up the chicken feet and pig's trotters again. This time, he didn't even spit out the bones. He just chewed them in his mouth for a few times and swallowed them. The advantage of zombies is not only good eyesight, but also good teeth. But immediately, Lin Hao's face flushed again, and he retched and vomited out the food he had eaten again. Lin Hao was immediately in a tragedy. He vomited everything he ate. How could he fill his stomach? He wanted to ask Gooden what was going on, but Gooden seemed to be indifferent. Lin Hao also had a temper. If you don't tell me, I will find it myself. So, Lin Hao tasted all kinds of snacks in the supermarket. But the result was the same. Lin Hao sat on the ground in a state of exhaustion. The emptiness in his stomach became stronger and stronger. He also felt that his limbs were becoming weak and powerless. He might not be able to stand up in a while. Lin Hao once again set his sights on the bones on the ground, which even zombies would not eat. Finally, Lin Hao understood something. Zombies probably cannot eat cooked food. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry came. Not far away. An ordinary stray cat seemed to have heard something and slowly walked towards Lin Hao. But its target was obviously not Lin Hao, but the snacks that Lin Hao threw away. Stray cats are not afraid of zombies at all, because they are flexible enough and can easily run away before the zombies get close. And cats don't know what kind of changes have happened to humans. Before the world changed, these cats lived a fairy-like life in school. Everyone who saw them would touch them affectionately. Even now, there are still many cats who do not run or jump around zombies, waiting for the zombies to touch them. Unfortunately, zombies do not bring touches. The cat didn't know that a pervert was staring at its butt and approaching slowly. He stepped forward and touched the cat's head. The cat looked back at him and turned away proudly. Lin Hao said in his heart, "I'm sorry." 10 minutes later, Lin Hao stood up and found that his physical strength had indeed returned. The physical strength that had just dropped very quickly was also slowly increasing. Lin Hao walked out of the supermarket, because he had adapted to the night. When Lin Hao looked up at the sky again, he finally saw the moon emitting soft light clearly. So the moon can be so beautiful? Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh. Are you just going to look at the moon like this? Gooden finally spoke again. What else can I do? Lin Hao was a little sad. When the end of the world came, Lin Hao had been living in fear. At that time, being able to live was a luxury. But when the comfortable life came again, Lin Hao felt that life began to be boring. Lin Hao has always had several dreams. To become a great writer, or to become a singer standing in the spotlight. But now, these dreams are gone. When the social ethics are completely lost, dreams may become fantasies. No, you still have dreams. You want to be the man of the zombie king. Gooden's voice rang out in Lin Hao's heart with unusual firmness. Chapter 6. Yes, I am the man who will become the king of zombies. Lin Hao squatted at the entrance of the supermarket, looking at the sun in the sky. This time, it was really the sun. After filling his stomach, Lin Hao returned to the supermarket with nothing to do, and actually fell asleep on the ground. When he woke up, the sun outside was already shining brightly. Lin Hao hurriedly walked out of the supermarket and looked at the sky. The light was indeed much stronger. Not only that, Lin Hao felt a little uncomfortable standing in the sun. This is because the T-virus hates ultraviolet rays. Don't you see that you are the only zombie standing in the sun like an idiot? Gooden complained mercilessly. Although the sun will not have any effect on zombies, no one wants to suffer. And the same is true for zombies. The smell of public toilets will not affect the human body. So would you like to live in them? Lin Hao was bored and adjusted his attribute panel. Host, Lin Hao level 1, 0 out of 100, title, zombie skills, mind control, 5 out of 100, strength, 10 spirit, 25 speed, 5 stamina, 10 evaluation, you are a piece of scum. A woman can KO you with a knife. If I were you, I would eat myself to avoid embarrassing the zombies. Gooden, are you there? Lin Hao asked. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't ask if I'm there, Gooden said. Can the evaluation in the property panel be removed? Lin Hao pointed to a small area of the large virtual screen in front of him. I'm just the spokesperson of the system, not the source code, and I can't tamper with the system, Gooden said coldly. Ever since Lin Hao gave Gooden the name Gooden, Gooden has never been gentle again. Lin Hao sighed. He was hungry again. This time, Lin Hao was ready to let go of his burden. They were all zombies anyway. So what if they ate people? It was not like they had never eaten before. Lin Hao thought of the bones he had gnawed yesterday. But where could he find people? Not to mention whether those people would fight back. His speed was only 5. So he couldn't catch up with people even if he saw them. But what was completely different between Lin Hao and other zombies was that the system not only preserved his consciousness, but also his pitiful IQ. People. They will always be hungry. And when they are hungry, they will run to the supermarket. I just need to wait and see. And I am not afraid of not catching people. So, Lin Hao used this reasonable excuse to confidently sit at the back of the supermarket, pretending to be a corpse waiting for the unlucky people to come in. There was nothing else in the supermarket except a zombie corpse and a human skull. So Lin Hao was not afraid of zombies coming to rob his food. But the premise was that there must be food. God always favors some people. In more than half a year, this supermarket has been visited by many people. But the food inside has not decreased much. Because there have always been zombies in this supermarket before. As time went by, because most people in the school began to flee outside the school, there were fewer people. And the zombies in the supermarket also began to slowly wander outside the supermarket. There were still people in the school, such as the teacher yesterday. Lin Hao was lying in a good position. From this place, he could see outside the window. Naturally, he also saw a long-haired girl outside the window tiptoeing into the supermarket. When Lin Hao saw the girl's white neck and attractive body, his eyes suddenly turned red. The feeling in his stomach, which was not very hungry, suddenly broke out, ravaging Lin Hao's senses like a mudslide. What Lin Hao had to do was to lie here quietly and let the girl treat him as a harmless corpse, so that he could catch her and have a good meal. The girl came in. A girl who could survive the apocalypse must have experienced the tempering of blood and fire. The corpses and skulls on the ground were directly ignored by the girl. The girl just glanced at Lin Hao. Bang. Bang. This is based on the girl experience. Zombies will definitely pounce fiercely when they hear the noise. But the corpse did not. It looks like just a corpse. The girl walked towards Lin Hao with confidence and stopped 2 meters away from Lin Hao. There are instant noodles here. Instant noodles are a magical thing. As long as they are not opened, they can be stored for a long time. Lin Hao was lying next to the girl. He turned his head quietly and saw the girl's thighs. The pants on her thighs looked a little dirty and stained everywhere. I believe that as long as the pants are pulled down, there must be amazing white meat inside. And it must be extremely tempting meat. Lin Hao's eyes were red, and his senses were telling him to pounce. Pounce. Open his mouth and pounce happily. The girl took the instant noodles and left Lin Hao. She took a few bottles of mineral water, put them in her backpack, and walked out carefully again. Lin Hao opened his eyes, looked through the window at the background of the girl leaving, and couldn't help crying. Zombies don't cry out loud. So Lin Hao just shed tears. Feeling sad, Gooden comforted him. In fact, you don't have to eat people. Some animals can also fill your stomach. Why didn't you say it earlier? Lin Hao suddenly became energetic, stood up and ran to a certain place. The girl who was looking for food would never know that she was so close to death. And the reason she was alive was just that a zombie suddenly had a voice in her heart before it bit her. Do you really want to eat people? But you are also a human being. When a living person and a dead person were placed in front of Lin Hao, and he was asked which one to eat, Lin Hao would rather choose the dead person. Because that way, he would not be so repulsive in his heart. The dead person is already dead. And it is better to satisfy himself than to rot. As for the living person, Lin Hao has actually made a choice. Where are you going? Gooden asked with some concern. He was afraid that this stupid zombie would jump off a building or something. And then, he would be finished. The medical laboratory. I remember there are many mice there. I just hope they don't starve to death, because no one feeds them. Lin Hao said. There were many zombies under the shade of the tree watching Lin Hao running in the sun. Through vision and smell, they could tell that Lin Hao was of the same kind. So they would not chase him when they heard the noise. But they couldn't understand why his kind would run in the sun. Lin Hao looked at this group of stupid zombies. and a sense of superiority arose spontaneously. For the first time, he felt superior in intelligence. When Lin Hao arrived at the bottom of the experimental building, a group of zombies were gathering in the experimental building to grab food. Without looking, Lin Hao knew that it was probably another unlucky person who was caught by the zombies. Originally, Lin Hao didn't want to pay attention to this group of zombies, but he still stopped hesitantly because he saw a familiar backpack that he had just seen in the supermarket. Lin Hao saw the center zombie again in the zombie group, and there were still no zombies around who dared to snatch his things. The center zombie raised his head and glanced at Lin Hao, and Lin Hao also looked at the center zombie curiously. In the eyes of the center zombie, Lin Hao seemed to see a provocative look. Is it an illusion? Chapter 7. Just when Lin Hao wanted to return a provocative look, the center zombie suddenly stood up and walked towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao was immediately frightened and hurriedly ran to the side. Although the speed was only 5, the explosive power was still good, especially when running for life. But obviously, Lin Hao should have misunderstood something. Not only the center zombie stood up, but other zombies around also stood up. But the corpse underground was still plump. When did these zombies become so wasteful? Lin Hao was still very willing to pick up the bargain. After all, the psychological burden of eating humans and eating mice is similar. When Lin Hao came to the corpse, he finally understood why the zombies left. The corpse in the ground slowly stood up at this moment. It looked like a very pretty girl. Lin Hao could barely tell that this girl was the girl who just entered the supermarket and took the instant noodles next to him. Why barely? The front and back of this girl were bitten beyond recognition. The 2 lumps on her chest had become blood holes. 1 ear was missing, and her face was also bumpy. From time to time, a gray skull could be seen at a certain hole. When the girl stood up, she first roared at Lin Hao. Of course, the zombies' roars were still hissing sounds. But the strange thing was that Lin Hao actually understood them. Although the zombies' IQs were very low, it seemed that there were still channels for them to communicate. Lin Hao wanted to get on top of the zombies to taste what the zombies' meat was like. But when he saw so many places on the girl body that had been bitten by other zombies, he gave up. The circle of zombies just stood up and wandered away slowly. And no one knew where they wandered to, especially the center zombie who provoked him. Lin Hao had a feeling that he would definitely fight with that center zombie at some point. But now is obviously not the time to think about these things. The medical laboratory seems to be on the 8th floor, the highest place. Lin Hao looked at the laboratory building and guessed that there were still survivors on the 8th floor. If he heard their movements, he would take a detour. Otherwise, what if someone who didn't want to live rushed towards him with a knife? The elevator was of course useless. Fortunately, Lin Hao's physical strength after becoming a zombie was much stronger than when he was a human. It didn't take long for Lin Hao to reach the 8th floor. As expected, the 8th floor was still full of zombies, and no one was around. Lin Hao was just like an ordinary person taking a walk, looking for his destination again and again. In the DNA laboratory, DNA experiments were naturally all based on what was in the book. But when they needed to inject some drugs, mice naturally became the first choice. Lin Hao slowly opened the door of the laboratory. There was no movement inside, and the door was not locked. It seemed that no one inside would rush over to fight him. Although Lin Hao was not a medical student, he had a very good friend who was a medical student, and the other party was a woman. Back then, the two of them almost touched the supreme realm of mankind. But unfortunately, the end of the world came. In the process of escaping, Lin Hao watched her slowly turn into a zombie, and then he pushed her down from a height of more than 10 floors. Before the end of the world, she often made appointments with Lin Hao under various excuses, and the place of the appointment was the medical laboratory. At that time, the girl was taking care of the mice. She put the mice in a large glass container with food and water. I don't know if the mice have starved to death after more than half a year. The container is so small. How much food can there be in it? It can only last a week at most. So Lin Hao didn't have any illusions at all. He didn't know why he came here. Maybe he just wanted to see what he had thought of before. But when Lin Hao came to the locked glass container, everything in front of him surprised him. There were more than 20 little mice in the container. Each of them was white and plump, looking very cute. The container was also very clean, and it seemed that someone cleaned it often. When Lin Hao thought of someone cleaning, his mind suddenly jumped, and he turned around without thinking. Ah, big zombie. As expected by Lin Hao, someone actually rushed towards Lin Hao with a knife. But when Lin Hao saw the little guy with a knife, he couldn't help laughing. In front of Lin Hao, a little girl about 1.4 meters tall, holding a fruit knife in her hand, was facing Lin Hao. When she saw Lin Hao turn around, she actually shouted "Big Zombie" in a baby voice. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old, a typical little loli, but her body was extremely thin, and people felt sorry for her. The little girl must have not eaten for a long time. Lin Hao slowly walked towards the girl. The girl pointed the knife at Lin Hao with tears in her eyes, and slowly backed away, looking like she wanted to escape. Sure enough, as Lin Hao expected, the little girl threw the knife and ran out the door. Although the smell of the little girl made Lin Hao want to eat her very much. The moment he saw the little girl, Lin Hao thought of his sister, who seemed to be about the same age as her, as cute and beautiful as her. But he didn't know how she was now. Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt a sense of sadness, grabbed the knife on the ground, and hurriedly chased after him. There were zombies everywhere outside, and if a little girl like him fell into the hands of those zombies, she might not even be able to become a zombie. When Lin Hao chased out, he could still hear the little girl cry for help, "Sister, save me." It turned out that the little girl had a sister, and Lin Hao thought of the girl downstairs, who was bitten beyond recognition. The little girl ran towards the safety passage, and Lin Hao also came up from there. The little girl was very lucky, and she successfully ran into the safety passage without attracting the attention of other zombies. Lin Hao shook his head and chased after her with a knife. This scene was seen by other people, and it was basically certain that this was a script of a pervert molesting a little loli. But the fact is that Lin Hao just wanted to save the little girl. If she screamed so loudly, it would be a bad thing if other zombies heard it. In this way, Lin Hao chased the little girl to the first floor. When Lin Hao saw the little girl on the first floor, he couldn't help thinking, it's really a little girl. She doesn't have much physical strength to run fast. Otherwise, I really can't keep up. Lin Hao thought about his speed of only 5. But he didn't expect that he couldn't even catch up with the little girl. But soon, Lin Hao found that the little girl didn't stop running because she was exhausted, but because there was a group of zombies in front of her. The little girl at this moment was so pitiful that her eyes were swollen with tears. But because of her mental state, although she was desperate, she still had to struggle. So the little girl wanted to turn around and run back. Turning around, she saw Lin Hao panting, holding a knife in his hand. When despair really came, it was nothing more than this. The little girl collapsed to the ground in fear, and a water stain appeared on the ground. The little girl was frightened and incontinent. Lin Hao held a fruit knife and looked at the zombies opposite. One of the tall zombies stood out. Although the zombies behind him yelled and shouted at the little girl, none of them dared to surpass the tall zombie. The tall zombie was the center zombie that Lin Hao had encountered twice. Chapter 8. The center zombie has gathered his own team and has served as the captain. Seeing the center zombie showing his fangs to him, Lin Hao knew that it was a message for him to be honest. Lin Hao looked at the little girl again. At this moment, the little girl closed her eyes tightly and hugged her knees with her hands, as if she wanted to shrink herself infinitely and hide herself. The center zombie moved. Just now, a girl had not eaten a few bites and turned into a zombie. It was a pity that his stomach was not full yet. But he caught another small one in the blink of an eye. This small one was not enough for him to eat, and he must not let other guys snatch it. So the center zombie kept throwing glances at Lin Hao. When the center zombie first saw Lin Hao, he knew that this guy was not a good person. But he felt that Lin Hao was not brave enough to fight with him. "Do you really want to save her?" Gooden asked in Lin Hao's heart. Lin Hao did not speak, but he held the knife in his hand more tightly. "Do you want to check the other party's value?" Gooden asked again. Lin Hao was stunned and said, "Check." After 0.1 seconds, an attribute panel appeared in front of Lin Hao. This attribute panel was not Lin Hao's. But when Lin Hao saw the value on the attribute panel, he was so surprised that he almost lost the courage to hold the knife. Name, Wang Dazhuang. Level, Level 2. Title, Butcher. Skill, Powerful Throw. Strength, 25. Spirit, 5. Speed, 15. Stamina, 20. Evaluation, you are a little strong. Don't be proud. With this data, a dog can beat you. Lin Hao felt himself sweating instantly. Except for the mental strength. The opponent was better than him in other aspects. How could he fight? Forget it. She is just a little girl. This world is full of man-eating monsters. It is impossible for every little girl to be saved. A voice said this to Lin Hao. The center zombie came to the little girl slowly, as if he knew that the prey could not escape. So he was not in a hurry. My mother once said that chewing slowly is good for the body. The center zombie must have been a good child before. The center zombie slowly squatted down and sniffed the girl body fragrance carefully. The hunger in his stomach reminded him again that he needed to eat. Finally, the center zombie couldn't help it. He opened his mouth wide and bit the little girl neck. The center zombie thought he could taste the delicious food as soon as he took a bite. But good things come hard. There are always some annoying flies around you, such as the little zombie with a knife. When Lin Hao saw the center zombie squatting down, he couldn't control himself and rushed over. Fortunately, although his speed was slow, the center zombie didn't want to bite the girl to death directly. At the moment when the center zombie was about to bite, Lin Hao arrived and kicked the center zombie in the mouth. The center zombie only felt that his perspective shifted about 30 degrees. He saw the sunshine outside the window, like his lost youth. Unfortunately, youth is gone. So, he was very angry. The center zombie stood up and looked at the skinny guy beside him. Was this the guy who disturbed him while eating? In that case, then go to hell. Before the center zombie could react, Lin Hao picked up the little girl and ran away. He just kicked the other person in the face, and the other person just moved his neck. With such a strong physical fitness, how could he hack with the other person? Lin Hao still wanted to protect his chrysanthemum. The little girl looked up in disbelief, and what caught her eyes was the angry expression of the center zombie. He turned around and roared at the group of zombies, and actually led a large group of zombies to chase her. The little girl was so scared that she lay on Lin Hao's shoulder and dared not look up. Lin Hao's speed was only 5. When there was an extra heavy object on his body, how would the speed drop? Just as he ran to the second floor, zombies began to come down from the third floor. These zombies were summoned by the center zombie to block him. Lin Hao put the little girl in the corner behind him and hissed at the zombies upstairs and downstairs. The little girl was confused by the situation in front of her. She never thought that she would be saved by a zombie when she thought she was going to die. The center zombie came to Lin Hao with a rage and roared at him, as if blaming him for stealing my food. Lin Hao naturally would not respond to such a brainless thing. Looking at the center zombie appearance, he was obviously very angry. It seemed that not only the little girl behind him was in danger, but he might not be able to survive. Lin Hao watched the upstairs and downstairs being blocked by all kinds of zombies. Suddenly, the little girl shouted downstairs, "Sister! Sister! Come and save me!" Then she was about to pass Lin Hao. Lin Hao quickly pulled the little girl back again and gestured to her in a panic. The little girl didn't want to go. She insisted on going to her sister, even though her sister's body had been bitten into honeycomb coal. Lin Hao knew that if the little girl wanted to survive, and if he wanted to survive, there was probably only one way. That was to kill the guy in front of him. Lin Hao could feel that both the zombies upstairs and downstairs seemed to be submissive to the center zombie in front of him. So, if Lin Hao killed him, would these zombies submit to Lin Hao? Yes, as long as you kill him. Even if the zombies around will not submit to you, they will slowly disperse under your intimidation. Gooden said in Lin Hao's heart. Lin Hao's eyes became firm. In order to survive, and for the remaining belief in his heart. Come on! The center zombie opened his mouth wide. He was very angry. If the skinny guy in front of him didn't return the food, he would take action. But before he could make a move, Lin Hao made a move. The second-level zombie had already developed a certain IQ. But with his pitiful IQ, he could never understand why Lin Hao, who looked like a piece of paper, dared to attack him. Lin Hao rushed towards the center zombie like a madman. Although Lin Hao's speed was only a pitiful 5, he was not afraid at all. He jumped onto the center zombie and bit the center zombie neck with his sharp teeth. At this moment, Lin Hao finally understood why zombies don't eat their own kind. Zombie meat is bitter, even more bitter than Chinese medicine. But this is probably Lin Hao's only means of attack. He bit the center zombie neck and didn't let go, vowing to bite off a piece of meat. The second-level zombie is worthy of being a second-level zombie. No matter how hard Lin Hao tried, he could only bite down a little bit. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bite out a piece of meat. The same is true for the fruit knife in his hand. No matter how hard he tried, the fruit knife could only stab 1/3 of the way. This depth is no harm to the center zombie at all. The center zombie finally got angry. The little reptile in his eyes actually dared to attack him. The center zombie casually threw Lin Hao against the wall. The little girl stood there blankly, not running towards her sister. Roar! A different roar. This was not the sound of an ordinary zombie. This came from the mouth of a second-level zombie butcher. The center zombie eyes were red. He must make this guy who disobeyed him pay the price. So he opened his mouth. Not to bite the little girl, but to bite Lin Hao. Chapter 9. After becoming a zombie, Lin Hao obviously felt that his teeth were sharper. But when Lin Hao saw the teeth of the center zombie, he immediately felt inferior again. The center zombie teeth have evolved into those of wild beasts. Those sharp teeth are like steel needles. It is not difficult to imagine that if that bite is solid, his zombie career will be over. But what else can he do, facing such a huge gap in strength? How can he win by surprise? Lin Hao is just a computer student. He is not a martial artist. As a human, the most physical activity he does is to forget to bring his ID card when surfing the internet. And his friends are anxiously waiting to start playing games. So he will run to the dormitory desperately. The teeth of the center zombie were getting closer and closer. But Lin Hao hadn't recovered yet. Ah! Suddenly, the little girl screamed sharply beside Lin Hao. And Lin Hao suddenly recovered. And a thin thread instantly appeared in his mind. That was his skill. Mental control. When the thin thread connected with the center zombie, Lin Hao felt as if his mind had exploded. And Lin Hao didn't dare to move at all. He firmly controlled the thin thread. The center zombie stopped and didn't move. But Lin Hao knew that he was moving. And very violently. If Lin Hao relaxes a little, the center zombie will probably wake up in this state. And then it will be his death. Lin Hao felt that his head was getting more and more painful. And he could not hold on any longer. Eyes. Good, and suddenly reminded. Lin Hao stood up suddenly. And at the moment when Lin Hao stood up, the center zombie moved. He was a little confused about what just happened. And the next second, he would never understand. Lin Hao rushed towards the center zombie with a very clumsy but accurate movement. And the fruit knife in his hand was nailed into the center zombie eye socket until the handle entered. Finally, the center zombie stopped moving. And would not move again. Lin Hao stood up and hissed at the zombies upstairs and downstairs. That was pride. The zombies upstairs and downstairs really dispersed as Gooden said. Although they were reluctant to leave the little girl behind Lin Hao. Sister. Sister. Don't leave. The little girl cried and shouted to chase her sister, the female zombie. Lin Hao picked up the little girl directly. And did not let go no matter how the little girl cried. Suddenly, Lin Hao smelled an urgent desire to devour. At first, he thought it was the smell of the little girl on his body. So Lin Hao was restraining himself. But Lin Hao couldn't help but smell the little girl body. No! Lin Hao looked at the center zombie lying on the ground in surprise. The smell seemed to be coming from him. Lin Hao put the little girl down. The little girl looked at Lin Hao in fear against the zombie and pressed against the wall, fearing that the zombie would eat her if she got upset. Lin Hao squatted beside the center zombie. The smell was on his head. Lin Hao took a long time to pull out the fruit knife. And the smell became stronger. On the fruit knife, a round red crystal core was inserted on the tip of the fruit knife. And the crazy smell was emitted by this small crystal core. Hiss. The roars of the zombies around him became more and more intense. Lin Hao couldn't help but swallow the crystal core into his mouth first. It tasted tasteless. Lin Hao didn't think much about it, and looked at the little girl. Do you want to come with me? Lin Hao had never learned sign language, so he could only make clumsy gestures. The little girl obviously didn't understand. But she also saw that this zombie seemed different from other zombies. Why don't you eat me? The little girl asked timidly. Lin Hao smiled. But he didn't know how scary his smile was. The little girl closed her eyes again in fear. After a while, the little girl opened her eyes. Can you understand what I'm saying? The little girl asked. Lin Hao nodded hurriedly. And they were finally able to communicate. Then will you eat me? Lin Hao shook his head again, while gesturing with his hands. Are you asking me if I want to join you? The little girl said. I didn't expect that my body movements were so coordinated that I could make others understand my movements right away. Lin Hao said a little arrogantly. You really think too much. It's obviously the little girl who is smart. It has nothing to do with you. Gooden immediately said to spoil the story. Lin Hao was constipated. The little girl saw Lin Hao's serious face, and her heart was beating again. Lin Hao led the way, and settled the little girl in the White Mouse laboratory. Lin Hao did not forget his purpose. The world is big, and food is the biggest. When Lin Hao picked up a little white mouse, he was surprised again, because he found that he had no desire to eat. Lin Hao, somewhat unconvinced, picked up the bewildered little girl again and stretched out his head to smell her. The little girl was frightened and started crying immediately. She thought Lin Hao was going to eat her. Lin Hao put the little girl down again, although the human scent was still there. A full person would probably not be tempted even if he saw a pot of braised pork. No, I haven't eaten anything at all. Why am I full? Lin Hao asked Gooden. Gooden chuckled and whispered 1, 2, 3, fall. Gooden's voice seemed to have magic. When the last word fell, Gooden felt that his eyes were dark. His limbs were limp, and he suddenly fell down. Bang! The sobbing little girl stopped sobbing. A little confused. But the little girl understood one thing. It was this guy who saved her life just now. And her sister. When Lin Hao woke up, he felt soft under his body, which was the touch of a quilt. I haven't slept on a quilt for a long time. I have been on the run for more than half a year. Every day I sleep on the hard floor. It's so comfortable. I really don't want to get up. Don't use your skills against zombies with higher levels than you in the future, Gooden suddenly said. When Lin Hao was holding the quilt under him, he was startled by Gooden's voice. What's wrong? I'm not dead. Am I? Lin Hao said unhappily. Hee hee. You are lucky this time. You met a level 2 butcher with only 5 spirit. If you met a normal level 2 zombie, you would be either a fool or dead now, Gooden said sinisterly. Such a cute voice. But she likes to scare people with his tone. I will pay attention next time. What happened to me? Why did I faint? Lin Hao was conscious before fainting, so he knew he fainted. Take a look at your attribute panel. Gooden's voice was much lighter. Lin Hao was stunned. What happened to the attribute panel? When Lin Hao called up the attribute panel, he was immediately stunned. Host, Lin Hao. Level 2, 10/500. Title, Butcher. Skills, Mind Control, 45/100. Strength, 15. Spirit, 30. Speed, 10. Stamina, 15. Evaluation. There is nothing to be proud of from a zombie cannon fodder to a serious employee. You are still very weak. You actually upgraded yourself? Chapter 10. I actually upgraded. How did I upgrade? Is it because of the battle just now? Lin Hao asked curiously. No. Gooden denied it directly. Lin Hao began to think hard. If it wasn't because of the battle, then what was it because of? Suddenly, Lin Hao remembered the smell that attracted him yesterday. After Lin Hao killed the center zombie, he took out a bright red tumor from his head, and then ate the tumor himself. Is it that tumor? Lin Hao asked suspiciously. Yes, it is the crystal core, which is the crystal of the essence of the zombie. Only when the crystal core appears can the zombie evolve. I believe you can also feel that this level 2 zombie is obviously much smarter than the surrounding zombies, Gooden said. Lin Hao nodded. Indeed. Other zombies would not provoke. Lin Hao could not help but call up his attribute panel again. I didn't expect the upgrade benefits to be so good. Each attribute has been increased by 5. Except for the evaluation. Everything else is good. My spirit has reached 30. Lin Hao said complacently. This is an extra benefit given by the system. The first upgrade will add 5 attribute points to each attribute point, and each subsequent upgrade will only add 3 attribute points. Gooden ruthlessly punctured Lin Hao's fantasy. Forget it. That's not bad. At least I'm not at the bottom now. The second level actually requires 500 experience points. How is this experience point calculated? Lin Hao asked. The current full experience point multiplied by 5 is the experience point for the next level, Gooden said leisurely. Lin Hao was immediately confused. So it takes 2,500 experience points to go from level 3 to level 4. And 12,500 to level 4 to level 5. Damn it. At the same time, Lin Hao's attention was also drawn to the title. What about this title? I am also a butcher now. What will happen if I face the center zombie? Lin Hao asked. Using skills to control. You can completely beat the opponent. Using your body. The opponent can completely beat you. Because you are already level 2. You have unlocked a lot of permissions. But you don't have the permission to know the name of the title for the time being, Gooden said. Lin Hao silently said. Then tell me what I have the authority to know. When you reach level 3, the speed attribute points will increase by 5. and the other attribute points will increase by 3. At level 5, the strength attribute points will increase by 5, and the others will remain the same. At level 7, the physical strength will increase by 5, and at level 9, the spiritual attribute points will increase by 5. Gooden said. Lin Hao said speechlessly. Are you trying to tell me that our spiritual zombies are the most unlucky? No. I'm telling you that it's best to take a detour when you encounter a level 3 speed zombie. And take a detour when you encounter a level 5 strength zombie. The same is true when you encounter a level 7 zombie with great physical strength. Level 9 is your world. Gooden said. I almost understand. The spirit system is weak in the early stage, and strong in the later stage. So when I meet zombies of these systems at level 3, 5 and 7, I just run as far as I can. Lin Hao said speechlessly. That's right. Do I have to rely on hunting zombies with levels to upgrade in the future? Lin Hao asked. That's right. Then will my spirit power be enhanced by hunting zombie crystal cores of the same system? Lin Hao asked again. That's right. Zombies of other systems can only increase experience points. That's right. Are you going to say anything else besides that? Get lost. So Lin Hao opened his eyes. Through the window, Lin Hao clearly found that it was already night outside. Lin Hao touched the soft quilt under him, and saw the little girl squatting in the corner. The little girl had fallen asleep. Her eyes slightly closed, her brows furrowed, as if she was having a nightmare. Lin Hao slowly approached her. This time, Lin Hao's mind was really pure. He didn't want to eat her, but just looked at her quietly. Lin Hao really felt that this little girl was very similar to his sister. If his sister were still alive, she would be as cute as her. Ah! The little girl's sleep was very shallow. After all, who would dare to really fall asleep in such an environment? In peacetime, such children must be the apple of their parents' eyes. They study and play without worries all day long, and it is normal for them to sleep like a dead pig. But now, a child can't even enter a deep sleep. It's hard to imagine how bad the surrounding environment is. You're awake, the little girl said timidly. Lin Hao nodded. Are you hungry? The little girl asked again. Lin Hao shook his head. Lin Hao clearly saw the little girl sighed with relief. Are you sleepy? The little girl asked. Lin Hao didn't know how long he had slept, and he didn't feel sleepy at all. So he pointed at the bed, and then pointed at himself and the outside. The meaning was very clear, although the little girl still didn't let down her guard against Lin Hao. Maybe she was really too sleepy, and the two of them didn't have much to talk about. So when the little girl returned to the bed, she fell asleep immediately. Lin Hao carefully checked the door and window, and locked the door tightly through the window to ensure that no zombie would open it by touching it slightly. And then he left with peace of mind. When Lin Hao came outside, he felt that he had a lot of energy in his body, and he would not even blink even if he was asked to run 10,000 meters. Lin Hao came downstairs mainly to find some food. Not for him, but for the little girl. After becoming a zombie, Lin Hao's 5 senses became much more sensitive, and the movement in the little girl's stomach naturally could not escape his ears. On the first floor, a black school bag with blood stains lay quietly. It was the bag that the little girl's sister had protected before she died. But when the little girl's sister turned into a zombie, she abandoned the bag. Lin Hao opened the bag, which contained various instant noodles and several bottles of mineral water. Lin Hao first carried the bag on his back. The little girl was sleeping, and he didn't want to disturb her again. How do you plan to settle the girl? Gooden asked. Send her to a place where there are people, Lin Hao said. How do you know where there are people? Gooden's question made Lin Hao fall silent. Does the survivor base really exist? Lin Hao didn't know. Of course, Lin Hao didn't know. The system escaped from the largest survivor base. No matter what, I have to try. I can't let a little girl hang out with a zombie like me. What if I accidentally hurt him one day? Lin Hao said. When Lin Hao saw the electronic laboratory on the first floor, an idea suddenly flashed. Yes, if there is a survivor base, the network cannot be established, but the radio can definitely be established. If there is a radio, maybe a useful channel can be found, Lin Hao said. Gooden was immediately surprised. Hey, you, a computer student, can actually make a radio? You don't understand this. Before I learned computer science, I was an electronics enthusiast, and the radio is the simplest electronic accessory, which is very easy to assemble. Lin Hao entered the electronics laboratory with some excitement. Chapter 11. Before the doomsday, the electronics lab was the most popular lab in the school. Not only because it had the most students studying electronics, but also because when a green PCB board was assembled by oneself and realized its function, the sense of satisfaction was self-evident. There was a frog desk lamp in Lin Hao's dormitory, which was assembled by Lin Hao himself. Although it broke down after a few days due to quality problems. Every time he saw the frog desk lamp, Lin Hao felt that his spare time was actually quite fulfilling. Lin Hao had assembled a radio before, but radios were in high demand. So the teacher collected all the components of the radio in order to avoid excessive waste of materials. The warehouse should be here. Lin Hao looked at a small door in the laboratory. There were many zombies walking around aimlessly, such as the one in front of Lin Hao. Get out of here! Lin Hao roared at the zombie. After all, he was now a second-level zombie. As soon as the pressure was released, the little zombie in front of him immediately ran away, like a mouse seeing a cat. Fortunately, the warehouse had a wooden door, and even though it was locked, it was not difficult for the energetic Lin Hao. Lin Hao punched the door. What happened to the attribute improvement? What happened to the zombies, who have no sense of pain? Lin Hao immediately yelled at Gooden in his heart. Your attributes have indeed improved, but the strength value of 15 is only above the normal level. Believe me, you can definitely open this door with your feet and a running start, Gooden reminded enthusiastically. Lin Hao suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did Gooden talk to him in this tone? Lin Hao thought of his pitiful speed. Even though it had increased by 5 points, his speed was still the same as that of a normal person. Lin Hao might not even be able to outrun an ordinary zombie. I don't believe you, Lin Hao said disdainfully. What is in the electronics lab? The electronics lab has everything. Pliers, screwdrivers, and even small hydraulic presses. These things all belong to the electronics lab. After all, electronics represent more than just those small electronic objects. Air conditioning circuits and electrical appliances are all electronics. Lin Hao picked up 2 screwdrivers, inserted them crosswise into the iron rings of the 3-ring lock, and applied force to each other, and then easily destroyed the 3-ring lock. Gooden exclaimed, You are quite skilled at breaking into the door and picking the lock. Lin Hao said disdainfully, If you knew that a classmate of mine could open the locks of the entire dormitory with a small key, you wouldn't think I'm amazing. Lin Hao opened the door of the warehouse. And sure enough, various small electronic components were lying quietly inside. And the radio was placed very conspicuously on the table. It's you. Lin Hao took the radio in his arms, as if he had found a treasure, and went out to assemble it. So Lin Hao was dumbfounded. This kind of small PCB board can only be used by inserting electronic components into it, and then soldering it with a soldering iron. Lin Hao also took a soldering iron, which was still new. But Lin Hao forgot a very important thing. How can I use a soldering iron without electricity? Lin Hao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Give up. Young man. There is no solution to the problem of no electricity. You can't build a generator, Gooden said with a smile. Generator? Lin Hao had an idea. Gosh, you really want to build a generator? Gooden was speechless. Why should I build one? There is a diesel generator in the abandoned building behind the school dormitory. Just add oil, and it will work, Lin Hao said with a smile. So Lin Hao put the soldering iron in his school bag, put away the radio components, and ran towards the abandoned dormitory. Do you know? There was a legend in our school that the abandoned dormitory was haunted. So the school built a new dormitory, and the old one was abandoned. Lin Hao made small talk. Actually, you are a ghost now, Gooden said perfunctorily. Will you chat with me? Otherwise I'm scared. Lin Hao looked at the dark woods around him, and the abandoned dormitory building with the door open in front of him. The diesel generator was in the yard of the abandoned dormitory building, and he could see it when he went in. But Lin Hao didn't dare to go in. Gooden stopped talking because he felt that talking to Lin Hao would completely lower his IQ. Lin Hao swallowed his saliva and wiped the sweat from his forehead. In fact, Lin Hao's biggest question is why zombies have metabolism. Gooden told him, zombies are also living beings. It turns out that movies are all lies. Lin Hao mustered up his courage and finally stepped into the abandoned dormitory building. If he was not a zombie, if this was still before the end of the world, Lin Hao would not dare to come here even if he had 2 guts. It must be the change in the environment and identity that caused the change in Lin Hao's heart. Lin Hao felt that he was not so scared anymore. Lin Hao was holding diesel in his hand. What? You ask where the diesel comes from? It comes from the tractor. What? You ask where the tractor comes from? Will I tell you that there is a tractor course in the technical secondary school next door? Lin Hao first ran into the dormitory and pulled a table and a bench. Put the soldering iron and radio components on the table. And then poured the diesel into the generator. What should I do next? Lin Hao stared at the generator blankly. You still need a battery to drive the entire generator. Gooden seemed to be unable to bear it and spoke with contempt. Do I need you to tell me? I can't lose face. Lin Hao came to the door. There were several electric bikes parked outside. I just don't know if the batteries have power after half a year of consumption. There must be power. Otherwise all this effort will be in vain. Lin Hao murmured in his heart. So, at the door of the abandoned dormitory building, a zombie like a madman hit the electric bike with an iron rod. As if he still felt unsatisfied, he actually lifted the electric bike and threw it to the ground. Lin Hao's movement eventually attracted countless zombies to run here. When the zombies arrived here, they saw Lin Hao, a lunatic. These zombies seemed to come here simply to watch Lin Hao make a fool of himself. Although Lin Hao knew that they had limited intelligence and did not understand what he was doing, or even what they themselves were doing, they were still a little embarrassed to be stared at by so many eyes. Finally, after Lin Hao's painstaking efforts, he finally broke the battery of the electric vehicle. It took a lot of effort to connect the battery to the generator. After an unknown amount of time, a buzzing sound resounded throughout the world. Team A. Something is happening. An unknown sound source has appeared. A man wearing a steel helmet said something into the small microphone in his mouth. Diao. Go check and see if it's the mutant zombies who did it. A man's voice came from the headset of the steel helmet. The man with the steel helmet quietly moved down from the tallest building in City A. It's finally started. Lin Hao looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction, as if he was looking at his own child. Gooden saw that Lin Hao was about to use the socket to connect the positive and negative poles, and finally laughed as if he couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Lin Hao didn't know what was funny, so he asked curiously, have you ever learned to drive? Did you know there is a radio in the car? In this environment, it is more convenient for you to find a car that can start than to generate electricity. Go Dan laughed so hard that he was out of breath. Lin Hao was in a bad mood. Why didn't you tell me in advance? If I had told you in advance, would I have seen your expression? Go Dan still mocked mercilessly. Lin Hao felt that the whole world was not good. Chapter 12. Report to headquarters. F Group B team seems to have found a mutant zombie. Please give instructions. Allow capture. Repeat. Allow capture. On the top floor of the tallest building in City a young man held a goblet and slowly tasted the red wine in his hand. The young man took a sip and looked out the French window. If it wasn't the end of the world, the French window should be a scene of feasting and revelry, singing and dancing. But now, all he could see through the window was darkness, as if it were endless darkness. Do you know, when I was a kid at my grandma's house, it was like this outside when I went out at night. I couldn't see anything clearly. The young man said softly, Yi Wentian, I'm not here to listen to you sighing about the past and the present. Tell me, how is your experiment going? Next to Yi Wentian was a man in a suit who looked very rough and short. Commander Ho, since you choose to trust me, please trust me completely. Yi Wentian took another sip of wine. You know, the Lafite you drink is really one bottle less now. I remember how many boxes I gave you. Ho Qingwei seemed to be reminding and threatening. Yi Wentian finally became serious. In our City A, we have found 5 mutant zombies so far. These 5 zombies have stronger combat power than other zombies, such as strength and speed. After research, we found that these powers come from the tumors in the zombies' heads. I won't tell you the specific ingredients I found out, because you may not understand them. I will tell you the results directly. Through research, we found that we can transfer this power to the human body, or insert a control chip in the zombie brain, and then control the zombies for our use. Ho Qingwei's dark face finally glowed red. So he reached out his hand, took a wine glass and poured himself some wine, patted Yi Wentian on the shoulder and said, Shaowen, it's great that you have research results. Do you think the central government really doesn't know that we are setting up this private laboratory? Ho Qingwei took a sip of wine and continued, the central government has known about us for a long time, but now is not the same as before. They can't control it. And they also think that maybe we can solve the mystery of biochemistry. So they let it go. So, go ahead and do your research. Whether it's human experiments or anything else. As long as you can produce results, you will have enough survival supplies every year. Lin Hao came to a Land Rover. And inside the car, a zombie was tied up with a seat belt and was trying to get out. The next moment, the zombie stopped flaring and unfastened the seat belt like a normal person. Then opened the door and got out of the car. What a bad smell. Zombies have metabolism. Does that mean we also urinate and defecate? Lin Hao thought of this, glanced at the zombie that was getting farther and farther away. And suddenly, he didn't dare to get on the car. Just now, Lin Hao used mental control to control the zombie, so that he got off the car by himself. But when Lin Hao smelled the smell in the car, he couldn't help but hesitate again. Have you urinated or defecated yet? Gooden asked. Lin Hao shook his head and said, Don't you think about what I have eaten. Where does the urination or defecation come from? Your point of view is wrong. The body of a zombie belongs to the extreme physique. No matter what is in the zombie's stomach, it will be digested into its own energy. So the zombie will not excrete. Gooden said righteously. Are you sure? Even a pile of shit? Can you not be disgusting? Gooden finally ignored Lin Hao and fell silent again. Lin Hao didn't want to make himself unhappy, so he got in the car. The car had been turned off long ago. Lin Hao tried to start the car again with a key for a long time, but couldn't. Gooden. What's going on? Lin Hao asked for help, but Lin Hao waited for a long time and didn't see Gooden speak, so he knew that Gooden might be angry. Gooden, the Almighty, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have been talking nonsense with you. Please tell me why this car won't start. Lin Hao gave in. No oil. Gooden simply replied with 3 words. So Lin Hao got out of the car, and after a lot of trouble, he finally put the oil from another car into this car. You stubborn guy. Which car did you get the oil from? Gooden asked. Lin Hao was puzzled again. Why was I so stubborn? Yes, that one. Lin Hao pointed at the cherry in front. Did you see the key on that car? Gooden asked. Hearing this, Lin Hao was silent, got out of the car, and opened the door of the cherry QQ in front. Sure enough, a bunch of keys were hanging quietly under the steering wheel, as if laughing at Lin Hao's stupidity. Host, why don't you just start the car with oil, instead of pumping the oil from one car with oil to another car? Gooden laughed mercilessly. I think I'm happy to do it. I just want to try the luxury car. Lin Hao was furious and turned the key in anger. Suddenly, a buzzing sound of a car starting up was heard. Lin Hao turned the key to 2 angles, and the car lit up. He turned the key to the full, and the car started. A Range Rover is starting up ahead. It should be a survivor. Should we capture it? The helmeted man conveyed the information in his helmet. Over there. The middle-aged man's voice came again. First check the mutant zombies. I will send the Sparrow to capture the survivors. Yes. The helmeted man simply said a word and quietly entered the school. Fortunately, it is automatic. If it was manual, I wouldn't even be able to start. Lin Hao marveled at the stability and comfort of the luxury car. But Lin Hao did not forget his purpose. He turned on the radio casually, but there was no station. Lin Hao did not find it strange. It would be strange if there was a station on any random channel. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other hand on the radio, he drove around a district at 60 miles per hour. He didn't care if he bumped into any humanoid objects on the way. It wasn't a human, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Finally, when Lin Hao tuned to 895, a serious baritone appeared in this small car. Lin Hao subconsciously slowed down and listened carefully. This is the survivor base in City B. What you hear is a 24-hour endless rotation. No matter where you are, please be safe. Stock up on food, and run to the countryside if you have a chance. If you are close enough to City B, please run to the mountains. Our survivor base will always accept you. City B? Isn't it next to City A? Is there really a survivor base? Lin Hao was a little excited, but after the excitement, he felt disappointed. Yeah, even if there is a survivor base, what can it do? I am already a zombie. Just when Lin Hao was feeling lost, in the rearview mirror, a woman with a slender figure and a helmet was approaching Lin Hao. Lin Hao's attention was on the radio that was playing endlessly. He didn't notice this woman at all. And he didn't notice that this woman ran up with her own feet. The speed of this woman exceeded the speed at which Lin Hao was driving. Who is this woman? Chapter 13. When Lin Hao found such a woman following his car window, he subconsciously stopped the car. When Lin Hao was paying attention to the radio, He had already set the speed to about 20 miles per hour. So someone following his car did not attract Lin Hao's attention. It would be strange if he didn't notice it. Let's not talk about the environment. Just look at the woman's clothes. She looked armed to the teeth, even though the current speed was 20 or 30 miles per hour. Have you ever seen a woman run at 30 miles per hour? The woman knocked on Lin Hao's car window calmly, and Lin Hao stopped the car and opened the window. Lin Hao knew that the other party was not an ordinary person, but the other party must have thought that he was an ordinary person. In the current environment, the other party was still dressed like this, and he could not see Lin Hao's pale face and sharp teeth. When Lin Hao was thinking about how to communicate with this woman, the woman decisively took out a gun and stabbed Lin Hao's neck. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. Wasn't the other party from the rescue team? What did it mean to stab me? Besides, what kind of gun did you stab me with? How should I behave? The woman saw that Lin Hao was confused, and she was also confused, and said in a strange way, "Why don't you fall?" So she stepped forward and shot him again. Lin Hao understood that this 8-layer was a tranquilizer gun or something like that. It seemed that the other party definitely didn't catch him to save him. Lin Hao played along with the trick and fainted. "I'm doing my best to perform with you," Lin Hao sang in his heart. "Can I not sing? Don't you know how bad you sing?" Gooden complained immediately. "Did I ask you to listen? You have guts." Gooden disappeared. Kay saw that the person in front of him finally fell down. Although he was surprised, he didn't think too much. Lin Hao was dirty, and looked like he hadn't washed for a long time. Because of the lighting, Lin Hao's face looked pale and thin, which made Kay more certain that the person in front of him was just an ordinary fugitive. Although City A is not a big city, there are still hundreds of thousands of people. Even if the people on the 8th floor have become zombies, there are still people on the 2nd floor who are living in misery. It is not uncommon for people to drive out to find food when they are hungry. When Lin Hao was pulled out of the car by the woman and thrown on the ground, he finally thought of a question that he should have thought of first. "Who is this woman? Why did you capture me?" Lin Hao asked Gooden. Gooden had already decided that he would rather die than speak. Naturally, no one answered Lin Hao's question. "Captured successfully. Captured successfully." Lin Hao clearly heard the words "captured successfully" underground, and he couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Capture? Zombies or humans? Why capture? During the 6 months that he had been living in school, what happened in the outside world? These were the things that Lin Hao was most curious about. A mysterious woman wearing a tight leather jacket and a helmet, and a speed that was obviously beyond ordinary people. Lin Hao was thinking about one thing. This woman obviously had no good intentions towards him. But with the strength shown by the woman, even if Lin Hao ran away, he would probably be caught by this woman in the first place, and he might not be her opponent. After all, the woman was carrying a rifle on her back. Well, no matter what the other party did, I couldn't act rashly. For the first time, Lin Hao felt that he was weak. If he was strong, he wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation, because he didn't know whether the other party was a bad guy. Lin Hao was embarrassed to attack the other party, and naturally, he didn't dare to run away. If he was strong and could turn the clouds and rain with his hands, would he still have to go through so much trouble? But the next move made Lin Hao completely furious. The woman took off her helmet, and her black and shiny hair fell down. A mature and sexy face gradually appeared in Lin Hao's narrowed eyes as the helmet fell off. Then, the woman combat shoes stepped directly on Lin Hao's head, forming a comfortable standing posture, and then lit a cigarette and started smoking. Damn. If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm Hello Kitty. Thinking that this woman might not be a good person, and keeping her might harm more survivors in the future, Lin Hao had a reason to kill her. Kay was smoking a cigarette. She didn't know when she found herself addicted to smoking. Maybe it was when she divorced her husband, or when she was forced to retire from the army. In short, the addiction to smoking remained. When the end of the world came, Kay returned to the army. But the army took them to an unknown place and experienced a cruel experiment. Only 1 in 10 people could survive, and Kay was one of the survivors. When Kay found out about her changes, she was overjoyed. Her strong physique meant she could survive the apocalypse. But then she realized that her life no longer belonged to her. Just as Kay was waiting to finish her cigarette and leave with the survivors under her feet, something strange happened. Kay only felt her feet suspended in the air for a moment, and a hand was already on her neck. Lin Hao stood up, looked at the little girl in front of him, and showed his fangs. Kay exclaimed. Zombie. Are you a zombie? Kay wanted to pick up the helmet to spread the news to the headquarters. But how could Lin Hao not know what this woman was thinking? He kicked the helmet aside. Explore. Lin Hao gave instructions in his mind. But after waiting for a long time, the familiar attribute panel did not appear in front of him. And Lin Hao shouted again in a bit of anxiety. Explore your sister. The exploration function can only be performed on creatures with pure T virus. Gooden's voice sounded again. Lin Hao blushed silently and didn't pay attention to what Gooden meant by the pure T virus. The woman in front of him seemed unwilling to be controlled by Lin Hao. A zombie. So she took out the pistol she had at the beginning and stabbed Lin Hao's neck frantically. If Lin Hao could speak, he would definitely fall down and sing the actor of Shweta Duanzishu to mock the other party. Seeing that the other party was about to pull the rifle behind him, Lin Hao finally couldn't help but punch the woman in the temple. In an instant, the woman collapsed motionlessly. To be honest, Lin Hao was also afraid that this woman would act like that. So when Lin Hao touched a pair of handcuffs near the woman's buttocks, he handcuffed the woman's hands behind her without thinking. And for safety reasons, Lin Hao also tied the woman's feet with a rope. Then Lin Hao threw the woman into the trunk and sat in the driver's seat and started the car again. The radio was still repeating the content of the broadcast. In Lin Hao's impression, City B was indeed a city that relied on the mountains to make a living. Throwing the little girl there was not only convenient, but also much safer. After wandering around for about half an hour, Lin Hao drove the car back to the gate of A. At this time, a tossing sound was heard in the trunk. Lin Hao smiled evilly, then got out of the car and opened the trunk. Chapter 14. Lin Hao opened the trunk, and a woman curled up in the trunk revealed her face. The woman had long hair, and perhaps because of the stuffiness in the trunk, her forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat. I just went to the store to get a string of ropes, but forgot to take a pen and paper. Now, how should I communicate? Lin Hao was a little embarrassed. Who are you? What is your purpose? Before Lin Hao could speak, the woman in the trunk questioned. Lin Hao was immediately furious. It was obviously you who started it first. But now you are asking me questions. Because Lin Hao couldn't speak, he could only gesture with his teeth and claws, and roared from time to time, releasing the pressure of a second-level zombie. The other zombies passing by felt this pressure, and decisively changed their direction. Kay looked at the other party's gestures seriously, and finally frowned and thought for a long time, looking at Lin Hao's hopeful eyes, and said, What are you gesturing? I don't understand. Lin Hao calmed his breath, and closed the trunk without thinking. Kay started to stir there again, but he didn't dare to shout loudly. If he attracted other zombies, the consequences would be unimaginable. The sky gradually turned pale, and the sun, carrying the evil ultraviolet rays, once again sprinkled the earth. The zombies, who had long been experienced, began to hide and were unwilling to show up in the sun. On the streets in the distance, people's screams of fear could be heard from time to time. When food appeared in the sun, the zombies would swarm forward even if they hated ultraviolet rays. Would you take 10,000 yuan from a dung pile? I would anyway. When Lin Hao returned to the chemistry lab with a school bag of instant noodles, he found that the door of the chemistry lab was open. Not only was the door of the chemistry lab open, but a group of zombies were also blocking the door of the chemistry lab. Lin Hao felt his mind buzzing and rushed into the chemistry lab in an instant. The zombies blocking in front of Lin Hao were immediately in trouble. As soon as Lin Hao punched and kicked, the zombies around him were either dead or disabled. Especially after the pressure of the second-level zombies was released. The zombies around him immediately felt Lin Hao's anger and stood there quietly and terrified, not daring to move at all. When Lin Hao came to the place where the little girl was sleeping, he was immediately anxious. The little girl was gone? Lin Hao recalled the timid look of the little girl. Recalled the scene when he desperately saved the little girl from the center zombie. Recalled the little girl's similar appearance to his sister. Lin Hao dared not think about it. He just turned around and blinked, and the little girl disappeared. Lin Hao turned around and looked at the trembling zombies. Although he was very angry and anxious, Lin Hao still forced himself to calm down. First of all, there was no blood on the ground, and there was no trace of blood around, which means that the little girl was not killed here at least. Where would the little girl be? Lin Hao thought of the bathroom. After all, although a girl could not keep herself clean, she was still willing to take risks to make her living environment cleaner. So Lin Hao broke into the bathroom. But he searched both the men's and women's toilets. And still there was no trace of the little girl. Lin Hao was a little anxious. He searched the entire laboratory and even the entire floor, and even found a survivor in some hidden places. When Lin Hao opened the door and saw the people inside, he thought it was Wang Wei and Wei Xuan. But after a closer look, it was not them. Lin Hao wanted to let them go. But when he saw what they had in their hands, a strong anger appeared in his heart. The two survivors were also a man and a woman. When Lin Hao opened the door, they were a little surprised, and they were even more terrified when they saw Lin Hao. The man did not muster up the courage to resist, but desperately pushed the woman forward. This was not the reason why Lin Hao was angry. Lin Hao was angry because of the blood at the corners of their mouths. The woman had a bitten arm in her hand, and the man also had an arm in his hand. The source of their arms was the third person in the small room. It was also a woman, whose appearance was not clear. The blood had already covered her face, and the cause of death of the corpse was obviously a heavy blow to the head. After seeing the arms in the hands of the two survivors and the two missing arms of the corpse, if Lin Hao still didn't understand, he might as well be an ordinary zombie. The woman threw away her arm and stood up, wanting to fight back, but was kicked away by Lin Hao and immediately fell silent. The man just squatted on the ground cowardly, not even daring to look directly at Lin Hao. He was still waving the broken arm in his hand, muttering, "Don't eat me. Don't eat me." Lin Hao didn't want to eat him himself. This kind of person is dirty. With Lin Hao's roar, all the zombies on the entire floor gathered here. Lin Hao left the place without even looking at them, leaving the man screams for help. When there was no sound at all, Lin Hao sighed deeply in his heart. Where would a little girl run to without anyone to take care of her? Lin Hao thought of the woman who had grabbed him. When Kay opened the trunk, two zombies were attracted by the sound. When the two zombies saw living food standing in front of them, they immediately rushed over like crazy. Kay pulled out the dagger inside his boot without thinking, and easily pierced the heads of the two zombies, and then checked them with a random instrument. No energy crystal core was found. Kay said to the microphone on his chest. "Kay, I heard that you were caught by a zombie." A mocking voice came from the microphone. "What does it have to do with you? Just do your job." "Do you?" Kay's face immediately darkened. "I have already finished my work." Unfortunately, no superpower zombies were found at the scene of the incident. But I did catch a little girl. As soon as the voice over there finished speaking, the crying of the little girl reached Kay's ears. Kay was silent because a man suddenly appeared opposite Quebec. The man stood 5 meters away from Kay, with a pale face and bloodshot eyes. When Kay came to his senses, he panicked and said, "You again?" Then, he was about to pull out the rifle from behind. Unfortunately, before Kay could pull out the rifle, he felt a sharp pain in his head and passed out. "No, there is no way to control humans," Lin Hao said in annoyance in his heart. Humans' thinking is different from zombies after all. Their thinking is more complicated. You can't control humans with your mental power for the time being, Gooden said to Lin Hao. Lin Hao came to Kay with a black school bag on his back and picked her up without thinking. "It doesn't matter whether I can control her or not. I already know the information I want. I don't believe I can't pry it out of her mouth." Lin Hao stared at Kay fiercely, as if he wanted to eat her up. Chapter 15. How did this woman do it? Lin Hao looked at the woman in front of him curiously. Why was Lin Hao so cautious with a woman? Lin Hao thought of the woman who was locked in the trunk by him, handcuffed behind her back. When he went over again, the woman appeared outside the trunk safely. This made Lin Hao more alert to this magical woman. There was a small blackboard in front of Lin Hao, and Lin Hao was writing and drawing on the blackboard. He didn't know what he was writing on the blackboard. When Kay woke up, she saw a man squatting in front of her. Before she opened her eyes, Kay had already felt the restraints of her limbs with her rich experience. So when she opened her eyes, she said nothing and didn't even dare to make a sound. With the initial experiment, the power in her body became more and more integrated with her body, and Kay could control her flexibility at will. Although Lin Hao handcuffed the other party, Kay easily folded her hands back to her chest with her flexibility. This special ability was actually possessed by ordinary people before. Although few people could do it, it was not uncommon. And in Kay's pocket, there was the key to the handcuffs. When Kay could touch the key to the handcuffs, it was not surprising to open a handcuff. When her hands were freed, the rope tied to her feet was even easier to open. The more difficult part was the trunk. Kay used her knife to pry it open for a long time before finally prying it open. As a result, before she could escape, she was caught by Lin Hao again. When Kay felt that her limbs were tied tightly, she still did not despair. In her opinion, no matter what desperate situation, there is always a way out, provided that she needs to look for it calmly. Lin Hao's chalk writing is really not good, but at least it is readable. Looking back, the little girl has woken up. Her eyes are rolling around, and I don't know what she is thinking. But Lin Hao is not afraid of her conspiracy. When Lin Hao heard the content of the microphone from 5 meters away, he knew that he had already made up his mind to kill her. Lin Hao put the blackboard next to the woman, revealing the words on the blackboard. There are 3 lines of words in total. Who are you? What do you do? Where did you send the kidnapped girl? Why are you different from normal people? Although Kay understood the words on the blackboard, he snorted without thinking. Obviously not wanting to answer, Lin Hao felt that he needed to take some action. After all, the pitiful knowledge of torture in Lin Hao's mind had never been learned except for the TV series Before the End of the World. Lin Hao raised the stick, pretending to hit, and slapped the blackboard with his other hand. The meaning of these gestures was very clear. If you don't answer the questions above, I will hit you. But the woman in front of him still said nothing, turned her face away, and didn't even look at Lin Hao. Lin Hao sighed silently. It was not that she didn't have sympathy for women. This woman was indeed very beautiful. But for Lin Hao, a little girl was much more important than a bad woman. The woman also looked at the zombie in front of her curiously. Wasn't this guy going to torture herself? Why did he use such a stick to scare herself? Looking at the woman's confused expression, Lin Hao seemed to understand something. So he squatted beside the woman and began to think hard. How should I make this woman talk? Lin Hao couldn't help asking Gooden. As a man destined to become the zombie king, I don't think you have any reason to ask me such a question. Just figure it out yourself, Gooden said coldly. Lin Hao understood that as long as it was not about the system, he would never get any useful suggestions from her. So, Lin Hao made up his mind, stood up, and started to shave the woman's hair with a knife. Self-esteem is important enough for women, right? I shave your hair, and if you don't say anything, I continue shaving. Lin Hao only shaved off the woman's hair near her ears, leaving a thick patch on her head. When Lin Hao had shaved almost all of the woman's hair, the sight of a bald woman made Lin Hao curiously glance at it several times. When Lin Hao looked up at the woman's expression, he was shocked again. The woman still had no expression at all, not even a blush. Lin Hao couldn't help but wonder, is this still a woman? Lin Hao picked up another blackboard, which read, if you don't answer my question, I kill you. After seeing the words, the woman immediately laughed and said, in the end, it's all about death. Come on. After the woman said this, Lin Hao understood that in this doomsday, many women have actually let it go. As long as you are trying to survive, even if you do something that violates the rules of experimentation, people around you will not say anything. Many people live to show off to others. But when there is no one around them, where is the dignity? What's more, the woman in front of him is a trained person. And maybe she is the kind of person who is not afraid of life and death. Such a person is not afraid of life and death. So why is she afraid of others taking her life? What if I were you? Lin Hao wrote again. The woman curled her lips slightly, obviously not taking this sentence to heart. Lin Hao was cruel, and covered it with his hand like he did when he first met the female zombie of the student union president. Just by covering it, Lin Hao felt a different feeling from the zombie. How to say it? More real. Enough? I say. The woman finally blushed, and it was a deep red. Lin Hao was very curious why this woman agreed to his request. She was not afraid of death. So why was she afraid of others? Kay was not afraid of being attacked by humans, but she was afraid of being attacked by zombies. She had a chance to survive. But if she was attacked by zombies, what if she became a zombie? When she thought of this, Kay felt a chill all over her body. Lin Hao picked up the first board, pointed to the 3 questions on it, and wrote another sentence on another board. Don't try to lie to me. I have the strength to catch you, so I'm not afraid of you escaping. Kay pouted again, obviously not believing the alarmist words of such a zombie. We are agents of Lingfeng Building, where we need subjects for human experiments. So we often go out in the city to look for survivors. The little girl you mentioned should be the one that Yo took away. And the place where we usually meet is in the HSBC hotel. So the little girl might be there too. Kay turned everything upside down. Are you telling the truth? You didn't lie to me? Lin Hao wrote on the blackboard with great effort. And after he finished writing, he showed it to the woman. Kay nodded vigorously. I swear it's true. Lin Hao turned around and left, ignoring the woman, letting her shout behind him to let her go. But what Lin Hao didn't see was that a hint of teasing flashed in Kay's eyes. Chapter 16. When Kay saw the zombies wandering outside the classroom door, she knew she had to break free quickly. And it was not difficult for her to break free from the ropes, because Kay's body can shrink. Even if it is a slight shrinkage, that is enough. When the arm becomes thinner, the rope begins to loosen. When the rope begins to loosen, there is room for movement. Kay twisted her arms left and right, and the rope became looser and looser, until the loose space was enough to free her arms. After untying the restraints, Kay first picked up his leather jacket. The microphone system on the jacket had not been turned off. Kay said to the microphone, not scanned. Not sure what level the other party is, but the IQ is very high. It should be heading towards you now. Pay attention to the capture. Diao's voice appeared on the other end of the phone. Received. Xiao KK. Have you been teased by the other party again? Get lost. HSBC Hotel is located on the edge of a city, but very close to a university. The food in this restaurant is very good. Before the doomsday, Lin Hao often brought the girl who studied medicine to dinner here. This place is also a place of Lin Hao's good memories. But now, it has become a gathering place for a group of human traffickers. Experimenting? And using living people for experiments? It's not an exaggeration to say that they are human traffickers. This is what Lin Hao can't tolerate the most. This group of people simply has no humanity. Lin Hao doesn't know what kind of torture the little girl suffered in their hands, but it must be uncomfortable. When he thought that the little girl might be tortured by the group of human traffickers, Lin Hao became even more anxious. Is what that woman said true? Couldn't help but remind him. Whether it's true or not, I have to go and see it. Lin Hao was firm. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Hao had arrived at the HSBC Hotel. Lin Hao was not stupid. He knew that the people here must have some special abilities like that woman. He just appeared in front of them like a fool. It didn't take much. One person and one gun. And there would be one more corpse of an ordinary zombie in the world. The other party might not even look at him. You have to sneak in quietly. Lin Hao carefully went around to the back of the HSBC Hotel. When he came here to eat before, Lin Hao knew that there was a back door here, which was used by the hotel staff to carry vegetables, and it was connected to the back kitchen. Quietly opening the door, Lin Hao first went into the back kitchen, took a bone-cutting knife, and then headed towards the front hall. HSBC Hotel is just a small restaurant after all, with only one floor, and even no private rooms. All the tables are neatly stacked in the lobby on the first floor. So Lin Hao thought that these people should have no place to hide. But when Lin Hao sneaked into the lobby again, the scene in front of him really made Lin Hao puzzled. There was no one in the lobby. Is that woman lying to me? Lin Hao was furious and wanted to go back and give that woman a good beating. Since there was no one around, Lin Hao was too lazy to go out the back door and just walked out of the main hall. Just when Lin Hao was so angry that he lost his mind, a figure appeared behind him. The figure held a pistol in his hand and aimed the gun at Lin Hao. When the gunshot sounded, Lin Hao already felt a breath of death rushing towards him, and he fell to the ground without thinking. It's a mutant zombie. Finally I can complete the task. A rough voice came from behind Lin Hao. The man was tall and strong, wearing ordinary battlefield clothes. His face was scraggly, and his age could not be seen, but his eyes were full of dangerous light. Gio, can you handle it alone? In a compartment next to him, a man slowly sat up. The man had long hair, which was combed meticulously. His face was firm and handsome. His beard could not tell his age, but he should be around 40 years old. Eagles love to show off. I guess this guy won't be able to handle it in half an hour. A man wearing the same clothes as the woman and a black helmet appeared in front of Lin Hao, and he was holding a girl in his hand. The girl had tears in the corners of her eyes and looked a little scared. When the girl saw Lin Hao, she actually cast a pitiful and expectant look at Lin Hao. Lin Hao naturally saw the girl and saw the girl look of seeking help. So Lin Hao got angry. When can humans stand and calmly complain about zombies? Lin Hao felt that he had to leave them a mark that they would never forget. So Lin Hao turned around and ran out. Damn. The three of them have guns. How can I fight them? The girl must be saved. But the woman said that they captured people for human experiments, and the girl's life must not be in danger before that. if I want to fight them head-on? It's hard to say. Gio smiled grimly. Captain, give me 10 minutes. I promise to catch this guy back. The middle-aged man said, be careful. Running away proves that this zombie can judge the situation. And maybe his IQ is the same as that of normal people. TSK. How can you be the same as ordinary people no matter how high your IQ is? You're rebelling against him. As he said that, Eagle chased after him. Eagle, follow me out to prevent any accidents. The helmeted man responded, left the little girl behind and followed her out. The middle-aged man looked at the little girl who was left behind. With a bright smile on his face, he asked softly, little friend, what does that zombie have to do with you just now? Tell Uncle. Okay. The middle-aged man was Eagle, the captain of Group F, and the strongest one among the 5. Not only is he powerful, he is also a researcher in the laboratory. He was the first to study mutant zombies. In his opinion, if a zombie shows abnormal kindness to a food, it means that the zombie must have had some relationship with the food before it was alive. Maybe it was a brother or a father. The little girl didn't say anything. Although tears were flowing from the corners of her eyes, she refused to say a word. Do you want to tell me or not? If you don't, I will throw you out to feed the zombies. Before Captain Ng could speak, a short-haired woman appeared beside the little girl and picked up the little girl with one hand and threatened her viciously. Falcon, can't you be gentler to the little kid? Eagle advised. Come on. Take off your disgusting disguise, Falcon said with disdain. Since the F team went on the mission, Eagle has divided it into 2 groups. One is Team A and the other is Team B. Team B is the team composed of Eagle and Sparrow. But Sparrow wanted to form a pair with Falcon at the beginning. Because of the relationship between the two, Falcon was a little anxious when he learned that Sparrow was kidnapped by a zombie. If you are really worried, go find Sparrow. That girl is so smart. She will definitely be fine. Eagle was not angry because of Falcon's words, and continued to persuade. Falcon finally left the little girl, who wanted to cry but didn't dare to cry out loud, and turned away. Chapter 17. Damn. These 2 people are so fast. What should I do? I am just a small zombie. I don't know martial arts, and I don't have superpowers. Where did that little zombie go? After chasing to the gate of a community, the Eagle couldn't help but ask the Eagle beside him. How should I know? The view ahead is wide. We can't miss him if we chase him. So he can only hide in the community next to him. The Eagle analyzed casually. Let's go in and look for him. For them, they are not afraid of a mutant zombie escaping. As long as the mutant zombie is still in this city, they can catch the mutant zombie 100%. The frequency of mutant zombies appearing has been increasing recently. Gio walked on the road very easily, not afraid of the dangers that may appear around him. Yes, only 1 mutant zombie appeared here 3 months ago. And in just 1 month, 5 have been captured. There must be some that have not been discovered yet, the Eagle said confidently. This place is much better than the big cities. I heard from others that the mutant zombies in S City are very fierce. Without the strength of Group B, you dare not go on a mission. The Eagle seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help trembling all over. That's why we were assigned to this small city. Catch this zombie safely, and have a good rest after returning. The Eagle didn't know what scene he thought of, and couldn't help showing a loose smile at the corner of his mouth. The Eagle looked at the Eagle with understanding, and the 2 men laughed. While the 2 men were laughing, the Eagle glanced to the right. 10 meters to the right of the Eagle, a complete zombie was standing there, looking at the Eagle greedily. The Eagle was wearing a helmet, and could not see the other person's appearance clearly. But seeing the other person's agile appearance, he guessed that it might be Lin Hao. So he said to the Eagle, "It's there." The 2 walked a few steps in the direction of the zombie. And then, they saw that it was not Lin Hao. Forget it. Why bother with an ordinary zombie? The Eagle said immediately. Eagle also felt that he shouldn't waste time on an ordinary zombie. So he was ready to turn around and leave. But the moment the 2 turned around, the ordinary zombie pounced on them at lightning speed. Both of them were equipped with deodorants. If they were far enough away from ordinary zombies, and the noise was not too loud, ordinary zombies would not be able to tell that they were human. So they didn't expect that an ordinary zombie would pounce on them. When Eagle felt the fishy wind behind him, he subconsciously swung his knife and turned around. But when he turned around, he found that the knife in his hand had hit nothing. What Diao had never expected was that when he saw Diao swinging his knife and turning around, The zombie actually half-crouched to avoid the fatal blow. Before Dio could stop, the zombie attacked and bit Dio's neck. Dio was knocked to the ground by the zombie. And because Dio was wearing a helmet, the zombie could not bite him anyway. Dio was immediately overjoyed. This zombie can dodge. Dio, did you notice that this zombie actually avoided your attack? Can you wait a moment before you are happy? And move him away from me first. The eagle was furious. The eagle kicked the zombie away from the eagle with great force. And then took out the scanner. When the scanner showed the results, the eagle was a little confused. No energy was found. He thought the other party was a mutant zombie. Otherwise, how could he know that the two were real humans? Before the eagle could think about anything, the zombie pounced on them again. At this time, neither of them noticed that the cunning and agile skills in the zombie eyes had long disappeared. And there was only the fearless bravery and desire for food. Something is wrong. The scanner shows that no energy is detected. This is just an ordinary zombie. The eagle looked at the eagle and scanned again with some disbelief. Behind a building, Lin Hao used his coercion to summon all the zombies, but found that there were only a dozen zombies in the whole building, and some were trapped in their rooms and couldn't get out. After Lin Hao's experiment, Lin Hao tragically discovered that the range of his coercion was only about 10 meters. In other words, Lin Hao could only control the zombies within a 10-meter range at most, and their levels could not be higher than his own. And the number was probably also limited. Couldn't. How can I increase the range of my pressure? Lin Hao asked anxiously. These dozen zombies were obviously not enough for the two men. Through mental control, Lin Hao clearly saw that the two men had easily controlled a zombie. And he couldn't help but feel more guilty. Just increase your mental power. Gooden's weak voice came, as if he didn't want to talk to Lin Hao more. Lin Hao knew that Gooden was still angry with him. Increase mental power? It's probably impossible in a short time. His skill proficiency has only reached 30. And it's still a long way to go before upgrading. Lin Hao looked at the dozen zombies gathered around him, and an idea came to his mind. Eagle was a little depressed, and stabbed the zombie in front of him with a knife, and said speechlessly, "This is just an ordinary zombie. There is no sign of mutation at all." Lin Hao hid in the dark, and watched the two people quietly. After a while, a dozen zombies appeared around them. Eagle was a little flustered and said, "Something is wrong. We didn't make much noise. How could these zombies appear?" Eagle naturally found the doubt, and sneered, "It must be the mutant zombie who did it. I didn't expect this guy to call for help. Let's retreat first." Seeing the dozen zombies running towards them, the two of them were terrified and rushed towards them. The exit was behind the zombies, so they could only rush into the zombies. Lin Hao smiled. He was waiting for this moment. Lin Hao slowly closed his eyes, and his mind control was connected to a zombie closest to them. The eagle and the vulture were very fast and powerful, and they easily pushed the zombies that pounced on them aside and were about to leave. But they ignored one of them. The zombie seemed to be avoiding the two people's attacks, quietly sneaking behind them, and instantly grabbing the rifle on the back of the eagle. When the eagle found a zombie lying behind him, he was shocked and hurriedly asked the eagle to rescue him. The eagle came to rescue quickly and kicked the zombie aside. But he found that there was also a zombie lying behind him. The zombie did not come forward to bite him, but just grabbed his rifle. So a burst of gunshots resounded through the world. In less than 5 seconds, the rifle behind the eagle had already fired a whole magazine of bullets. Because of the angle, the bullets did not hit the eagle. Despite this, the two were already terrified. After firing the bullets, Lin Hao gave up the control of the zombie. So the zombie revealed its true nature and pounced on the eagle. Lin Hao laughed loudly. Fortunately, the rifle behind the eagle was not on safety. Otherwise the gun would not have fired at all. The eagle angrily threw the zombie behind him aside, and said to the eagle, "Get out of here quickly." Unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 18. The moment the gun went off, the fate of the two was sealed. The more the two wanted to leave, the more Lin Hao did not do what they wanted. In order to increase their escape speed, the eagle did not dare to kill the zombies, because killing them took time and energy. But when Lin Hao controlled the zombies to lie on the ground and grab their feet, they had to do it. Why did these zombies do this? Isn't it said that zombies have low IQ? The eagle could not help but shout loudly. But the eagle's voice was louder. And there was another voice louder than the eagle's. There was a rumbling sound of footsteps coming from outside the community, as if tens of thousands of troops were coming. The roar of zombies filled the area. Not only zombies, But also 2 dogs that were looking out of their heads in the depths of the community opened their eyes. Their eyes were green. When the dogs started to move, no one could see their speed. The only thing they could see was the flash of green dots. Zombie tide. Report. Zombie tide. Please come to rescue quickly. The steady voice of the eagle changed color. Seeing the guard booth at the entrance of the community being trampled and broken by hundreds of zombies in front of them, the 2 began to desperately run into the corridor of the community. Want to run? Can you run away? Lin Hao sneered and appeared on the road that intercepted them. When the 2 saw Lin Hao appear in front of them, they finally understood that they had been trapped in a plot from the beginning. And all this was caused by the little zombie in front of them that they despised. Jiao took out his rifle angrily, and he wanted to shoot the head of the little zombie in front of him. The 2 still had hope of escaping, as long as they occupied the commanding heights and waited for the helicopter rescue from the headquarters. They had done this before when they encountered a zombie tide, but they had never seen a zombie tide composed of so many zombies before. When Lin Hao saw Jiao holding up his gun, he immediately regretted it. Damn, there was still a gun here. Just as Lin Hao was about to block the vital parts to dodge, a scream sounded in front of him. Ah! Jiao covered his arm and screamed miserably. When Lin Hao looked over, he suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. Jiao's hand holding the gun disappeared. It seemed that something had bitten it off alive. Most of the blood spurted out of the bitten part instantly. Before Jiao could scream, Lin Hao saw a black shadow pounce on Jiao's neck and pierced Jiao's neck instantly. The eagle could only lie down unwillingly, looking at the blue sky, and gradually lost his voice. Beside him, the eagle watched this scene with his eyes wide open, and the fear in his heart grew bigger and bigger. Get out of the way. The eagle rushed towards Lin Hao somewhat out of control. He wanted to pass through Lin Hao and enter the small high-rise building. As long as he entered, he would have a way to escape. He thought he could easily pass Lin Hao. But he was wrong. Seeing that the other party still looked down on him even in this situation, Lin Hao actually felt a little bad. After all, he was also a zombie, and a level 2 zombie. But you could call him and send him away at will. Damn it. I will leave you with a lifelong unforgettable shadow. So, before dying, the eagle looked at the little zombie that had been running away and pounced on him, and pulled open his helmet regardless. Suddenly, a hideous and terrifying face burned by fire was revealed. Lin Hao didn't want to bite it anymore. But if he hesitated, he might be overturned by the opponent. So after thinking for 0.1 seconds, he bit his neck without thinking. A delicious taste of blood and flesh instantly filled Lin Hao's mouth, and Lin Hao couldn't help swallowing the first bite of meat into his stomach. Finally, I finally killed you 2 bastards. Lin Hao felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking of the delicious taste just now. Lin Hao wanted to take another bite to savor it carefully, but seeing the huge group of zombies that had already rushed in front of him, Lin Hao was afraid of being crushed to death by them. So he decisively withdrew from the battle circle. Then, a grand scene appeared in front of Lin Hao, with hundreds and thousands of zombies stacked up like a pile of monks. And their target was only the 2 people at the bottom who were covered by 7 or 8 zombies. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao finally realized how cruel the zombie world was. How could you win over others when so many people were fighting for food? Even if you got a favorable position, you still had to worry about being crushed to death by others. Lin Hao shook his head and prepared to leave decisively. Just as Lin Hao was leaving, a murderous intent instantly locked onto Lin Hao. Lin Hao subconsciously turned his head back, and the first thing that caught his eye was 2 dogs. The 2 dogs could no longer be identified, because all the hair on their bodies had fallen off, leaving only unrecognizable flesh. Especially the pair of eyes, which were green, cunning and evil. Investigate, Lin Hao said to Gooden. Instantly, an attribute panel appeared in Lin Hao's mind. When Lin Hao saw this attribute panel, his legs began to tremble. Name, Chinese Rural Dog Level 3 Title, Mother Body Skill, Thrust Strength, 30 Spirit, 15 Speed, 45 Stamina, 40 Evaluation. Oh my god. A level 3 dog. If you don't want to die, run quickly. Run? Where should I run at a speed of 45? What should I do now? Gooden. Wake up. I admit my mistake. I shouldn't have said anything to you. Tell me quickly. What should I do now? Lin Hao almost cried. As a man destined to become the zombie king, why do you come to me when you encounter difficulties? Just do it yourself. Gooden looked completely indifferent. The two dogs just stood in front of Lin Hao, motionless, staring at Lin Hao with their green eyes. It seems that not only Lin Hao knows that the crystal core will make him stronger, but the two dogs also know it. If he runs, he will definitely not be able to run away. If he fights, he will probably not be able to win. What should he do? Seeing that the opponent's mental strength is 15, I am afraid that my skills are useless to them. Their skills are still thrust. This is a speed-type zombie, and it is a level 3 speed-type zombie. Lin Hao thought of the conversation with Gooden at the beginning. When a level 3 zombie encounters a speed-type zombie, he will run as far as possible. The two dogs began to approach Lin Hao gradually. If Lin Hao could speak, he would definitely say to the two dogs, "I was also a glorious shit shoveler in my life. For the sake of our relationship, you can eat those two humans." Unfortunately, not only can he not speak, but even if he speaks, the two dogs can't understand. Suddenly, Lin Hao has an idea, and a thin thread has already sprung out of his mind. The thread passes over the two dogs, passes over most of the zombies that are stacked like a mountain, and gets into the hands of the zombie closest to the two corpses. Lin Hao is still gradually retreating, and the two dogs seem to have found that the zombie in front of them seems to be easy to bully. So they move a few steps closer. Finally, when they are getting closer and closer to Lin Hao, the two dogs are ready to launch a surprise attack. This is the time. Shoot you to death. Lin Hao screamed wildly in his heart. And at the same time, a zombie with a mess of bites all over his body stood up from the pile of zombies. The zombie held a rifle in his hand, opened the safety bolt skillfully, and shot at the two dogs crazily. Chapter 19. Lin Hao didn't know the firing rate of the rifle, but he knew the speed of the two dogs. When the rifle sounded, the two dogs had already sensed the danger. Lin Hao only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a dog disappeared in front of him. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel terrified. If the two dogs had attacked him instead of the two humans, he would have died long ago. Lin Hao looked down and saw that one dog had run away, and the other wanted to run away, but it was afraid that this one would not be able to escape. The speed of 45 is just a moment in Lin Hao's eyes, but no matter how fast it is, it can't be faster than the gun. Even so, the dog only injured its leg, but Lin Hao aimed at the opponent's vitals at the beginning. Let's not talk about the accuracy first. After all, Lin Hao has never played with a gun, and he was controlling a zombie to shoot. But in order to improve his accuracy, the zombie controlled by Lin Hao was only 5 meters away from the two dogs, and Lin Hao was shooting at one dog, which is why the other dog was able to escape safely. Despite this, the dog that was targeted only had a leg injury, and it could still run away. Don't let it run away. It's level 3. Gooden reminded Lin Hao in his heart. Lin Hao understood instantly and rushed over. Although the dog had a leg injury, its speed was still not fast enough for Lin Hao to catch up. Lin Hao grabbed the gun in the zombie hand, but the bullets were not used up. Lin Hao aimed at the dog that was running fast but already injured in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. After firing 4 or 5 shots in a row, he finally hit the other party once, while other zombies were still vying for human flesh. Lin Hao had already gone further and further on the road of upgrading. Lin Hao came to the side of the dog, and the dog eyes were still sharp, looking at Lin Hao with hatred. Lin Hao's scalp was numb because of the stare, so he muttered silently, "Brother dog, I will end your pain soon." The shot hit the dog back, so the dog could no longer stand up. Although the dog eyes were fierce, and Lin Hao was indeed frightened by the fierce eyes, Lin Hao needed to become stronger, and he still needed to save the little girl. Thinking of this, Lin Hao hardened his heart and smashed the dog head hard. It didn't take long. With the help of tools, Lin Hao had killed the dog completely. Lin Hao took out a tumor from the dog head, and suddenly, an inexplicable fragrance came into Lin Hao's nose again. This time the fragrance was so strong that even the ordinary zombies, who were snatching food, looked over. In order to prevent vicious snatching incidents, Lin Hao decisively ate the tumor. 10 minutes later, Eagle was still sitting quietly in the HSBC hotel waiting for his subordinates. But Eagle did not wait for his subordinates, and only waited for an email from Falcon. Opening the micro screen in his hand, there was a message from Falcon: "The sparrow has been found. An eagle and the vulture died in the corpse tide." 2 level 3 mutant beasts appeared, one of which was killed by the mutant zombies. The mutant zombies were gathering a group of zombies and rushing towards the HSBC hotel. Retreat quickly. Very simple words. Not only describe the situation clearly, but also explain the consequences clearly. This is why Eagle likes to send Falcon to do intelligence work. Not only because Falcon is very good in bed. Ing silently glanced at the silent little girl next to him and smiled softly. Only 200 experience points for a level 3 crystal core? Lin Hao led a dozen zombies, with a radius of 10 meters, to the HSBC hotel. It was not that Lin Hao did not want to bring more zombies. After exploration, Lin Hao found that his mental power could only control about 15 zombies, and the control range was about 10 meters. Lin Hao could use the movement to trigger another zombie tide to attack the HSBC hotel. But the HSBC hotel not only had those hateful humans, but also someone that Lin Hao needed to rescue. If a zombie tide was triggered, it would not only be those humans who would die. After Lin Hao swallowed the 3rd level crystal core, he happily checked his attributes. Host, Lin Hao. Level 2, 210/500. Title, Butcher. Skills, Mind Control, 65/100. Strength, 15. Spirit, 30. Speed, 10. Stamina, 15. Evaluation, from a zombie cannon fodder to a regular employee. There is nothing to be proud of. You are still very weak. You think a 3rd level crystal core can help you ascend to heaven in one step. Don't dream. It's not that easy to become a zombie king. Gooden seemed to be full of endless ridicule. Lin Hao had long been accustomed to Gooden's personality, so he didn't take Gooden's words to heart. Although the experience was only increased by 200, at least he was one step closer to level 3. And the skill proficiency had reached 65. Not far from level 2. If Lin Hao wanted to become stronger, in addition to leveling up, he was afraid that the only way was to improve his proficiency. Lin Hao didn't know what changes would be brought about after the skill proficiency was upgraded. But he had so many changes after leveling up by 1 level, and he believed that the proficiency would not disappoint him. When Lin Hao arrived at the HSBC hotel, this time, he did not rush in with a knife, but first controlled a zombie to sneak in. With the help of the zombie vision, Lin Hao walked around the hall and did not find anyone in the dark laboratory. Just as he was about to break free and rush in with the remaining zombies, Lin Hao turned around and suddenly found a person lying on the table. When he walked in, wasn't it the little girl who was kidnapped by the group of people? Without thinking, Lin Hao quickly controlled the zombie to carry the unconscious little girl out. When the little girl was brought to Lin Hao, he looked at her pale face and glanced at the HSBC hotel. He had already made a decision in his heart. The next time he saw these people, Lin Hao would definitely kill them. Lin Hao held the little girl, dismissed the zombies around him, and left the HSBC hotel. Lin Hao didn't dare to drive, because he was afraid that it would attract some strange organization to capture him and the little girl, which would be no fun. During the escape, Lin Hao casually walked into a community. This is a residential community with small high-rise buildings. Lin Hao randomly chose a floor and ran up with the little girl. Blood could be seen from time to time in the corridor, and there were even many zombies wandering around. When those zombies saw the little girl in Lin Hao's arms, they immediately rushed towards Lin Hao as if their potential had exploded. Every time this happened, Lin Hao would show his sharp teeth and coercion to intimidate the other party. Fortunately, there were no mutant beasts and mutant zombies along the way. Otherwise, these methods might not be able to scare the other party. Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt that it was urgent to improve his strength. Now Lin Hao couldn't even beat a few humans with his bare hands, and couldn't even run away from 2 dogs. How could he protect the little girl in his arms? Of course, Lin Hao didn't know that the agents who came to arrest him were F-level special agents. Not to mention Lin Hao, even the 2 third-level mutant beasts might not be a match for these people. Chapter 20. When the little girl woke up, she found herself lying on a soft big bed, and there was a sentimental figure standing by the window. That person was the zombie Lin Hao. When the little girl saw Lin Hao, she felt a little more secure, thinking that she was safe. The little girl relaxed and fell asleep again. Standing by the window, Lin Hao kept thinking about a question. Can he still go to the toilet? Since the little girl was rescued yesterday, it has been 48 hours since Lin Hao became a zombie. During these 48 hours, Lin Hao also ate some things, such as crystal cores and some meat. But after such a long time, Lin Hao really found that he had never thought about going to the toilet. This small high-rise building has 30 floors, but Lin Hao only chose to live in the room on the 16th floor. It is very simple. There must be survivors at such a high place. If they were a group of well-behaved people, it would be fine. But if they were a group of people with ulterior motives, the personal safety of the little girl and Lin Hao would be in question. Lin Hao took a cold shower yesterday. Looking through the mirror, he found that except for his pale skin, no one would notice that he was a zombie unless he showed his red pupils. How do ordinary people distinguish zombies? It depends on the person's IQ and the condition of his body. If you have bite wounds all over your body, but you can still stand, run, and hang upside down, then who else could you be if not a zombie? Next is IQ. All humans know that although zombies are strong and can beat 10 people, they have no brains. If you set a trap, zombies will foolishly walk into it. Lin Hao naturally ignores the problem of low IQ. His brain is the thinking of a normal person, but it is true that he has no brains. So even if Lin Hao mixes with humans now, no one will find that Lin Hao is a zombie. But in short, it is necessary to be on guard against others. Before observing the situation well, Lin Hao will not approach survivors casually. Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan are examples. Lin Hao sat bored for another 3 hours. Finally, the little girl on the bed gradually woke up. The first thing she did when she woke up was to find water. Lin Hao didn't know how long the little girl hadn't eaten. Anyway, she looked very weak. So weak that she couldn't even hold a bottle of mineral water. So when Lin Hao saw the little girl holding the mineral water in one hand and drinking it in one gulp, he was so surprised. Beside the little girl, there were instant noodles of various flavors. When he was a human, it was Lin Hao's dream to be surrounded by instant noodles of various flavors, which meant that he could eat all kinds of snacks at will. Lin Hao thought the little girl would eat it up in a flash. But she didn't. The little girl chewed a bag of instant noodles very politely. And after eating, she pushed the remaining instant noodles in front of Lin Hao. "You eat too," the little girl said with her big eyes blinking. Lin Hao waved his hand hurriedly. "If I could eat, I would have eaten earlier." "You must eat," the little girl said a little aggrieved. Before this, Lin Hao had prepared a pen and a small notebook. Hearing the little girl unreasonable question, Lin Hao was finally able to ask why. When the little girl saw the why on the notebook, she cried and said, "You won't eat me unless you are full." Wow! What a brilliant plan. What a smart girl. Lin Hao Jua thought that even if the girl was captured by that group of people, she might still be alive and well. "I don't eat people." Lin Hao wrote 5 words on the notebook with an exclamation mark. Indeed, except for biting a person to death in self-defense, Lin Hao really didn't eat anyone in the 48 hours since he became a zombie. Really? The little girl is a little girl after all. Lin Hao nodded hurriedly, saying that he was a good zombie who never ate people. The little girl fell silent. After all, she had never encountered such a situation. The teacher said that we should be polite to the elderly, the weak, women and children. But she didn't hear the teacher say that we should be polite to a zombie who didn't eat people. "What's your name?" Lin Hao didn't feel embarrassed at all. Anyway, he couldn't speak. The little girl said timidly, "My name is Xuer." Xuer. A beautiful name. Lin Hao wrote a nonsense sentence. And then the two of them had no more topics to talk about. Although the little girl Xuer was very smart, she didn't think of asking a zombie what his name was. Before Xuer asked, Lin Hao had to write it down himself. "My name is Lin Hao." Lin Hao wrote with a smile. Xuer was still a little afraid of Lin Hao. After all, Lin Hao's identity was a zombie, which was full of uncertain dangers. "Hello, Brother Lin." The little girl was very polite. When the little girl was safe, Lin Hao finally put his mind at ease. Next, what Lin Hao needed to do was to improve his abilities. In such a rapidly changing battlefield, you never know when it will be your turn to be unlucky. And if you don't have the corresponding ability, only death awaits you. Lin Hao touched his stomach and was hungry again. Xuer was reading a book with relish. This book should have been left by the previous owner of this house. Judging from the arrangement of furniture, the owner of this house has a very high taste. Unfortunately, in the face of doomsday, no matter you are a businessman, scholar, or farmer, your fate will be the same. On the 3rd day, when it was bright outside, Lin Hao felt that he should go out. The school bag of instant noodles looked a lot, but in fact there were only 7 or 8 bags. 1 bag yesterday, 1 bag today, plus what Lin Hao said to Xuer. "Eat whatever you want. I'm a zombie. I can go out and find food safely." So, when the 3rd day dawned, Lin Hao only saw the bags of instant noodles thrown under the bed. I'm going out to find some food and drinks. You stay in the room and don't go out. No matter who knocks on the door. Don't open the door to them. Lin Hao instructed carefully. Shuer nodded vigorously. Seeing Shuer so well behaved, Lin Hao went out with peace of mind. There are 5 districts in the whole city of A. Lin Hao is in the lowest district of A, which is called the C district. The C district is very large. So large that Lin Hao has never left the C district since he came here to study. The C district is a relatively sparsely populated district because it is on the edge of a city. But despite this, when Lin Hao came to a larger supermarket, he could clearly find that food was becoming less and less. And it was becoming more and more difficult to find. After all, there is no shortage of living people anywhere. And there is no shortage of living people at any time. Looking at the several packs of biscuits in his pocket, Lin Hao shook his head. Shuer must not be with Lin Hao all the time. Because Lin Hao is a zombie. And there are only zombies living around Lin Hao. Therefore, Lin Hao must find a way to send Shuer to a very safe survivor base. For a little girl you have known for less than a week, you have to be so responsible to settle her. Why? Gooden asked, puzzled. Lin Hao smiled. Anyway, it's boring. In fact, Lin Hao still misses his previous identity. Chapter 21. These are not enough. Lin Hao looked at the several packs of biscuits in his hand and said helplessly. Now Lin Hao hopes to have enough food reserves so that he can drive Shuer to the survivor base in City B. If the food is not enough, he may have to stop halfway, which means danger for Shuer. It seems that we need to change places. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. The place where Lin Hao stayed was already the edge of the sea area of City A. Walking forward was the mountainous area of City A. The mountainous area was considered a relatively prosperous area in City A. And the flow of people there was no less than that of the central forest area of City A. More people means more zombies. And more zombies means fewer survivors in the mountains. After the zombie outbreak, everyone fled to the deep mountains and forests or places with fewer people. This is why the food in the sea area is getting less and less. Because the sea area belongs to the less wealthy urban area on the edge of City A. Before the zombie outbreak, this place was also a place with very few people. After the zombie virus broke out, many people naturally chose this place as a shelter. The consequence of this is that the food in the sea area is getting less and less. It was still early, and there was still a lot of pure water in Shuer's room. Enough for Shuer to go without food. So Lin Hao prepared to venture into the mountains to look for it. On the way to the mountains, Lin Hao discovered something very strange. There were densely packed corpses lying on the ground, all of which were zombies. Such things would probably not attract anyone's attention in the doomsday. But when Lin Hao found the wounds on these corpses, he couldn't help but feel a little solemn. The wounds on these corpses were all on the back of the zombies' heads. The moment he saw these wounds, Lin Hao understood that someone, or a zombie, was looking for the crystal core. Judging from the actions of the agents, they were searching for a purpose, not just killing aimlessly. This could be caused by zombies that already have intelligence. Thinking of this, Lin Hao didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He was happy that he could get another crystal core for upgrading. But he was worried about what to do if the opponent's level was higher than his. Why think so much? The primary goal now was to find some food for Shuer. When Lin Hao arrived in the mountains, he found a Carrefour supermarket. Carrefour is a chain supermarket. There are many such supermarkets in every district and even every city. Lin Hao looked at the supermarket with gusts of cold wind. A fishy smell gradually blew from the inside of the supermarket to the outside. Even though the sun was shining brightly at this moment, it still couldn't resist the spread of these cold winds. Somehow, Lin Hao actually felt a palpitation from this cold wind. To enter or not to enter? This is a question. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. If you can't beat yourself, you can still run. Thinking of this, Lin Hao resolutely entered the supermarket. As Lin Hao imagined, when he entered the supermarket, a large group of zombies gathered inside, wandering around aimlessly. Thinking of the strong sunlight outside, Lin Hao was relieved. Zombies don't like sunlight, so they will naturally hide in the shade. The supermarket is large enough, and the zombies inside make some noise from time to time, attracting the unsuspecting zombies outside, which is why there are more and more zombies inside. So many zombies gathered together, and the stench was naturally strong, making Lin Hao, who was standing outside, feel uncomfortable. But it was probably only in such a place that the food would not be looted by other survivors. Lin Hao released his pressure, and the zombies around him consciously moved away from Lin Hao. Lin Hao walked among the zombies, as if he was shopping in a supermarket before the end of the world. When he came to the food area, he found that there were many foods stored on the shelves, and no one was interested in them. Lin Hao happily put these things into his backpack. Level 2 zombies are detected approaching. Just as Lin Hao was happily packing food, Gooden's voice sounded in Lin Hao's mind. Level 2. The opponent's strength should be about the same as mine. Lin Hao was delighted again. His IQ would definitely beat the opponent's zombie. This was a battle with a huge disparity in strength. A lion would fight a rabbit with all its strength. As a man who is determined to become the zombie king, please don't underestimate the enemy. Gooden's voice came lightly. Gooden's words cooled Lin Hao's pride. After all, it was a fight of life, and it was not good to underestimate the enemy. Just when Lin Hao was reflecting on his mistakes, a burly zombie appeared in front of Lin Hao. When the zombie appeared in front of Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. The zombie in front of him looked really intimidating. The so-called big shoulders and big waist were just fat bodies. According to Lin Hao's visual estimation, the opponent's waist circumference was 1.6 meters. Looking at the opponent's height, it was also about 1.6 meters. Although the face was intimidating, the opponent's spherical body really couldn't make Lin Hao take it seriously. Check. With a turn of mind, the opponent's attributes had already appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Name, by Bofin. Level 2. Title, Butcher. Skills, Solid. Strength, 20. Spirit, 10. Speed, 15. Stamina, 30. Evaluation. You are very suitable to be a meat shield. Seeing that the other party was holding a kitchen knife, the name of Butcher was simply appropriate. Lin Hao smiled evilly, and saw that there was a zombie next to Bai Bofin, and mental control was instantly connected to it. The eyes of this zombie suddenly became spiritual, and it looked at Lin Hao, and then quietly pounced on Bai Bofin. A bitter taste entered Lin Hao's mouth. Although he was only controlling other people's bodies, other people's senses were also connected to Lin Hao's senses. When he bit into it, in addition to a mouthful of oil, there was also the unique smell of Chinese herbal medicine of zombie meat. It seems that I should have more attack methods in the future. I can't afford to hurt my taste buds by biting others all the time. Just when Lin Hao thought that the second level zombie in front of him was going to go crazy and slap the little zombie behind him, the scene in front of him made Lin Hao's eyes widen. Suddenly, more than a dozen zombies appeared behind Bai Bofin. They seemed to be well trained and pulled the zombie controlled by Lin Hao off Bai Bofin's back very skillfully. Then, one by one, they kicked the zombie to death. Damn! He actually called for help. Lin Hao thought of the center zombie. At first, the center zombie seemed to order other zombies to chase and intercept. But he didn't expect that the zombie in front of him could also call for help to fight. Seeing the other dozen zombies, and Bai Bofin slowly walking towards him, Lin Hao wanted to use his coercion to control the other dozen little brothers. But coercion has little to do with mental power. Bai Bofin has already issued orders to the zombies. The only way to erase their orders is to use mental control. But mental control can only control one zombie at a time. Once this zombie is controlled, other zombies around will swarm up and kill the zombie controlled by Lin Hao. Lin Hao also tried to control Bai Bofin directly. But once that happened, he would have to use all his mental power. Not only that, Bai Bofin's mental power would actually resist. If other zombies around rushed up to attack him at this time, Lin Hao would have no time to resist. Since he couldn't beat him, Lin Hao smiled and said nothing, and turned around and started running. Chapter 22. The zombie's speed is only 10, while mine is 15. No matter how you calculate, the other party can't be his opponent. A large group of zombies gathered in front of Carrefour. Looking at these zombies, Lin Hao's heart became active again. The probability of mutant zombies appearing is getting higher and higher. But Lin Hao doesn't know that so far. Lin Hao has only encountered a center zombie, 2 level 3 mutant dogs, and only this fat butcher zombie like a ball. If he ran away like this, he would never be willing no matter how he thought about it. Therefore, Lin Hao used his coercion to win himself a dozen younger brothers. Looking at the dozen very obedient younger brothers in front of him, Lin Hao couldn't help laughing. You can't beat them until you try. As soon as he turned around, Bai Bofin led his younger brothers to rush over. Bai Bofin was the manager of this Carrefour supermarket before his death. Although his salary was not high, he had good benefits. In addition, he was naturally greedy. So he had such a body shape. When the zombie virus broke out, Bifofan was directly infected by the zombie virus. Which is why there was no sign of being bitten by zombies on Bifofan's body. Because he turned into a zombie directly. During a period of ignorance, Bifofan could only wander aimlessly in the supermarket. And his only thought was hunger. Of course, there would be survivors occasionally. But his speed could never catch up with those survivors. Until one day. On this day, a survivor ran out of the Carrefour lounge to find food because of hunger. But what the survivor didn't expect was that countless zombies had already gathered in the supermarket. The survivor was panicked and was pounced on by Bifofan. At that moment, Bifofan was happy, but also difficult. No matter what kind of creature, there is competition. Especially when Bifofan saw dozens of zombies trying to grab his food. He exploded. Bifofan picked up a kitchen knife from the shelf and started fighting with the zombies. Those zombies didn't have so many ideas. Their only idea was to eat. So when they saw the survivors lying on the ground and Bifofan blocking them, they also exploded. Unfortunately, what they didn't expect was that Bifofan's body was very strong. No matter what method they used, they couldn't cause any harm to Bifofan. Bifofan, holding a kitchen knife, was like a god of war descending to earth. His kitchen knife exuded a fascinating blade light. He chopped the heads of the zombies one by one, just like chopping melons and vegetables. Finally, the zombies were scared. Although they had no IQ, they still had the instinct to avoid danger. So Bifofan was able to take the lead. Bifofan didn't know that this battle and the idea that appeared in that instant completely changed him. When he ate all the survivors underground, he fainted. After upgrading, Bifofan was no longer so ignorant. He knew something more delicious, which was more attractive than the survivors. This thing was the crystal core in the brain of the zombie in front of him. Therefore, when Bifofan saw Lin Hao running away, he hurriedly chased after him. No zombie could avoid the temptation of the crystal core. Not Bifofan or Lin Hao. Bifofan stood still, and Lin Hao also stood still. At the command of the two, the zombies around them rushed over. This was a savage and bloody battle. There was no method, no tools, just a simple one-on-one fight. This battle completely exposed the cruelty of the zombie world. The zombies around who were not controlled seemed to feel the danger, and they escaped one by one regardless of the sun outside. Before long, only Lin Hao, Bifofan and the zombies they controlled were left in Carrefour. When one zombie tore off the opponent's arm, the other had already bitten off the opponent's throat. Lin Hao found that the number of zombies on his side seemed to be decreasing. Thinking of this, Lin Hao directly released his mental power and controlled one of the opponent's zombies. So, Lin Hao had the advantage in numbers again in this battle. But I don't know whether the zombies on Lin Hao's side were too weak, or Bifofan's zombies were carefully selected. In the end, I still lost. Although I controlled the opponent's zombies, the remaining zombies of the opponent rushed over and bit the zombies I controlled to death. Lin Hao was actually trying to control a zombie to continue fighting the other party. But as soon as the threat in his mind was released, Lin Hao felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Do you think your mental power is infinite? Skills are for you to use when fighting, not for you to control zombies infinitely. Gooden's voice sounded in frustration. Damn. How would I know? Lin Hao really didn't know. He had been a zombie for at most 72 hours. Although he had fought, he didn't use many skills. This time, facing an opponent of the same level, unlike the center zombie victory in danger, the two fought steadily like a positional battle, without leaving any flaws. Lin Hao could only squander his mental power crazily until he felt dizzy, and Gooden said that his mental power was actually limited. The opponent still had two zombies, and Bifofan left. But Lin Hao was alone. It seemed that he had to escape again. At this moment, Lin Hao only felt that he had a headache, as if he couldn't even release the pressure. When he came outside and was exposed to the sun, his body felt even worse. Lin Hao subconsciously ran towards the sea area. Looking back, he saw Bifofan still chasing him, holding the kitchen knife high in his hand, as if to show his strength. Fatty, I come and show you what I can do when I recover. Lin Hao said something cruel in his heart. But unfortunately, no one could hear it except Gooden. Fortunately, before leaving, Lin Hao had already filled the space in his school bag with food. Looking back, he could still see the fat man's resentful eyes. Seeing the other person's gaze, Lin Hao shuddered for no reason. Go back quickly. Otherwise Schwer will be lonely at home alone. Just as Lin Hao was about to leave, Gooden's reminder sound came. Lin Hao. Check your attributes. Attributes? What's wrong with the attributes? When Lin Hao opened his attributes, the attribute panel still had no changes. But Gooden asked him to look more carefully. Finally, after Lin Hao glanced at it casually, he found the difference. Host, Lin Hao. Level 2, 210/500. Title, Butcher. Skills, Mind Control, 95 out of 100, Strength, 15. Spirit, 30. Speed, 10. Stamina, 15. Evaluation. There is nothing to be proud of from a zombie cannon fodder to a serious employee. You are still very weak. His skill proficiency was already 95. Upgrading the skill to level 2 will not only increase the mental power, but also greatly increase the host's combat power. Gooden's words seemed to be attracting Lin Hao to sink into the abyss. It seems that this battle is not useless, Lin Hao said with a smile. Chapter 23. The little girl Schwer looked at the pile of food that Lin Hao brought back, looked at Lin Hao with a guilty look, and then took a bag and started eating. Not only food, but Lin Hao also brought back several bottles of carbonated drinks. Lin Hao deliberately checked the expiration dates of these drinks, and fortunately, they were all not expired. Schwer didn't eat as frantically as she did yesterday. She only ate a bag of potato chips, and the remaining food was collected by Schwer and stored. Lin Hao chatted with Schwer with a pen all day. Do you want to go back to the human world? Lin Hao asked. Schwer nodded hurriedly. Yes. Don't worry. I will send you back to the human world. Looking at Schwer's grateful eyes, Lin Hao felt satisfied. But thinking of the cruelty of the outside world, Lin Hao sighed again. Just after coming out of school, Lin Hao didn't think it was difficult. But when he found that there were a lot of zombies stronger than himself outside, Lin Hao felt that crossing a city with his current strength was not feasible. If he wants to send Schwer back to the human world, he needs to become stronger. That night, Lin Hao went downstairs. It's almost there. But I have already controlled 7 or 8 zombies. Why haven't I upgraded yet? Lin Hao couldn't help but mutter. Just then, Lin Hao saw a staggering zombie walking towards him. Lin Hao's mind moved, and the filaments in his mind flew over. Since the battle with the fat butcher, Lin Hao has discovered his shortcomings. There are not enough attackers, and his own strength is too weak. Otherwise, there would not be the arrogant moment of the fat man. After hiding in the building for a few hours, Lin Hao realized that his mental strength had almost recovered. So he went downstairs to upgrade his proficiency points. When the filaments drilled into the zombie mind, Gooden's long-lost voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host. The proficiency is full, and the skill is upgraded to level 2. Congratulations to the host. The mental value has reached the standard, and the road to strengthening has begun. 2 consecutive prompt sounds made Lin Hao a little surprised. Lin Hao didn't pay attention to the second prompt, but hurriedly called up the attribute panel to check his attribute changes. Host, Lin Hao. Level 2, 210/500. Title, Butcher. Skill, Mind Control, 0/500. Strength, 15. Spirit, 35. Speed, 10. Stamina, 15. Evaluation. From a zombie cannon fodder to a regular employee, there is nothing to be proud of. You are still very weak. The name of the skill is still Mind Control, and the proficiency has reached 500, and the spirit value has reached 35. Lin Hao took the filament back, and then released it. Instantly, Lin Hao felt his mind was clear, and the filament emanating from his mind seemed to have become much thicker. Lin Hao also found that he could control the filament more freely. Lin Hao was not in a hurry to use the filament to control the zombie, but control the filament itself. As soon as Lin Hao thought, the filament flew around him like a whip, and Lin Hao could even hear the sound of the wind. Could this filament also affect real objects? Curious, Lin Hao looked at a can that was crushed on the ground, and then flew the filament over to cling to the can. Rise! Lin Hao shouted in his heart. And then in Lin Hao's surprised eyes, the can in front of him really flew up, although it only rose to a height of 1 meter before being put down by the exhausted Lin Hao. But this scene still gave Lin Hao a great surprise. Gooden, is it true that the stronger my mental power, and the higher my proficiency, the thicker the filament I control, and the greater the impact on the real object? Please discover it yourself, Gooden said lazily. Cut what? Did I cut it? Lin Hao gave up the idea of arguing with Gooden. He had already tasted the consequences of making Gooden angry, so he naturally didn't want to try it again. Lin Hao controlled the filament and looked at the zombie in front of him. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and the filament hit the zombie as fast as a bullet. Suddenly, the poor zombie fell to the ground without knowing what happened. Lin Hao himself did not expect that this thin thread could actually attack, and its attack power was not bad. Haha. You fat guy. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant this time. Lin Hao wanted to run to the door of Carrefour to challenge him, and he must defeat the fat guy this time. Just when Lin Hao was about to leave, Gooden's voice came again. The first time the road of strengthening is opened, 5 free ability points are given, which can be added to the other 3 attributes except spirit. Level 1 of the road of strengthening can absorb 1 skill. Finally, Gooden caught Lin Hao's attention. Strengthening road? What is this? Gooden finally answered Lin Hao's question. As a man who aspires to become the zombie king, he must develop in all aspects of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics and labor. The strengthening road targets the host's other attributes besides the spirit. The strengthening road can copy the skills of other zombies for use. The strengthening road level is level 1, and the skills that can be copied are 1. Lin Hao opened the attribute panel and found a small light column next to the attribute panel. The small light column emitted a gentle orange-yellow light. After a closer look, the inside of the small light column was empty. Next to the small beam of light, there is a string of numbers, 0/1000, at this moment. Lin Hao's heart is no longer ecstatic. With the function of the strengthening road, he can completely solve the disadvantage of having few attack methods. Gooden, how do I upgrade this strengthening road? Lin Hao's tone is completely different from before. This is flattery. Haha. Go and discover it yourself. Gooden still said so. Lin Hao didn't think it was a problem at all. Anyway, he had obtained such a powerful function. Even if he didn't upgrade, he would be invincible among his peers. There are 5 free ability points. Ability points are simply attribute points. Free means you can add them to any attribute. But the system has said that you can't add them to your spirit. So what should you add them to? Lin Hao looked at his attribute panel carefully, and finally decided to add them to speed in order to escape safely and quickly. Add them all to speed, Lin Hao said to Gooden. Suddenly, Lin Hao found that his attribute panel had changed. Host, Lin Hao. Level 2, 210/500. Title, Butcher. Skills, Mind Control, 0/500. Strength, 15. Spirit, 35. Speed, 15. Stamina, 15. Evaluation. There is nothing to be proud of from a zombie cannon fodder to a serious employee. You are still very weak. The speed that was originally only 10 suddenly increased to 15. This time, even with the knife, Lin Hao could kite the fat guy to death. After all, although the fat guy's speed was also 15, his flexibility was much worse than Lin Hao's. Haha. Fat guy. I come again. This time, I don't believe I can't kill you. Chapter 24. Lin Hao, who was sullen, looked at the luxury store next to him, opened the door, and casually picked up a golden watch and put it on his arm. This watch store was once a well-known luxury store in City A. It not only had watches, but also bags and clothes. Each item was worth no less than 4 digits. The price tag next to the watch worn by Lin Hao clearly showed a 5-digit number. Because the watch had been on the counter, it was still very clean and did not look old at all. The time on the watch was still ticking, and the pointer on it indicated that it was 2:30 in the morning. This time period was actually the time when the zombies left their nests. Since becoming a zombie, Lin Hao found that he didn't need to sleep at all, whether it was a crystal core or some kind of meat. As long as he ate it, his body would immediately recover to its peak, except for a rest due to lack of mental strength. Lin Hao had never rested until now, looking at the nearby mountainous area, although he didn't know why the fat guy gave up chasing during the day. After all, his speed was 15, and his was only 10 at the beginning. If that guy was determined to chase him, he would definitely not be able to escape. But he didn't chase him. When Lin Hao stepped into the mountain area, a roar from Carrefour sounded. Before Lin Hao could wait for long, a sphere of 1.6 meters high and 1.6 meters wide rushed out of the supermarket. Lin Hao brought his younger brothers with him. But this time Lin Hao did not choose his younger brothers at random. He did not accept those who were less than 1.8 meters tall. Those who weighed less than 140 pounds. and those who had no muscles. So when Lin Hao appeared in front of the fat man with his dozen younger brothers, Bai Bofin subconsciously showed a solemn expression. Seeing the change in the other party's expression, Lin Hao knew that this guy's IQ had reached a certain level. But reaching a certain level does not mean that Lin Hao is afraid of him. The current Lin Hao is not the Lin Hao of yesterday. Bai Bofin naturally did not want a means of becoming stronger to slip away from his mouth. So the war was about to break out. Both sides first sent out their younger brothers. And Lin Hao may have felt that it was too slow. So he also joined the battle. Lin Hao's eyes were fixed on the dead fat man. If Lin Hao remembered correctly, the dead fat man had a skill. A skill with particularly high defense. Looking at a zombie in front of him rushing towards him. The thin thread in Lin Hao's mind can't be called a thin thread anymore. Lin Hao looked at the finger-thick thread. Under Lin Hao's control, the front end of the thread was as sharp as a spear and pierced into the zombie mind. Lin Hao himself didn't want to control the other party. When the thread pierced into the other party's mind, the zombie inexplicably covered his head and screamed and wailed. At this moment, Lin Hao took action. A pair of sharp palms pierced into the other party's throat, and warm blood flowed out along Lin Hao's arm. At this moment, Lin Hao felt that his whole body was boiling. This is the feeling of fighting. This is the fun of hand-to-hand combat. In the previous battles, it can be said that luck always accompanied Lin Hao. Whether it was the center zombie, the two humans, or even the two dogs, they were all solved by Lin Hao's incredible luck. So Lin Hao has not experienced the fun of doing it himself. Before the end of the world, Lin Hao didn't understand why those fighting enthusiasts would fight even if they were covered in wounds. But when this heroic spirit filled Lin Hao's heart, Lin Hao understood. Lin Hao had never learned any fighting skills, so he couldn't perform a beautiful combo attack. But his strength of 15 had surpassed most first-level zombies, and his speed of 15 had enhanced Lin Hao's reaction ability. Have you ever seen a pig run or eaten pork? Lin Hao's palm was the sharpest spear, and it was always effective. The neck of a zombie was the softest part, and when Lin Hao stabbed it with his palm, all he could see was blood and corpses. So, when Lin Hao couldn't stab it with his palm, he was so surprised. Lin Hao raised his head. Although he was 1.8 meters tall, he had to look at the zombie in front of him at eye level to see his face. The reason was the zombie 1.6 meters waist. When his palm stabbed Bai Bofin's neck, Lin Hao wondered if he had used a fake palm, or if the fat man in front of him was a fake. Seeing the fat man raise the kitchen knife, Lin Hao hurriedly retreated. When the palm stabbed Bai Bofin's neck just now, Lin Hao thought that even if it was not killed instantly like ordinary zombies, it would at least leave a wound. But when Lin Hao saw that there was not even a mark left on Bai Bofin's neck, he had the most intuitive understanding of the fat man's defense. Bai Bofin saw that Lin Hao killed so many of his brothers. Although he could recruit these brothers at will, he was still angry. He rushed into the battle circle and confronted Lin Hao without caring about his status as the boss. The ordinary zombies around seemed to have sensed the powerful aura of the two bosses. In order to avoid being caught in the crossfire, the ordinary zombies around gradually avoided them. Therefore, in this zombie melee, there was an extra circular space between the two. Neither of them paid much attention to the ordinary zombies around them. It can be said that ordinary zombies were no longer harmful to them. If the center zombie is a beginner among the second level, then Lin Hao and Bai Bofin are advanced among the second level zombies. If the center zombie appears next to Lin Hao again, both Lin Hao and Bai Bofin can kill him in one shot. Fatty, I will fight you in a real fight today to see who is better. Lin Hao roared. And the thread in his mind became sharp again, and it was spinning rapidly like an electric drill. Seeing the fat man rushing towards him, Lin Hao let the thin thread shoot towards Bai Bofin's head like a bullet without thinking. Lin Hao thought that even if Bai Bofin would not be hurt, he would probably feel uncomfortable for a long time, which would be more conducive to his attack. But when Lin Hao controlled the thin thread to drill into Bai Bofin's head, he finally understood what a defensive zombie was. Lin Hao had never seen such a hard head until now. The filament paused for nearly a second before drilling in. The potential energy of the filament that drilled in was greatly reduced, and the power was naturally not as strong as at the beginning. But even so, Lin Hao still caught Bai Bofin's loophole. When the filament drilled in to attack Bai Bofin's mind, Bai Bofin was obviously a little confused. Just like the filament paused for a second when drilling into his head, Bai Bofin also paused after being attacked by the filament. This is an opportunity. Lin Hao never thought that he was so talented in fighting. He looked thin and small, and his hobbies were only electronics. But he was like a god in fighting. The moment he caught the loophole, Lin Hao rushed forward. Chapter 25. Fatty. I see if you survive this time. Lin Hao jumped towards Bai Bofin like a crazy fighter. With the impact of his body, although Bai Bofin weighed nearly 300 kilograms, he still fell to the ground under Lin Hao's impact. Well, when a round fat man with the same height and width fell to the ground, could he still get up? Lin Hao didn't know. And Lin Hao didn't want him to get up. So Lin Hao got up as quickly as possible and rode on Bai Bofin's belly. I stab you to death. Lin Hao raised his palm and stabbed at Bai Bofin's head and neck. For Lin Hao, fists are far less useful than palms, because palms have nails, and his own sharp nails can easily pierce through wooden doors. But with only 15 strength, it's different. A punch to hit a defensive zombie is not much different from a girl punching you in the chest with her little fist. But when Lin Hao found that his sharp nails were still useless against Bai Bofin, Lin Hao was dumbfounded. I thought that if I couldn't stab it once or twice, I would be able to stab it a few more times. But the fact is that even if Bai Bofin lay on the ground and let Lin Hao hack him, Lin Hao couldn't break his defense. Lin Hao hardened his heart and stabbed Bai Bofin's eyes. You have thick skin, but your eyes are not thick. But Bai Bofin is not a puppet. After being stabbed so many times by Lin Hao, he will always react. Although his short arms can't support him, they can support his arms to defend his vitals. Take your arm off. Lin Hao held Bai Bofin's arm with both hands, vowing to pull his arm down, while Bai Bofin tried his best to stop Lin Hao from pulling it down. And the two of them were in a stalemate. Half an hour later, the 30 of their subordinates had long disappeared, and Lin Hao leaned against a big tree, watching Bai Bofin, who still hadn't gotten up but was trying to get up. During this half hour, Lin Hao took the kitchen knife from Bai Bofin's hand and chopped and hacked at Bai Bofin's head. But the knife was bent. So Lin Hao searched for a dagger in a car and stabbed Bai Bofin's eyes, neck, ears, and any vulnerable part, even his vitals. But the result was that the dagger broke. How thick is your skin? Gooden. What should I do with such zombies? Lin Hao had no choice but to ask the system for help. After a long time, Gooden replied leisurely, "Cold it. Gooden. I have tolerated you for a long time. A system actually mocks the host every day. When I ask you questions, you don't even say a word. Look at other people's systems. Which one is not obedient to the host?" Lin Hao exploded immediately. Other people's systems are not called Gooden. Gooden also exploded. So, both sides were silent. Fatty. I come and deal with you tomorrow. Looking at Bai Bofin, who was still struggling on the ground, Lin Hao went up and kicked him to turn over. Finally, with a burst of heavy breathing, Bai Bofin got up. When Bai Bofin turned around to look at Lin Hao again, Lin Hao had already walked away. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Bai Bofin's eyes, which was a sign of thinking. What was he thinking? The next day, Lin Hao decided to change the way to deal with that guy. After fighting with Bai Bofin yesterday, Lin Hao returned to a university and drove the Range Rover back, and installed a steel bar picked up from the construction site on it. Although the steel bar is not very sharp, it is installed on the car, and with a certain speed, the power must be amazing. Lin Hao looked at the car and couldn't help but smile evilly. I don't believe I can't deal with you this time. Lin Hao drove the car and came to the mountain area again. But this time Lin Hao did not directly release his breath to provoke the other party, but drove the car to a suitable position first, then got off the car, and finally came to the entrance of the supermarket. Fatty. Come out. Lin Hao released all his pressure, and at the moment of releasing the pressure, Bai Bofin's breath burst out instantly, when a fat man rushed out at an incredible speed. The visual effect was absolutely extraordinary. Bai Bofin still held the eternal kitchen knife in his hand, even though the blade of the kitchen knife had been bent. Sure enough, the moment he saw Lin Hao, Bai Bofin rushed over with a roar while holding the kitchen knife. Lin Hao calculated the distance, and then hurried back to the car. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The humming sound of the engine instantly resounded throughout the world. But due to the pressure of the two zombies, no ordinary zombie dared to approach. After the humming sound, the speed of the car was instantly increased to 80 miles per hour. And the speed was still increasing. Looking at Bai Bofin, who was standing still in front of him in surprise, Lin Hao opened his mouth and laughed. Bang! A car and a zombie collided with each other. Lin Hao only felt that the whole car was actually shaken back a few meters by the reaction force before it started to move forward again. But Bai Bofin was also knocked flying. When Lin Hao stopped the car, Bai Bofin didn't even land. Lin Hao got out of the car, and Bai Bofin landed. Lin Hao walked towards the place where Bai Bofin landed happily. He didn't look at the front of the car. The bent steel bar. Tell me, what will you do to die? Lin Hao looked at Bai Bofin, who stood up again with a bit of madness. When Lin Hao looked at the deformed front of the car and the bent steel bar, he never thought that the flesh that didn't feel very hard could not break the defense. Because when you attacked him, he activated his skill, which can double the overall body defense and double the local defense. Gooden finally spoke. I give up, Lin Hao said dejectedly, looking at Bai Bofin standing in front of him with a kitchen knife in his hand, looking at him with a pair of strange eyes. Lin Hao felt a chill. Lin Hao leaned against a sycamore tree and looked at Bai Bofin, feeling powerless. Bai Bive also looked at Lin Hao curiously. Although Lin Hao's actions just now made him feel very uncomfortable, he didn't want to fight anymore. If there were a burst of falling leaves at this time, the surrounding streets were cleaner and tidier. The sunlight in the sky was softer, and the two protagonists looked more human. The scene would be beautiful. Neither of the two zombies could speak, but from the other's actions, Lin Hao found that this guy seemed to have no hostility towards him. Could it be that you have developed feelings for each other during the fight? Lin Hao asked Gooden. I am your system, not someone else's system. How can I know what others are thinking? Gooden said speechlessly. When the two were no longer at loggerheads, Lin Hao found that this fat zombie had a silly and cute feeling. Lin Hao patted the seat beside him and motioned Bai Bofin to sit down. Bai Bofin touched the back of his head, and after a moment, he actually understood what Lin Hao meant. He stuck out his big butt and sat down next to Lin Hao with some difficulty. The two new creatures, who could not speak, established a friendship in silence. When zombies were born with wisdom, they would also feel lonely. They also need friends. Chapter 26. There are no traces of mutant zombies on the upper floors. Only the little girl, Falcon said to the small intercom in his hand, while looking at Lin Hao's temporary base on another upper floor. Oh! The mutant zombies are not here. If we catch the little girl, the mutant zombies will follow. The steady voice of Eagle came from the other end. No. There is a team of 12 survivors on the top floor of the small upper floor, led by Jin's father and daughter, Falcon said hesitantly. The Jin family father and daughter. The Jin family father and daughter again. They rely on their superpowers to destroy our plans everywhere. How hateful. Eagle's steady voice changed a little. There is nothing we can do. We can only retreat, Falcon said to himself. Eagle was silent on the other end, obviously tacitly agreeing with Falcon's idea. When Lin Hao came to the supermarket again, the fat man very friendly took out his private collection. The remains of a survivor. Lin Hao immediately shook his head. He had promised Schwer that he would not eat people, unless they were humans with malicious intentions towards him. Bai Bofin looked at Lin Hao with some curiosity. I shared such delicious food with others. Why didn't my friend want it? Did he think it was not fresh enough? Bai Bofin gritted his teeth and took Lin Hao to a storage room full of rotten smell. When Lin Hao saw the situation in the storage room, he almost vomited. There were all kinds of things in it. Some were only half left. Some were riddled with holes. And some had turned into zombies. They were unable to stand up under the pressure of a pile of corpses and struggled to wave their arms. Bai Bofin walked in, picked up a thigh that looked very fresh, and brought it to Lin Hao again. Lin Hao turned around and left, picked up some snacks from the shelf, and patted the fat man's shoulder, pointing at the food in his hand. The fat man nodded as if he understood, and put the thigh into the small backpack. Lin Hao knew that he couldn't communicate with these low IQ people. Otherwise he would collapse. He casually took a bottle of beer from the shelf, bit it open with his fangs, and then poured it into his throat. When Lin Hao found that he still had a taste for these drinks, he finally found another interest in his life. Seeing that Lin Hao was enjoying the drink so much, the fat man wanted to pick up a can to drink, but the can was placed a little low, and he couldn't bend down at all. Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile, and bent down to help Bai Bofin get a bottle. The two smiled at each other, not to mention how creepy the two zombies were when they laughed. But they both clinked their glasses in tacit understanding, and then drank happily. Gooden, didn't they say that the memories of these zombies have been wiped? Even if they were born with intelligence, they should be like newborn babies. Why do they remember the action of clinking glasses? Lin Hao asked curiously. Some subconscious things can't be forgotten, Gooden said, looking at Bai Bofin's fat belly. Lin Hao seemed to understand. Leaving the supermarket, Bai Bofin saw Lin Hao off. Lin Hao turned around and waved to Bai Bofin. The more he looked at him, the more he felt that this fat man had a kind of naive look. Lin Hao left the car at the entrance of the supermarket and walked back to the community. The car made too much noise, which would not only attract zombies, but also some humans with ulterior motives. Looking at his bag full of food, Lin Hao couldn't help but grin, imagining Schwer's surprised expression after seeing these foods. Lin Hao also laughed. When Lin Hao came to the 16th floor, he stopped strangely. The 16th floor was the temporary base occupied by Lin Hao and Schwer. Every time Lin Hao left, he would tell Schwer not to open the door to anyone except himself, even if the other party was a human. But why was the door opened? That's right. The scene in front of him was that the door that should have been tightly closed was open, and no movement could be seen from outside the door. Lin Hao entered the room carefully and released his mental power first, so that if there was any mistake, he could respond immediately. But when Lin Hao searched the entire room, he did not see any trace of Schwer, and there was no sign of fighting in the room. If a human took Schwer away, even though she was a child, she would definitely resist. And as long as she resisted, there would always be traces left. But the bed was made neatly by Schwer, and the snacks were put back in their original places by Schwer. There were also books. Schwer would read when she had nothing to do, but the books were quietly closed on the bedside table, and there was no trace of chaos in the whole room. Where did Schwer go? Lin Hao could only think that Schwer was tired of staying in the room, so she wanted to go out and get some fresh air. This is the 16th floor. Where would she go? Lin Hao felt a sense of impatience rising from the bottom of his heart, as if he wanted to burn everything. Throwing down the backpack in his hand, Lin Hao walked upstairs. Only upstairs was safe. Although Schwer was small, she was very sensible. She knew that if she went downstairs, she would encounter man-eating monsters, so she would not go downstairs. But before Lin Hao went upstairs to look for it, Schwer's surprised voice came over. Brother Lin Hao, you are back. At the corner upstairs, a small and cute face appeared. The moment he saw this face, the fire in Lin Hao's heart went out. Looking at Schwer rushing towards him, Lin Hao opened his arms and hugged Schwer in his arms. But then, Lin Hao's eyes froze. Sister Schwer, is this your brother? Looking at the long-haired girl coming down from upstairs, Lin Hao's vigilance suddenly reached its peak. He first gently put Schwer behind him, and then looked at the girl vigilantly. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old, with a very white complexion and bright eyes. She smiled when she saw Lin Hao. When the girl smiled, her eyes suddenly curved into crescents, which was very cute. The girl wore a long-sleeved denim jacket, a white t-shirt underneath, and slim-fit jeans. Her long hair was neatly tied into a ponytail, and she looked very capable. Rarely, the girl's clothes were very clean. Lin Hao also saw the various aspects of life among the survivors. Not many people had clean clothes. They were either blood-stained or stained, including the group of people who wanted to arrest him. Lin Hao didn't know who the girl was, so he could only step back and look at her with a warning look. Didn't anyone tell you that it's impolite to look at a girl like this? The girl said to Lin Hao as if she didn't care. Sister Bebe, my brother can't speak because of a throat injury. Schwer actually walked in front of the girl and spoke to her very freely. Lin Hao was shocked. When did Schwer become so familiar with this person? Who is this person? Crystal core energy detected. Do you want to investigate? Just then, Gooden's voice sounded in Lin Hao's mind. Chapter 27. Name, Jean Bebe. Level, Level 2. Title, Bronze. Skill, Gale. Strength, 15. Spirit, 15. Speed, 25. Stamina, 20. Evaluation. No evaluation for humans. Why no evaluation for humans? Lin Hao was very curious. Are you sure this is what you are concerned about? Gooden asked back. Okay. Why is this happening to humans? There are humans who are not immune to the T-virus, and those people will become zombies. There are those who are immune, and those people will not be infected without contact with the T-virus. And there is also a physique that accepts the T-virus. When the cells in these physiques accept the zombie virus, the human body will mutate. This is evolution, Lin Hao exclaimed. Yes, This is the ultimate purpose of the T-virus, Gooden said with some pride, seeing how intimate Schwer was with Jean Bebe. It turned out that she was still suitable to return to the human race. Suddenly, Lin Hao thought of a particularly serious problem. Schwer knew that he was a zombie. So would she tell Jean Bebe? Although he didn't know how strong the other party was. From the first time he saw Jean Bebe, Lin Hao smelled a very dangerous smell from him. Do humans have crystal cores in their brains? Lin Hao asked. He had already decided that if this girl knew his identity, he would have to kill her. No. But there is pure energy in her body. Other mutant zombies can't absorb it. But I can help you absorb it, Gooden said. What should I do? I want to kill her more and more. Before Lin Hao could come to his senses, Schwer had already brought Jean Bebe into the room. You live here? Jean Bebe asked with a smile as she looked at the tidy room. Yes. It's safe here. And there's food, Schwer said. Where did you get the food? Jean Bebe asked. Brother went down to find it alone. Schwer looked at Lin Hao and said gratefully. This time it was Jean Bebe's turn to be surprised. You went down to find it alone? Lin Hao nodded silently. He didn't even dare to laugh. Once he laughed, the sharp teeth in Lin Hao's mouth would be exposed. And the sharp teeth were the ironclad evidence of his zombie identity. Are you injured? Jean Bebe suddenly asked solemnly. Injured? I had a lot of wounds on my body when I fought with the fat man today. Lin Hao subconsciously looked at his body and found that the wounds from the fight had disappeared. The only wound on his body was the first scratch by the zombie. Lin Hao looked at his arm. Since becoming a zombie, the selectivity of Lin Hao's body has increased several times. No matter what the wound is, it will recover as normal in a few hours. However, the only place where he was scratched by the zombie for the first time is only a scab. Jean Bebe also saw the wound. But after seeing that the wound had scabbed over, she breathed a sigh of relief and said to Lin Hao, Come with me upstairs. There are survivors and plenty of food. Jean Bebe invited. Jean Bebe had no bad intentions. She just felt that meeting was fate. And since they chose the same building as their base, they should help each other. Even if it is the end of the world, the essence of human beings should not be lost. Since Jean Bebe discovered that she has special abilities, and will not turn into a zombie even if she is scratched by a zombie, she has been determined to be a person who saves the world. Lin Hao wanted to shake his head. After all, his identity was too sensitive. But he saw Schwer's expectant eyes. Do you want to go? Lin Hao wrote in the notebook. Schwer nodded slightly. And then said, Brother, when you go out alone, Schwer is also alone. Schwer is afraid. Lin Hao glanced at Jean Bebe, who smiled at him and did not pry into his privacy. So he continued to write, Then can you not tell your brother's identity to others? Schwer smiled and nodded. This building has 30 floors. When Jean Bebe brought her team to the 30th floor and set up camp, the first thing she did was to clear all the zombies in the entire building. This is why Lin Hao has not seen a single zombie in this building for such a long time. I found 2 more survivors downstairs. When Jean Bebe brought Lin Hao to the 30th floor, Lin Hao saw the scene. A big man about 1.9 meters tall with a beard on his face was sharpening a knife. The sound of what's more. Lin Hao felt a little numb on his scalp. Even if Bai Bofin was here, he might be able to chop off his head with that blow. The big man said in a muffled voice, Oh, come in. As soon as Lin Hao and Schwer stepped into the room, a pale young man with glasses came out. The moment he saw Lin Hao, his expression became a little subtle. Didn't you say there was only one girl? Where did this person come from? Zhang Ping's voice was a little shrill. So shrill that it was annoying. Okay. It's not easy to survive in this world now. Don't worry. I find food if you don't have enough. You just need to do your job well, the big man said in a muffled voice. Schwer stuck close to Lin Hao, as if she was a little afraid of these people. Jean Bebe hurriedly comforted Schwer. Sister Schwer, don't be afraid. The brother just now was just joking. Yes, I was joking. As soon as the big man opened his mouth, Zhang Ping walked into the room with a flattering smile. The big man seemed to have finished sharpening the knife. The knife was somewhat similar to a katana, but it was not a katana. The blade of the katana is curved, but that knife is straight. The big man came to Lin Hao with the knife in his hand and smiled. Hello. Jean Chaochuan. Jean Bebe's father. Lin Hao shook hands with Jean Chaochuan with some fear, and then shouted to Gooden in his heart, Investigate. Investigate. Investigate your sister. An ordinary person is useless. Gooden said unhappily. Are you sure he is an ordinary person? But his momentum is amazing. Lin Hao said with a guilty conscience. My name is Jean Chaochuan. What's your name? Jean Chaochuan was obviously unhappy. He was so polite to you. But you kept silent. Jean Bebe said hurriedly, Dad? He can't speak. His throat is injured. Jean Chaochuan understood immediately and apologized. Sorry. I didn't know. Lin Hao hurriedly shook his head to indicate that he was fine. At Jean Bebe's suggestion, he sat on the sofa. Is there a new person? A girl rushed out of the room. She was an ordinary-looking girl, but she was very tall. The small vest she wore on her upper body seemed to be unable to cover the girl's belly. The snow-white vest line loomed and attracted Lin Hao's attention. The girl was obviously embarrassed. I find a loose dress later. This dress seems to be too small. Jean Bebe whispered, Your breasts are too big. The two girls started to quarrel, making Lin Hao next to them blush. Chapter 28. Newcomers are here. Come out for the meeting. The tall girl Zhou Yi shouted to each room. As soon as she finished speaking, 8 or 9 people walked into the living room from outside the room. The living room was designed by them, and there were 4 sofas alone. Lin Hao, Shuer, Jean Bebe and Zhou Yi sat on one sofa. Jean Chaochuan and 2 other strong-looking boys sat together, and the rest of the people sat quietly on 2 sofas. Suddenly, a little boy who looked about the same age as Shuer ran out of the room. Both of them were about 12 or 13 years old, and the little boy threw himself into Jean Bebe's arms. Sister, you really brought back Sister Shuer, the little boy said happily. The little boy wore a cowboy hat and wore the same clothes as Jean Bebe. Both of them were durable and wear-resistant cowboys. The little boy looked chubby, and his face was very similar to his sister. He was obviously a handsome boy. When he grows up, he will probably be a handsome guy like himself. Jean Z, take Sister Shuer to play in the room. The adults have to have a meeting. Jean Bebe said to the little boy. Sister Shuer, let's go play in the room. There are remote control cars in it. Little Jean Z tempted. Shuer first looked up at Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled and nodded, and Shuer happily followed the little boy and ran away. Jean Bebe stood up and said to everyone, Let me introduce everyone. This is Lin Hao, the survivor downstairs. He is the brother of the little girl that Jean Z found. That's what I said. How could these people have the time to find Shuer? It turns out that it was the trouble of that active little boy. Lin Hao complained in his heart. New here. Welcome to join us. The big man sitting next to Jean Chaochuan said to Lin Hao with a smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Quan. Although you have joined us, it does not mean that you are safe. Wang Quan said to Lin Hao with a smile at first, and then he became serious again. A typical example of someone giving you a beating and then giving you a sweet date, and you still have to thank them for speaking for you. The middle-aged man next to Wang Quan spoke, Xiao Wang. This is your fault. You see, they have also survived to this day with great efforts, so they naturally will not eat for free like some people. As he spoke, Su Qingzhong also looked in the direction of Zhang Ping and Gao Yanan. Zhou Yi saw that Su Qingzhong was implying something, and hurriedly stepped out to smooth things over, saying, Uncle Su, what you said is wrong. They have professional skills. Without them, if we get sick or have a small disaster, who will treat us? Suddenly, the young man sitting on another sofa spoke. Given the current situation, we may not be able to come back one day after going down to look for food. Why think so much? The young man's words seemed to have touched everyone's sore spot, and no one spoke. But one person was unwilling to do so. Jean Bebe said to the boy in a disappointed tone, Liao Fan, can you stop being so negative? If you want to die, you can go down now. Don't always interrupt and deny others when they are holding out hope. You don't want to live. But we do. Yes, I agree. A crisp voice spoke. Lin Hao turned his head and saw a short and delicate girl next to Liao Fan speaking. Wang Zai, when will you agree with me? Jean Bebe smiled. I will agree with everything that is correct, Wang Zai said coldly. Okay. Stop arguing. I didn't call you out to let you quarrel. Jean Chaochuan spoke. I asked you to come out to introduce new members to you. We had more than 20 people at the beginning, but now there are only 12 left. So we should support each other. Although Liao Fan's words are a bit pessimistic, they also make sense. Since we don't know when we will not be able to come back, we should cherish the days we are alive instead of quarreling every day. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Joey started the conversation again. Hey, new guy. You haven't introduced yourself yet? Lin Hao looked back at the girl with a vest line, smiled slightly, but didn't say anything. Jean Bebe said, his name is Lin Hao. His throat is injured and he can't speak. Is he injured? Let me take a look at you. A creeping voice came from the slightly fat girl sitting next to Zhang Ping. Although the girl was a little fat, her face was very attractive. What are you looking at? What's your relationship with her? You help her treat the disease without knowing her background. Why didn't I find you annoying before? Zhang Ping must have been a little angry at Wang Quan's words, and he scolded the slightly plump girl and returned to the room. The girl looked at Zhang Ping's back with some grievance, and Joey once again acted as a peacemaker. Yanan, go see him. It's okay here. Gao Yanan looked at Joey with some gratitude, and then chased Zhang Ping. Lin Hao saw that the introduction of the relationship between the characters was almost over, and raised his head again to look at the woman, who was also not very old, standing behind Jin Chaochuan. This woman had a strong aura and a frosty face, and had not spoken until now. Gooden suddenly said in Lin Hao's mind, this woman seems to have the power of crystal cores. What do you mean by seems? It turns out that you are unreliable sometimes. Lin Hao laughed. Not really. This woman's physical fitness is the same as Jean Bebe's, and she has a physique that can integrate zombie viruses. But she has never been exposed to zombie viruses. That is, she has never been scratched by zombies. So her superpowers have not been activated until now, Gooden said with interest. Jiang Panpan was concentrating on resting. He had just exhausted his mind when practicing swordsmanship, but he had to come out for a meeting before he could rest. He stood for a short time, and the meeting did not start. Instead, he saw a group of people with grudges arguing with each other. Jiang Panpan always kept to himself. I have no conflicts with any of you, and I don't want to talk. I thought I wouldn't attract attention if I didn't talk, but the newcomer kept staring at me. Jiang Panpan then noticed that most people were introduced actively or indirectly, and I haven't spoken yet. Should I speak? Jiang Panpan struggled a little. Jean Bebe also noticed that the two of them were staring at each other, and said to Lin Hao with some amusement, this person is my senior sister, Jiang Panpan. She is a martial arts master. Lin Hao's attention returned to Jean Bebe again. At this moment, Lin Hao found that Jean Bebe seemed to be emitting golden light, especially her smile, which was as holy as a god from heaven. The awkward quarrel just now seemed to have no effect on this woman. She still smiled innocently, and tried to ease the atmosphere for herself. Lin Hao nodded, indicating that he understood. Okay, now that we have introduced everything, Bebe, take him to find a room, Jin Chaochuan said. A large group of 12 people will naturally split into small groups of 2 or 3. This is human beings. They hug each other for warmth when they need it. But it does not mean that they will be close to each other all the time. There are 4 households on the 30th floor. When Jin Chaochuan and his men occupied this place, they found that all the households on the 30th floor were empty. So they naturally pried open all the doors. A house of more than 100 square meters naturally cannot accommodate 12 people. So the 4 houses were evenly divided among the 12 people. Lin Hao and Schwer moved into Jean Bebe's house because Jean Z was unwilling to leave the little sister he had just made friends with. Chapter 29. In room 3004. Jean Bebe pointed to the master bedroom and said, the master bedroom is for you. Sister Schwer and I will share a room, and Jean Z will have his own room. A 3-bedroom. 1 living room was allocated in this way. The master bedroom had always been Jean Bebe's territory before Lin Hao came. Lin Hao seemed a little embarrassed about Jean Bebe's allocation, but he was a man and needed a larger space. Anyway, there were many rooms, so he was not afraid of having no place to sleep. Under Jean Bebe's repeated insistence, Lin Hao had to shamelessly enter the master bedroom. Time passed into the evening without knowing it. Jin Chaochuan did not ask Lin Hao to confiscate his food, but they sent their own food in the evening, saying that it was distributed equally, and that it was what Lin Hao deserved. Looking at the compressed biscuits in his hand, Lin Hao quietly stuffed them into Schwer's hand. Some people like to get together and chat at night, while some people don't want to come out in their rooms. For example, Zhang Ping and Gao Yanan. They are a couple, and they spend most of their time in their rooms. As for what they do in the room, only they know. Bebe, take Lin Hao out to find food tomorrow, so he can integrate with us, Jin Chaochuan said to Jean Bebe while eating instant noodles in his hand. Jean Bebe hesitated and said, "But he just came." Lin Hao hurriedly said that it was okay. And Jean Bebe was relieved after thinking about it. Lin Hao has always been able to live well in the doomsday by himself. And he has long been accustomed to this dangerous life. It is safer to have more people together. So he nodded and agreed with Jean Chechuan's opinion. In fact, for Lin Hao, it was dangerous to be with them. If they found out that he was a mutant zombie, Jean Bebe might be the first to attack him. 3001. Everyone gathered together to chat after dinner. When the doomsday came, both the electricity and the network had already been paralyzed. And everyone had no other way to pass the time except to get together and chat. Through chatting, Lin Hao learned that they also found out that there was a survivor base in City B. And they had already planned to migrate to the survivor base in City B to get a safer lifestyle. This is exactly what Lin Hao thought. Lin Hao originally planned to send Schwer to the survivor base in City B. But it was too dangerous for him to walk on the road with Schwer alone. After all, there was more than one mutant zombie in this area. What if a mutant zombie with a higher level than him took a fancy to Lin Hao? And he ran away. What about Schwer? When are you going to leave for City B? Lin Hao wrote this in a notebook. Jean Chechuan said, "It is definitely not possible in the short term. It is too dangerous to walk. We must prepare all the weapons, and prepare a few cars." Weapons. Lin Hao looked at the knife behind Jean Chechuan. If that was a weapon, Lin Hao felt that it would be safer for him to act alone with Schwer. Jean Chechuan seemed to see the doubt in Lin Hao's eyes. And he opened the drawer in the cabinet next to him. When the drawer was opened, Lin Hao was dumbfounded. The drawer was full of pistols and some domestic rifles. But Lin Hao didn't know much about guns. Although he didn't recognize them. They were guns. Even a level 3 speed mutant beast could only flee under the power of guns. Jean Chechuan saw Lin Hao's reaction and smiled with satisfaction. Although we have guns, we don't have many bullets. Every day when we go out, in addition to looking for food, we go to the police station to see if there are any bullets. When everything is ready, we will set off. After all, it is not a good thing to go on like this. The strength of more than a dozen of us is still too small. Only if we find the organization can we live safely. Can you use it? Lin Hao asked curiously. Jean Chechuan looked at what Lin Hao wrote in the notebook, glanced at Wang Quan and smiled. The person next to me used to be the captain of the criminal police. If I can't use a gun, can I learn it? Lin Hao looked at the tall and strong Wang Quan. He spoke so sharply during the day. And he didn't look like a public servant serving the people. You can't judge a person by his appearance. At 10 o'clock in the evening, everyone felt sleepy and gradually went back to their rooms. Lin Hao lay alone on the fragrant bed and tossed and turned a little. He remembered that the bed and quilt in this room should have been slept by Jean Bebe. In fact, this was not the reason why Lin Hao tossed and turned. Lin Hao wanted to go out. After all, it was too stuffy to stay in the room. I was afraid of being discovered by others. It would be very embarrassing to ask them about it. Lin Hao knew that they did not accept him at all on his first day at the survivor base. He could tell from the fact that no one had told him about Jean Bebe's identity until now. Level 2 psychics were different from ordinary people in terms of combat. So naturally someone noticed her difference. This survivor team was obviously formed quite a while ago. So maybe everyone already knew about Jean Bebe's difference. But they kept it from him who had just arrived. In fact, this kind of thing is normal. Sometimes the scariest thing in the apocalypse is not necessarily the zombies, but also the human heart. Why should others trust you as a newcomer and tell you everything from the heart when they meet for the first time? Lin Hao is not entangled in this point. He is entangled in that he is a zombie after all. Should he really mix with these humans? But if he doesn't mix with them, Schwer's safety will not be guaranteed. If he goes out alone every day and leaves Schwer alone at home, what if some blind zombie with special powers finds Schwer? Lin Hao had no sleepiness at all. He had never slept since he became a zombie. This seemed to have become a habit of Lin Hao. He shook his head to clear away all these complicated thoughts. Who cares about so much? Schwer is just a little girl. Even if her identity is discovered by these people one day, she can just leave. I believe they will not embarrass a little girl. If her identity is not discovered by them, she will stay with them for a few days and wait for an opportunity to blend into the zombie pile, creating a false impression of death. And then she can successfully escape. Lin Hao, who had already come to terms with it, quietly opened the door and prepared to go out for a walk and play with Fatty. It would be even better if he could find some mutant zombies that he didn't like. His strength still needed to be improved. But when Lin Hao came to the living room, a voice suddenly reached his ears. "You haven't slept yet?" Jean Bebe suddenly said. Lin Hao was shocked. Since Lin Hao became a zombie, his 5 senses have become much more acute. Especially when he entered a crowd and smelled the beautiful flesh and blood of humans. If it weren't for Lin Hao's strong control and high mental attributes, his eyes might have been tormented by desire and turned blood red. But Lin Hao didn't notice when Jean Bebe came to the living room. Lin Hao didn't say anything and sat down opposite Jean Bebe naturally. Jean Bebe knew that Lin Hao couldn't speak, so she smiled and didn't say anything. The two of them were thinking about their own things on the sofa. Lin Hao thought that after he became the zombie king in the future, he would lead thousands of zombies to establish a kingdom of his own. While Jean Bebe hoped that he could kill all the zombies in the world through his own ability, so that the world would return to the pre-apocalyptic world and live a peaceful and happy life. Chapter 30. The next morning, Lin Hao's door was knocked. When he opened the door, Jean Bebe's lovely face came into view. Jean Bebe smiled and said, "You look good. It seems that you slept well yesterday." How could he not be good? He didn't sleep at all. When Lin Hao thought of the bed and quilt that Jean Bebe had slept on, his mind began to have endless fantasies. Thinking about it, Lin Hao, who was already energetic and unable to fall asleep, couldn't fall asleep even more. Following Jean Bebe to room 3001, he found that everyone had gathered, and Jean Chaochuan even took out the pistol from the drawer. Today, it's Liao Wei and Han Chao's turn. You can't deny it this time. Jean Chaochuan looked at them with a threatening look. Lin Hao looked at Liao Wei and Han Chao. Lin Hao had some impression of Liao Wei. He said something discouraging yesterday and was scolded by Jean Bebe. Han Chao was the man who sat with Liao Wei yesterday. He was a little fat, but his cheekbones were sunken. Obviously because he was hungry. Han Chao didn't speak all day yesterday. When Jean Chaochuan mentioned his name today, the remaining fat on his face couldn't help shaking. But he didn't speak in the end. "Bebe, you and your senior sister, take the newcomer with you. There are only 5 of you today. Be careful when you go out," Jean Chaochuan said to Jean Bebe and the iceberg girl. The iceberg girl is Jiang Panpan. The system says that this is also a guy with superpowers. But unfortunately, she has not yet activated the power in her body. Lin Hao is thinking whether he should do something good. Jean Bebe smiled very confidently. "Don't worry. Dad, don't you know me yet?" The father and daughter smiled at each other, and they tacitly kept silent. Before leaving, Jean Chaochuan said again, "Take good care of your senior sister." Jean Chaochuan did not say to take care of Liao Wei and Han Chao. Nor did he say to take care of Lin Hao, which shows the status of the two women in Jean Chaochuan's heart. Lin Hao did not think so much. But Liao Wei and Han Chao's eyes gradually revealed resentment. The two hid well, and no one else noticed it. It was just Lin Hao who happened to see it. Before leaving, Jean Chaochuan equipped Liao Wei with a pistol with only 1 magazine of bullets. The rest of the people, including Lin Hao, only had a straight long knife, in addition to a large number of guns. Lin Hao saw a pile of such knives in the cabinet of 3001. It seems that these knives are their main weapons. According to Jean Bebe's literacy, Lin Hao learned that this kind of knife is called Tang Dao. Coming down from the 30th floor, Lin Hao breathed in the fresh air and felt his whole body relaxed. On the contrary, the bodies of the other people tensed up the moment they came down, like cheetahs ready to run at any time. The pistol that Jean Chaochuan gave to Liao Fan was taken in Liao Fan's hand. Before leaving, Jean Chaochuan told him not to shoot unless he had to shoot. Seeing Liao Fan holding the gun in his hand anytime and anywhere, Lin Hao shook his head. There must be something wrong with this Liao Fan. Jean Bebe and Jiang Panpan, the two girls, led the way, holding knives in their hands, close to the wall, looking around at any time and anywhere. Lin Hao could only accompany them to look around. Their destination was the Suwa supermarket, which was nearly 2 kilometers away from the community. Lin Hao had naturally heard of this supermarket. It was also a large chain supermarket like Carrefour. Moreover, the Suwa supermarket 2 kilometers away was also very luxurious, with 4 floors. Lin Hao had never been there because it was too far away. He didn't expect that this group of humans had the courage to go to such a far place. In fact, if Lin Hao thought about it carefully, he would not find it strange. Whether it was a big supermarket or a grocery store, the survivors had almost looted all the food around. Even Lin Hao could not find anything to eat, let alone the survivors. The distance to the mountain area was close, but the group of zombies led by the fat man were not vegetarians. The sky was a little gloomy. If it were not for the insufficient food storage, Jean Chaochuan might not have asked people to go out to search for food today. Jean Bebe led the people, carefully avoiding the groups of zombies on the road, and came to a parking lot. If you walk 2 kilometers, you don't know how many dangers you will encounter along the way. If you want to be safe, you must use a vehicle. This is a large off-road vehicle. 5 people sitting in it don't feel crowded at all. Jiang Panpan came to the driver's seat skillfully and waited for everyone to get into the car before starting it. When the off-road vehicle started, the sound was quite loud. Some zombies around naturally heard the movement. Seeing the zombies gathering around more and more, Jiang Panpan drove the car and hit them directly without blinking. From time to time, banging sounds could be heard. Soon, the vehicle had already driven out of the community and headed for the Suba supermarket 2 kilometers away. 2 kilometers is not far. Even if you walk faster, it will only take 30 minutes. Driving is naturally faster. In just 10 minutes, you have reached your destination. There are not many zombies in this area, but there are still some. The zombies heard the noise and ran towards the parking spot. Before getting off the car, Liao Fan glared at Lin Hao and said, "Dumb. Move quickly and don't drag us down." Liao Fan's physical fitness also seems to be good, while Lin Hao seems a little thin. Even though the system helps him improve his physical fitness, his physical appearance still gives people the feeling of being weak. Jean Bebe looked back at Liao Fan. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes still made Liao Fan stop talking. After getting off the car, Jean Bebe directly drew out his knife and looked at the zombies running towards him. Without saying a word, he killed these zombies with 2 or 3 knives. Lin Hao was shocked. He didn't expect the power of the superpower to be so strong. Not only Jean Bebe, Jiang Panpan and Han Chao also shocked Lin Hao no less than Jean Bebe. Although Jiang Panpan was also a superpower, his superpower had not been developed, and his physical fitness was about the same as that of a normal person. Not to mention Han Chao, a little fat man who looked puffy. But such a person was not afraid of zombies, and calmly swung his knife at the zombies. The knife passed through the zombies and they died. Mute? You can't use a knife? Han Chao saw that Lin Hao was standing still, as if he was scared and stupid, and couldn't help but mocking him. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. As a leader, Jean Bebe naturally didn't want to see his partners get into a quarrel. Suba's supermarket was right in front of him. It was the weekend when the doomsday came, so there were naturally many people in the supermarket. When Jean Bebe first discovered this supermarket, he relied on his physique that was not afraid of being infected to lead most of the zombies in the supermarket away. So when everyone entered the supermarket again, they didn't see any zombies at all. Lin Hao, remember? The food is mainly chocolate compressed biscuits. If there are instant noodles, pack some instant noodles. Canned food is also okay. Senior sister, go see if there are any medicines or something like that. Liao Fan looks around to prevent zombies from blocking them. Jean Bebe assigned the tasks in a few words. The huge supermarket looked very empty, and there were not many zombies. So Jean Bebe asked everyone to search separately, so that the things they found might be more comprehensive. I have to say that this is a good idea, and it also allows Lin Hao to act alone. Captain, they really entered this supermarket. Falcon and Sparrow looked at the middle-aged man next to them and smiled. Eagle was still very calm, but he couldn't hide his smile at this moment, make more noise, and attract all the zombies. Jean Bebe, I want to see how you can escape this time. Chapter 31. Lin Hao followed Han Chao, and just after walking a few steps, he saw Jean Bebe moving away from the two of them. Han Chao turned around and said to Lin Hao, "Don't follow me. Go to the shelf next to you. You are a piece of trash, who can't even draw a knife." Han Chao was still upset about Lin Hao's behavior that had just frightened him. Remember, we don't need trash here. If you are useless, even if Jean Bebe protects you, I will kick you out. Before Lin Hao left, Han Chao said to Lin Hao domineeringly. Facing such a situation, Lin Hao didn't know what to say. In fact, the reason why Lin Hao didn't go up just now was not only because he was shocked by their neat movements, but also because he was a zombie himself. If he went up, those zombies would not target him. When Lin Hao rushed to the front, the zombies passed him and ran towards others. Even a fool would know that there was something wrong with Lin Hao. Someone just called you a waste. Shouldn't you do something? Gooden laughed wickedly in his heart. Uh-huh. Someone will know who is the real waste soon. Lin Hao is a good person. But everyone has two sides. In Lin Hao's heart, he also has a heart that will take revenge for any flaws. He ignores Han Chao now because he is afraid of making a noise and being discovered by others. If Han Chao walks away later, Lin Hao doesn't mind controlling a few zombies to scare him. Looking at the high-priced chocolates on the shelves that I never dared to think of before. Now they are covered with dust, and no one cares about them. It seems so ironic. But chocolate is a high-calorie food. In the doomsday, the most cost-effective thing besides compressed biscuits is probably chocolate. He casually threw chocolates into his backpack and took one out from time to taste it. It tasted good, but as he ate, Lin Hao thought of something. Sure enough, he spat out all the chocolates he had eaten in a short while. They said that you can't eat cooked food, but they didn't say that you can't eat candy. Candy is also considered cooked food? I wanted to ask Gooden, but Gooden didn't want to answer this question. As he walked, Lin Hao came to the elevator, and the second floor was above. Jean Bebe said that we can only search on the first floor, so that we can provide support at any time if there is any accident. Lin Hao didn't want to go, but when Lin Hao saw a figure passing by on the second floor, he couldn't control his curiosity and walked up. The second floor of the supermarket sells clothes. Seeing that the weather is getting cooler, it's a good time to look for clothes that are suitable for Schwer. As for the black shadow that just passed by, Lin Hao guessed that it might be some survivors or zombies. Of course, it could also be a mutant zombie, but Gooden didn't remind him, so the possibility of a mutant zombie is relatively small. After walking around, Lin Hao had already arrived at the children's clothing area. Some of the floral jackets looked very beautiful, but I wondered what Schwer would look like wearing them. Whoosh! Another black shadow passed by. Lin Hao turned around subconsciously and saw nothing. In his heart, Lin Hao had already made a plan. The other party might not be an ordinary survivor, because the survivor could not have such a fast speed. In such a place, if there were really survivors, there would be only two reactions when they saw him. One was to hug his thigh, and the other was to shout for help. Gooden, can you find out what that shadow is? Lin Hao asked silently in his heart. Gooden immediately replied, no, unless that thing appears in your sight. But it is certain that the other party is a mutant zombie. Gooden affirmed. The other party's speed seems fast, but it is not so fast as to be exaggerated. It is just disturbing him in a place he can't see. If the other party's speed is really as fast as those two dogs, I'm afraid he will stand in front of him and play tricks on him. According to this inference, the other party might want to attack him, and the reason for the attack must be that he discovered his identity. Lin Hao stood still, but he had been cautious in his heart. In an invisible place, a zombie with red eyes was staring at Lin Hao and drooling. From Lin Hao's body, he smelled a smell that could make him stronger. Close your eyes and release your mental power, Gooden suddenly said. Although Gooden and Lin Hao often quarreled, Lin Hao absolutely obeyed Gooden's instructions. At the moment of closing his eyes, Lin Hao's mental power had spread out along his mind. When the mental power spread out, Lin Hao, who had closed his eyes, couldn't help but open his eyes wide, and then closed his eyes again. Damn! I saw it. I actually saw it. I can actually observe the surrounding situation through mental power? Lin Hao was a little surprised. At this time, an attribute panel also appeared in front of Lin Hao. Name, Wang Jian. Level 2. Title, Butcher. Skills, Speed bonus. Strength, 10. Spirit, 10. Speed, 20. Stamina, 10. Evaluation, from a zombie cannon fodder to a serious employee. You have nothing to be proud of. You are still very weak. A level 2 speed zombie is just entering level 2, and its attributes are very low. It depends on how you deal with it. Gooden chuckled. As long as he is not as durable as the fat guy, I can kill him, Lin Hao said confidently. After Lin Hao closed his eyes, the world he saw became a god's perspective with himself as the center. The distance of this perspective increased to 20 meters, which means that the distance Lin Hao could control other zombies also became 20 meters. And the number of zombies he could control would probably double. This is the use of the proficiency level reaching level 2. From the perspective of God, behind a shelf, Lin Hao found the second level zombie. At this moment, the zombie was quietly moving around behind him. Wang Jian held a scalpel in his hand. He smelled the smell of becoming stronger from Lin Hao, but also smelled danger. But his poor IQ was quickly suppressed by the desire to become stronger. Now Wang Jian only wanted to kill Lin Hao and swallow Lin Hao's crystal core. Suddenly, Wang Jian moved. In order to confuse Lin Hao, Wang Jian walked between the shells. But what surprised Wang Jian was that Lin Hao didn't buy it at all. He just stood there quietly, motionless. Humph. What danger? I think this guy is just an idiot. He didn't even hear the noise I made. In that case, let me take you away from this troubled world. This was Wang Jian's evaluation of Lin Hao before he died. Wang Jian himself couldn't say so many words, but the general meaning was similar to this. When Wang Jian thought that Lin Hao was just a strong guy, he moved. Lin Hao's stillness was too tempting at this moment. This was an opportunity. And Wang Jian was an assassin-type zombie who would flee immediately if he missed a strike. So he was naturally better at seizing opportunities. But Wang Jian didn't know that he was seizing the opportunity to die. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. When he was 2 meters away from Lin Hao, Wang Jian jumped up and pointed the scalpel in his hand at the back of Lin Hao's head. I'm waiting for you, Lin Hao murmured in his heart, and his mental power immediately solidified, like an extremely sharp spear, stabbing into Wang Jian's mind. The difference in mental power between Wang Jian and Lin Hao was too great. Wang Jian, who was older, only felt his brain go numb and then lost consciousness. Lin Hao turned around and suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Wang Jian, who was motionless, and cut him with a knife. Oh my god! Your moral system is very immoral. How can it evolve from here? With a moral evolution system, Yiming found that he was arranged to evolve from. Chapter 32. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 33. In fact, I found that speed-type zombies are not that powerful, Lin Hao suddenly said in a cocky tone. Gooden said nothing. This battle really brought out Lin Hao's fighting power to the fullest. It can be said that if Lin Hao was allowed to fight this little zombie who had just entered level 2 with a knife, he might win. But it would definitely be a miserable victory. But Lin Hao is a brain. Brain is a good thing. I hope everyone has it. This battle was completely a trap. Wang Jian found that Lin Hao did not turn around and thought that he did not know the situation behind him. But Lin Hao had already seen the situation behind him clearly through his mental power. When Wang Jian launched the attack, Lin Hao used the attack technique he had learned from his spiritual power to make the opponent dazed or even unconscious, and finally seized the opportunity to kill him with one blow. What a pity. Why is this trick useless against the fat guy? Lin Hao was actually very jealous of Bai Bofan's skills. If Bai Bofan upgraded his skills to level 2, maybe bullets wouldn't be able to penetrate his defense. If he hadn't become friends with Bai Bofan, Lin Hao would have wanted to use the function of the strengthening road to copy Bai Bofan's skills. But Gooden said that after the strengthening road copied the opponent's skills, the opponent's skills would be greatly weakened. Do you think I can absorb this guy's skills? Lin Hao has always been jealous of the function of the strengthening road. But he became friends with Fatty, and had a good impression of Jean Bebe. Lin Hao really couldn't do anything to these two people. So the strengthening road has never been opened until now. Of course you can. Go Dan's words surprised Lin Hao for a while. He didn't even get the crystal core, but started to absorb the skills first. Do you want to copy the skills and speed bonus? Go Dan's quiet and skilled voice appeared in Lin Hao's heart again. He hadn't heard it for a long time and missed it. What are you thinking about? Yes or no? When Gooden saw that Lin Hao didn't respond for a long time, his temper immediately flared up. Yes. 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 Do I need to say it? As my worm? Don't ask such unskilled questions in the future. Lin Hao waved his hand. Who do you say is a worm? Gooden suddenly said grimly. Let's copy the skills. Lin Hao wisely didn't argue with Gooden. Copying skills? 3, 2, 1. Copying completed. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the skill speed bonus, Gooden said. Why do I hear you sound like you're mourning? Lin Hao was a little unhappy. Speed bonus effect. Increased the speed attribute by 2 times. Effective for 5 minutes. After that, no matter how Lin Hao teased him, Gooden didn't say anything. But Gooden was very satisfied with this skill. The first level of the strengthening road can only copy one skill. Before this, Lin Hao was still thinking about what skill he should choose to copy. When Lin Hao saw Wang Jian's speed bonus, he knew that he had found the skill he was looking for. Lin Hao's speed attribute is 15. If it is doubled, it will be 30. Although it is time limited, 5 minutes can be used to do many things, such as running away. Think about the two dogs, the two supporting characters who have never disappeared, with a speed of 45, running like flying, and it is impossible to catch their figures. And 30 speed is not much slower. If it weren't for the special environment, if there weren't a few annoying humans downstairs, Lin Hao really wanted to activate the skill and have a good time. Couldn't. Can the copied skills be upgraded? Because Lin Hao asked a normal question, Couldn't answered him mercifully. No. Although he was a little dissatisfied with the setting that he could not upgrade. There were not so many good things in the world. It was already very against the will of heaven that he had one more skill than other zombies. If he was greedy, he would be punished by heaven. Finally, Lin Hao did not forget the main thing, which was the crystal core. Although it was only a second-level crystal core, and he did not know how much experience it would give. It was a pleasant surprise for Lin Hao, who had not gained anything for a long time. Wang Jian is not fat, so his body defense is naturally not high. Lin Hao easily opened his skull and took out a bright red crystal core. Smelling the strange phenomenon, Lin Hao couldn't help swallowing the crystal core into his stomach. After eating, Lin Hao hurriedly called up his attribute panel. Host, Lin Hao. Level 2, 260/500. Title, Butcher. Skills, Mind Control, 15 to 500, Strength, 15. Spirit, 35. Speed, 15. Stamina, 15. Evaluation. There is nothing to be proud of from a zombie cannon fodder to a serious employee. You are still very weak. Road to Strengthening, 50/1000, what the hell? A level 2 crystal core only has 50 experience points. Couldn't. Come out here. Why does a level 3 crystal core have 200 experience points, but a level 2 one only has 50? What's going on? Lin Hao was a little confused. It hasn't been long since this zombie became a level 2. If you got by Bothan's crystal core, you might get 150 experience points. Gooden ignored Lin Hao's roar in his heart and spoke to himself. After Gooden's answering, Lin Hao understood. It turned out that the stored experience points were not high. If he had known earlier, he would have let Wang Jian go and let him jump around for a few more days. Maybe the experience points would be higher. But no matter what, the experience points have been earned. This trip is profitable. As for the experience points of the strengthening road, it seems to be linked to the level experience points. But it will be much more difficult to upgrade the strengthening road. Lin Hao chose a decent-looking piece of clothing and prepared to take it back for Schwer to wear in preparation for the coming late autumn. After getting the clothes, Lin Hao hurried back to the first floor. He almost forgot that Jean Bebe had set a time of 10 minutes. No matter how many things they found within 10 minutes, they had to gather at the designated place on the first floor. At the door of the first floor, Jean Bebe glanced at the thin watch in her hand and looked forward. It had been more than 5 minutes before the 10-minute deadline. But Lin Hao had not appeared yet. This supermarket is so big that it takes at least 10 minutes to walk from one side to the other. Moreover, the supermarket is not a straight road, so it is very troublesome to find someone if you get lost. Han Chao said with some displeasure, This Lin Hao will not be bitten by zombies. You know he is mute. Even if he is bitten he can't scream. Liao Wei laughed at the side. Han Chao then said, Forget it. Let's leave first. What's the point of saving a weak mute? Han Chao and Liao Wei were unwilling to wait for Lin Hao. They thought Lin Hao was useless, and it would be a waste of food to have one more mouth to feed. Jean Bebe glared at him fiercely. Since we accepted him, we must be responsible for him. Give me 2 minutes. I will go to find him. Whether I can find him or not, I will definitely come back in 2 minutes. After that, Jean Bebe rushed in. Han Chao wanted to pull Jean Bebe back, but unfortunately his reaction was too slow, and Jean Bebe had already run several meters away before he reached out. Liao Wei's eyes were cold, looking at Jean Bebe who was going away. And I didn't know what he was thinking. Chapter 34. Lin Hao just went downstairs and saw Jean Bebe looking for something with an anxious face. When Jean Bebe saw Lin Hao, she immediately called Lin Hao over. Where have you been? Didn't we agree to meet in 10 minutes? It's already 15 minutes. As soon as Jean Bebe finished speaking, the time had reached 16 minutes. Lin Hao touched his head and took out 2 pieces of clothes. In fact, Lin Hao might have left after taking Schwer's clothes. And the time might have been just right. But halfway through, he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be more than just Schwer there. So Lin Hao went back and got a piece of clothing for Jean Z. The little brat. When Lin Hao showed the 2 pieces of clothing, one for a man and one for a woman, Jean Bebe suddenly found that she didn't know what to say. She wanted to blame Lin Hao for not knowing the seriousness of the matter. But she couldn't say it no matter how hard she tried. At the entrance of the supermarket, Liao Wei looked at the time on his watch and then looked outside the supermarket. It was quiet outside the supermarket. Except for the gloomy sky. There were not even a few zombies. Suddenly, Liao Wei turned around and ran out of the supermarket, taking out his pistol and firing several shots into the sky. A few hundred meters away from the supermarket, Ing said with a smile, "Our insider sent us a message." Liao Wei ran to the SUV, turned the key, stepped on the accelerator, and the SUV immediately galloped away like a wild horse. After Liao Wei's shots, 2 or 3 explosions were heard around the supermarket. The explosion went up into the sky with flames, and the sound waves shook the entire A city. Han Chao and Jiang Panpan stared at the scene blankly. When Liao Wei turned and ran away, they began to be dazed. They thought Liao Wei ran out for something. But he fired a few shots into the sky and drove away in the only vehicle, followed by explosions. What happened? Han Chao was a little bit confused. Liao Wei and Han Chao were good friends. They were both students of a university, and they were also alumni of Lin Hao. The two were good friends from the same department and dormitory. After the apocalypse, they had supported each other to get to where they are now. But what was going on now? Even if you wanted to take revenge on them, you couldn't abandon your friends. Right? Han Chao looked at the back of the car going away. And this was the only thing he could think of. What happened? Where did the explosion come from? Jean Bebe ran over with Lin Hao when she heard the explosion. Seeing Jiang Panpan and Han Chao's faces turn pale, Jean Bebe, who was at a loss, hurriedly asked, "What happened? Tell me." Jiang Panpan said with a wooden face. Liao Wei ran away. Jiang Panpan said 4 words simply. And Han Chao, who had been silent, began to talk non-stop. That guy not only ran away, but also drove away our car. And also fired a gun to attract zombies. We are going to die. Where can we escape without a car? The zombie tide is coming. We will all die. We will all die. Han Chao even became crazy. Suddenly, the crazy Han Chao calmed down again, since we are all going to die. Jiang Panpan, I have always wanted to tell you something. I like you. Anyway, we are all going to die. Please meet one of my conditions. Han Chao wanted to kiss Jiang Panpan after he finished speaking, but was violently kicked to the ground by Jiang Panpan. After Han Chao left, there were explosions around. Jiang Panpan said to Jean Bebe, "Explosions? How could this happen?" Jean Bebe couldn't believe it. How could Liao Wei betray them? This is a conspiracy. Jiang Panpan continued, "It's the conspiracy of the black-clad men." The black-clad men referred to the agents and windbreakers? Lin Hao couldn't help but think of the group of agents in black clothes, especially the one with a good figure who had close contact with Lin Hao. Lin Hao has not forgotten the other party until now. But the way the other party appeared every time made him hate it. Jiang Panpan, we are all going to die. Why can't you satisfy me once? Are you willing to die or be a virgin? Han Chao said hysterically. Lin Hao was really impressed by this buddy. The commotion outside had just passed, and the zombies hadn't gathered yet. He didn't want to escape quickly but wanted to have a romantic moment before death. And he didn't care about the environment. Jiang Panpan drew out the knife. "If you want to die now, I will fulfill your wish." Han Chao stopped talking immediately. At the critical moment, it was Jean Bebe who calmed down first. Looking at the zombies gradually forming outside, Jean Bebe decisively said, "Go upstairs." Now he couldn't go out because the noise was too loud and zombies from all directions would gather around him. No matter which direction he went, he would be faced with overwhelming zombies. If he chose to hide in a corner, he might be lucky enough to escape. Han Chao said he was going to die and was desperate. But he finally stood up and followed Jean Bebe to find the last chance of escape, because the noise outside the supermarket was too loud. The zombies sleeping in some corner of the supermarket were also awakened. Looking at the zombies rushing out from every corner, Jean Bebe and Jiang Panpan drew their knives at the same time. The two girls cooperated skillfully and had superb knife skills. They could face 7 or 8 zombies at the same time without losing. Lin Hao looked at the knife in his hand, facing the zombies moving around. He cut his arm with one knife, and then cut his back with another knife. Lin Hao was angry. You stand still. With the release of the pressure, the zombie in front of him finally calmed down and stood still. Lin Hao pointed the knife at the zombie neck and was about to chop it, but suddenly lost interest. This is not Wang Jian. He was fighting with Wang Jian. What's the point of bullying such a low-level zombie now? Just when he was about to relieve the pressure, Han Chao rushed over from somewhere and chopped the zombie head with a tang sword in his hand. Looking at the flying head, Lin Hao was speechless. Is this considered stealing a head? But Han Chao obviously didn't have the consciousness of stealing a head. Not only was he not polite at all, but he spoke harshly to Lin Hao. You are a waste. You can't even kill a zombie standing in front of you. I don't know what use you are. After that, Han Chao surpassed Lin Hao and chased after Jin Beibei and the others. He called me a waste again. Lin Hao tightened the knife in his hand, wondering if he should catch up with Han Chao. Bai Bofin is a fat man. But compared with Han Chao, Bai Bofin is like heaven and earth. Bai Bofin is so cute. Why is the difference between fat men so big? Lin Hao. Keep up. Jin Beibei saw that Lin Hao didn't keep up, and hurriedly shouted to Lin Hao. As soon as the 4 of them went up to the 2nd floor, they saw a river of water rushing in at the entrance of the supermarket. Because of the obstruction of the gate, only so many zombies can enter at a time. From the visual effect, it looks like a rushing river, which is very visually effective. Dead mute. Why don't you leave and wait for death? Han Chao shouted at Lin Hao rudely. Oh! Lin Hao looked at Han Chao's ugly face and accepted the revenge. Han Chao was staring at Lin Hao fiercely. He always looked down on Lin Hao, especially Lin Hao's recent performance, which was no different from an idiot. Seeing Lin Hao standing on the 2nd floor and watching the zombies pouring in from the 1st floor, Han Chao finally couldn't help but curse. Then, when Lin Hao's eyes were fixed on Han Chao felt a chill coming over him. This guy actually laughed? Han Chao was surprised. He didn't care where the chill came from. Now it was more important to escape. So Han Chao ran behind Jin Beibei again. Chapter 35. Finally, the 4 of them found a place to hide in the fruit and vegetable store on the 3rd floor of the supermarket. Looking at the zombies chasing them, Jin Beibei hurriedly said, "Go to the cold storage." As the 4 of them entered the cold storage, the door of the cold storage was closed and locked by Lin Hao and Jiang Panpan. The door of the cold storage cannot be opened from the inside. But that is when the power is on. Now that the power is paralyzed, the cold storage can be opened automatically even if it is locked from the inside. As soon as the door was locked, there was a chaotic and strong slapping sound from outside the door. The cold storage door was very solid, so there was no need to worry about zombies breaking in. But the aura of the zombies outside was a bit frightening. As soon as the environment was safe, Han Chao started to attack Lin Hao. I knew this mute couldn't do anything. He couldn't use a knife or find food. This kind of person is just a useless person in our team. I suggest that he and the little girl be kicked out. Jin Beibei didn't speak for Lin Hao this time, but she didn't agree to Han Chao's request. What is our situation now? It's still unknown whether we can go back alive. Let's not talk so much. Swish. There was another sound of a knife being drawn. Before Lin Hao could react, a knife was already on his neck. It was Jiang Panpan's knife. Why? Why don't you do it? Looking at Jiang Panpan's angry expression, Lin Hao was very puzzled. How deep was their hatred for zombies? Remember? Those zombies are all devils. Devils who kill without blinking an eye. If you don't attack them, they will attack you. Don't squander your mercy, Jiang Panpan said angrily. I believe that even if I don't attack those zombies, they won't attack me. Of course. Except for the mutant zombies. Sister, put down the knife. Jin Beibei comforted. He knew his sister. Since the doomsday, Jiang Panpan has taken killing zombies as her life's mission. Because zombies ate Jiang Panpan's family. Which is why Jiang Panpan hates zombies so much. The zombies outside are still beating non-stop. But the people in the cold storage have gradually calmed down. Liao Wei escaped. So there is only one possibility. He was bribed by those people, Han Chao said resentfully. As for whether he resented Liao Wei for betraying them or for escaping without himself, only he knew. Those lackeys of the dark laboratory have captured countless survivors for experiments in the past few months. They shouted that they were saving people, but they were actually doing those weird human experiments. Liao Wei's cooperation with them is no different from seeking the skin of a tiger, Jean Bebe said. Come to think of it, we have been at odds with them for a long time. They arrest people, we rescue people, so they naturally regard us as a thorn in their side. And they also know that as long as they get rid of you, it is equivalent to getting rid of the source of their opposition. In order to attract the zombie tide, they even use the waste explosion, which is really sinister. Jiang Panpan took the knife from Lin Hao's neck and said indignantly. Lin Hao's mental power was ready to go just now. If Jiang Panpan really did something dangerous to him, he didn't mind letting Jiang Panpan taste the power of mental power. If we can escape alive this time, Bebe, let's go and kill them together, Jiang Panpan said with great pride. Jean Bebe thought for a while and said, it's good. They will always be troublesome for us if they are not killed. But the gap between our strength and theirs is too big. We are not their opponents at all. Lin Hao really wanted to shout at the side. As long as you know where their headquarters is, I can summon the zombie army to drown them. Forget it. I'm afraid we really can't escape this time. Han Chao's small eyes once again stared at Jiang Panpan with lustful eyes. Jiang Panpan naturally noticed Han Chao's gaze, and immediately said, Fatty Han, if you look at me again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Okay, I'm almost dead. How can I lose a piece of meat by looking at you? After saying that, Han Chao became even more unscrupulous. Jiang Panpan ignored Han Chao, but Lin Hao was very confused. Why did Han Chao only stare at Jiang Panpan back and forth, and didn't see him touching Jean Bebe? Could it be because of Jean Bebe's identity as a superpower? But no matter what Han Chao was thinking, he didn't want to die, so he just used his eyes to be unscrupulous. Before the apocalypse, Jean Bebe and Jiang Panpan were both considered beautiful women, and they were stared at by others every day, so they didn't care much about Han Chao's unscrupulous gaze. Jean Bebe kept her calm thinking and said to the three people, this is a cold storage. There are a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables, enough for us to survive for a long time. As long as we hold on until the zombies outside are gone, we will have a chance to rush out. Lin Hao also felt that what Jean Bebe said made sense. These zombies were all brainless guys. They would leave when they couldn't see what they needed. The ones who stayed behind would definitely be mutant zombies with some intelligence. With the help of Jean Bebe and Jiang Panpan, I believe all their crystal cores could be collected by him. But they forgot to check the cold storage. Was there really as much food here as they thought? Lin Hao was imagining his happy life with the crystal core, but he didn't know that there were always people who couldn't stand his dream and had to disturb him. Han Chao looked at Lin Hao, then looked at the few fresh fruits and vegetables left, and said to Lin Hao, don't eat these things. You have meat behind you, so eat that meat. Han Chao, how can you do this? The meat is raw. How can you let Lin Hao eat it? Jean Bebe said indignantly. Lin Hao hurriedly said in his heart, don't stand up for me. I think raw meat is good. But Jean Bebe didn't think so. The four of us can eat this fruit for 3 days if we eat it sparingly. 3 days? 3 days is enough for the 3 of us. But it's not certain if we add this rubbish. There are only 2 apples, a banana, and a few rotten vegetable leaves. One person can finish them in 1 day. Not to mention that there are 4 people. Anyway, Lin Hao is a rubbish and can't do anything. Let him eat the raw meat to fill his stomach. Let's eat these ourselves, Han Chao said. Lin Hao had never thought Han Chao was so cute. No, it's not a peaceful era now. We lived on a bag of biscuits every day a while ago. Sharing these things is definitely enough for us for 3 days. Han Chao, don't forget that we are a whole. Jean Bebe threatened. Don't even think about it. The mute has some food in his school bag. He won't starve. I won't give these things to that mute loser. I thought there was something to eat in the cold storage, but I came in and searched for a long time and found these things. They were all found by me. Jean Bebe, I only share food with you because you are useful. If you insist on me sharing the food with that Lin Hao, I won't even give it to you, Han Chao said hoarsely. Okay, then you can eat it yourself. I will never eat these things. Jean Bebe decisively broke up with Han Chao and came to Lin Hao. Jiang Panpan didn't say a word from beginning to end. Chapter 36. Although Jiang Panpan didn't say anything, she told everyone what she had decided with her actions. Jean Bebe looked at her senior sister with gratitude. and he knew that Jiang Pan would not abandon him. Of course, the one who was most moved was Lin Hao. For some fruits. Do you think you would do that? It's okay. Han Chao was wrong in the first place. You don't need to be so moved. Jean Bebe comforted Lin Hao. Humph. It's good that you don't eat them. I eat all the fruits by myself, Han Chao said. Food is precious in the doomsday. Even though Han Chao already had a bag of food in his backpack, he was still unwilling to share the fruits he had collected. Jean Bebe and Jiang Pan simply couldn't stand Han Chao. They were not afraid of starving, because they had the food they collected on the first floor. Jiang Pan had several canned beef on his back, and medicine and some hemostatic items for first aid could be seen in the cans. He even had several cans of Yunnan Baiyao. So when Jiang Pan gave Lin Hao the canned beef, Lin Hao couldn't help but sniff it. It smelled like Yunnan Baiyao. Lin Hao shook his head hastily. Jiang Pan thought that Lin Hao was shy and unwilling to accept her things. So she sighed and said, "How can a grown man be so fussy? Just take it. If you are angry with me for what happened just now, I apologize to you." Lin Hao had no choice but to write 2 words on the ground: allergy. Are you allergic to beef? Jean Bebe asked Lin Hao while chewing the beef in her mouth. It was so delicious. Seeing Lin Hao nod, Jean Bebe said with some regret, "You haven't even eaten something as delicious as beef. How pitiful." Humph. You haven't felt sick even after eating meat for such a long time. Han Chao chewed the apple with relish, and couldn't help complaining when he saw Jean Bebe eating so deliciously. Not to mention, his complaints were still very useful. Jiang Pan vomited in a very appropriate manner. Since the doomsday, fresh vegetables and fruits have become very precious, because no one grows them anymore. Moreover, the shelf life of fruits is very short. For example, the banana in Han Chao's hand is almost rotten. But because it is in the cold storage, it has been stored for quite a while without spoiling. Even if the banana is a little rotten, as long as it is not spoiled, it can be eaten. In the past 6 months since the apocalypse, Jiang Pan and his friends have eaten biscuits and instant noodles the most, followed by various canned foods. Among them, canned beef was eaten for more than 20 days in a row. Sometimes she wanted to vomit when she smelled the beef. But in order to survive, she would not vomit even if she wanted to vomit. Lin Hao looked at the biscuit in his hand and licked it a few times, which was considered as eating. In the doomsday when food is particularly scarce, many people may not eat much in a day. As long as they are not starving to death, they will eat as little as possible. But Lin Hao is not a human, but a zombie. Although he is rarely hungry recently because of the crystal core, he always wants to eat delicious things, such as the meat behind him. It is unknown when the power of the cold storage was cut off, but when the 4 people came in, they still felt a sense of coldness in the cold storage. The fruit in Han Chao's hand has been preserved until now. I believe that the meat should be edible. Right? Outside the cold storage, the zombies still refuse to let go of the cold storage door. Gradually, Jean Bebe and the others got used to the sound. As time went on, they couldn't help but feel sleepy. Looking at the time, it was already evening. They came out in the morning and were besieged by the zombies for a whole day. Bang, bang, bang. At the gate of the community, Jean Chaochuan and Wang Quan were fighting with the black-clad men and some armed elements outside with domestic rifles. Suddenly, Wang Quan, who was beside Jean Chaochuan, fell down unconsciously. Looking back, it turned out that Wang Quan was shot through the head by a sniper rifle. Old Wang. Jean Chaochuan was immediately furious and started firing with his rifle without regard for his life. Zhang Ping and Su Qinzhong behind him felt something was wrong and advised Jean Chaochuan, "Brother Jean, come back. Don't be impulsive." Just as Jean Chaochuan was impulsive, he finally used up the few bullets he had left. "Go ahead. Didn't you feel great just now?" A big man in Special Forces uniform saw that Jean Chaochuan had no bullets left. So he arrogantly came in front of Jean Chaochuan and kicked him in the chest. "That's enough." Eagle came to the big man and stopped him from insulting Jean Chaochuan. "You scum. It's the end of the world now. Who can guarantee that you will survive tomorrow? Why do you still want to kill us all? Why can't you let us go?" Jean Chaochuan roared at Eagle. "You also said that you might die at some point in time. If that's the case, why can't you make some contributions to the entire human race? It just so happens that we are short of some volunteers for human experiments. Come back with us. If you don't die, you will get God's blessing." Ing laughed loudly. Bullshit. Don't think I don't know that you are forming a private army. Jean Chaochuan cursed loudly. Wang Zai looked down from the 30th floor, and knew that things were not good. He said to Zhou Yi beside him, we must leave here. Leave? Where should we go? Maybe we can survive if we go back with them. Zai. Don't go against them. Don't you find that Bebe and the others haven't come back yet? Zhou Yi advised. Wang Zai looked at Zhou Yi coldly. She knew very well that if she went back with these guys, it would be a real life or death situation. In this case, why can't she rely on her own strength to survive in the doomsday? Anyway, it's a life or death situation. Gao Yanan. What about you? Gao Yanan was silent, and didn't know what to say. Wang Zai shook his head, and said to Shuer and Jinzi, what about you? Shuer immediately said, Brother Lin Hao hasn't come back yet. I want to go find him. I won't go with those bad guys. I want to go with Sister Shuer. Jinzi also hurriedly expressed his opinion. Looking at the figures that had disappeared downstairs. They must have come upstairs. Wang Zai anxiously said, you really don't want to go with me? Zhou Yi finally loosened up a little. But this building is so small. They only need to send people to intercept us in 2 corridors. And we can't escape. Let's go to the 16th floor, where Shuer and Lin Hao once made their base. I believe those people don't have this information at all. We must be faster downstairs than they are upstairs. After reaching the 16th floor, we will continue to run downstairs, which will just give them a time difference, because they will definitely come directly to the top floor to find us. Wang Zai said affirmatively. Zhou Yi and Gao Yanan looked at Wang Zai with some admiration. They didn't expect that she could think of such a way in such a dangerous situation. What if there is someone guarding the first floor? Gao Yanan asked a question. Wang Zai was putting the gun in the drawer on his body. When he heard Gao Yanan's question, his small body issued a domineering declaration, shoot them. Chapter 37. Gao Yanan is a person who follows the crowd. When everyone is ready to flee, she can only follow behind Wang Zai. Zhou Yi hates people with Gao Yanan's personality. But thinking that in this dangerous world, you don't know when a big disease or a small disaster will occur, it is still useful to bring a medical student. So Zhou Yi did not make a sarcastic remark, as Wang Zai expected. Although they were all women and children, they still arrived at the 16th floor before Ing, led by Shuer. They ran into the room where Lin Hao and Shuer had lived. But they did not relax, but stayed close to the door and listened to the movement in the corridor. Although the door of the safety passage blocked the view of the corridor, the group of people were all wearing boots, and the sound of going upstairs could not be hidden at all. Sure enough, after a while, they heard a series of clattering sounds of people going upstairs. When the sound of people going upstairs gradually faded away, Wang Zai decisively opened the door and ran to the corridor on that side with others. Eagle led the armed forces of the Dark Lab here to catch the surviving group in one fell swoop. They had never succeeded before because of Jean Bebe's existence. In fact, no matter how strong Jean Bebe's combat ability is, he can never be a match for guns. Jean Bebe's strength lies in his sensitivity. Every time they act, they are always predicted by Jean Bebe in advance. In the end, Eagle not only missed, but also might be counterattacked by them. Therefore, they also paid a lot of sacrifices. This time, they left Jean Bebe in a supermarket 2 kilometers away, and formed an unprecedented tide of corpses. Eagle didn't believe that Jean Bebe could come back to save this group of people. According to Eagle's calculation, excluding 5 people, there should be 7 people left here. The superiors have given him orders to bring people back. Otherwise they will be subjected to the experiment again. The superiors will not be dissatisfied with bringing back 7 people this time. By the way, there is another mutant zombie on the 16th floor. I don't know if it is there. If it is not there, it will be the same to bring the little girl back. Just when Eagle was dreaming, his subordinate suddenly came to him and said, Captain, we searched the entire 30th floor and didn't find anyone. What? Ing was furious, pointing the gun at Zhang Ping and Su Qinzhong behind him. Where are the people? Zhang Ping and Su Qinzhong said tremblingly under the threat of death, definitely here. There are traces of our lives here. I can't lie to you. I still want to live. Scum! Jean Chaochuan said to Zhang Ping angrily. In fact, if Ing hadn't taken the 3 people upstairs, they might have met Wang Zai and others in the corridor with their physical fitness. Unfortunately, Jean Chaochuan deliberately slowed down, which also led to Wang Zai and others' successful escape. Ing looked at the other person, Didn't you meet them when you came up? The person over there immediately shook his head. What nonsense! How could they run away if they met them? A deputy general couldn't help but complain. Just when Ing was thinking about where the group of women ran to, a crisp bang came from the first floor. Ing reacted instantly. It was the sound of gunfire. Although the first floor was very high from here, the sound of gunfire could still be clearly heard by his ears. Ing remembered that for safety, he left 2 fully armed soldiers on the first floor. And the gunfire just now was also 2. This gave Ing a bad feeling. When Ing saw from the window on the 30th floor that the group of women actually drove their car out of the community, he wanted to fly down from the 30th floor to stop them. Ying's hand holding the gun was ashen. He looked at Jean Chaochuan. Jean Chaochuan was smiling. He was right. Wang Zai was a very opinionated and smart girl. With her around, they would definitely be able to escape. So Jean Chaochuan tried to delay time as much as possible in the hope of giving them time to escape. And it seemed that he succeeded. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in a row. Eagle was so angry that he shot Jean Chaochuan's cap 3 times, as if to vent his anger. Jean Chaochuan collapsed on the spot. Su Qinzhong and Zhang Ping watched this scene without saying a word. Falcon. You and K go after vehicle number 025. This vehicle has been hijacked by them. Be careful not to kill them if you can avoid hurting their lives. Eagle finally calmed down and told their team's strongest scout. Falcon. Is there any movement outside? Jean Bebe asked Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao was listening carefully to the noise outside the iron gate. As early as an hour ago, they found that the noise outside the gate was getting smaller and smaller. And now even the last trace of noise has disappeared. Okay, little brat. Come back after listening and continue practicing swordsmanship. Jiang Panpan said to Lin Hao in a big sister tone. That's right. Even if there is no noise now, there may be many zombies gathered outside. If all the zombies rush over when we open the door now, none of us can escape. After Han Chao had eaten, he lay on the ground motionless, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Hao came to Jiang Panpan with a bitter face. Maybe Jiang Panpan also felt that putting a knife on Lin Hao's neck was a bit disrespectful. So Jiang Panpan decided to teach Lin Hao the swordsmanship with a repentant heart. Seeing Lin Hao's bitter face, Jean Bebe comforted him. You have to understand that it is always safer to have an extra skill in the doomsday. Just look at my senior sister and I, and you will know why we are still alive and well now. Jean Bebe took out the knife and started to perform like a juggler. My family has been a family of swordsmen since I was a child. My father is the 19th generation heir of the Jean family sword. His sword skills are mysterious and unpredictable. It is because of my father's sword skills that my senior sister and I can have more chances of safety in this doomsday. I wonder how these 2 women are so powerful. Jean Chaochuan is obviously an ordinary person, but has such a strong aura. It turns out that their family practices martial arts. Jiang Panpan was shocked at this moment. Looking at Lin Hao's appearance, he thought Lin Hao should be a weak person. Such a person would be even more miserable in the doomsday, because he was always hungry. But what Jiang Panpan didn't expect was that Lin Hao practiced the Jin family's tyrant sword from the first move to the last move according to Jiang Panpan's teachings. And his face didn't turn red or breathless. Although the sword skills looked extremely ugly, they were indeed the Jin family's tyrant sword skills. Even if he practiced a set of this sword skills himself, he would blush and his heart would beat fast. Bebe, come here. Jiang Panpan walked to a place far away from Lin Hao and called to Jean Bebe. Jean Bebe was practicing swordsmanship alone because of the cold, but was called over by Jiang Panpan. The Jin family sword became famous in the Republic of China because of a set of 8 swordsmanship. Later, this set of swordsmanship was named Jin Family 8 Swords by the heirs of the Jin family. When the Jin family came to Jean Chaochuan's grandfather, the head of the family felt that the name Jin Family 8 Swords was not domineering enough. So he changed the name to Jin Family Dominant Sword. Look at Lin Hao. He just practiced all 8 styles. Although the form is not complete. This is his first time practicing. When we first practiced, we couldn't even practice the 8 styles completely. Jiang Panpan looked at Lin Hao in amazement. The 2 women thought of the same word in their hearts at the same time. Genius. Chapter 38. As Lin Hao practiced, he began to feel the brilliance of this set of swordsmanship. In a civilized society, Lin Hao's impression of martial arts was that it was good for physical fitness and excessive publicity by the people. Even at the end of the world, Lin Hao didn't think martial arts were that powerful. Even though Jin Beibei and Jiang Panpan killed zombies, like slaughtering dogs, Lin Hao thought that at most they practiced chopping, slashing, stabbing, and although it was only the 4 basic movements, it was different after practicing from childhood to adulthood. As for the routines of those moves, Lin Hao felt that they were all embroidered pillows and useless. Until just now, when he repeated the Jin family's swordsmanship, following Jiang Panpan's instruction. Lin Hao barely memorized the movements and practiced them. When he reached the second move, Lin Hao felt something was wrong. After the first move was charged, when the second move was chopped, Lin Hao faintly heard a sonic boom. Then the third move, the fourth move, and the fifth move. The more Lin Hao practiced, the more frightened he became. Each move not only attacked, but also seemed to be accumulating strength for the next attack. Until the 8th move. Han Chao looked at Lin Hao's clumsy movements and couldn't help laughing. Look at this waist. It's completely different. Miss ABB. I told you that this mute is a waste. But you didn't believe it and taught him swordsmanship. Even if he is talented, what can he do if he learns it? What's more, it's extremely clumsy. Jiang Panpan saw Han Chao's disdainful expression and couldn't help laughing. So you think you have a good understanding? Then how about I teach you once, and you try to practice it? Han Chao said disdainfully. I don't want to learn it. What's the use of a broken knife method? Only that idiot is willing to play with you. Han Chao just finished speaking when he saw Lin Hao cut out the 8th knife. When Lin Hao felt that the power at his hand was getting stronger and stronger, and it was a little frightening. He wanted to remove the move. But how to remove it? Lin Hao saw the iron table next to him, and he chopped at it without thinking. Han Chao saw Lin Hao chopped at the iron table, and couldn't help but want to mock Lin Hao for being stupid. Jin Beibei and Jiang Panpan also wanted to argue with Han Chao because of Han Chao's words that the knife skills were useless. Suddenly, before the two sides spoke, a strange friction sound came. They looked in the direction of Lin Hao in surprise, and saw Lin Hao chopped into the iron table that was as thick as his arm. The expected sound of metal and iron collision did not appear, and the knife did not collide with the table to produce sparks. And there was not even much sound. The knife just moved forward quickly and calmly. When it encountered the table, it passed through the table. When it encountered the support frame, it passed through the support frame until the power gradually disappeared. Lin Hao was speechless. This is considered practice. Lin Hao was just speechless. Han Chao and the other two were dumbfounded. Jin Beibei patted Jiang Panpan's shoulder and said with some difficulty, he has learned it. Just watch you show him once, and he will learn it. Jiang Panpan also felt incredible. It was probably only Jin Chaochuan who could cut into such a thick iron table. Han Chao opened his mouth. He didn't know what to say at this moment. He thought that the useless rubbish who didn't even dare to draw his sword was actually a swordsmanship genius. How could it be possible? How could there be such a powerful martial art in this world? This was an illusion. Han Chao closed his eyes, trying to wake himself up. But when he opened his eyes, he saw the marks left by the iron table. Congratulations to the host for learning the skill. Jin Family Tyrant Sword. And the experience value of the strengthening road increased by 500. Before Lin Hao finished being surprised, a voice that made Lin Hao even more surprised came over. It has become my skill? Will any martial arts I learn in the future become a skill? Lin Hao asked. I am actually surprised that you can learn it. Maybe you have much higher mental power than others. Couldn't said uncertainly. What do you mean? What do you mean by surprised you? Lin Hao was speechless. However, Lin Hao was still very happy in his heart. Not only did he master an attack skill, but his experience value of the strengthening road soared by 500. Now his experience value of the strengthening road is 550. I believe he will not be far from the next level. Pan, I was wrong. Please teach me. I want to learn the Jin family's sword. Han Chao immediately got up from the ground and came to Jiang Panpan to flatter him. It's too late to beg me now. Jiang Panpan turned her head away without even looking at Han Chao. Finally, she was really annoyed by Han Chao and said to Jin Beibei, okay, stop being surprised. Aren't you cold? Go on practicing sword. Jin Beibei then withdrew her surprise at Lin Hao. She thought Lin Hao was a skinny guy who might be useless. But she didn't expect to find a treasure. Jin Beibei was stimulated and began to practice sword fighting diligently. Han Chao saw Jin Beibei start to practice and followed closely. After all, the environment did not allow it. in order to prevent overtraining and physical strength from not being able to recover in time. Everyone stopped appropriately. Lin Hao looked at the watch. It should be dark outside at this time. Leaning against the iron gate, Lin Hao closed his eyes and smelled the fragrance, because this was the closest to the meat. Suddenly, Lin Hao seemed to hear some sounds, like the sound of brakes, and then the sound of footsteps. Lin Hao knocked on the door in a hurry, attracting the 3 sleepy guys to listen to the noise outside. Han Chao said affirmatively, "The zombies outside have withdrawn." The 4 people originally thought that they would have to wait for the zombies outside to withdraw, which might take 2 or 3 days, or even longer. But for some reason, the zombies outside began to withdraw in just a few hours. It's not withdrawal. It should be that something outside attracted their attention. Jean Bebe said, "This is a good opportunity for us to escape." Han Chao's eyes lit up. This little fat guy didn't practice swordsmanship seriously at all. He gave up after practicing a few moves because he felt tired. So he lay on the ground and slept until now. He was in the best spirits at this moment. Jean Bebe nodded. "Now is indeed the best time for us to escape." Lin Hao and Han Chao. "You open the door, senior sister. We will take the lead." Lin Hao and Han Chao stood on each side and quietly opened a gap. Jean Bebe walked forward to watch and signaled to open it directly. When the 4 people walked out of the cold storage, the warmth outside made the 4 people shiver comfortably. Although most of the zombies on the 3rd floor were attracted away, there were still a dozen zombies that were slow to react. These zombies might have heard the noise, but they were squeezed by other zombies and couldn't get away. When the zombies left, the noise stopped. They had no target and could only stay where they were. As the door opened, Lin Hao and his team were completely exposed to the eyes of the zombies. The zombies themselves didn't expect that they would wait for 4 rabbits. It should be 3. Damn. There are actually people of the same kind mixed with the rabbits. How can we tolerate it? The zombies went crazy and ran towards Jean Bebe and his team. Chapter 39. Lin Hao looked at the zombies rushing towards him frantically, and then looked at Jean Bebe behind him. The unknown audience saw this scene and thought that the zombies were coming for Lin Hao. But Lin Hao certainly would not miss a good opportunity to prove himself. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer to him, Lin Hao subconsciously used the first move of the Jean family tyrant knife. Swish. Like chopping melons and vegetables, Lin Hao successfully chopped off the head of the first zombie. Because of the continuity of the Jean family tyrant knife, Lin Hao looked at the second zombie rushing towards him and subconsciously used the second move. Swish. There was another sound of chopping melons and vegetables. Before Jean Bebe and the other 2 could make a move, Lin Hao killed all 8 zombies in front of him. Especially the 8th strike. The force seemed light, but when it hit the zombie head, it was like a hot knife cutting into butter. Without a single pause, the 8th zombie head had already been cut off. Han Chao looked at Lin Hao, and for a long time, he couldn't say a word. "Why are you standing there like an idiot?" Jiang Panpan killed the zombies around Han Chao who wanted to sneak attack him, and shouted loudly. Han Chao then realized that now was not the time to be amazed. Han Chao was also a little scared. He had called him a waste so many times, and he had called him a waste in front of others. How could he not have resentment in his heart? If it were a peaceful time, it would be fine. No one would do anything to him even if he had resentment. But now it was the end of the world, and people's hearts were so unpredictable. If Lin Hao really had any intentions towards him, he would definitely not be his opponent. Han Chao was already thinking about how to apologize to Lin Hao in a subtle way. The remaining dozen zombies on the 3rd floor were easily dealt with by the 4 of them. Looking out of the window on the 3rd floor, Lin Hao finally found out why the zombies were swarming downstairs. A military jeep was stuck downstairs like a giant beast trapped in a swamp, unable to move. But the people in the car knew that stopping was waiting for death. So even though the car couldn't move, they still tried to drive it. Han Chao saw the car and couldn't help laughing. Those people in the laboratory are in trouble this time. They must have come back to see if we were dead or not. But they were accidentally surrounded by zombies. They deserved it. Let them taste the consequences of their own actions. When Lin Hao and his 4 companions saw that the car outside was from the dark lab, everyone looked outside with a show-watching attitude, until a slim girl poked out from the skylight above the jeep. The girl was holding a rifle and fiercely shooting at the zombies in front of the car. Obviously, the girl's strength was not that great, and her whole body was shaken by the recoil of the gun. Wang Zai. Oh my god! How could it be him? Jean Bebe explained immediately. Before Jean Bebe could finish her surprise, another thin figure came out from the skylight. It was Jean Bebe's younger brother Jeanzy. When Jean Bebe saw that his brother was also trapped in the zombie tide, he finally lost his composure. I want to save them, Jean Bebe said anxiously. Jiang Panpan hurriedly grabbed Jean Bebe's hand and said, Save them? Didn't you see what's down there? What are you going to use to save them? Jiang Panpan asked. It's okay. I won't turn into a zombie even if I'm caught by zombies. I'm the only one who can do this, Jean Bebe said firmly. Don't worry. Let's discuss it first. Even if you are caught by zombies, you won't turn into a zombie, but you will die. Jiang Panpan held on to Jean Bebe, who was on the verge of collapse. In the end, Jean Bebe calmed down, although the car below could not move. They were fine for the time being because of the powerful firepower of Wang Zai and Xiao Jinzi. It was just that zombies would occasionally use the force to jump onto the roof of the car. Jean Bebe watched her brother shoot a zombie on the roof with a pistol. Jinzi did not react, but Jean Bebe was terrified. Jiang Panpan knew that Jean Bebe was in a state of confusion, and it was impossible to expect her to make a decision. Jean Bebe glanced at the street next to her, thought for a while, and said, Now the zombie's attention is all on the car in the center. That kind of car is strong enough and has strong horsepower. As long as we help them get rid of most of the zombies blocking the car can escape. We can first quietly go around to the front of the car and help them deal with the zombies in front. When the car escapes, we run back to the car. So the chance of escape is very high. Jean Bebe is eager to protect her brother and save her father, although Jiang Panpan's method has many loopholes, such as what to do if the zombies turn their attention to herself after the zombies are dealt with. She can't think of this at the moment and can only nod and agree. But she doesn't know that his father is not in the car at all. After seeing Lil Jinzi, Lin Hao guessed that Shuer might also be in the car. Lin Hao's mind was complicated at the moment. In this situation, it was too unlikely for the four of them to rescue Shuer, unless they exposed their identities. The four of them were about to go downstairs, when suddenly, Han Chao pointed at the window and shouted, Look! What is that? Lin Hao subconsciously looked out the window, and when he saw the thing outside the window, he couldn't help but gasp. Perhaps it was the noise of the corpse tide, or the noise of the military jeep, or the combination of these two sounds, which finally attracted something terrible. Before this, Lin Hao was still dreaming that it would be great if he could meet a mutant zombie. So the mutant zombie appeared. The moment Lin Hao saw the mutant zombie, he knew that he would never be his opponent, even though Lin Hao had not yet investigated the other party. From the road in the distance, a huge black shadow gradually appeared. Lin Hao was a zombie, so his eyesight was good, and the moon was particularly round today. Judging from the shape of the black shadow, the other party was a human. The man was holding a long object in his hand. Long objects might be heavier, so although the huge black shadow looked very strong, it still needed to be dragged. Wang Zai continued to shoot at the zombies in front of him with his rifle. But there were too many zombies, and he couldn't solve the problem with just one rifle. The bullets were finally used up. When Wang Zai saw the shadow, she couldn't even believe her eyes. Looking at the shadow getting closer and closer, Wang Zai was a little stunned. A zombie rushed onto the roof of the car without fire suppression. Bang! A gunshot brought Wang Zai back to his senses. It was Jinzi. If you look closely, you will find that Jinzi's wrist is already red, which is caused by the recoil of the pistol. Now, even Jinzi's pistol has no bullets left. Wang Zai hurriedly pushed Jinzi back into the car and closed the skylight on the roof. In a tall building in the distance, Falcon and Sparrow looked at the huge black figure and were also terrified. I didn't expect Dr. Ye's experiment to be successful. This zombie is so scary. Sparrow was still in shock. Fortunately, Dr. Ye's experimental subject was a zombie. I didn't expect that a level 2 zombie would rise directly to the peak of level 4 after swallowing a level 6 crystal core. Fortunately, Dr. Ye found a way to control them. Otherwise, such a level 4 zombie would be enough to destroy our headquarters. Falcon was also terrified. The shadow finally approached the jeep. Lin Hao could not tell how tall the shadow was, but he could see clearly the long object in the shadow's hand, which turned out to be a telephone pole. The shadow had already completely grasped the telephone pole with both hands. He raised the pole high and smashed it hard at the military jeep. Chapter 40. There was a loud noise, and the sound wave knocked all the zombies around the car to the ground. A cry came from the car and reached Lin Hao's ears. It was Schwer. Han Chao saw such a zombie, shook his head, and said in despair, "No, we can't go down. We can't save them." Lin Hao didn't listen to what Han Chao said, and Jean Bebe didn't listen to what Han Chao said. The two of them seemed to have a perfect tacit understanding and rushed downstairs without saying a word. Jiang Panpan struggled for a while, and then rushed over with Jean Bebe and Lin Hao. Han Chao looked at the three people who had already left and shouted, "Don't go. You will die." However, no one paid attention to him. Because of the big zombie hammer, the roof of the whole car was dented. But this big piece did not affect the performance of the car. After passing the big zombie electric pole, many zombies in front of the car were scared away, and the car actually started steadily. Zhou Yi controlled the car and looked at the zombies in front of her. Her eyes turned red. "Damn it. You bastards. Go to hell." The military jeep killed countless ordinary zombies in front of the car, until a hand tightly grasped the hood of the car, and the car stopped. Zhou Yi stepped on the accelerator desperately, and the car's buzzing sound was deafening. But it didn't work at all. The big hand grasped the hood of the car with its palm, and even though the back of the car was even raised by the powerful motor, the car still stayed in place. It was as if the big hand was a very solid concrete wall. No matter how powerful the car was, it could not be crossed. At this moment, Zhou Yi seemed to see despair. Through the car window, the people in the car could clearly see a huge zombie blocking their car with one hand. The zombie limbs were half the size of the car, and the zombie head was even bigger than the giant truck. On the huge head, there were a pair of small eyes, which emitted blue light. From the light, Zhou Yi seemed to see a joke. After the big zombie blocked the car, it did not take the next step towards the people in the car. Just like a little boy blocking an ant with his hand. He didn't want to step on the ant to death, but just wanted to see the ant's frustrated behavior after being blocked. The ordinary zombies around seemed to see an opportunity and rushed towards the jeep one after another. Zhou Yi was in the driver's seat, watching the scary zombies around her hitting and bumping against the car windows. Zhou Yi felt regretful and began to hate Wang Zai. If they had followed the people in the laboratory at the beginning, they might have died in human experiments. But they would never die in the mouths of zombies now. But no matter how much resentment there was, it could not solve the current dilemma. Zhou Yi's only hope was to die faster in a while, because she didn't want to endure the inhuman pain. No matter how strong the glass is, it will eventually break under the endless beating of zombies. The glass of the military jeep is said to use the strongest bulletproof glass in the world. But can it withstand the endless shooting of bullets one after another? Watching the cracks gradually appearing on the glass next to her, Zhou Yi's frightened heart suddenly calmed down. It turned out that when death really comes, it is not so scary. Clang! The sound of hitting steel suddenly reached Zhou Yi's ears. When Zhou Yi raised her head, she saw the most shocking scene in her life. When Lin Hao and Jean Bebe rushed down, they rushed to the center of the car where there were the most zombies. For the sake of safety, Jiang Panpan took out a pistol. This gun belonged to her, and she even had 3 magazines on her body. The gun was to be used in the most dangerous time, and Jiang Panpan had never encountered the most dangerous time. But now, she took out the pistol. Lin Hao and Jean Bebe took the lead. But what made Jean Bebe feel weird was that there was no zombie following Lin Hao to attack her. And those zombies were still targeting the car in the middle. But the current situation does not allow Jean Bebe to think too much. She just hopes that the car will be out of danger as soon as possible. During the running process, without Lin Hao saying much, Gooden has already adjusted the attributes of the big guy in front of him, who is at least 5 meters tall. Name, Gao Xiang. Level, Level 4. Title, Mother. Skill, Instant Explosion. Strength, 60. Spirit, 30. Speed, 55. Physical Strength, 35. Evaluation, you already have the strength to lead a group. Are you sure you must be his enemy? Gooden suddenly said with some worry. I know. The opponent is very scary. I might die this time. Lin Hao thought of Schwer again, and then thought of his sister. He couldn't run back to his hometown to protect his sister, and he couldn't even be sure if his sister was still alive. But he didn't want Schwer to die here. Is Lin Hao afraid? Lin Hao is very afraid. Whether it is before or after the zombies, Lin Hao has never been iron-blooded. Although the system has set a great goal for him to become the zombie king. But this did not cause any impact on Lin Hao's original life. And Lin Hao's original life can be summed up in 4 words: muddle through. That's right. Lin Hao has always held this idea. Muddle through. If there is a chance to kill zombies, then kill them. And you can also make yourself stronger. Why not do it? If you can't beat them, just run away. Lin Hao never thought of actively looking for other mutant zombies. That time with Bai Bofin. Although he was stronger than Bai Bofin, he didn't kill them all, and finally became friends with a zombie like that. But men can do things and not do things. According to the Doomsday environment, Lin Hao guessed that his parents and relatives were probably long gone. And Schwer was the closest person to Lin Hao since he became a zombie. Lin Hao didn't know when he was willing to take risks for Schwer. It should be because this girl was so eager for the human world. But she didn't take the initiative to escape after meeting Jean Bebe, but still waited for him to come back and listen to his opinions, and didn't reveal that she was a zombie. Looking at the giant in front of him, Lin Hao himself didn't know that his bond with that girl was so deep. That level 4 zombie is only a few dozen points away from reaching level 5. After Gooden finished speaking, the experience bar of the mother zombie, 12472/12500, was displayed. If he finds you, he will definitely target you and fight you to the death. Gooden's tone was a little heavy. I know what you want to say. Although I am a zombie now, my soul is still human. If a person does not have a family or friend who is willing to take risks for him in his life, then what kind of human am I? Lin Hao said this with a smile in his heart. As a human being, Lin Hao did not make any contribution to his family, but his parents worked hard and gave everything for him. When his little sister was in junior high school, the tuition fee was delayed for a whole year, just because he and a girl who studied medicine had broken through the relationship of ordinary friends, and he lacked money to pick up girls. Now, his relatives are gone, and Lin Hao has no chance to repay his parents. At this moment, Lin Hao has already regarded Schwer, a well-behaved and sensible little girl, as his sister. His sister is in danger now. How can he sit idly by, even if the opponent's strength is twice his own? But what? Lin Hao stepped onto the roof of the car, used the small space on the roof to accelerate, and then jumped up. Zhou Yi only saw it jumping back through the windshield. The back was very thin, and he held a straight knife in his hand. The knife was called Tang Dao. Chapter 41. When Lin Hao jumped up, the first move of the Jin family's sword had already been used. Gao Xiang looked at the sword coming towards him and glanced at Lin Hao with disdain. Gao Xiang had forgotten when he became conscious. Perhaps he couldn't stand the hunger and ate a red meatball that fell out of the head of a fellow zombie. From then on, Gao Xiang felt that he was different. On a sunny day when most zombies were unwilling to go out, Gao Xiang went out. And then Gao Xiang was caught. The people who caught him were wearing black clothes and helmets. They smelled of food. Gao Xiang couldn't help but show his teeth and claws at them. But before he could open his mouth, one of them hit him on the head, and Gao Xiang passed out. In his daze, Gao Xiang felt that his body was cut and sutured by various sharp weapons. And those sharp weapons even opened his head. When Gao Xiang woke up, his body was full of various tubes. A young man came up to Gao Xiang and asked him, "Are you hungry?" Of course Gao Xiang was hungry. And he was very hungry. So he wanted to eat the mocking young man, because the smell of the young man was too fascinating for the zombies. But Gao Xiang couldn't move. It turned out that his body had been tied to the bed for a long time, and there was no part of his body that could move except his head. The young man took out a tray in a short while. When Gao Xiang saw the things in the tray, he went crazy instantly. Although Gao Xiang hadn't seen what was in the tray, he couldn't help but drool when he smelled the smell. Gao Xiang guessed that it must be good stuff. Sure enough, the young man's painful expression confirmed Gao Xiang's guess. The young man was wearing a white coat and had long hair. He gently picked up a red tumor with tweezers. Gao Xiang had eaten this thing once. But only once. He had never seen it again. When he saw it for the second time, Gao Xiang was excited. Especially when he saw the tweezers getting closer and closer to his mouth. Gao Xiang stretched his head and couldn't wait to bite the tweezers. The tumor disappeared after a few chews in his mouth, and the front end of the tweezers also disappeared. Afterwards, Gao Xiang fell into a warm coma, and his body was cut by various unknown things. When Gao Xiang woke up again, he found that he was free. When those humans walked around in front of him, although he still had desires for them, Gao Xiang could not do anything to them. Until today, Gao Xiang suddenly had instructions in his mind. And these instructions also guided him to come here and play with the people in the car. There was also a command not to harm their lives. Gao Xiang was very confused about this. Why couldn't he eat them? Just when Gao Xiang was having fun, a level 2 zombie impatiently raised a small iron bar to attack him. Who did this guy think he was? So, Gao Xiang didn't block the knife at all. Lin Hao used all his strength. When the knife hit Gao Xiang's shoulder, he only heard a sound of metal hitting metal. Clang! Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Fuck. Is this thing made of iron? Lin Hao suddenly felt incredible. Even if it was by Bofin, Lin Hao just couldn't break through his defense. At least he could feel that his flesh was soft. But this guy's body was completely hard. If he chopped him with his knife, Lin Hao believed that Bai Bofin would definitely not be able to resist him anymore. But if he chopped him, Lin Hao couldn't help but look at the blade. Although Lin Hao couldn't break through his defense, no matter how hard your body is, there will always be flaws. When Gao Xiang saw Lin Hao actually climbed onto his shoulder and stabbed him in the eyes, he was so scared that he quickly let go of the car and wanted to pull Lin Hao off him. Zhou Yi was still in a daze, until someone chopped down all the zombies lying beside the car one by one outside the car window. Jean Bebe shouted to Zhou Yi, "Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and go." Zhou Yi came back to her senses immediately. Although the car was manual, Zhou Yi turned it into automatic. At this moment, Zhou Yi went through great joy and great sorrow, and suddenly felt relaxed. Even if there were still zombies rushing towards the car, she was no longer afraid. Wang Zai said in surprise, "Just now, it was Jean Bebe outside the car. And the one flying in the air was Lin Hao. Right? Sister, get in the car quickly." Jean Zi shouted to Jean Bebe. After leaving the zombie circle in the middle, the group of zombies were finally attracted by Jean Bebe. The big zombie was annoyed by Lin Hao and shook his body, finally shaking Lin Hao off. When Lin Hao saw Jean Bebe facing zombies from all directions, he couldn't help but sweat for her. Just look at Jean Bebe holding the knife with both hands. The Jean family swordsmanship is performed to the fullest, as if the wind can't blow in and the water can't splash in, and the surrounding zombies can't get close to Jean Bebe. But as a girl, even if she was already a second-level superpower, her physical strength was only slightly higher than that of an ordinary strongman. After dancing for a short time, Jean Bebe showed signs of decline. Lin Hao wanted to save him, but seeing the big zombie with a strange look on his face, he wisely did not divert the trouble. Jean Bebe was relieved when she saw the car drive away, but she found herself in despair. Looking at the various zombies around her, Jean Bebe wondered if she should save some strength to commit suicide. Seeing a zombie actually rushing into a place where he couldn't resist, Jean Bebe smiled bitterly. It seemed that he was really going to die here. But fortunately, his brother was safe. Bang! Bang! There were gunshots again. The zombie close to him had been shot in the head. Then Jean Bebe saw the zombie behind him change direction and rushed to the other side. It turned out that Jiang Panpan arrived at this moment and successfully saved Jean Bebe. Following the gap behind him, Jean Bebe hurriedly broke through. With the help of her sharp knife skills, the two girls successfully reunited. The two had trained together since they were young, and even went to school and lived together. Over the years, their tacit understanding has long been more than just cooperation. With the help of extraordinary tacit understanding, the two actually escaped from the zombie center. "Sister Zhou, go and save Sister Jean and my brother," Shuer hurriedly urged from behind. At this moment, Zhou Yi hesitated. Should she really save them? If she was surrounded by zombies again, no one would come to save her. While Zhou Yi was struggling, Wang Zai asked Zhou Yi to stop the car. This military jeep belonged to the people in the laboratory. Just now, Wang Zai found that there were several grenades under his feet. Jinzi and Wang Zai got out of the car together. Jinzi's pistol still had bullets, plus Wang Zai's grenades, which really attracted most of the zombies. Jean Bebe and Jiang Panpan finally escaped successfully and ran towards the jeep quickly. Jean Bebe looked at Wang Zai deeply, but the two did not say anything, but hurriedly got into the car. Fortunately, the car was spacious enough, so even with two more people, it didn't feel too crowded. After getting in the car, Jean Bebe glanced at Gao Yanan, who was trembling but not doing anything. "Where's brother Lin Hao?" Shuer looked at Jean Bebe with her innocent eyes. Jean Bebe felt as if she was pricked by a needle, because Schwer's eyes were too dazzling. Jiang Panpan said decisively, "Drive?" Chapter 42. Why don't you save Brother Lin Hao? Seeing that no one in the crowded car said anything, Schwer couldn't help but shout loudly, "If you don't go, I will go. Let me get off the car." Schwer wanted to open the car door to save Lin Hao, but Wang Zai held her tightly in his arms. No matter how Schwer cried and made a fuss, he would not let go. Jean Bebe said with some sadness, "Schwer, your brother is a hero. He not only saved you, but also saved us. Because of this, we should live even more." Jean Bebe opened the dilapidated car window and looked at the zombies chasing the car from behind. While Lin Hao had already been submerged in the zombie group, Jean Bebe naturally didn't know that Lin Hao himself was a zombie. So in Jean Bebe's opinion, running over to save Lin Hao now was completely useless. And no one could survive in the center of such a large group of zombies. "I don't care. I want to save Brother Lin Hao." Schwer screamed and resisted. But no matter how she resisted, Wang Zai would not let go. In the center of the zombie swarm, Gao Xiang looked at the little zombie in front of him who wanted to escape, and ruthlessly mocked, "Waste." Lin Hao was looking around for ways to escape, and at the same time was on guard against the sudden attack of the 4th level mother zombie. But he never expected that this zombie just spit out 2 words to him. "Gooden, did you hear that?" Lin Hao asked in disbelief. "I heard it. Yes." He spoke. Gooden laughed. "Oh my god. He can actually speak. Zombies can actually speak. I thought I would be dumb for the rest of my life. But I didn't expect that after reaching a higher level, I could actually speak?" Lin Hao seemed to have opened a door, and said in surprise, "The premise is that you have to escape." Gooden ruthlessly broke Lin Hao's fantasy. "Yes, you have to escape." Lin Hao looked around. No matter where he went, it didn't look like a place where he could escape, especially with so many zombies gathered around. These zombies were obstacles to him, but not to that guy. Lin Hao couldn't help but look at the mother zombie again. With such a big body, he couldn't believe that his speed was 55. This guy didn't use plugins, right? Gooden said speechlessly, "Not really. In addition to leveling up, my own attribute values can also be improved through training and fighting. However, the attributes of this mother zombie are indeed a bit abnormal. It stands to reason that a 4th level zombie should not have such high attributes." "What you said makes sense, but I don't think it's the right time to discuss this issue now." Looking at the zombies around him gradually surrounding him, it was obvious that the mother zombie was using her coercion to control the zombies around her. Of course, Gooden didn't know that there was an instrument in a certain laboratory that could stimulate potential. Using this instrument to stimulate people or zombies would greatly improve their physical fitness. Watching the mother zombie swaying towards him, he couldn't believe that its speed was 55. "Who cares? If you die, you will die forever. I will fight you." Thinking of this, Lin Hao waved his tang sword and rushed towards the mother zombie. The first move of the Jin family's sword. Clang! The sword chopped on the mother zombie thigh. The mother zombie did not attack, but just looked at Lin Hao with some amusement. He wanted to see what Lin Hao would do next. "This guy is actually playing tricks on me. Okay, then I will let you see the treasures that have been passed down for 5,000 years in China. Look at the knife." So, in the next short period of more than 10 seconds, Lin Hao chopped at the mother zombie thigh, and chopped at the same place. Gradually, Gao Xiang felt pain in his leg. When Lin Hao swung the last knife, Gao Xiang couldn't help but step back a few steps and cover his thigh. Looking down, his thigh was really scratched by the little zombie with an iron bar, and the dark red blood was slowly flowing out. Since Gao Xiang became a level 4 zombie, he has never been so embarrassed. "Little guy, you have successfully provoked my anger. Be prepared to bear my anger." Gao Xiang grinned and shouted at Lin Hao. However, his pronunciation was a bit intermittent, and he obviously had not learned how to speak yet. But when he heard this line, Lin Hao couldn't help but be stunned. The lines in this guy's mind can't be all designed. Gao Xiang didn't give Lin Hao time to think. He swung the telephone pole like hitting a baseball and hit Lin Hao flying. In the air, Lin Hao looked at the jeep getting farther and farther away, and felt relieved. At least Schwer was safe. Before Lin Hao landed, Gao Xiang had arrived at the place where Lin Hao was about to land, and waited for him. Seeing that Lin Hao was about to land, Gao Xiang once again slapped Lin Hao with a telephone pole. Lin Hao felt as if his internal organs were displaced, and he was in pain all over his body. But before he landed, Gao Xiang was like a long-awaited baton swinger, and slapped Lin Hao out again. I don't know how many times he was whipped like this. When Lin Hao was about to faint, his face finally touched the ground. In front of the French window, on the third floor of Sugua's supermarket, Han Chao watched this scene, and couldn't help but feel lucky that he didn't rush out like these three idiots. Seeing Lin Hao being whipped by the big zombie with a telephone pole. Although Han Chao was scared, he couldn't help but feel happy. He was happy that he didn't have to worry about Lin Hao's revenge anymore. How could a person survive being whipped by a telephone pole like this? In fact, what Han Chao didn't know was that although Lin Hao was a little bothered by Han Chao's abuse, he didn't even look at him. So how could he retaliate against him? There's a famous saying that goes, if a dog bites you, can you bite the dog back? However, Lin Hao is suffering now, looking at the mother zombie that stood in front of him without knowing when. Lin Hao was ready to use his mental power to make the final blow. But before he could release his mental power, Gooden stopped him. You are no different from committing suicide. Gooden said. Do I have a choice now? Lin Hao said speechlessly. Touch down. Gooden suddenly said. Lin Hao subconsciously touched down. Underground manhole cover? Boy, how do you feel? Gao Xiang asked incoherently like a foreigner who just learned Chinese. But Lin Hao couldn't speak. Otherwise he would definitely say, sour and refreshing. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't speak, Gao Xiang laughed loudly, and a few birds chirped from time to time around. The birds looked at the corpses under them. Some zombies died, and some people died too. When these birds had no grains, they could only choose to eat these dead people and zombies. So there were mutant beasts. The birds in the sky are mutant beasts. Looking at the scene below, they are very experienced and waiting on the roof. When the zombie tide passes, it is time for them to feast. And Lin Hao still said nothing, but that hand was clasping under him. Finally, Gao Xiang may feel tired of playing, so he stretched out his hand to strangle Lin Hao's neck. He wanted to eat candy beans. This is what the master told him. Some zombies have candy beans in their brains, and candy beans can make themselves stronger. Go to hell. Gao Xiang smiled again. His face was not any scarier than Lin Hao's when he smiled. It was simply terrifyingly fresh and refined. However, the little zombie that Gao Xiang thought he had firmly controlled suddenly exploded. Lin Hao suddenly raised his head and smiled evilly, and a manhole cover flew towards Gao Xiang's head. Chapter 43. Gao Xiang looked at a flat round hidden weapon flying towards him, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it. However, the hidden weapon was not as sharp as he imagined, nor as powerful as he imagined. It hit him lightly, and then bounced off. Gao Xiang laughed out loud. This little zombie was really at his wit's end. He used this kind of thing to deal with him. Just when he was about to mock the little zombie, he looked down and saw that there was no trace of the little zombie. Gao Xiang looked at the round hole. It was pitch black inside. Even though the zombie vision had been enhanced, he still couldn't see the situation inside. Gao Xiang roared in frustration. The duck that was about to be caught flew away, and everyone was anxious. But Gao Xiang did not give up. Although the hole was small, and he could not get in, other zombies could get in. Gao Xiang immediately used his coercion to control hundreds of zombies, and made them line up and jump into the sewer. At this moment, Lin Hao was running wildly in the dark sewer. Even if the zombies behind him came down, they could not catch up with him at all. Even if they caught up, they would not be his opponent. So Lin Hao did not care at all. The constitution of zombies is really a magical thing. I was tortured to death by the mother zombie just now, and it seemed that I was dying. After just a few minutes of relaxation, the pain in my body was gradually disappearing. When I read novels before, the systems of those protagonists would suddenly appear when the protagonists were in danger and help the protagonists escape from danger at a great cost. But you never did. Don't worry. I am not complaining about your uselessness. You are different from them. Every time I was in danger, you used your wisdom to save the danger. Gooden. Thank you. Lin Hao said very seriously. Gooden didn't say anything. This time he wasn't being aloof, but was too shy to say anything. After a while, Gooden finally said, It's nothing. After all, I can't live if you die. I know that even a system would admire an excellent zombie like me. But I'm a straight man, and I don't even know your real gender, so I won't die with you. Lin Hao still said this very seriously. Actually, I also have a killer move that can help you when you are in danger, Gooden suddenly said. Lin Hao immediately said, fuck. Why didn't you use it earlier? I was almost killed by that guy. What killer move? Self-destruction, Gooden said faintly. Well, actually I prefer you to use your wisdom to help me solve the problem. Lin Hao still said seriously. The road in the sewer is complicated. Lin Hao has forgotten where he is after running for a while. Standing there, Lin Hao can't help scratching his head. Where should I go? Sorry. This system does not carry a map. Gooden once again returned to a cold tone. Even if you bring a map, I can't understand it. What I want is not a map of the sewer, but a map of the land above the sewer. I want to know which manhole cover is safer for me to go up. Lin Hao said. Please discover it yourself, Gooden said. Lin Hao, Since he didn't know where he was, Lin Hao was going to take it one step at a time. Places like sewers should be safer. Just as he finished speaking, a zombie howled. Lin Hao looked ahead and saw a zombie lying on the ground howling. And there were also some giggling sounds running around. Lin Hao walked in and saw that it was a group of rats gnawing at the zombie. The zombie had obviously not eaten for a long time. The moment it saw Lin Hao, it seemed to see a human being, and it opened its mouth and bared its teeth at Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't even look at this guy, and chopped off his head with a knife. The rats were not afraid when they saw someone coming. They stopped gnawing and looked at Lin Hao blankly. When Lin Hao found a pair of shining eyes looking at him, he felt a little uneasy, especially because there were so many of them. But Lin Hao ignored the rats. They seemed endless. If he really fought with them, he would not finish killing them before the outside world had recovered from the apocalypse to civilization. The deeper he went, the more humid the surrounding environment became. Gradually, water appeared under his feet. Since the end of the world, the city's sewer system has been paralyzed. In some places, the sewers have dried up. But in some places, there may be too much sewage and it has not dried up. So Lin Hao didn't care too much. As he walked, the water became deeper and deeper, gradually reaching his ankles. What is ahead? Lin Hao was a little confused. Could it be a sewage pool? As if to confirm Lin Hao's guess, a shabby cement pool appeared in front of him. The pool was completely covered with sewage. If Lin Hao's eyesight hadn't been good enough, he might have stepped into it. The water under Lin Hao's feet was the overflow from the pool. How deep is the pool? Of course, Lin Hao wouldn't be idle to test the depth of the water. He just stuck the knife in. About half the depth of the knife. The pool was not large, and there was a manhole cover above. It was dark and humid below, so the water in the pool naturally couldn't evaporate. Moreover, when it rained, rainwater would flow down from the manhole cover above, and the water would never dry up. Seeing that the front was blocked by the pool of water, Lin Hao wondered if he should go back and take another road. Suddenly, the sound of giggling reached his ears again. Lin Hao looked back and saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. Looking behind him, he didn't know when countless green spots of light appeared. These spots of light gathered together and gradually illuminated the surrounding environment and the source of the spots of light. It turned out to be a group of rats rushing over. Since the apocalypse, the rats living in the sewers have no food. Occasionally, humans would come down to seek refuge, or zombies would fall from a hole without a manhole cover. So these hungry rats no longer cared about the things they were afraid of. They united to attack humans and zombies. They gradually discovered that the meat of these things was much more delicious than the garbage they usually ate. But the people and zombies in the sewers were a minority after all. Rats were different. They had a strong reproductive capacity. It didn't take long for the sewers to be occupied by these creatures. They ate less and less. So when they found Lin Hao, they rushed out like crazy. Maybe this was an opportunity to eat their fill. Lin Hao looked at the size of these mice. They were no longer the miniature size before the apocalypse. The smallest of these mice was as big as a house cat. These mice were no longer mice. They were mutants. Unfortunately, Gooden didn't remind himself, which meant that there were no level 2 guys among them. They were all level 1 mutants, whether they were zombies or mutants. Level 1 ones did not have crystal cores. But the saying goes that many ants can kill an elephant. Lin Hao didn't even want to look at these mice one by one. But if these mice were to rush forward, Lin Hao would have to think twice before acting. Chapter 44. The mutant rats stopped when they were about 5 meters away from Lin Hao. Lin Hao's knife was ready. But the rats stopped? Gooden, do you want to fight or flee? Lin Hao asked with a guilty conscience. Now Lin Hao had just fought a boss-level zombie. So he was naturally weak, and his heart was weak. It's not like they're biting me. Gooden didn't look like they were going to die together. Just as Lin Hao hesitated, Gooden's voice sounded again. Crystal core energy detected. Crystal core energy detected. Oh my god. There are really mutant beasts. Lin Hao was not afraid, but eager to try. After all, there are not so many level 4 bosses in this world. Most zombies are wandering around the first level. Occasionally, it is a great thing to have the opportunity to enter the second or third level. Sure enough, as Lin Hao said, the rats in front gradually made way, and a rat about the size of a dog walked slowly towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't need to say much. The other party's attribute panel had already appeared in his mind. Name, Mutant Rat. Level, Level 3. Title, Wind Hidden. Skill, Bite. Strength, 20. Spirit, 15. Speed, 40. Stamina, 15. Evaluation. You have nothing to be proud of from a zombie cannon fodder to a regular employee. You are still very weak. Seeing the opponent's level, Lin Hao felt guilty again. Do you think I am its opponent? Lin Hao asked Gooden. Gooden said speechlessly, I am not you. How can I know? But I know that if you want to become stronger, you must take risks. Thinking of becoming stronger, Lin Hao gritted his teeth and looked at the mutant rat. Yes, if he didn't even have a strong heart, even if he became the zombie king, he would be killed by the equally fast-developing human sooner or later. If he wanted to survive, he had to become stronger. I want to become stronger, Lin Hao roared in his heart. The mutant rat was already level 3. Even if the other party belonged to the beast, when it was upgraded to a certain level, it would naturally be born with wisdom. In the eyes of the mutant rat, the zombie in front of it was very weak. So weak that it only needed to go around behind him and bite off his head. And then it would have something to eat. And its descendants could also have a full meal. So the mutant mouse smiled very humanely. That was greed. At this time, Lin Hao's mind had already begun to calculate how he could defeat the third-level mutant mouse in front of him. The opponent's mental power was only 15. Perhaps, this was his only chance to defeat him. On the road, a military jeep was driving fast. The car was already dilapidated, and the front and left and right windows were full of cracks, and the roof was even dented. From time to time, zombies came to chat with them. But unfortunately, the girls in the car didn't like these zombies very much, and they ruthlessly knocked these unlucky zombies away. Schwer still had tears in her eyes, although she wanted to get off the car to save her brother Lin Hao. She was just a little girl after all. How could she escape from those big girls? So Schwer fell asleep because she was tired. Suddenly, Joey, who was driving, stuck her head out of the car window with some doubt, because the windshield of the car was full of cracks from the big zombie and the electric pole. She could not see anything except the road conditions. So when Joey saw two figures standing a few hundred meters ahead of the road, she could only stick her head out to identify whether they were people or zombies. When she saw the two people clearly, Joey said in a panic, "They are from the dark lab." Jean Bebe squeezed from the back seat to the front, staring at the two women a few hundred meters ahead with spitting fire, and said viciously, "Go over and kill them." According to Wang Zai's description, Jean Bebe had learned that her father was captured by these people from the dark lab. And among the survivors captured by these people, only 1 in 10 could survive. So Jean Bebe hated these people very much, even though she was very kind. But Joey stepped on the brakes when there was still 100 meters to go. Wang Zai said angrily, "Joey, why did you stop the car? Do you want to join them again?" Joey turned around and said helplessly, "They have guns." Jean Bebe also saw that the two women in front were holding a large sniper rifle. Unfortunately, Jean Bebe didn't know much about guns. She only knew that sniper rifles were very powerful. The windshield could not withstand the impact of bullets, let alone 2 sniper rifles. Gao Yanan behind him trembled and said, "What should we do? Get off the car? Get off your sister?" Wang Zai cursed. Jean Bebe took a deep breath and said to everyone in the car, "I will get off the car to entangle them. And then you drive in another direction." Wang Zai immediately became anxious. "What are you talking about? They have sniper rifles in their hands, and they can shoot you without waiting for you to get close." Jean Bebe smiled confidently. "Don't worry. Even if they have machine guns in their hands, they can't touch me. Don't forget that I have superpowers." Wang Zai stopped talking immediately. This seemed to be the only solution they could think of. Everyone in the car wanted to live. although they had supported each other in the apocalypse until now. They didn't know each other before the apocalypse, so no one was willing to sacrifice for others. Except Jean Bebe, because her beloved brother was in the car. No. If we have to die, we will die together. At worst, we can fight them. Jiang Panpan suddenly expressed his opinion. Jean Bebe turned around and looked at her seriously. Senior sister, you are the only one with the highest fighting power here, so I hope you can protect them and Jean Z well. Jean Bebe touched Jean Z, who was sleeping soundly with shui air. But Jiang Panpan wanted to say something, but Jean Bebe interrupted her. No buts. We all know what they need. And my value is much higher than ordinary people like you. So I think they won't kill me. But you are different. And only I can stop them. Senior sister, be obedient. I leave Jean Z in your care. Then Jean Bebe turned to Joey and said, Sister Jo, when I disappear from your sight, don't worry about anything. Turn the car around and change direction. Having said that, Jean Bebe resolutely got out of the car. Of course, Jean Bebe also wanted to turn around and leave with the people in the car. But others didn't know. But she knew that these people were not ordinary people. Even if there was no gun to threaten them, they could easily catch up with them. So Jean Bebe could only take the risk to stop them alone. Only in this way could the car really escape. Jean Bebe walked forward, and within a dozen meters, she saw that the ground was covered with those particularly long round head nails and tire-breaking nails. If Joey had really rushed over just now, she might not even be able to control the car. Kay and Falcon quietly waited for the woman approaching in front. Both knew that they were no match for the woman if they fought alone. They could only outsmart her. For example, threatening her with the lives of the people in the car. They were not afraid that the people in the car behind them would leave, because only this woman could protect them in this doomsday. But Kay and Falcon were wrong. Jean Bebe silently calculated the distance. In fact, Jean Bebe had not used his superpowers since he found out that he had them. Except for his senior sister. No one else knew what superpowers Jean Bebe had been showing off. There were still 20 meters between the two of them. The corners of Jean Bebe's mouth curved quietly. At that moment, Jean Bebe disappeared. And the car behind Jean Bebe, after a sharp friction sound, turned around and whizzed away without even stopping. Chapter 45. Before disappearing, Jean Bebe was still wondering if her superpower could be activated, because Jean Bebe had tested it before. Her superpower could only be used 3 times a day, and there had to be at least half an hour between them. And only half an hour had passed since the zombie tide. In that zombie tide, in order to save them, Jean Bebe used it twice, which had made her a little weak. She was very worried that she might not be able to use her superpower. When Jean Bebe found that she had successfully used her superpower, she smiled. Falcon and Sparrow were just mocking Jean Bebe for being big-breasted and brainless. Did she think she could save them by coming here alone to negotiate? Ridiculous. When Jean Bebe was getting closer and closer to the two, Falcon and Sparrow's sniper rifles had already been aimed at Jean Bebe's body. They would not kill Jean Bebe, because the laboratory had never caught a superpowered person. So Jean Bebe was very rare. At the same time, they were sure of Jean Bebe, because it was impossible for anyone to escape from Falcon's sniper rifle. So when Jean Bebe disappeared from the two scopes, their hearts skipped a beat at the same time. And then, they subconsciously took a step back. As soon as he stepped back, Falcon saw Jean Bebe's figure in front of him. And where he had just stood was a dazzling blade. Falcon's forehead was immediately covered with sweat. If he had been a step later, his body might have been standing there. Kay was the first to react in surprise, and hurriedly took out the tranquilizer pistol. But before he could hold the gun steady, Jean Bebe's foot had already made close contact with her gun. Kay could only watch his pistol fly out while he dodged in embarrassment. For Jean Bebe, even if she couldn't kill them by rushing over with her skills, as long as she got close to them, they would not be her opponents. Falcon and Sparrow naturally knew this, so they were eager to distance themselves from Jean Bebe. But their speed was nowhere near as fast as Jean Bebe's. Jean Bebe's blade was faster and faster, not wanting to hurt anyone. But with just 2 strikes, she first cut off the sniper rifles in the hands of the 2 men, which was the weapon that posed the greatest threat to her. Although it was not the first time that Sparrow and Falcon had fought with Jean Bebe, this was the first time they had fought against each other in such a head-on close combat. So when they saw Jean Bebe easily cut off the 2 sniper rifles with a knife, they were disappointed. They didn't expect that the power of the superpowers was not weaker than that of the mutant zombies. No wonder Dr. Yi said that whoever could catch a superpower would be rewarded with a month's worth of food. But when the two really faced Jean Bebe's strength made them a little scared. Before the end of the world, both of them had served in the army. The kind of real special forces. Otherwise Falcon would not be known as the Gun King. Since surviving the experiment, the two's fighting power has soared. One person can easily deal with a dozen ordinary people. But when fighting with real superpowers, they can only retreat step by step. In fact, a superpower is not as powerful as the two imagined. Provided that the superpower was just an ordinary person before the end of the world. Jean Bebe is not like that. Before the end of the world, she was a girl who had practiced martial arts for more than 10 years. She deeply understood the essence of the Jean family's swordsmanship. With the skills and attribute bonuses of superpowers, even Jean Chaochuan could not last a round under him. Let alone these two experimental soldiers, who were not even at the second level of strength. Both Sparrow and Falcon have a general name, called experimental soldiers, which is to transfer the power of zombie crystal cores into human bodies. In this way, not only will the T-virus become chaotic and impure, but the chance of death will also be greatly increased. Even if the experiment is successful and they become stronger, they are only stronger. They cannot become stronger. This is the disadvantage of experimental soldiers. If they want to become stronger, they can only accept the experiment again. Watching the two people retreating step by step, Jean Bebe felt much more relaxed. Even if she couldn't kill them, at least she could escape from here safely. But Jean Bebe overlooked one thing. She overlooked her own strength. While the people in the dark laboratory knew her strength. So after seeing the car flee, Ing did not chase it. His real target was the woman who stayed behind alone. In Ying's hand, there was an ordinary rifle with only one bullet. Looking at the active Jean Bebe, Ing raised the gun in his hand and aimed at Jean Bebe, who was fighting at the moment. Bang! A golden bullet passed through the air and flew towards Jean Bebe at a speed faster than the speed of sound. The target was Jean Bebe's calf. When Jean Bebe heard the gunshot, she subconsciously covered her calf, where blood was flowing. The goal of Falcon and Sparrow was to delay Jean Bebe and give Eagle a chance to attack. Eagle succeeded. You are despicable, Jean Bebe said hatefully. Falcon came to Jean Bebe with lingering fear and sneered, if you are not despicable, how can I catch you? Jean Bebe was unwilling to give up. She covered her calf pierced by the bullet, suddenly stood up, and sent the knife in her hand towards Falcon's neck regardless of anything. Even if it means death, Jean Bebe will take one away. Falcon looked at the knife flying towards his neck, looked at Jean Bebe with disdain, and didn't even try to avoid it. Jean Bebe gritted her teeth, wanting to kill the despicable woman in front of her. But she found that her strength was getting weaker and weaker, as if her body's strength was being taken away by something. Gradually, Jean Bebe found that she couldn't even lift the knife, and could only let the knife in her hand fall to the ground dejectedly. Next to Jean Bebe, Kate pulled the injection out of Jean Bebe's neck. The injection contained a special anesthetic, mixed with a dose that could paralyze an elephant. If I was a step slower, you would have died under the knife. Kate looked at Falcon and said with a smile, so you are the one I trust the most, Falcon said. And then he stepped forward and kissed Kay, and his hand was still touching Kay's, but the two kissed for a few minutes. And then a cough sounded. You too. It's too dangerous here. If you want to do it, go back and do it. I don't mind joining your game. Kay looked at Falcon coldly, turned around and left. But Falcon stretched out his finger and hooked Falcon's chin and said, Captain, we welcome you at any time. But I'm afraid you don't dare to come. Seeing Falcon leaving after teasing him, Eagle said with a smile, since when am I someone you can tease at will? Eagle carried the girl on the ground. But in his heart, he was thinking about how to make the two women beg for mercy under his crotch after returning. In the dark and humid sewer, Lin Hao looked at the third-level mutant rat and forced himself to calm down. This mutant rat was obviously a speed-type mutant beast. And for speed-type mutant beasts, according to Lin Hao's experience, the opponent's spirit value must be low. So when Lin Hao saw that the opponent's spirit attribute was only 15, Lin Hao felt that his chance had come. At this moment, an invisible hemp rope floated out from Lin Hao's head. The hemp rope seemed to be made of countless thin threads, and was easily scattered by Lin Hao. Facing speed-type zombies, Lin Hao had some experience. Although his speed could not keep up with the opponent, His spirit could completely beat the opponent. Lin Hao closed his eyes. After a hemp rope was scattered into countless thin threads. These thin threads were distributed nearly 20 meters in front of him. Lin Hao closed his eyes. And the originally dark sewer was as clear as if the sun was shining in. Appearing in his mind. Chapter 46. In Lin Hao's mind, even the hair of each mouse can be seen clearly. The mice looked at Lin Hao with greedy eyes, as if they were looking at the roast chicken on the table. The third-level mutant mouse did not attack first. A general would not risk his life. This is why Lin Hao used his mental power to explore the surroundings. Because the world projected by mental power is a god's perspective. A perspective without blind spots. The mutant mouse made a very unpleasant sound. When the surrounding mice heard the sound of the mutant mouse, they immediately rushed towards Lin Hao frantically. Seeing the huge rats rushing towards him, Lin Hao was not afraid at all. The individual attacks of these level 1 rats would not cause any harm to him. The only thing he had to worry about was not letting these rats attack him in groups. So Lin Hao chose to stand in front of the sewage pool. Although the water in the pool behind was not deep, it was like a vast ocean for these rats. In this way, Lin Hao could have no worries and focus on facing the front. Lin Hao's knife moved. In fact, this was only the third time that Lin Hao used the knife in battle. But Lin Hao seemed to have practiced it countless times. And the moves came easily. A mouse was about to pounce on Lin Hao. But before he could be happy, he found that his body was no longer under his control. He turned his head and saw that his lower body had been separated from his upper body. This is the Jin family's tyrant sword, which is fast and powerful. Lin Hao felt a little sorry that he didn't master this skill earlier. If he had mastered these skills earlier, Bofen's skin would not be able to resist his swordsmanship no matter how thick it was. And he would not be so indulgent as those people in the dark laboratory. Lin Hao has decided that the third-level mutant rat in front of him must die. Lin Hao wants to become stronger. After becoming stronger, he will give a big gift to the dark laboratory. These mutant rats seem to be fearless and charge towards Lin Hao one after another. Facing so many rats, Lin Hao is a little flustered after all. But because of this, Lin Hao feels that his understanding of knife skills has deepened. Finally, some rats broke through Lin Hao's knife formation and pounced on Lin Hao. Lin Hao only felt that there was a mouse as big as a kitten hanging between his thighs. The mouse looked at Lin Hao with an evil look. Lin Hao instantly lost his composure. Damn! You can't bite that place no matter where you bite. Instantly, Lin Hao opened his eyes and looked at the mouse on his thigh with wide eyes. The knife in his hand was still slashing fast in front of him. But a trace of mental power had already flown towards the mouse. The mouse was only level 1. Even if a trace of mental power was separated, it would be enough to give the mouse a pot of water. Sure enough, when the mental power pierced the mouse's brain like a needle, the mouse immediately spurted blood from the corner of its mouth and fell into the water without a sound. When Lin Hao opened his eyes, he found that the mental power in his mind was still clearly occupying his mind, instead of disappearing when he opened his eyes. As if he had an extra pair of eyes. Lin Hao never thought that mental power could be used in this way. It seems that he needs to develop more mental power attack skills in the future. The third-level mutant rat finally couldn't bear it anymore when he saw his offspring being ruthlessly slaughtered by Lin Hao. It was like a killer, hiding in the darkness, even extinguishing the light from its eyes, hoping to kill with one strike. The mutant rat thought it had done it perfectly, and it approached Lin Hao cautiously, looking for an opportunity to succeed. But he didn't know that even though Lin Hao was already in a mess, the focus of his spiritual world was still on him. When Lin Hao saw the mutant rat's actions, he knew that this guy couldn't bear it any longer. The mutant rat still pounced towards Lin Hao fearlessly. Lin Hao inevitably had several wounds on his body. Among the mutant rats that pounced towards Lin Hao, there was one that was larger and faster. Lin Hao felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a huge monster appeared in front of him. Lin Hao didn't know how high the jumping ability of the rats was, but every rat that pounced towards him could fly in front of him. If Lin Hao only used his eyes to see it this time, he couldn't tell whether the rat that pounced in front of him was an ordinary mutant rat or a third-level mutant rat, because the speed of this third-level mutant rat was too fast. Even though it was huge, it successfully concealed its size under such a fast speed and the obstruction of other rats around it. Fortunately, Lin Hao's mental power never gave up on this level 3 mutant rat. So when the level 3 mutant rat appeared in front of Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. Instantly, the mental power filaments distributed around the sewer gathered together. and the image in Lin Hao's mind gradually turned dark. After the filaments gathered together, they turned into a whip as thick as a thumb. Under Lin Hao's control, the whip gradually became hard and sharp as a spear that could pierce through everything. So, the spear turned into a bullet in the gun barrel and flew quickly towards the brain of the level 3 mutant rat. Lin Hao knew that this mutant rat was at level 3 and had 15 points of mental power, so this attack could not kill it at all. The mutant rat was flying and saw that Lin Hao had stopped moving. It was happy in its heart, thinking that Lin Hao was scared and had no idea that danger was approaching it. When the mutant rat felt the pain in its head, it was too late. As the initiator, Lin Hao felt the abnormality of the mutant rat at the first time. He raised the knife without thinking. To be on the safe side, Lin Hao also used his mental power to drive the Jin family's sword skill. Because Jin Jiao Ba Dao has been included in Guden's skill, there are 2 ways to use this skill. One is to rub it by hand. That is, to use it one move at a time by hand. And the other is to use it with system drive. Just like mental control, there are always mistakes when rubbing by hand. And it is different when using system drive. A blade light as fast as lightning suddenly appeared in the sewer. Although this blade light only appeared for a moment, it seemed to illuminate the entire sewer. Lin Hao's eyes flashed fiercely, and he heard the sound of the knife scratching the flesh. Lin Hao knew that his first move hit the target. In fact, Lin Hao also considered what to do if this move failed to hit the target. So Lin Hao had already prepared a follow-up move. The knife hit the mutant rat's hind legs. Seeing the mutant rat's expression suddenly coming to its senses because of the pain, Lin Hao hurriedly retreated and jumped into the sewage pool. The tang sword in Lin Hao's hand was more than 1 meter long, and half of it was left in the water. The water was about half a meter deep. Although the 3rd level mutant rat was huge, its height was only more than half a meter. What would happen when the mutant rat met water? Chapter 47. Lin Hao knows the advantages of the mutant rat, and naturally knows its disadvantages. Fighting the mutant rat on land, Lin Hao has no confidence that he can defeat it, even though he has many attack skills. So, if you want to defeat the mutant rat without damage, there is only one way, which is to make it slow down. When Lin Hao learned that there was a half-meter deep sewage pool behind him, Lin Hao felt that God was helping him. Although the mutant rat's hind legs were injured and its spirit was traumatized, its remaining strength when jumping up did not decrease. So when Lin Hao jumped into the pool, the mutant rat was helpless. But it could only watch him jump into the pool. The zombies have a very sensitive sense of smell. When approaching the pool, Lin Hao actually didn't smell any pungent smell. The dirt stayed at the bottom of the pool because of sedimentation. But the moment Lin Hao and the mutant rat jumped into the water, the whole pool was churning. And the dirt also floated to the surface because of the churning of the water. Suddenly, the smell of the dirt rushed into Lin Hao's nasal cavity, and the mutant rat's nasal cavity, like a strong chemical. Lin Hao was still okay. After all, the water was only as deep as his thighs. But the mutant rat was different. It could dive by just lowering its head. And it was almost rolling its eyes at the smell. The mutant rat was stimulated by the smell, and immediately took up its short legs and swam towards the shore. At this time, its speed was extremely slow. What can a speed-type zombie do without speed? Lin Hao smiled coldly, and immediately used the sword technique of the Overlord sword. The first knife cut on the back of the mutant rat. The mutant rat couldn't help but howl, and look back at Lin Hao with resentment while swimming. Hey, you still look at me with this kind of eyes. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think that we, the former masters of the earth, are easy to bully? Lin Hao did not stop the knife in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the second move was slashed towards the buttocks. On the shore, a group of level 1 mutant rats watched this scene and shouted anxiously at their king. Lin Hao did not understand rat language, but he thought that those guys were saying things like Kang Bailey and Whiting. Unfortunately, their cheering was useless. If the level 3 mutant rat's hind legs were not injured, it might be able to escape even if it entered the pool, and then confront Lin Hao, one above the water and the other underwater. But the bad thing was that Lin Hao had chopped the mutant rat's leg before it entered the water, which greatly reduced the mutant rat's speed. Otherwise, it would not be Lin Hao's turn to bully it. Looking at the mutant rat's unyielding eyes, Lin Hao was a little moved by it. But the end is the end. This beast doesn't understand the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, nor does it know what it means to turn hostility into friendship. If he lets this guy escape this time, Lin Hao is 80% sure that this guy will definitely take revenge on him in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Hao showed no mercy and slashed the rat's head with the third move of the tyrant's sword. A stream of bright red blood flowed out from the neck of the third-level mutant rat, and the blood rippled on the sewage, gradually overlapping with the color of the sewage until the original color could no longer be seen. Lin Hao walked back to the shore, picked up the corpse of the third-level mutant rat, and threw it heavily on the ground. The first-level mutant rats finally felt fear when they saw this scene, and they scattered instantly. Lin Hao did not intend to kill all the mutant rats. After all, there were so many of them, and it would take a long time to kill them all. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, Lin Hao sighed. The corpse of the mutant rat had been completely soaked in the sewage pool. Even if Lin Hao came out of the sewage pool, he could still smell the pungent odor of the sewage pool. The odor came from the pool, his trouser legs, and the mutant rat that was soaked in the sewage pool. When Lin Hao thought about eating a mutant rat with a pungent smell all over its body, he couldn't help but sigh. Even if he was only eating the crystal core in its brain, you can even sacrifice your life to become stronger. So why are you afraid of this pungent smell? Lin Hao comforted himself in his heart, picked up the crystal core in the mutant rat's brain with a knife, pinched his nose, and put it into his mouth. The moment the crystal core was put into his mouth, Lin Hao felt a warm current rushing through his body. At the same time, the drowsy feeling he had when he upgraded came over. Lin Hao seemed to be unable to feel the surrounding environment, and he fell to the ground with his head raised. Before Lin Hao fell, he vaguely heard Gooden's voice. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 3. The city center of City A is located at the junction of the 3 districts of Sea Area, Mountain Area and Forest Area. From the junction, the Forest Area and Mountain Area are the most prosperous, while the Sea Area gradually falls into decline. The Lingfeng building in the city center, the largest building in City A, was once a commercial empire before the end of the world. This building has 200 floors. On the top floor, Yi Wentian, with long hair and a suit, is still sitting quietly on a red sofa holding a goblet. The goblet contains a dark red liquid, which people once called Lafite. As early as 2 hours ago, Yi Wentian received the news that his men had finally captured the superpower in the sea area, and his own experiment only had a little bit left to complete, and the power of the superpower was indispensable. Yi Wentian looked towards the sea area from the 200th floor. The entire A city had no lights at night, so when the 2 beams of light appeared, they were so harsh, like the last hope in the dark night. Yi Wentian looked at the 2 beams of car lights gradually approaching Lingfeng building, and he knew that the test subject he needed was here. Ing parked the car in front of the Lingfeng building, and 2 ordinary soldiers came to the car to help immediately. But Ing did not ask them to help. Falcon and Sparrow directly helped Jean Bebe, who was already awake but had no strength at all, to walk into the building. A bald man looked at this scene and said with envy, "Captain Ing, this woman looks so beautiful. Can we use her?" Ing was very kind to these men who had fought with him through life and death, and smiled. "It should be possible. But aren't the survivors you caught before enough for you to use?" The bald man laughed and said, "Those little girls can't stand being played with. They died after a few days of playing. Unlike this one, it looks not only beautiful but also strong." As he said that, the bald man stepped forward and looked at Jean Bebe's tall and soft body. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand. Falcon and Sparrow just watched this scene quietly. They didn't stop it. This kind of thing didn't matter to them at all. Although the bald man was just an ordinary person, he would be followed by these ordinary people every time he went on a mission. Who knows when they would save their lives? So they would not stop this kind of small advantage. They just regarded it as a way to enhance their relationship. The big man was drooling, and his hands were about to reach the top. But Jean Bebe could only look at the big man in despair, unable to move at all. Just as Jean Bebe closed his eyes in despair, a gunshot rang out, and Jean Bebe subconsciously opened his eyes and looked at the bloody hole on the bald man's head in surprise. Not only Jean Bebe was surprised, but even Ing and Falcon were also surprised to see the bald head slowly softening. Then, Ing raised his head and looked at the young man holding a pistol in front of him with a respectful look. Chapter 48. The young man holding the gun had long hair, a suit, a handsome face, and a gentle smile. He was a perfect example of a warm man before the end of the world. But such a man, after shooting and killing someone, did not even blink. Yi Wentian slowly walked to Jean Bebe, looked at her pretty face, and could not help but lift her chin with his index finger, saying jokingly, I don't like my key experimental subjects to have major fluctuations in their hearts. Don't worry. Before and after the experiment, I will not let anyone touch you, including myself, because I need your comprehensive data. And there are too few people with superpowers like you. Jean Bebe could only watch in vain as the young man raised his chin and pinched her cheeks. But she could not resist it all. It had been several hours. But Jean Bebe still could not feel the mysterious power in her body. It seemed that she had used her superpowers 3 times too frequently today, causing her body to be too weak. But Jean Bebe did not regret it. At least her brother and her friends were alive. So what was the point of sacrificing herself? Next, Jean Bebe just wanted to die with dignity. Yuan stood there and couldn't help looking at Jean Bebe again. During this time, the 3 remaining members of Group F could only stand here with Yuan. After a long time, Yuan said, "Lock her with her father and serve her 3 meals a day. Your Group F has lost 2 people. It seems that you will be able to add new members soon." Eagle immediately responded seriously, "Yes." Then Yuan turned around and left, and Eagle's stiff body gradually softened. He said to Falcon, "Take her down. I wait for you in the room." Falcon and Eagle exchanged glances that only the 2 of them could understand, and Sparrow couldn't help but snorted coldly beside them. In the sewer, Lin Hao covered his head, which seemed to have just woken up from a hangover, and slowly stood up. "What happened to me just now? Why did I suddenly faint?" Lin Hao asked. Go Dan said, "Because you upgraded." Lin Hao was immediately surprised and said, "I upgraded. I actually upgraded. Are you serious?" Faced with Lin Hao's doubts, Go Dan was naturally very angry and directly brought up Lin Hao's attribute panel. Host, Lin Hao. Level 3, 60/2500. Title, Phone In. Skills, Mind Control, 48,500. Gene Family Domination Sword. Speed Bonus. Strength, 18. Spirit, 38. Speed, 20. Stamina, 18. Evaluation, you have become a zombie elite. No one dares to look down on you. The road to strengthening, 750/1000. Lin Hao looked at his attribute panel and felt like crying with joy. I finally became stronger again. And every time I became stronger, I worked hard to earn it. The name is finally not so childish. But phoning is not very nice either. Both rats and dogs have this name. And the proficiency of mental control skills has also increased a lot. The key is my own strengthening path. And it seems that I am not far from the 2nd level. And I will soon have a new skill. Thinking of the skills, Lin Hao's face turned purple. Since I absorbed the speed bonus skill, I have never used it. But thinking about it, I am relieved. After absorbing this skill, I got a more powerful swordsmanship. Naturally, I accidentally ignored this skill. Now my speed has reached 20 attribute points. If the speed bonus skill is used reasonably, my speed will be maintained at 40.5 minutes. The speed of 40 points is higher than my mental power. Could it be that he is a dual cultivation zombie? Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a little excited. Narcissistic Lin Hao looked at his attribute panel for half an hour, and suddenly found another problem. Gooden, why don't I have proficiency in my other 2 skills? Hearing Lin Hao's idiotic question, Gooden said lazily, only the life skills have proficiency. My goal is to make you a zombie king, not a pervert. Lin Hao was immediately unhappy, although his head still hurt a little. His physical strength was almost restored, and the wounds on his body were also fully healed. It was time to go up. Lin Hao came to the pool and looked at the manhole cover above. It's time to go up and play with the mother zombie. This was the goal that Lin Hao set at the beginning. He didn't believe that he, a normal person, couldn't deal with an idiot with a new IQ. Wait, something seems wrong. Gooden, I'm Lin Hao. I'm the zombie king. Ah. Lin Hao opened his mouth and kept saying excitedly. Then said in broken Chinese, Gooden, I can speak now. Yes, you can talk now. So shut up. Gooden really didn't want to hear Lin Hao's ugly voice echoing in her ears. She would rather listen to Lin Hao's narcissism in his heart. In my heart, there was a dream. You are paralyzed and you are singing. Believe it or not, I will blow myself up now for you to see. Gooden finally exploded. Lin Hao shut up instantly. He still wanted to become the zombie king. What was the point of dying in a sewer for no reason? Lin Hao slowly climbed up along the slippery ladder and punched the sewer cover with his fist. And suddenly, a dazzling light shone on Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao climbed up slowly, looked up at the dazzling sun, and said with a smile, "The moon has become brighter again. It seems that I need to adapt to it." "Go to hell. It's the sun," Gooden cursed. Lin Hao was speechless. Lin Hao just remembered that he had fought in the middle of the night yesterday, and he was unconscious for an unknown period of time. It should be daytime now. It's a pity that the luxury watch on Lin Hao's wrist was broken by a telephone pole when he was fighting the mother zombie. It seems that he needs to get another one, and this time it will be cheaper. Lin Hao came to a luxury store again, kicked the zombies next to him away, looked at the diamond watch lying on the counter, and then looked at the aluminum watch next to it. Finally, he decided to take the cheaper one. When the cheaper one broke, Lin Hao would take the aluminum one. So Lin Hao took the diamond one. In Lin Hao's impression, Schwer should have escaped successfully. After all, the car looked strong enough. And with Jean Bebe, a superpower, accompanying her, there should be no danger. Lin Hao looked in the direction of City B. It seemed that he had to change the map. To be on the safe side, Lin Hao returned to the place where he fought yesterday. There was nothing left at the scene except a mess. Han Chao also disappeared on the third floor of the supermarket. There was a very obvious tire track under Lin Hao's feet. He was curious and walked forward along the tire track. On the way, Lin Hao couldn't help the desire to speak and spoke again. "A cut of cold plum. You are still singing. I blew myself up." Chapter 49. Lin Hao looked at the tire tracks on the ground with some seriousness. From the tire tracks, it can be judged that the car stopped for a while on this road, and then quickly turned around and left this road. But why did they do this? Is there any danger ahead? Lin Hao walked forward again, and found that there were many tire nails on the road ahead. These nails are very scary. As long as the tire runs over them, the car will be scrapped. It seems that they have been blocked. Lin Hao was a little worried, hoping that Schwer would be alright. When Lin Hao saw the blood on the ground, he became even more worried. It seemed that the group of people were in danger. Lin Hao didn't care about them. After all, they had only known each other for a short time. But Schwer was with him. If Schwer got into trouble, Lin Hao would never feel at ease in his life. Lying on the ground, Lin Hao sniffed carefully, and finally gave up. Although the five senses of zombies were much stronger than those of humans, they couldn't smell the direction from which the other party left like dogs. "Why? Do you still want to save them?" Gooden asked. "No. I just want to save Schwer." Lin Hao didn't know Schwer had escaped. He thought Schwer might have been captured by them. "TSK. You virgin bitch," Gooden mocked. Lin Hao ignored her. For Lin Hao, he always thought he was a human being. Since he was a human being, he should maintain his humanity. He could kill decisively and be ruthless. But that was to treat the enemy. "Where do you think the headquarters of that group should be?" Lin Hao asked. "How would I know?" Gooden didn't seem to be ready to help Lin Hao with his plans. Lin Hao carefully thought about the actions of those people. Their actions were very clear from the beginning. They wanted to capture mutant zombies, like him, and then the survivors. It was easy to guess what they wanted to do by capturing these people. They were probably government armed forces. There must be a lot of people in the headquarters of such people. So they would definitely choose a place with a large enough area as their headquarters. Lin Hao searched around for a long time, and finally found a map of the city in a bookstore. Lin Hao was not from City A. Although he went to school here for 2 years, he was not familiar with most places in City A. A map was the fastest way to familiarize himself with the city. Even if you find their headquarters. "Are you sure you have the ability to save people?" Gooden couldn't stand it anymore and asked again. Lin Hao looked at the map, drew circles with a pen in his hand, and said to Gooden with a smile, "I not only want to save people, I also want revenge." This is Lin Hao. The flaw hidden in his heart finally showed up. Lin Hao always remembered what the people in the dark laboratory did to him. If they were to forget each other in the future, Lin Hao would not mind forgetting them. But they touched Schwer, and Lin Hao could not stand it. On the map, Lin Hao had already marked several places with a marker. One was the A City Stadium in the mountainous area. This stadium was the largest building in a city. Before the Doomsday, the city often used this stadium to hold various competitions. In the early and post-apocalyptic period, this place was used as a temporary base by the A City government to accommodate survivors. Later, because the survivor base in B City was built, this place was also abandoned. However, there was enough space here. As long as the ceiling was done well, it could become a paradise in the Doomsday. So this was the place where Lin Hao focused his suspicion. The second place is Lingfeng Building, which is an office building with more than 200 floors. It was the place with the most people before the apocalypse. And the number of zombies inside after the apocalypse is unimaginable. So although it is a suspect, it is the least likely. Another place is City Hotel, which is a high-end hotel with 50 floors. These three places are considered the largest building areas in City A. It is very likely that the Dark Lab has secret bases in these places. He did it right away. In order to prevent himself from not knowing the way, Lin Hao left with a map. And the first place he went to was naturally the gymnasium in the next mountain area, which was the closest to him. Before that, I need a helper. Lin Hao stroked his chin and thought. Helper? You mean? My dog is really smart. Lin Hao laughed. Dog, eh? At the entrance of Carrefour, when Bai Bofin sensed the breath of the third-level zombie, he was afraid. But because of its size and speed, he knew he might not be able to escape. So he was ready to fight to the end. But when Bai Bofin found out that the third-level zombie was actually Lin Hao, he was a little stunned. Haha. Buddy. You didn't expect it to be me. Lin Hao went up and put his arm around Bai Bofin's shoulders in a friendly manner. Although Bai Bofin had a certain IQ and could understand what Lin Hao meant, he could not see the smirk in Lin Hao's eyes. Come with me. I promise you will have delicious and spicy food. With just this simple sentence, there was a fat guy on the Land Rover in front of Carrefour. These days, zombie minions are easy to find. But zombie minions with a certain IQ are not so easy to find. Every time Lin Hao saw Bai Bofin, he had the urge to copy his skills. Such skills were too tempting for someone like Lin Hao. City A was not big, nor was it small. But the city gymnasium was a very conspicuous building after all. Although Lin Hao had never been there, he knew where it was by looking at the map. In order to prevent being discovered by the people in the dark laboratory, Lin Hao got off the car 1,000 meters away from the gymnasium and prepared to walk. After walking for 10 minutes, Lin Hao couldn't help it. Fatty, can you hurry up? Lin Hao looked at the fat man, who was following him closely, and suddenly felt that bringing him along might not be a good thing. Although he was thick-skinned and fearless, the fat man made too much noise when he walked. He might be discovered by the enemy before he got close to the place. Then, a sniper rifle would be in the way, and game over. Gooden couldn't help but laugh when he saw this novel scene. Zombies leading zombies for morning exercises early in the morning. Not bad. I like it. Lin Hao ignored Gooden. The fat man's speed was not good, but he had good physical strength. After a short rest, the two finally approached the gymnasium. The door of the gymnasium was not open, which made Lin Hao more alert. At the same time, the mental power in Lin Hao's mind had spread out crazily. The zombies around were forced to gather here by Lin Hao's pressure. Unfortunately, Lin Hao's pressure covered the fat man's pressure, which made Lin Hao gather only more than 30 zombies. Otherwise, with Bai Bofin's pressure, the two could gather nearly 50 zombies. Lin Hao controlled these 30 zombies to be cannon fodder and destroy the door of the gymnasium. The door of the gymnasium was very strong, but the ability of more than 30 zombies was not given for nothing. After working together for more than 10 minutes, the door of the gymnasium fell down, followed by the screams of human women and the scolding of men. Chapter 50. When these zombies heard the human voice, they went crazy. So crazy that they were not even prepared to obey Lin Hao's orders. Lin Hao had no choice but to strengthen his mental output, listening to the heavy breathing of the fat man Bai Bofin next to him. But he stood quietly in front of him and didn't rush over. Lin Hao couldn't help but look at him with admiration. But Lin Hao was very strange. The door of this gymnasium was obviously not strong. How could there be humans inside? Lin Hao hid among the ordinary zombies, and controlled the ordinary zombies to slowly walk forward. Similarly, Lin Hao also had a rough look at the area within his sight. Inside was a green area. Not a football field, but a venue for various sports, where long jump, high jump, shot put and the like were held. At this moment, in the center of the green area stood a group of people. A group of men with knives and a group of screaming women. The men looked at the zombies in silence, while the women had been screaming since Lin Hao rushed in. The women were protecting some children, who were crying non-stop. Next to this group of people, a barbecue grill stood quietly. I don't know where they found the firewood from. The firewood was burning quietly. On the grill was a piece of meat from some creature, which was sizzling and oozing with oil. The fragrance could reach Lin Hao's nose from there. Gooden. Did you find anything wrong? Lin Hao asked Gooden hurriedly. But Gooden didn't reply after waiting for a long time. Lin Hao was a little confused. It seemed that he and Gooden didn't quarrel. Bai Bofin looked at Lin Hao from time to time, hoping that Lin Hao would let him rush over and eat heartily. Zombies like Bai Bofin have long lost their humanity. It is not wrong to say that they are a new species. To them, humans are food, and they must eat when they see food. But it is different for Lin Hao. Lin Hao still maintains human rationality. He can be cruel and watch people die without helping. But he can never get over the hurdle in his heart about eating people. Originally, Lin Hao did not intend to restrain this group of zombies and let them rush over to have some fun. But the more Lin Hao watched, the more he felt something was wrong. Lin Hao shook his head quietly at Bai Bofin. That group of people was so strange. The men were still holding knives, and the women and children were still crying and making a fuss. Facing zombies, this situation seemed normal. Was it really normal? The men were still holding knives and saying nothing. Their expressions were solemn and desperate. The women and children were still crying and making a fuss. And the piece of meat was still sizzling with wool. And the fragrance made Lin Hao's taste buds involuntarily open up. Finally, Lin Hao realized that something was wrong. The fragrance was just the fragrance. Lin Hao tried it, but he couldn't smell the cooked food at all. Even if he could smell it, he would feel nausea and disgust. Not this kind of desire. Not only was he eager, the entire zombie group seemed to be looking at the meat. At this time, the entire zombie group seemed to ignore the human in front of him. The man still held the knife in silence, with a solemn and desperate expression on his face. Lin Hao seemed to have thought of something, and pulled Bai Bofin to run madly behind him. Bai Bofin was a little puzzled. He still had a strong desire for the barbecue and the human, but he didn't want to lose Lin Hao as a friend. So he didn't resist when Lin Hao pulled him away. When Lin Hao released his own pressure, those ordinary zombies could no longer hold back and rushed over, half towards the barbecue and half towards the humans. These zombies all had smiles in their eyes. They had been wandering on the streets for who knows how long, and they hadn't eaten for who knows how long. Humans are too smart and hide in one place for hundreds of years without coming out. So it's hard to be a zombie. After seeing the food, these zombies would inevitably be like starving ghosts reincarnated. But they would regret it soon. Or maybe not, because they have no IQ. And without IQ, they naturally can't think. And without thinking, how can they regret it? When Lin Hao pulled Bai Bofin out of the gymnasium and looked back again, they couldn't help but sweat. It turned out that there was no human in the green shade. There were no humans, no barbecues, no calm men, no crying women and children in the green shade. Only a pile of things like a meat mountain. At the top of the meat mountain, there seemed to be a head. But unfortunately Lin Hao couldn't see it clearly. This meat mountain occupied at least 1/3 of the green shade. At the bottom, the meat mountain was extending tentacles one after another. And the tentacles exuded a fragrance, which was the fragrance that Lin Hao smelled. The aroma stimulated Lin Hao's taste buds, and also stimulated Bai Bofin's taste buds. But the two zombies couldn't drool at this moment, and could only watch the 30 level 1 zombies fall into the tentacles at the bottom as if they fell into a trap, and then were rolled up by the tentacles and sent into the meat mountain. Gooden, Gooden, are you there? Lin Hao called again. Gooden said, it is impossible to detect. The other party's level exceeds the host's authority. The host cannot detect it. Gooden just said this sentence, and Lin Hao understood that this guy was not something he could move. So he left first as a courtesy. Lin Hao took Bai Bofin with him and ran away. Lin Hao didn't expect that there were already such powerful zombies in the mountains. How could such zombies exist in this world? The apocalypse was only half a year ago, and he was not so powerful. How could there be such powerful zombies in this world? Gooden didn't hear Lin Hao's inner monologue. Otherwise, he would definitely call him narcissistic. In any case, fortunately, he was alert enough this time. Otherwise, the future zombie king would have fallen here. Back in the car, Lin Hao touched his chin. It seemed that the stadium should not be the base of the dark laboratory. Only a fool would build a base next to that monster. How did that zombie come into being? Weren't all the survivors in the stadium moved away? Since there were no survivors in the stadium, how could such zombies appear? This matter may be a permanent mystery to Lin Hao. But Lin Hao will not distract himself on such things. After all, no matter how powerful this zombie is, it has nothing to do with him. When he becomes stronger in the future, he will definitely come back to kill this guy. The car started to move. And the next destination was the edge of the mountainous area and the forest area. City Hotel. This hotel is very high-end. Before the doomsday, many people would give a thumbs up when mentioning this hotel. But the strange thing is that such a hotel is very deserted before the doomsday. Lin Hao doesn't know the reason for the desertedness. It is said that it is haunted. But no matter what the reason, before the doomsday, as a loser, Lin Hao had basically no chance to go to such a place. But after the doomsday, Lin Hao looked at the Cine Hotel in front of him and quietly moved over with Bai Bofin. Chapter 51. Half an hour later, Lin Hao and Bai Bofin walked out of the Cine Hotel in great disappointment. There was no ghost inside. Not even zombies. After searching the entire hotel, there was not even a single person. Lin Hao looked at the last Lingfeng building on the map and suddenly lost hope. This building is a commercial building in the city center. When the doomsday breaks out, it can be said that this place is where the most people gather. And naturally it is also where the most zombies gather. Such a place is not suitable for building a base, no matter how you look at it. But based on the idea of giving it a try, Lin Hao was still prepared to try his luck. Just in case they were really here. In the car, Bai Bofin couldn't help complaining. He didn't even have breakfast when Lin Hao dragged him to these places. He didn't even know what to do. Of course, Lin Hao wouldn't tell him what he was doing. If he told him that he was going to save people, would he go with him? Finally, with Lin Hao's comfort and assurance that this was the last place, and we would go home after searching, Bai Bofin calmed down. In Lingfeng building, Yu Wentian came to the top floor in a white coat. After Yu Wentian's renovation, the top floor has long become a particularly comfortable place. Yu Wentian's favorite thing to do is to lie on the sofa here and look at the doomsday scene outside through the French window. Yu Wentian touched his nose and suddenly sneezed. Yu Wentian didn't like the smell of perfume. So the woman covered in perfume was thrown into the pile of zombies by him without blinking an eye. There was a large blood stain on Yu Wentian's white coat. But this blood stain was not from the woman, but from the survivor caught last time. The name of the survivor seemed to be Zhang Quan, or Wang Ping. Yu Wentian forgot. Anyway, it was a young man with glasses. Since he was captured, this young man has been shouting that he is a doctor and has useful value, so he can be kept. Unfortunately, he was wrong. The last thing this base lacks is doctors. Recently, the higher-ups have allocated several crystal cores of level 4 zombies, which are just right for making a fusion potion. I wonder if it will work if injected into that kid. At the same time, Yu Wentian used his own ingenious ideas to combine technology and biology. For example, chopping off the young man's arm, replacing it with a Vulcan Gatling gun, and placing a few Sidewinder missiles seems to be a good idea. As for the girl with superpowers, Yu Wentian had no idea yet. After all, a superpower was too precious. If she accidentally killed him, his plan would be aborted. Yu Wentian held the wine glass, feeling a little sad. He was really tired recently. But for the sake of humanity and the big plan, he would stick to it no matter how tired he was. That's right. All Yu Wentian did was to study the true nature of the T-virus. Only by thoroughly studying the T-virus could he deal with it. But the more he studied, the more fascinated Yu Wentian became. He had never expected that a small virus could be so powerful, which was why he chose to do human experiments. Seemingly dissatisfied with the bloody smell on his body, Yu Wentian took off his white coat. Otherwise it would dirty the sofa, and he would have to change it later. Yu Wentian habitually raised his head and looked into the distance. He had never felt that a city after the end of the world could be so sexy and attract his attention. Just like a poem. So quiet and peaceful, making himself indulge in it. Yu Wentian is a person who can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. In the past, when he looked out the window, there was nothing but slow zombies. But today, there seemed to be something more in the painting. Yu Wentian's pupils gradually shrank, and he looked at the speeding vehicle. How could there be a car? Who dares to drive in this situation? Yu Wentian was a little uneasy. But only Yu Wentian saw the car. Everyone in the laboratory had their own duties. The members of Group F needed to go out to catch survivors and mutant zombies, so they would not be in the laboratory during the day. Although no one protected him, Yu Wentian was still not afraid, because no one could break into Lingfeng building. Lin Hao remained alert and stopped nearly 1,000 meters away from Lingfeng building. Bai Bofin got out of the car impatiently and followed Lin Hao like a grouchy kid. But now was obviously not the time to comfort this guy. The entrance of Lingfeng building was quiet. But that was not what made Lin Hao alert. What made Lin Hao alert was that there were obvious signs of cleaning at the entrance. According to Lin Hao's observation, there were not only signs of cleaning at the entrance, but also blood stains from dragging. It was obvious that someone had done it on purpose. They were probably the only ones who could do these things. Looking at the tall Lingfeng building, Lin Hao took a deep breath and quietly walked towards the door along the corner. What Lin Hao didn't expect was that the door of Lingfeng building was actually open. In fact, this is normal. The door of a commercial building rarely survives in the environment of Doomsday. Almost all of them are almost destroyed. But this door is different. This door has obviously been repaired. This is a complete door. Judging from the situation, there must be survivors in this building. Maybe the people in the dark laboratory. But no matter who it is, they will not leave the door open like this. What if a zombie wanders in with nothing to do? Lin Hao didn't think about the other party's purpose. Since the other party opened the door, he would go in. After entering, Lin Hao felt sticky under his feet. Looking down, he found blood. The blood flowed from the head of a bald man. When Bai Bofin saw the bald man, he jumped on him excitedly. It seemed that Lin Hao finally didn't have to worry about Bai Bofin's lack of breakfast. Seeing Bai Bofin eating so deliciously, Lin Hao's Adam's apple moved. It seemed that he hadn't eaten for a long time. Do you want to eat a little? Even if it's just a little bit. It won't be a problem to make an exception. Otherwise, eat a little? Just when Lin Hao was struggling, he saw Bai Bofin drooling while eating. And Lin Hao made a decision. Damn. Drooling while eating. Isn't it disgusting? I won't eat what others have eaten. Seeing that Bai Bofin had almost finished eating, Lin Hao also thoroughly checked the first floor during this time. There was nothing. It was very clean. But what surprised Lin Hao was that there was no staircase here. Finally, in front of a cement wall, Lin Hao was dumbfounded. The Seiki passage was actually blocked by cement by this group of people? What were they thinking? How did they go up and down the stairs? On the 200th floor, Yu Wentian turned on the power and looked at the two superpower zombies on the screen, and couldn't help but smile. It turned out to be Yu. Yu Wentian naturally recognized that Lin Hao was the superpower zombie they had captured but escaped. Looking at Lin Hao's actions on the screen, Yu Wentian was a little curious about how high Lin Hao's IQ was. Okay. Then I see how strong you are. Yu Wentian smiled again and pressed a button. Chapter 52. Lin Hao finally couldn't help interrupting Bai Bofin as he saw how happy he was eating. Okay. Stop eating and get down to business. I let you not share with me. Bai Bofin was obviously a little unhappy, but he finally succumbed to Lin Hao's pressure. Lin Hao was thinking about how to get into the building, when suddenly, with a ding, the elevator door in front of him slowly opened. There's electricity here? On the top floor, Yu Wentian said through a microphone as if broadcasting. Guys on the second floor. A zombie broke into the first floor. Pay attention. Attack with all your strength. But I want to live. On the second floor, a big man with a gun was smoking a cigar and asked suspiciously, mutated zombies? What level? Around level 2 to 3. The ability is unknown. After Yu Wentian finished speaking, he blocked the big man's voice. The big man still bit the cigar and looked at the people around him with some amusement. These people are reserve members of Group F. They think they have strong personal abilities, and they have all been tested and survived. The big man said with a smile, Dr. Yi assigned us a simple task. A level 2 zombie actually broke into Lingfeng building. Wang Er, you go and catch him. A tall and thin man stood up in response. Suddenly, the others around were unhappy. Brother Lu, this is not right. Why do you give all the good things to Wang Er? What is your relationship with him? A fat man with a scar on his face looked at the big man called Brother Lu with a lewd smile. From their words and actions, they did not take Lin Hao, who was about to come to their door, seriously at all. For them, they didn't know how many second-level zombies they had caught. Scar fat man, I think you don't want a woman tonight, Brother Lu said with a sinister look on his face. Don't, Brother Lu. I'm different from you. I don't like men, Scarface said with a smile. Well, it seems that you really don't need women at night. I will let Wang Er go to your room. After Brother Lu finished speaking, he ignored Scarface and smoked a cigar leisurely. The Wang Er that Brother Lu mentioned got up and left the small room after receiving Brother Li's task. Wang Er opened the door and saw a large space in front of him, which was reserved for these people to train. Wang Er stared at the elevator in the corridor. The elevator was rising slowly, and then stopped on the second floor. Wang Er had already loaded the gun in his hand and pulled the safety. Although Dr. Yi wanted to be alive, he did not say that he wanted to be intact. As long as the zombie was alive, it would be fine. Wang Er raised his gun and pointed it at the elevator in the corridor. The elevator door slowly opened. At the moment when a crack appeared in the elevator door, the gun in Wang Er's hand seemed to spit out a ton of fire. There was only a crackling sound, which stopped for a long time, and the elevator door was not fully opened. Wang Er threw away the magazine and replaced it with a new one. He knew that bullets would not necessarily harm mutant zombies. So the magazine he replaced was not just bullets, but also armor-piercing bullets developed by the military department. When Wang Er saw the elevator door open, he hesitated. Is that stupid-looking fat man a mutant zombie? Wang Er saw Bai Bofin standing still, and was a little confused. Could it be that this zombie was scared silly? Thinking of this, Wang Er showed no mercy, and shot again with a magazine. The armor-piercing bullets were so powerful that they could penetrate a 5mm steel plate, and still have residual power. In Wang Er's opinion, if he fired this magazine, the opponent would definitely become a sieve. So Wang Er did not shoot at Bai Bofin's head, because Dr. Yi said that he wanted to live. And if the zombies died, he would die too. These bullets really penetrated Bai Bofin's defense, entered Bai Bofin's thighs and stomach, and even directly knocked Bai Bofin to his knees. Lin Hao, who was hiding behind Bai Bofin, was shocked. If this bullet hit him, he would be useless. I didn't expect that Bai Bofin's skills couldn't stop these bullets. Human technology is really powerful. Wang Er looked at Bai Bofin, who couldn't stand up straight, and smiled contemptuously. What a level 2 mutant zombie. It was still dealt with by his own magazine. The strength of the members of Group F is generally higher than that of level 1 zombies, but not level 2. Even so, these people are still not afraid of level 2 zombies, because they know that compared to zombies, they have a very strong advantage. IQ. Wang Er didn't even want to look at Bai Bofin, who was showing his sharp teeth. For Wang Er, dealing with this second-level zombie was as easy as drinking water when thirsty or eating biscuits when hungry. Bai Bofin looked at the human getting closer and closer to him, and his unwilling heart was excited again. He stood up with difficulty and wanted to attack Wang Er. Wang Er was also a little surprised to see that Bai Bofin could still stand up despite being injured like this. But only a little. He kicked Bai Bofin in the stomach without hesitation, trying to knock him down. As a result, although Bai Bofin took a few steps back, he didn't fall down. This fat guy is quite heavy. Wang Er laughed. Wang Er knew how powerful his kick was. He once kicked a 200-gene biochemical dog, and the biochemical dog was knocked down and slid 4 or 5 meters on the ground. Wang Er, who didn't believe in evil, kicked again. At this moment, Lin Hao pushed Bai Bofin hard from behind. The two forces collided, and Bai Bofin naturally helped Lin Hao. Wang Er only felt a strong force coming from his legs instantly, and the rebound force made Wang Er fall to the ground uncontrollably. Wang Er was very confused. How could a guy who was so seriously injured have such great strength? But soon, Wang Er understood. It turned out that this zombie was not a person. Behind Bai Bofin, Lin Hao rushed out swiftly, like a cheetah hunting, and jumped up. Wang Er didn't even react. He could only watch Lin Hao pounce on him. And then Lin Hao bit his throat. Lin Hao looked at the dying Wang Er with teasing and cruelty in his eyes. Just like treating a prey. Wang Er never thought that he was actually tricked by a zombie. And it was obviously him who tricked the zombie. This was Wang Er's last thought before he died. Wang Er never thought that he was actually tricked by a zombie. With this unwillingness, he completely disappeared in this broken world. Feeling the blood in his mouth, Lin Hao couldn't help licking his lips, but finally restrained himself and left the corpse, looking at Bai Bofin. At this moment, Bai Bofin was using his zombie-like ultimate healing technique to heal the gunshot wounds on his body. After a while, golden sharp bullets popped out from the small holes. Feeling that his wounds were healed, Bai Bofin screamed excitedly and glanced at Lin Hao. Lin Hao shook his head to show that he was not interested in the corpse. So Bai Bofin pounced on it like a wild dog seeing shit. Chapter 53. Yi Weitian was lying on the sofa on the top floor, but his eyes were always on the monitor. He sipped his red wine and watched the scene in the elevator quietly. He saw that the mutant zombie hid behind another mutant zombie, and then because of his men's contempt, The two mutant zombies successfully fought back. At the same time, what made Yuetian even more curious was where the skinny mutant zombie came from, and how he had such a high IQ. Seeing that you are frowning, I guess you are worried again. At this moment, a hearty voice reached Yuetian's ears. Yuetian raised his head lazily, and looked at a middle-aged man of ordinary build and appearance walking towards him. Yuetian said with some boredom, "What are you doing here? My teammates are not here. I am bored. So I came up to talk to you. Your face is as black as charcoal. What's wrong?" he asked with some amusement. "What else can it be? Take a look for yourself." Yuetian pointed at the monitor. In the monitor, Bai Bofin was happily chewing on Wang Er's corpse. Next to Bai Bofin, there was a thin man who looked very alert. "A person standing next to a zombie?" Xiang asked. "Take a closer look to see if the thin man is a human." Yuetian was speechless. How could he not know that the captain of Team E was faceblind? "Oh, I see. This is the zombie you asked Team F to capture. I didn't expect that the other party would come to your door before you caught him." Xiang laughed, not caring about Yuetian's expression. Yuetian's expression became darker and darker, and he turned on the microphone again and said to Brother Lu in the room, "Wang Er is dead. There are two mutant zombies. Do your best to capture them." Brother Lu was a little confused when he received this news. Wang Er is dead. Brother Lu knew how much Wang Er was capable of. Even if there were two level 2 zombies, Wang Er could still run away even if he couldn't beat them. But less than 2 minutes after he rushed out, Wang Er was actually dead. Although Brother Lu didn't believe it, he still trembled when he heard Dr. Yi's voice, which was obviously suppressing his anger. He held a knife and said to everyone, "Zombies are a bit tricky. Don't use guns. Take knives and catch them alive." 7 or 8 people in the room suddenly rushed out of the room with machetes in their hands. When Lin Hao saw 7 or 8 big men rushing out of a room, he was scared. But when Lin Hao saw that the weapons in their hands were knives, he laughed, touching the Tang Dao tied behind his back. Lin Hao kicked Bai Bofin fatty. "Come on." When Lin Hao spoke, Brother Lu said to the people around him solemnly, "It's bad. This zombie is level 3. Everyone be careful. Come together." Bai Bofin stood up. The blood and mincemeat on the corners of his mouth were a bit shocking. Although Brother Lu and others were veterans, who had experienced the end of the world for a long time, they still felt a little sad and angry when they saw their companions being treated like this by zombies. Scarfat immediately shouted loudly, "Brothers, go and avenge Wang Er." Then he hid at the back of the crowd. Bai Bofin was like a lion surrounded by hyenas, roaring to the sky and rushing forward with a fierce gust of wind. Bai Bofin's speed attribute is 15, which is equivalent to the speed of a strong ordinary person, and Bai Bofin's tonnage is about 250. When the group saw such a fat man rushing towards them at an incredible speed, they dispersed without hesitation, fearing that they would be hit by Bai Bofin. The most entangled one is Brother Lu. Dr. Yi said that he wanted one of the zombies alive. But there are 2 zombies. Which one is Dr. Yi talking about? No matter who it is, life is the most important thing. If you still have to hold back when dealing with a level 3 zombie, you will be the one who dies. Brother Lu decisively said to his subordinates, "I will ask Dr. Yi for instructions. You should pay attention to leaving some alive." After that, Brother Lu fled back to the room. Anyway, he would not take the blame for the zombies being killed by them. These subordinates saw that their boss actually retreated in the face of the battle, and they all cursed in their hearts. But they could not retreat, seeing Bai Bofin, who was as fierce as a tiger. Several subordinates looked miserable and had to shoot fiercely with their guns in order to prevent killing Bai Bofin. They could not shoot at the head. Lin Hao watched this scene with some amusement. Obviously, this group of people wanted to leave some alive, but they didn't expect a level 2 zombie to be so fierce. They didn't have to worry about whether to leave any alive or not, because they couldn't penetrate Bai Bofin's defense. Bai Bofin didn't care about that. He covered his head with both hands. As long as those bullets didn't shoot at his head, he would be fine. All he had to do was kill these people. Bai Bofin hadn't eaten fresh food for a long time. Seeing so much fresh food in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions and a surge of fighting power. In this fierce battle, no one noticed that Lin Hao quietly accelerated his speed and walked towards the room where Brother Lu escaped. Brother Lu was calling Dr. Yi frantically at this moment, but no matter how he called, Yuetian just ignored him, as if he had forgotten these people. At this moment, Yi Weitian was looking at the battle on the second floor with a sullen face, and said with a bit of amusement, "How did you research these subordinates? Their strength is too weak." Yi Weitian said unhappily, "Do you think I am in S-City? Originally, there were not enough crystal cores. These people were carefully selected. For me, as long as they didn't die in the experiment, it was already very good. I think these people of yours will be wiped out. After all, they haven't even reached level 2. They can catch level 2 zombies with tools, but they will die against level 3 zombies." Xiang looked at Lin Hao, who quietly entered the room on the screen, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his lips. Yi Weitian scratched his head. "It's just right to let these 2 zombies refine whether there is gold among these people." Brother Lu was talking to Dr. Yi, when suddenly, he felt a palpitation in his heart. Since Brother Lu became a mutant soldier, his whole body attributes have been enhanced, and he has become more sensitive to danger. Whenever danger appears, Brother Lu will feel inexplicable palpitations. And this feeling has also allowed Brother Lu to escape from dangerous missions again and again. But this time, Brother Li's reaction was slow after all, because Lin Hao was not just an ordinary 3rd level zombie. Speed bonus, domineering swordsmanship, mental control. Lin Hao threw all 3 skills at him, and Brother Lu instantly became an idiot. Then, in front of Lin Hao, who had a speed bonus, he could only watch the Tang sword slashing across his head. Brother Lu felt like he was flying, and he could barely see his headless body from the corner of his eye. Brother Lu suddenly felt a sense of relief, and it turned out that this feeling was called liberation. Brother Lu was a homosexual. No one accepted him, whether before or after the Doomsday, until he became a mutant soldier. Although there were fewer rumors, he knew that those people would laugh at him in their hearts even if they didn't say it. So Brother Lu lived a very tiring life. At this moment, he felt that he was liberated. "I hope God will give me a normal sexual orientation in the next life," Brother Lu prayed. Chapter 54. Brother Lu died. Lin Hao looked at this strong man. Suddenly, I found that there were many strong men in the apocalypse. How did these people train in the stressful apocalypse? Lin Hao looked at his thin arms and legs again and couldn't help but sigh. The gunshots outside continued, but they couldn't do anything to Bai Bofin. Lin Hao's speed bonus effect was still there. When Lin Hao went out, there was a massacre. In the end, Yi Weitian sighed softly. He originally wanted to see if there were any people with great potential in this group of people. As a result, after being tested by Lin Hao and Bai Bofin, he realized how useless his men were. Yi Weitian took out an old phone. This was a signal tower built by Yi Weitian himself. The signal could cover the entire city of A, but it could only be used to make phone calls. "Eagle, let your people come back to catch zombies." Yi Weitian sighed again and hung up the phone. "I hope the members of Group F can fight back. By the way, I forgot to ask you when I came here, why are there only 3 members left in Group F?" It seemed like he was talking about something else. Yi Weitian said angrily, "They were killed by zombies." "Which zombie is so powerful?" asked a very serious person. Yi Weitian didn't say anything, but just stared at Lin Hao on the screen, looking at the dead bodies all over the floor. Lin Hao didn't know when he could look at this situation so calmly. The elevator door that had been parked on the 2nd floor suddenly opened automatically, as if welcoming the warriors who had passed the level to continue to the next level. Lin Hao didn't know anything about Lingfeng building, so now he could only follow the other party's rhythm. In Lin Hao's view, as long as he solved all the conspiracy and weirdness of the other party, the rest would not matter. The only thing that made Lin Hao worried was Shuer's safety. "I hope she is okay." Lin Hao grabbed Bai Bofin's neck and dragged him into the elevator. Even so, Bai Bofin was still chewing the thigh of a corpse. Why don't these zombies have self-control? The elevator door closed, and the elevator slowly rose. This time, it rose to the 10th floor before slowly stopping. "What is the 10th floor?" Xiang asked curiously. "A group of 2nd-level zombie dogs. I used technology to combine these dogs to make a very powerful product. Unfortunately, these things are not easy to control. I haven't tried their power yet. It just so happens that there are 2 ready-made touchstones." Yi Weitian laughed. "Biochemical dog? I remember that the United Nations has completely banned biological weapons." Xiang said with some curiosity. "The United Nations has nothing to do with me. I still have a biological soldier," Yi Weitian said disdainfully. After the elevator door opened, it did not close. Lin Hao still hid behind the thick skin by Bofin, looking ahead cautiously. There was no wide space in front. Only a long corridor that extended to another elevator opposite. The two did not get off the elevator, and the elevator door remained open, neither rising nor falling. Lin Hao almost understood the other party's intention. They were playing tricks on us. But there was no way. Since they had already set him up, he could only play along. Lin Hao held a tang sword in his hand, and kicked Bai Bofin out first with a righteous and unyielding spirit. Bai Bofin looked at Lin Hao innocently. "What's wrong with me that you kicked me?" Maybe Bai Bofin's eyes aroused Lin Hao's shame. Lin Hao smiled and walked out with Bai Bofin. When Lin Hao stepped out with his last foot, the elevator door behind him closed quickly, as if it was afraid that the two would regret it. Bai Bofin was the vanguard, and Lin Hao was the defender. The two walked forward one after the other, looking at the two specially built walls next to him. Lin Hao was very curious about what was on the other side of the wall. As Lin Hao walked, the two walls disappeared and turned into iron nets. And Lin Hao knew. Through the iron nets, Lin Hao finally saw what was behind the wall. It was layer upon layer of iron cages, one layer upon another, so densely packed that if Lin Hao had intensive phobia, he would not dare to take a look. What frightened Lin Hao the most was not the cages, but the things in the cages. There was a dog lying in the cage. These dogs were very strange, lying quietly without moving. Dogs have very sensitive hearing, and the slightest movement will make them alert. But when Lin Hao and Bai Bofin walked, there was a sound. But the dogs just closed their eyes, as if they didn't hear anything. Lin Hao couldn't help but stop and look at the dogs. There were cages on both sides. And there were countless cages. And there was a dog in each cage. These dogs lay in the cages in unison. And I don't know what sweet dreams they were having. Bai Bofin, the brainless creature, seemed to sense something and kept growling at the dogs. Finally, one of the dogs opened its eyes. The eyes were bright, but they felt different from the mutant dogs outside. What was the difference? Lin Hao stared at the white light, as if he was in confusion. When the first dog opened its bright eyes, it was as if a parallel switch was turned on, and the remaining dogs opened their eyes one after another. When Lin Hao saw such mechanical and neat movements, it was impossible not to be shocked. But Lin Hao finally discovered the difference between these dogs and the mutant beasts outside. No matter how ferocious the mutant beasts outside were, in Lin Hao's opinion, they were alive. But these dogs seemed to be dead. When the first dog opened its eyes, it was like opening a long-lost Pandora's box. These dogs were monsters in the box. And now they broke out of the box. No barking. No howling. These hundreds of dogs broke out of the cage collectively, as if they had practiced well. They bit open the iron net as accurately as robots. And then 1, 2, 3. Countless others jumped out. Bai Bofin finally felt guilty. He took a few steps back hesitantly and looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao knew that he couldn't deal with these dogs. But these dogs had to deal with him. Now, he was not allowed to set the rules of the game. The IQ of these two zombies is really high. Look at their confused expressions. Haha. I am laughing to death. Xiang laughed without any scruples. Yi Wentian was also laughing. He was laughing softly, as if these dogs had earned him face. Dr. Yi, how about we make a bet? Xiang suddenly said. Yi Wentian looked up at Xiang with interest, who was smiling behind the sofa. What are you betting on? How long can these two zombies last? Xiang said. Yi Wentian thought for a while. Bet? 5 level 4 crystal cores. I know you were given 8 a few days ago, and I just need 5. So let's bet. Whoever wins will get the 5 crystal cores. Xiang was completely making money out of nothing. Yi Wentian naturally tasted the taste of it, and said confidently, I know the power of my dogs. I bet these two can't last 5 minutes. Xiang seemed to be thinking and said, then I bet 10 minutes. Deal? Yi Wentian said very cheerfully. Chapter 55. The two of them made a bet. Yi Wentian didn't care that he was the one who suffered a loss. In other words, he was very confident. He knew how powerful these dogs were. They were so powerful that he couldn't even control them. The only thing he could control was starting and shutting them down. Lin Hao and Bai Bofin didn't know that they had become someone else's bet for no reason. They knew that they might be in trouble. Gooden, can you check it? Lin Hao asked. The other party's T-virus is not pure and cannot be checked. Gooden's answer was somewhat desperate. Then do you have a way to deal with them? Lin Hao asked again. How about self-destruction? Gooden asked. You can go now. These dogs bared their teeth at Lin Hao and Bai Bofin as if they were mocking them. But they just didn't attack. Finally, the zombie shortcomings were fully demonstrated by Bai Bofin at this moment. Mindless, irritable, impulsive. Bai Bofin finally couldn't stand the mockery of these dogs, and rushed forward relying on his strong defensive ability. The dogs' eyes were glowing, and Lin Hao could not see any emotion from them, as if they were zombies. But even the first-level zombies would have some fleeting emotions in their eyes at certain times. But these dogs had none at all. Bai Bofin rushed forward, relying on his size and defense to grab a dog and swing it hard. Bai Bofin's strength value was 20, which was considered good among the second-level zombies. He quickly beat the first dog completely, and the dog head rolled quietly to Lin Hao's side. When Lin Hao saw the structure of the dog head, he finally understood why these dogs didn't look alive. Because from the dog head, Lin Hao saw exposed wires. These dogs were made of machines? But what about the blood gushing from the neck? Perhaps Bai Bofin's actions finally made these biochemical dogs angry. And these dogs finally barked wildly. Listening to the endless barking, Lin Hao covered his ears in annoyance. Just after Lin Hao covered his ears, a scream came. Lin Hao looked towards Bai Bofin and saw that more than a dozen dogs had pounced on him and started biting him fiercely. Lin Hao watched as a large gap was bitten on Bai Bofin's arm, and a piece of flesh was bitten off his neck. Bai Bofin desperately covered his neck, hoping that the blood from his neck would flow more slowly. Lin Hao looked at Bai Bofin, who happened to be looking at Lin Hao as well. From Bai Bofin's eyes, Lin Hao seemed to have read some information that made his blood boil. He seemed to be saying, "You go first. I hold him back." Lin Hao suddenly thought of his first meeting with Bai Bofin. Their first meeting was somewhat ridiculous and confusing. The two of them even became friends without knowing how. This time, Lin Hao did not even ask for Bai Bofin's consent to help him, and he always cheated him in the process. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he was taking advantage of unnecessary feelings. But at this moment, Bai Bofin actually sent a message to let Lin Hao go first. Lin Hao knew that Bai Bofin really regarded him as a friend who would share weal and woe. Yes, for Bai Bofin, Lin Hao is his first friend, and possibly his only friend. He is simple and doesn't know much, but he knows that only those who can risk their lives for their friends are true friends. Lin Hao was excited, and Lin Hao, who had realized the heart of a strong man, was excited again. Nonsense. What else can I do if I don't get excited? The front and back roads are blocked, and I can't escape even if I want to. Bai Bofin was bitten very hard by these dogs, and there was no place on his body that could be seen immediately. In some places, even the bones could be seen clearly. The biochemical dogs that had lost interest in Bai Bofin looked at Lin Hao, and then they rushed towards him. Lin Hao smiled, with determination, disdain, and sympathy in his smile. Looking at the wires and skeletons in the dogs' bodies, Lin Hao knew that these dogs must have been tortured inhumanely before they were transformed into this state. So, let me free you. The speed bonus skill effect has ended. But unfortunately this skill seems to have a time limit. Jinjiao Ba Dao and mental control have no time limit. But when Lin Hao's mental power probed into the other party's mind, he wisely withdrew, and there was no mental fluctuation in the other party's head at all. In this case, let me free you with human swordsmanship. In Lin Hao's skilled footwork, the first move of Jinjiao Ba Dao came to his hand. Clang! The knife chopped at the neck of the biochemical dog, but only cut halfway. And the combat effectiveness of the biochemical dog was not affected at all. Lin Hao was not affected at all. He pulled out the knife and swung it again. The second move of Jinjiao Ba Dao. This time, the blade successfully pierced the dog head. Lin Hao rushed to Bai Bofin without stopping. The shadow of Jinjiao Ba Dao was cast. Yu Wentian and Xian looked at this scene, as if they were in the shadow of swords and swords, which was daunting. With only 8 strikes, Lin Hao successfully rescued Bai Bofin from the dog's mouth. But these dogs don't know fear. They only know that the two guys in front of them have provoked them, so they will die. Looking at the biochemical dogs that are fearlessly rushing over, Lin Hao did not stand behind Bai Bofin this time, but stood in front of him and faced the biochemical dogs alone. The corridor is so wide. No matter how many dogs there are, only 7 or 8 of them can attack him each time. This is different from the mutant rats in the sewers. They are small in size and large in number, so they can break through their own sword shadows to attack themselves. But these dogs can't, and Lin Hao doesn't allow it. Lin Hao raised his sword and fell, just standing there. If the biochemical dogs don't stop attacking, his sword won't stop swinging. Gradually, there are fewer and fewer biochemical dogs. In just 5 minutes, there is no biochemical dog that can stand in front. On the 200th floor, Yuentian sat up in shock, looking at the scene in front of him, his face full of disbelief. Yuentian slowly spoke. His voice seemed hoarse. It seems that you can't get the 5 crystal cores. It seems that your biochemical dogs are gone. Xian spoke slowly. Yuentian felt that his heart was bleeding. City A was a city of medium size. Even the second-level mutant zombies were very rare in this city. So most of the crystal cores were provided by the higher authorities. One biochemical dog required a second-level crystal core. There were hundreds of biochemical dogs. You can imagine how much effort Yuentian put into it. Yuentian was angry. Yuentian was very angry. Eagle, have you reached the designated location? Yuentian said to the phone. We have reached the 50th floor. Please give instructions. The 2 zombies will be there soon. Remember, use all your strength. I don't need any survivors. Kill them both. Use all your strength. Kill them both. Yuentian yelled at the phone and threw it to the ground. Chapter 56. The elevator door opened again, as if a beast had opened its mouth wide to the 2 of them. Lin Hao looked at the wounded by Bofen, and wisely did not get on the elevator, but waited there. The body functions of zombies recover very quickly, and in less than half an hour, Bai Bofen's injuries will be almost healed. Looking at the dog corpses on the ground, Lin Hao couldn't help asking, what on earth are these dogs? Gooden pondered for a long time before saying slowly, you humans have finally started to get involved in the biochemical transformation plan. Lin Hao was confused and asked in confusion, biochemical transformation plan. What is that? These corpses are biochemical beasts. Gooden said. Biochemical beasts? What's the difference with mutant beasts? Lin Hao asked. Mutation refers to the normal mutation of organisms. So beasts are called mutant beasts. Zombies are called mutant zombies. And humans are called mutants or superpowers. And biochemical refers to the combination of biology and technology. We call this kind of creature a biochemical soldier. And beasts are called biochemical beasts. This kind of creature is easy to create and low cost, although it is not easy to control. It has amazing combat power. In short, you have to be careful. What you will face next is not only this kind of low-level biochemical beast, but also real artificial elites. Although Gooden's words were a bit alarmist, Lin Hao believed them. Half an hour later, seeing Bai Bofen standing in front of him again, with a brand new ugly face, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh that this guy looked better after being disfigured than in his normal state. Seeing that Bai Bofen was fine, Lin Hao took Bai Bofen into the elevator. The elevator door didn't close until the 2 of them entered the elevator, waiting for them to enter. When the elevator slowly reached the 50th floor, it stopped and slowly opened the door. Lin Hao looked at the top 200 with some depression. How long would it take to get there? Each floor of Lingfeng building is very spacious. Since Yuentian occupied it, he has changed it to what he wants. When Lin Hao stepped into the 50th floor, he looked around the facilities and felt like he was in an amusement park. There were various facilities for playing around. Bumper cars, airships, arcade games, and even a haunted house at the corner. These people know how to enjoy themselves. Lin Hao looked at the facilities on the 10th floor and felt jealous. He didn't have money to play before, and now he doesn't have time to play. He was afraid that he would have no mood to play after a while. Ding-ling-ling. A happy sound rang out. Lin Hao looked towards the source of the sound and found that the bumper car area had actually started. There were 8 cars in the bumper car area, and a man sat in one of the cars. The man had long hair and wore a black windbreaker. He had a handsome and resolute face, and a sharp look between his eyebrows. Lin Hao knew this man and had seen him before. He had met this guy once in a small restaurant to save Shuer. When Lin Hao saw Ing, he immediately rushed towards Ing in anger. Ing had just come back from outside. He was ordered to capture a level 3 mental zombie and almost succeeded. Later, Yuentian called and urged him to return to the base because he came to the base to capture zombies. Eagle never expected that a zombie would come to their base to seek death, and that zombie even slipped away from his hands. At that time, a person's face flashed in Eagle's mind, and that person was Lin Hao. Eagle's impression of Lin Hao was that he was a little clever. The first time he relied on the zombie tide, and the second time he relied on luck. But he escaped both times. It must be said that sometimes luck is also a part of strength. When Eagle saw Lin Hao rushing over, he actually stopped Lin Hao. Do you want to play? Lin Hao stopped and looked at Ing angrily. Where did you catch Schwer? You mean the little girl? Ing laughed. You're asking even though you know the answer. Why aren't you curious about how we found the building? Ing asked deliberately. Lin Hao immediately thought of Liao Fan who had defected. Liao Fan? Yes. That guy is our insider. But we can't just rely on him. In fact, when we first met the little girl, I gave you a gift. I embedded that gift in the little girl's scalp. But it's a pity that you didn't even notice it. Ing talked freely. Lin Hao's scalp tingled. You said you put a tracking chip in Schwer's body? Ing didn't say anything. But the faint smile on his lips seemed to acquiesce Lin Hao's statement. You bastard. Lin Hao's Tang Dao had already slashed at Ing angrily. Although Ing was a member of Group F, he was much stronger than those reserve members of Group F. If Lin Hao was still at level 2, he would not be Ing's opponent at all. But at this moment Lin Hao was already at level 3. And Ing would not be Lin Hao's opponent anyway. Ing naturally knew this. At least, he was a regular member. And Yu Wintian would not joke with his life. So Ing was not the only one on this floor. Falcon and Sparrow were at the other corner, aiming at Lin Hao's head with sniper rifles. Seeing Lin Hao's angry attack, Ing did not dare to be arrogant, and rolled directly to the ground to escape Lin Hao's attack. But the bumper car under him was directly split in half by Lin Hao's knife. Seeing the power of Lin Hao's attack, Ing couldn't help but be amazed. Although you are very powerful, you still lost? Seeing Lin Hao's puzzled expression, Ing just snapped his fingers lightly, and in an instant, gunshots rang out. Lin Hao blocked his reason in anger, so he didn't feel that there were two dangerous auras in front of him. When Lin Hao found out, it was obviously too late. Ing looked at the confused Lin Hao with amusement. After 0.01 seconds, the head of this zombie would explode in front of him, and Dr. Yi would look up to him because of this. And his future would finally not be limited to the small city of A. The eagle's fantasy is beautiful, but the reality is usually cruel. Although Lin Hao did not find the dangerous aura, someone did. Lin Hao only felt that there was a wall in front of him, and the wall was as solid as steel. 2 gunshots were heard, and the bullets were shot at the wall. Lin Hao watched this scene silently, and suddenly he didn't know what to say. Seeing Bai Bofin slowly fall down, Lin Hao hurried forward to support him. At this time, Lin Hao found that there was a bullet hole in Bai Bofin's head. No matter how strong Bai Bofin's defense is, he still can't compete with a sniper rifle at this stage. But because of Bai Bofin's defense, the bullet didn't pass through Bai Bofin's head. If it had passed through Bai Bofin's head, Lin Hao would probably not have been spared. It's hard to imagine that the fat man who was jumping around a second ago is now lying in his arms with his eyes closed. Just like that. Isn't this guy very powerful? How could this happen? Lin Hao looked at Bai Bofin expressionlessly, gently touched the bullet hole on his forehead. Then he stood up and looked at Ing again. Chapter 57. Eagle looked at Lin Hao with some curiosity. Are you angry? Lin Hao held the knife tightly, but could only retreat to a place with obstacles, because the 2 sniper rifles would shoot at him from a certain angle at any time. Uh-huh. It seems that we all underestimated your IQ. You have feelings, can talk, and even know how to take revenge. Then you really must die here today. Eagle said affirmatively. Eagle was 30 meters away from Lin Hao. Even if Lin Hao had the mental control skill of coming and going without a trace, he could not attack him. This made Lin Hao feel aggrieved. The location of the enemy sniper has been detected. Lin Hao, who was helpless at the moment, suddenly heard Gooden's voice and was immediately overjoyed. Where? As soon as he asked, a simple cursor map appeared in Lin Hao's mind, with 3 glowing dots flashing on it. The one that was 30 meters away should be the eagle, and the one that was 50 meters away was the sniper. Lin Hao was very curious. Why haven't I seen you have this function before? Gooden said, this function can only detect humans. You didn't have the authority before because of your low level. You don't need it when you have the authority. What a pity. It can only target humans. Lin Hao said regretfully. It's not limited to humans. All creatures can be detected, except zombies and biochemical soldiers. There are some completely cold-blooded animals. Gooden said. Why? This function mainly relies on thermal imaging technology. Zombies and biochemical soldiers are also cold-blooded species. Gooden said. So that's it. Although Lin Hao was puzzled, he would not waste time on such things. since the location of the opponent's sniper was known. Their sniper would be useless, thanks to the fact that they set the location in the amusement park. There were too many obstacles here, and Lin Hao believed that they would not have the ability to cheat like him, so they could only stay in the open passively. Why? You dare not come out. The sound of the eagle's roar made Lin Hao hate it. When Lin Hao became a zombie, his biggest wish was to be able to eat and wait for death. And by the way, be a zombie king. Lin Hao did not want to kill people, even though he was already a zombie. But some people were so annoying. They would always disrupt your plans and ruin your life. Little zombie, you haven't told me your name yet? What's your relationship with that little girl? Why do you care about her so much? Do you want to know where she is? I tell you when you come out. Lin Hao hid. Soing naturally didn't know where he was, so he could only use this method to lure Lin Hao out. To be honest, when Lin Hao heard that the other party might tell Schwer's whereabouts, he almost walked out. But in the end, reason overcame impulse. He had already sacrificed by Bofen and couldn't sacrifice himself again. It's time for you bastards to pay back. Lin Hao thought about how he had been played around by these people a few days ago, and he finally had a way to release his anger. The speed bonus was turned on, and Lin Hao's speed instantly became 40. What does a speed of 40 mean? This is already the attribute of a level 4 zombie. At this speed, he had to move around to avoid being discovered by Hawk, and hide from time to time. Finally, looking at the small light spot getting closer and closer on the map, Lin Hao smiled. Falcon kept staring at his scope. The power of the level 3 zombies did not allow her to relax at all. Even if she was a little lax and could not keep up with the support, his captain would die there. But Falcon was also very strange. Don't zombies have brains? Even if they have a little IQ, they are about the same as children. They can play with them and applaud them with just a little brain power. But this zombie today seems to be a little different. At the moment when Falcon was distracted, a sound of breaking wind came. Falcon only had time to turn his head and saw a blade that was extremely fast. And then, there was nothing else. Looking at the stunned expression of the mature woman, Lin Hao curled his lips. This woman is too bad. The bald man at least found out and tried to fight back against me. But this woman was completely confused and had her head cut off by herself. Looking at the head rolling on the ground, Lin Hao sighed. She was so beautiful. But she had to get involved in such things. Then, as if he had a lucky inspiration, Lin Hao rushed directly behind a sculpture. But unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Lin Hao touched his ear, and the blood was indeed cold. And there was a hole in his ear that had been drilled by a bullet. In Lin Hao's surprised eyes, he saw that the sculpture in front of him had 7 or 8 holes in an instant. And he was so scared that he hurriedly hid somewhere else. Kay was not far away from Falcon, and she was also carefully observing the rearview mirror. In Kay's opinion, this time she would definitely be able to shoot Lin Hao to death here, and also avenge her initial humiliation. But with the sound of a knife cutting cloth, Kay raised her head with some suspicion, but saw a scene that made her eyes tear up. A zombie was standing behind his beloved woman, raising a sharp tang sword and slashing at Falcon's head. Falcon's head fell to the ground before he could even react. Instantly, anger and sadness filled Kay's heart. She treated the sniper rifle in her hand as a rifle and skillfully shot at Lin Hao, but was eventually dodged by Lin Hao. Kay fired madly at the sculpture where Lin Hao was hiding, shouting loudly, and the sound became louder with each shot. After firing the last shot, Kay was already in tears and had a tendency to collapse. He and Falcon knew each other before the apocalypse. They were in the same unit. But unfortunately they disliked each other at that time because they were the only female soldiers in the unit, and their looks were even more comparable. So it was natural for them to compare themselves with each other. When the apocalypse came, the two of them accepted the experiment at the same time and survived. Falcon was very proud. So proud that she had no man at the age of nearly 30. When the two gradually got to know each other and established feelings in one mission after another, the apocalypse environment sublimated the friendship that should have been strong, to a point that neither of them expected. But the two did not reject it. They knew that they could only live one day at a time, and they might become zombies' food one day. In this case, why not indulge themselves? So they let their feelings ferment, and ferment more and more mellow. Kay never realized how much she valued this relationship. She thought she was just playing around and just trying to get rid of her loneliness. But when Falcon's head flew up in front of her, Kay knew she was wrong. Eagle naturally noticed the movement behind him. When Eagle rushed over, Kay had already used up all the bullets in his hand and collapsed and screamed. Eagle knew the relationship between the two. He knew how much pain Kay was suffering at the moment. He hurried forward to comfort her. Calm down. Kay, you must calm down. We still have to avenge our team members. Not only Falcon, but also Eagle and Vulture. He comforted Kay. But his heart was heavy. He didn't expect that Lin Hao could find the position of the sniper behind him and kill him with one shot. This zombie is really dangerous. The relationship between the members of Group F has always been good. Although it is the end of the world, they live more freely than before the end of the world. There are no relatives and friends in the past. No desires. They only have each other. So their relationship is good. Until a hateful zombie broke their dream and told them that this is the end of the world. And people will die here. Chapter 58. Although sad, Kay is not only a woman. She is also a soldier. Before the apocalypse, she was a special forces soldier. And after the apocalypse, she is a mutant soldier. Soldiers must have the spirit of sacrifice at any time. So Kay quickly calmed down. She looked coldly at the place where Lin Hao was hiding. Changed a magazine. Followed behind Ying. And walked slowly. The two tried to keep a distance, but did not dare to pull too far. At a distance that was just right for them to take care of each other. Suddenly, Lin Hao spoke. When you teased me a few days ago, did you ever think that one day you would be teased by me? Ying laughed and said, has no one complained about your unstandard Chinese? Don't worry about the details. Lin Hao said again. His voice had turned to another direction. I just want you to understand that those who insult others will always be insulted. And those who kill people will always be killed. Lin Hao said coldly. We are just following orders. Do you really not want to know where the little girl is? If you kill me, you will never get any news about the little girl. Ying was very smart to use the little girl as a conversation starter. Lin Hao did not respond to Shuer's question, but just said, acting on orders? Acting on orders to catch your own kind? Acting on orders to use them for experiments? Acting on orders to control their life and death? Why do you do that? We just want to do better experiments and understand the virus better. Only in this way can we make progress. There were so many secret experiments during World War II. Although they were cruel, they promoted the rapid development of medicine. This is a fact. Ying retorted. Who is talking to you about us? I am a zombie now. Not a human being. Even Lin Hao himself didn't realize that his accent was getting better and better. And more standard. At this moment, Ying finally understood something. In the previous conversation, judging from the other party's language, logic, and thoughts, the IQ of this zombie is the same as that of ordinary people. When a zombie has the wisdom of a normal person, can he still be considered a zombie? Ying smiled and said, we can calm down and have a good talk. Maybe there is still room for this matter to turn around. Okay. You first asked the woman behind you to put down the gun. Lin Hao said sinisterly. Ying thought for a long time, looked at Kay behind him, and nodded. Kay reluctantly put down the gun slowly, looking at Lin Hao, who came out from a big-faced cat toy in front of him, with a face full of resentment. Tell me, what do you want to talk about? Lin Hao smiled. Seeing Lin Hao appear, Ying smiled even more brightly. Talk about whether you are faster or the bullet is faster. As soon as the voice fell, he saw Ying take out a rifle from his crotch like a magic trick, and shot wildly at the place where Lin Hao was. There was only a buzz of gunfire, and Lin Hao was no longer there. Kay asked curiously, dead? I don't know. The physical fitness of zombies is dozens of times that of humans. They may not die even if they are thrown from the 50th floor. Be careful. Let's go and take a look, Ying said. The two slowly walked towards the place where Lin Hao was hiding, and Kay held the gun at any time to prevent possible accidents. But since it was an accident, it was largely unpreventable. Otherwise, how could it be called an accident? Just when Eagle was approaching the big-faced cat toy, a fat figure suddenly appeared from the right. The two men, who were highly nervous, immediately aimed their bullets at the fat figure. When Eagle turned around and saw the fat man, he had only two thoughts in his mind. How could it be possible? Wasn't the fat man dead? How could he still be alive? Feeling the wind behind him, Eagle's other thought was, oh no, I've been tricked. While Eagle was shooting, Lin Hao jumped up from behind the big-faced cat toy. Eagle felt a chill in his heart, as if he had drunk Sprite, and flew up. He looked down and saw that a knife had pierced his heart from the back to the front. For a moment, Eagle felt like a deflated balloon and fell to the ground softly, without a trace of strength. He wanted to speak, but blood spurted out of his mouth, and he couldn't say a word. Eagle really wanted to speak. He wanted to ask Lin Hao why the fat man was still alive. The fat figure that suddenly appeared was naturally Bai Bofin. In fact, Bai Bofin was not dead at the beginning, but the bullet of Falcon was embedded in Bai Bofin's skull. Bai Bofin was stunned by the vibration of the bullet. When the body cells began to recover, the powerful recovery ability immediately woke Bai Bofin up from the coma. But the bullet stayed in his brain. When Lin Hao found out about this, he was overjoyed and touched the fat man's head to celebrate his survival. But Lin Hao didn't foolishly spread the news. Instead, he controlled Bai Bofin to go to where he should go through his mental power. And an ambush began. When he asked Lin Hao to show his face, Lin Hao took advantage of the situation and showed his face. Then he saw Ing take out a submachine gun from his crotch. Lin Hao hurriedly blocked his head with an iron plate that he found from somewhere. It was okay to shoot other places, but he was not Bai Bofin. So of course, he couldn't shoot his head. As he thought, through his mental power, Lin Hao easily found the two people approaching slowly, and then notified Bai Bofin to show up, attracting the attention of the two. And then he came out last, and made a decisive move. After dealing with Ing, there was still Kay. This woman was also a tricky thing. As soon as Lin Hao appeared, he was discovered by Kay, and Kay's sniper rifle immediately aimed at Lin Hao's head. At this moment, Lin Hao's knife was still on Ing, so without thinking, he turned his mental power into Shaoli Feidao and flew over. The mental power really turned into a knife, and it really flew out like a bullet. Kay only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then he lost consciousness. Without thinking, Lin Hao pulled out the knife and cut a hole in Kay's neck, letting the blood slowly flow out of the wound, dyeing the surrounding ground blood red, matching the style of the surrounding amusement park. Strange and strange. Seeing Bai Bofin gnawing at him in a desperate manner, Lin Hao kicked him with a headache. Your stomach is not a bottomless pit. Can't you eat enough? Bai Bofin, who was kicked, immediately looked at Lin Hao like a pitiful puppy. Seeing Bai Bofin's eyes, and thinking of how righteous Bai Bofin was just now, Lin Hao sighed. I'm tired anyway. You eat? We go to the next level after you're full. Yi Wentian, who was in front of the monitor, watched this scene with his own eyes, and was so angry that he couldn't control himself. Waste. All of them are waste. They can't even deal with a second level and third level zombie. I really raised a bunch of waste. Congratulations, Dr. Yi. Group F is going to be reorganized, just in time to eliminate these wastes, and save you from worrying, Xiang said with a smile. The two still looked at Lin Hao with a playful look. Even though Lin Hao killed people, dogs, and Group F, they still didn't pay enough attention to Lin Hao, allowing Lin Hao to pass through level after level and move upward. The 60th floor, the 70th floor, the 80th floor, the 100th floor, the 150th floor. Finally, Yi Wentian found something wrong. He underestimated Lin Hao's ability, but also overestimated the ability of his subordinates. It's the 190th floor. If you don't get some fun and powerful guys out, these two little zombies will really break in. Xiang was still smiling. Yi Wentian looked at the aggressive Lin Hao on the screen and suddenly felt a little flustered. Chapter 59. When the elevator slowly stopped at the 190th floor, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Damn. We are finally one step closer to the top floor. Don't let me catch the mastermind behind the scenes. Otherwise, I will make him run from the first floor to the 200th floor by stairs, in order to show his love for his younger brother. This time Lin Hao did not let Bai Bofin go first. When the elevator opened, Lin Hao carefully checked the situation outside, and then walked out first. Bai Bofin didn't feel anything, but he was biting his arm until his face was covered with blood. For an ordinary zombie, the happiest thing is to eat fresh meat every meal, and to be able to eat it all the time. Bai Bofin felt that Lin Hao had spoiled his appetite, thinking that he would face another pile of rotten meat when he returned. Bai Bofin was more interested in the arm in his hand. Even if Lin Hao wanted it, he would not give it to him. If Lin Hao knew what Bai Bofin was thinking, he would be very speechless. Only a fool would eat your leftovers. When Lin Hao and Bai Bofin stepped into the 190th floor, the scenery in front of them shocked Lin Hao again. After stepping into the 190th floor, the surrounding walls were painted white, and the ground was spotlessly clean. The scenery in front did not look like an ordinary floor, but rather a scientific research base. Walking forward, you can see control panels one by one, and there are even people operating them. When these people saw Lin Hao and Bai Bofen appear, their faces were normal, as if they knew that Lin Hao and Bai Bofen would appear. There was no fear or panic at all. They just left the counter very calmly and began to evacuate along a small passage. Lin Hao was worried that there was a fraud, so he did not rush over to catch them, but looked back cautiously, and the elevator door was indeed closed. There is obviously more than one elevator on this floor. Otherwise those people would not have disappeared after escaping. Lin Hao and Bai Bofen looked at this modern and technological environment, feeling a little uneasy. When they first came in, they could still see people, but when those people ran away and disappeared, there was no one here at all. Just like the floors Lin Hao had walked through. Dead and silent. Lin Hao didn't know what time it was, and the diamond-studded watch had been broken in a battle on some floor. This floor was very strange. There were no windows, and the sky outside could not be seen. Only the high-power incandescent lamp above was working diligently. Lin Hao didn't dare to go deeper. After all, this place was indeed much more mysterious to him. He came to an operating table, on which there was an operating page, which was already locked. It was obviously set by the operators, who escaped before they escaped. On the operating page, there were 4 bloody red characters flashing, Corpse Destruction Plan, followed by 3 green small characters, starting, Corpse Destruction Plan. What a big tone. What can destroy corpses? Lin Hao couldn't help but get curious. Anyway, it wasn't his own device, so Lin Hao fiddled with it without any regrets, smashing this and pressing that. But because the operation page was locked, Lin Hao couldn't control anything. The only thing he could control was the incandescent light switch on the wall. Then he walked forward, and there were laboratories in front of him. Lin Hao saw through the glass that there were more than a dozen zombies standing in a laboratory. So he curiously opened the door and walked in. Bai Bofen had finished biting the arm in his hand, and he couldn't help but look at Lin Hao's arm. Lin Hao felt a chill when he saw Bai Bofen's eyes, and couldn't help wondering if he should chop this greedy fat man off one day. When Lin Hao opened the door and walked in, the dozen zombies standing there all looked up at Lin Hao, then lowered their heads again. Lin Hao realized something was wrong. Although zombies looked stupid, they would not stand in one place for a long time without moving at all, because their genes told them that they could only find food if they moved around. When Lin Hao walked around behind them and looked at the tubes connected to their brains, he understood a little. The back of the heads of these zombies were artificially cut open. Lin Hao opened the cut and saw the zombies' brains. A tube was connected to a nerve in the brain. Lin Hao was not a scholar, so he naturally did not know which nerve was connected. But it was because of these tubes that these zombies were trapped in place and could not move. Lin Hao could not bear to see his own kind suffer, so he pulled out the tubes with great righteousness. Actually, it was mainly out of curiosity. But when Lin Hao pulled out the tubes, the zombie in front of him raised his head and looked at Lin Hao again. If Lin Hao was not mistaken, the look in his eyes conveyed 3 words to him: fuck. Then, the zombie eyes gradually dimmed, and its body fell limply to the ground. Lin Hao went up to check and found that it was indeed dead. Gooden said silently in Lin Hao's heart, "Don't harm your kind anymore. These zombies are all second-level zombies. Their crystal cores were taken out artificially, and then brain reconnection surgery was performed. So they are still alive. But you pulled out the medium connecting their brain nerves, so of course they will die." "Are they in pain?" Lin Hao's face showed a look of compassion. "They are not in pain," Gooden said. "In that case, I will help them reach paradise early. I believe that if they are sane, they will agree with my method. After all, no one wants to live like this for the rest of their lives." So Lin Hao stepped forward and pulled out all the tubes behind the heads of the remaining dozen zombies, ignoring the resentful eyes of the zombies before they died. Lin Hao only felt comfortable all over, mainly because of the feeling of pulling out the tubes, which was like the pleasure of pinching bubbles and instant noodles, making people unable to stop. Gooden looked at Lin Hao's actions and suddenly regretted talking to Lin Hao. If she hadn't spoken, maybe these zombies could still survive. Seeing that there was nothing in the room except a dozen zombies, the bored Lin Hao took Bai Bofen to stroll around again, just like a leader who came to the workshop to inspect with his head held high. But unfortunately, there were no employees here for him to see. Suddenly, Lin Hao saw another room with a naked person lying in the room. After careful observation, Lin Hao found that it was a man. So he walked past the room without any interest and walked forward. On the 200th floor, Yu Wentian stared at Lin Hao. When he saw Lin Hao arrive at the room he wanted Lin Hao to go to, he kept repeating in his heart, "Open the door. Open the door. Open the door." When he saw Lin Hao just glanced at him and left. A sense of resentment rose instantly. If Lin Hao didn't enter the room, he would have to let him out of the room. Lin Hao walked forward regardless of anything. Anyway, the space on each floor was large. He had no time to visit it properly when he fought all the way up. Now he had time to visit this floor while looking for a fight. But before Lin Hao took a few steps, a sound of broken glass came. Lin Hao looked back and saw a naked man standing in front of him. Chapter 60. Yes, it was a naked man. A real naked man. Lin Hao was very surprised. The apocalypse had only started for half a year, and humans were already so open. But when Lin Hao looked at the length of the other person's lower body, he suddenly felt inferior. I'm still young. Not yet fully developed, Lin Hao thought so. And he felt much better. But such an awesome naked man suddenly appeared. No need to look. This guy should be the boss of this level. Lin Hao and the naked man exchanged glances, trying to scare the other person with his cruel and resolute zombie eyes. Then Lin Hao covered his eyes. He felt that his eyes were going blind. The moment the naked man raised his head, he realized that he had no eyes. If you have no eyes, you can look at me. Do you know where my sight is? Lin Hao complained at his heart for a long time, but felt that other forms of attack would be useless except for taking action. As early as the moment the naked man appeared, Lin Hao's mental power probed over, and he found that the other party was not a zombie, nor a human. Just like a biochemical dog, there was no mental fluctuation in his mind. This is the biochemical soldier, right? Lin Hao asked. Gooden didn't say anything. She didn't want to commit murder again. Gooden didn't say anything, but gave Lin Hao a hint that this guy should be easy to deal with. But when Bai Bofen rushed forward with jealous eyes, Lin Hao gave up the idea that the other party was easy to deal with. When the naked man saw Bai Bofen rushing up, he suddenly bent down slightly, and his two arms actually grew a blade more than an inch long from the elbow. The blade was designed to fit the curvature of human arms, and it didn't feel abrupt at all. And it was very beautiful, seeing a pair of sharp blades suddenly grow on the other party's arm. Lin Hao still didn't think anything until the sharp blade cut Bai Bofen's arm when the naked man swung his arm. In just a moment, Bai Bofen looked at the wound on his arm with some surprise. The wound was small, but it was broken and blood was flowing out. Bai Bofen came to Lin Hao with a sad face, looking aggrieved and asking for comfort. Lin Hao used one hand to push away Bai Bofen's ugly face that seemed to be disfigured, looked at the naked man, and drew out his knife as if facing a great enemy. This guy is definitely a tough guy. If I'm not careful, I might die here. But fortunately, I'm not alone. No matter how powerful he is, he's just an ordinary biochemical soldier without a rank. Thinking that the other party's identity is just an ordinary biochemical soldier, Lin Hao thought of the 4 bloody words on the operating table: corpse destruction plan. If this naked man is just an ordinary biochemical soldier, does it mean that there are more powerful ones? Is it really possible for the other party to realize the corpse destruction plan? No one can predict what will happen in the future, since the opponent is strong. If he wants to survive, he must become stronger. This is what Lin Hao has realized. The first thing now is to kill the guy in front of him. Lin Hao glanced at Bai Bofen. The tacit understanding between the two of them was naturally not to the point where they could know what the other wanted to do with just one look. But Lin Hao had mental power. Through mental power, Lin Hao could convey the information he wanted to convey to Bai Bofen. So Bai Bofen knew that when Lin Hao looked at him, it was time to attack. Bai Bofen led the way, and Lin Hao followed behind. The blades in their hands flashed and shot straight to the top of the sky. Lin Hao had never thought that the Jin family's sword had reached this level under his use. The main thing about the masters fighting is their temperament. Once the posture of who else but me is the best sword in the world is released, people can't help but worship it. Unfortunately, the naked man did not have any mental fluctuations. This kind of person has no IQ and can't think. He doesn't even know where he is. And of course, he can't receive Lin Hao's momentum. But the momentum is not only for the enemy to see. Sometimes the momentum can also deceive oneself, telling oneself that one is the strongest. that one is indomitable, and that the brave will win when two meet on a narrow road. And at this time, the momentum is very important. Bai Bofin was the first to step forward and withstand the opponent's first wave of attack. Lin Hao could see that the naked man was very skilled in using the elbow knife. In just 1 second, the naked man had opened more than a dozen cuts on Bai Bofin's body. Fortunately, Bai Bofin had thick skin and flesh, and although the knife was a bit sharp, it was only a minor injury on Bai Bofin's body, and could not move him at all. Lin Hao followed behind Bai Bofin, and when he saw the right moment, he used the Jin family tyrant blade to attack. Lin Hao's attack with the sword was usually a one-hit kill, and the only time he failed was when he was defeated by the level 4 zombie. But he still left a medal on the level 4 zombie that was enough to show his strength. In Lin Hao's opinion, the opponent did not notice the sword, and the Jin family tyrant blade was so powerful that the opponent had no chance of dodging. But accidents always come when you least expect them. Bai Bofin raised his hands to defend himself. He could no longer attack. The opponent was too agile. Even if he attacked, he could not hit the target at all. Instead, his weak neck was exposed. Bai Bofin had no choice but to protect his vital parts. Seeing Bai Bofin was so powerful, Lin Hao naturally had to be powerful. Lin Hao's knife suddenly stabbed from Bai Bofin's side. It stands to reason that no one could dodge this knife because it was too sudden. But what Lin Hao and Bai Bofin did not expect was that the naked man did not dodge. He just subconsciously blocked Lin Hao's knife with his elbow knife, then pushed it aside and launched a stormy attack on Bai Bofin again. Seeing Bai Bofin's retreat and the possibility of his head being taken by the opponent, Lin Hao also became anxious. He did not care about any unexpected plots and tricks, but used all the Jin family's swords on Bai Bofin's side. The first move, the second move, the third move. The speed was getting faster and faster, so fast that Lin Hao could not see the speed of the sword. But no matter how fast it was, Lin Hao could always hear the clanging sound, which was the sound of the opponent's elbow knife blocking his tang sword. Until the seventh move, Lin Hao found that he did not even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. The opponent was not wearing any clothes. The eighth move. This was a knife that Lin Hao gambled his dignity on. If this knife didn't hit, Lin Hao swore that he would never use a knife again in his life. Finally, the clanging sound stopped. Could it be that he succeeded and hit the opponent? Looking at the glowing object that was bounced in the air, Lin Hao looked at the knife in his hand with a guilty conscience. Sure enough, because the power of the eighth move was too great, Lin Hao felt that even if the opponent blocked it, he could still cut off the opponent's knife and seriously injure the opponent. But after thinking for a long time, he missed one thing. That is, the quality of the knife. Lin Hao's knife was made by Jin Chaochun himself, and the quality is beyond doubt. Back then, when he was in the cold storage, he chopped an iron table with one knife. What Lin Hao didn't expect was the quality of the opponent's elbow knife. The quality of the opponent's elbow knife was so good. Looking at the half blade flying in the air and inserted into the smooth marble floor. Looking at Bai Bofin, who was still retreating and might be in danger of his life at any time, Lin Hao patted his head and took out a pistol. Chapter 61. Lin Hao patted his head, took out a pistol from his pocket, and heard a gunshot. Looking at the naked man who suddenly turned around in front of him, Lin Hao was a little unbelievable. Could he block a bullet? But the naked man looked at Lin Hao with his dark eyes, and then looked at his chest, where there was a hole at this moment, and bright red blood flowed out. So, bang, 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 dozens of sounds were heard continuously, and Lin Hao felt that his head was a little convulsed. He could solve the problem with a gun, but he had to use a knife stupidly. Fortunately, the pistol found from the eagle still had bullets. Otherwise he would be blind again. Looking at the naked man lying on the ground, Lin Hao kicked him rudely, and kicked a part longer than his own body. This part is where the most sensitive nerves are, and this trick is the most convenient to see if the other party is faking death. When Lin Hao kicked it, he saw that thing was kicked to pieces by himself, and the naked man didn't move at all. It seemed that he was dead. Bai Bofin looked at Lin Hao with eyes that had wasted food, grief-stricken and full of condemnation. Lin Hao coughed a few times and pulled Bai Bofin towards the elevator. Bai Bofin obviously didn't want to, because there was a white corpse lying on the ground waiting for him to enjoy it. Lin Hao could only helplessly say, "Look at how fat you are. Have you ever thought about losing weight? What will you do in the future if you are so fat? How will you find a wife? How will you find a job? Do you know how painful it is to have 3 highs when you are old? Bai Bofin lowered his head in shame under Lin Hao's scolding, and then continued to crawl towards the pile of corpses on the ground. Forget it. Forget it. Just eat it. And you will be begging for death. Lin Hao simply sat next to the elevator, waiting for Bai Bofin to finish eating, and then entered the elevator together. But something strange happened. The bosses on this level were all dead. So why didn't the elevator open? Lin Hao stepped forward and knocked on the door with some curiosity. And then, he was ready to pry the door open. In the past, Lin Hao had pried the elevator door open when he was free. And every time he used 3 layers of force, he could pry a gap in the elevator. He thought he could pry the elevator door open very easily. But he didn't dare to pry it hard before, because he would have to pay for it if he broke it. Now it's different. Even if he blows up the whole building, no one will come to him for compensation. But there are always unexpected things. And everything can't be as beautiful as you imagine. When Lin Hao found that even with the zombie's strength and body, he could only pry open a crack in the elevator door, he couldn't help but blush for his previous thoughts. Bai Bofin was full, but he had a habit of biting off the other person's arm and eating while walking, so that he could slowly savor the beauty of the food. Lin Hao gestured to Bai Bofin to stand on the other side, and he stood on this side. Bai Bofin stood up without knowing why, put his arm in his mouth, and then held one side of the elevator door with both hands, and Lin Hao held the other side. And the two of them worked hard at the same time. Lin Hao couldn't use his strength at that angle just now, so he only held one side this time, and immediately exerted all his strength. Bai Bofin's strength was not to be trifled with either, and the two of them worked together, and finally opened the damn elevator door. The moment the elevator door was opened, it beeped to alert the police. Lin Hao and Bai Bofin didn't care at all, walked into the elevator, and waited for the elevator to close and rise. On the 200th floor, Yu Wentian covered his head and looked at this funny couple. He wanted to laugh, but felt that it was not in line with his status. But the elephant behind him couldn't help laughing. When Lin Hao and Bai Bofin stayed in the elevator for half an hour, but the elevator still didn't start, Lin Hao seemed to realize something. It must be that the elevator door is not closed. Fatty, come on. Let's close the door together. Lin Hao said so. Yu Wentian looked at this scene, but he didn't laugh after all. He sighed depressedly. The IQ of these two zombies is really gratifying. It has become a rule that the elevator will restart after each pass. But when the elevator doesn't start, it must be because you haven't passed the level yet. Why can't you walk inside? There are bigger surprises waiting for you inside. Don't torture the elevator here. The elevator will also hurt. Lin Hao and Bai Bofin waited in the elevator for another half an hour. After a full hour, Lin Hao finally realized that the reason why the elevator did not start might be that this floor had not been cleared. Lin Hao looked at the elevator door, and then looked at Bai Bofin. Bai Bofin had already gnawed the arm to the bone, and the elbow where the upper arm bone and the forearm bone connected was obviously protruding. Looking forward along the protrusion, it was the elbow knife that the naked man used so skillfully. Lin Hao looked at his broken knife, and then looked at the elbow knife that moved freely at the joint. Bai Bofin bit the knife, and then found that one of his teeth was broken, but the knife was fine. Lin Hao reached out to grab the bone, and Bai Bofin immediately circled around Lin Hao like a dog whose bone was stolen. Can you imagine a fat guy who is so ugly that his face is disfigured and can be considered plastic surgery spinning around you like a cute guy? The scene is so beautiful that Lin Hao dare not look at it. Avoiding Bai Bofin's fight, Lin Hao pulled the knife down, and then threw the bone aside. Bai Bofin jumped up with more than 200 kilograms of meat, and opened his mouth to bite the bone. Lin Hao looked at the knife in his hand. The place where it connected to the elbow joint was round and comfortable to touch. The blade was very sharp. Lin Hao put his finger on it, and scratched it lightly. There was no pain. Lin Hao didn't know how serious the cut was. When he put his finger in front of his eyes, Lin Hao looked at the wound that cut the finger bone and was a little surprised. But then Lin Hao smiled happily again. It happened that his knife was broken. He was still worried about what to do without a weapon. There are always guys that guns can't deal with. Looking at the oblique knife in his hand, although it is a bit heavy and short, it is sharp and more handy to use. Looking at the elevator door in front of him, Lin Hao was too lazy to argue with Bai Bofin again, so he stabbed the elevator door with the knife in his hand. Lin Hao felt like a pair of scissors cutting thick cloth. Although it was a bit awkward, it was barely usable. So Lin Hao was busy for more than 10 minutes like cutting a cake. And finally there was a rectangular gap in front of him that was big enough for Lin Hao to walk out. Lin Hao looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, stepped out, and walked out. Bai Bofan naturally followed him out. But when he reached the door, he stopped in confusion. It turned out that he was too fat to walk out from the front. It's okay. Just walk sideways. When Bai Bofan found that the diameter of his side was the same as that of the front, he suddenly roared to the sky in anger. He swore that he would lose weight. Lin Hao saw this scene and speechlessly asked Bai Bofan to step back and then enter the elevator again. He was too lazy to modify the elevator door and asked Bai Bofan to stand at the door. Bai Bofan looked at Lin Hao with some doubts, not knowing what he was going to do. But when Lin Hao kicked him out, he understood. Chapter 62. Looking at the pale walls around them, Lin Hao and Bai Bofan were walking forward in boredom. Lin Hao had no interest in a battle that might cost his life. He had come here with great enthusiasm to save people, but ended up playing a level-breaking game, floor by floor. And he actually staggered to the 190th floor. This wasted his enthusiasm. And if the elevator hadn't been able to go up but not down, Lin Hao might have really left Lingfeng building. As for saving people, it can be changed to revenge, which is more convenient. Looking at the endless corridor, Lin Hao was followed by Bai Bofan, who was humming. At this moment, Bai Bofan was still covering his buttocks and looking at Lin Hao in grief and anger. Lin Hao was a little strange. Didn't I just kick you? Didn't I just kick you in the ass? As for such an expression for half a day? Passing by one laboratory after another. And each laboratory was either zombies or humans. Either dead or alive. Watching the living humans in the laboratory still struggling. The fire in his heart burned again. Although it was only a little bit. But it still successfully mobilized Lin Hao's enthusiasm. The enthusiasm to save people. Lin Hao kicked open the door of a laboratory. There were glass containers more than 2 meters high in the laboratory. And a person was floating in the glass container. Lin Hao got closer and found that the glass container was filled with some kind of sticky liquid. The liquid was transparent, but blurry, and looked extremely disgusting. The human inside had his hands crossed in front of his chest, curled up in the liquid, and just floated quietly. Lin Hao curiously stepped forward and knocked on the glass, and the vibration was transmitted to the ears of the human inside along with the liquid. A young man inside suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Hao without blinking. Lin Hao was very curious. Don't these people need to breathe? Will they get suffocated by being held in the water like this? After all, they are not zombies. Zombies will not die from lack of oxygen even if they are buried in a coffin for hundreds of years. But humans can't live without air. Just like zombies can't live without fresh meat. The man in the glass container looked at Lin Hao with a very strange look, as if he was examining him. Lin Hao felt very unhappy when he saw this look. He came to save you. Is it really good to look at your savior with such eyes? Although the other party's eyes made Lin Hao very unhappy. Who made him think he was a good person. Boy, hold on a little longer. I will rescue you immediately, Lin Hao said, and punched the glass. Lin Hao thought he was very strong. But after such a punch, the glass on the glass container was fine. Lin Hao didn't feel any pain. But the vibration was scary. The person in the glass container was obviously also startled by the vibration. He looked at Lin Hao suspiciously at first. He didn't know what Lin Hao was going to do. Seeing the other person's eyes, Lin Hao immediately smiled and said, I know you must be very happy now. Hang on a little longer. I think of a way to see if I can get the glass open. Then Lin Hao saw the short knife in his hand. The knife was extremely sharp and could cut iron like cutting cloth. It must be easy to cut glass. So Lin Hao swung the knife, and there was a sharp friction sound, and the glass was intact. But the man in the glass container was anxious. Seeing Lin Hao's actions, he was really stupid if he didn't know what Lin Hao was doing. He hurriedly tapped the glass in the glass container, signaling Lin Hao not to mess around. But the resistance of the liquid in the glass container was too great, and he couldn't make much noise at all. Fortunately, Lin Hao saw it. So Lin Hao smiled at the man again. Don't worry. You haven't suffocated to death in it for so long. Are you afraid of these few minutes? Lin Hao thought that the other party was about to be free, and was happy. So Lin Hao used the Jin family's sword. Seeing that Lin Hao was standing farther away, the man in the glass room finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could put his heart at ease, he saw Lin Hao wielding the sword. The first move. The second move. Lin Hao deliberately missed the first few moves. And it was not until the 8th move that Lin Hao hit the glass hard. At the moment of the 8th move, Lin Hao seemed to see the man in the glass container showing a grateful look. And he put his hands together, as if to thank Lin Hao. Seeing this move, Lin Hao was naturally even more excited, and used 10 levels of strength in the last move. When the knife cut through the glass, Lin Hao didn't even feel any resistance, and the whole piece of glass had a gap. The person in the glass container looked at this scene in despair. Before that, he warned Lin Hao with his eyes, and then put his hands together to beg Lin Hao not to do this. But all he got in return was Lin Hao's ruthless swing of the knife, watching the nutrient solution that sustains life gradually flow out of the gap. With Lin Hao's efforts, the gap became larger and larger, and the young man also flowed out with the nutrient solution. Finally, the young man breathed in the air, and his eyes were no longer confused. But he could clearly see Lin Hao's appearance. Lin Hao squatted down and looked at the young man, smiling and said, "Don't thank me. And don't ask my name. If you really want to know my name, I can only tell you that my name is Good Man." The corner of the young man's mouth moved, and Lin Hao couldn't hear clearly. So he leaned closer and said, "What did you say? Speak louder. I can't hear you." The young man said, "What the hell? Louder." Lin Hao leaned closer. His ear was close to it. "Fuck you." Finally, Lin Hao heard it clearly. And it was because he heard it clearly that he was confused. Just when he wanted to have a good discussion with the young man underground about why he insulted him even though he had saved him, Lin Hao found that the young man had died. Gooden suddenly sighed and said, "These people are all terminally ill and dying. They can only survive in the nutrient chamber. Only a fool like you would think that they don't want to stay in there. Letting them out is to kill them." Lin Hao, let's be honest. I don't care if you kill some zombies or people who are hostile to you. But can you stop killing innocent people? They are really innocent. Gooden couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Why did Lin Hao feel that this sentence was a little wrong? What is cruelty? He was obviously saving, but the method might be a little wrong. Lin Hao touched his head and looked at the other glass containers around him. The people in those glass containers all opened their eyes at this moment. Everyone stared at Lin Hao in a daze, with deep fear and resistance in their eyes. Lin Hao touched his head again, blushed, and hurriedly left the room. The happiest person was Bai Bofin. He didn't know how much fresh food he had eaten today. Looking at the pool of tender young people on the ground, Bai Bofin's saliva flowed out. Just when Bai Bofin was about to rush up to eat, Lin Hao stopped him. "This person can't be eaten," Lin Hao said. Bai Bofin was anxious. Why can't he eat? Although the liquid on his body looked a bit disgusting. "We can't waste food." Seeing that Bai Bofin didn't listen to his advice, Lin Hao pulled his neck and pulled him out desperately. It's not that Bai Bofin's strength is not as strong as Lin Hao's. He just didn't want to use it. Although he was eager for that piece of meat, Lin Hao said that he couldn't eat it. So he really couldn't eat it. Bai Bofin sighed. Wasting food is the most hateful thing. Lin Hao thought that since he had killed the other party, he had to leave him a whole body. Chapter 63. After an oolong rescue incident, Lin Hao felt that he was not suitable to meddle in other people's business. So Lin Hao prepared to quickly find the big boss of this floor, and then fight him. On the 200th floor, Yu Wentian said coldly, "We can leave now." "What's wrong?" Looked a little confused. "The one on the 190th floor is a failed biochemical soldier. If this level 3 zombie is really very smart, I'm afraid that the biochemical soldier can't resist him. If that biochemical soldier can't resist him, then the biochemical soldier on the 195th floor is definitely not his opponent. Of course, if you are willing to take action." Yu Wentian didn't finish his words. Xiang laughed and said, "Dr. Yi, I'm not your subordinate. Although it's easy for me to deal with this level 3 zombie, you know that my actions are very expensive. Forget it. Come with me to the laboratory to see the superpower. Pass her information to room S. And then I will start the experiment." Yu Wentian didn't look at the screen again, stood up, and walked towards the elevator. Lin Hao didn't know how many elevators there were in this building, and it seemed that other elevators couldn't be started except for that one elevator. The mastermind behind the scenes was really smart and bored. Was it really fun to play tricks on people like this? After passing a corridor again, Lin Hao finally saw a super huge laboratory. This laboratory was different from the small rooms that Lin Hao had seen along the way. This was completely a scene from a movie. Lin Hao opened the door cautiously. There was a creaking sound. In front of him was a large operating table of nearly 300 square meters. In the middle of the operating table, there was a person who looked too strong. The man's hair was a little messy, although the distance was quite far and Lin Hao could not see clearly. He always felt familiar with the other person's face. The man was naked from the waist up, but had pants on from the waist down. It looked like he was finally not afraid of facing a pervert this time. This man also had tubes inserted into his body, and these tubes were inserted all over his body. In fact, if this man was just an ordinary person, he wouldn't have attracted so much attention from Lin Hao. The main reason was that this man looked too strange. His head looked normal, and although his muscles were a little bigger, they were also normal. What was abnormal was the man's two arms. One arm was as thick as a mallet, and the other was as thin as a bamboo pole. His lower body didn't look abnormal. Lin Hao guessed that this person might be the boss of this floor. When he got closer and closer, and was only 10 meters away from the person, Lin Hao finally recognized the person, and finally saw why the person's two arms were one thick and one thin. Zhang Ping? Zhang Ping. Is that you? Lin Hao tried to greet him. When he got closer, Lin Hao finally saw clearly that Zhang Ping's left arm was abnormally thick, because it was no longer an arm, but a cylindrical object. It was made of unknown metal. Under the illumination of the incandescent lamp, it reflected an abnormally cold light. It was actually a small Gatling gun. That's right. After Zhang Ping's left arm was removed, a Vulcan Gatling gun was installed. Above the Gatling gun, there was also a small rocket launcher, and the arm is a long and thin knife. The material of the knife is obviously the same as the short knife in Lin Hao's hand. Although he has no feelings for Zhang Ping, and there was even unpleasantness when they first met, the two are acquaintances after all, even if they have only met for less than half an hour. Lin Hao's shout is like some kind of mysterious spell. When the spell is recited, the devil wakes up from the abyss. Zhang Ping wakes up. His eyes are still there, but they are lifeless. With the detection of Lin Hao's mental power, he successfully sensed that the other party had no mental fluctuations, which means that Lin Hao's mental attack has once again become useless. Couldn't. Is there any way to make him regain consciousness? Lin Hao asked. If Zhang Ping regained consciousness, this fight might not have to be fought. The opponent's nervous system that stores memory and perception has been completely destroyed, even to the point where he can't even be an idiot. Now he is just a walking corpse, because his body functions have been completely destroyed. He won't live long, and he doesn't even have the qualifications to become a zombie. Gooden said. Lin Hao sighed. It seems that this battle is unavoidable. Zhang Ping opened his eyes and shot a hollow look at Lin Hao. Lin Hao's scalp was numb when he was stared at by Zhang Ping. Looking at the other party's strong muscles, Lin Hao finally understood why he didn't recognize this guy at first. When he was in that building, Zhang Ping was one of the slim ones even if he was not the thinnest. As a result, after not seeing him for a few days, he was transformed into a muscular man with a Vulcan cannon in his left hand and an alloy knife in his right hand. It would be a miracle if he could recognize such a big change at a glance. Zhang Ping moved. He shook his left and right hands, and then took a few steps, as if he was adapting to his new body. The tubes inserted into Zhang Ping's body were torn off one by one. Those tubes connected to flesh and bones, and the pulled tubes were even stained with flesh. But Zhang Ping's face was normal, and he didn't feel any pain at all. This guy has been transformed into a monster who has no sense of pain and only knows how to kill. Lin Hao was still worried. Is he his opponent? But Lin Hao knew that he must defeat him. Otherwise, he would never be able to save Shuer in this life. And he might even lose himself. Zhang Ping seemed to be warming up. He jumped in place for a long time, and suddenly jumped up and jumped onto the 1.5-meter operating table. Zhang Ping was originally about the same height as Lin Hao, about 1.8 meters. But after the transformation, his height suddenly increased a lot. According to Lin Hao's visual estimation, he was at least 2 meters tall. Such a person suddenly jumped on the high platform and stood up, which gave people a sense of oppression. But Bothan had intelligence and his own ideas. He knew how to avoid danger and seek good fortune. Naturally, he also felt that the big guy in front of him, who looked neither delicious nor good-looking, might be very powerful. So he turned around and looked at Lin Hao. Looking at Lin Hao seemed to be something Bothan had to do before doing anything. He knew that he was not as smart as his friend, so he would subconsciously look at him no matter what he did. so that he would have the confidence to do it. What was Lin Hao thinking? Lin Hao wanted to escape, but he also wanted to save Shuer. He had not been with Shuer for a long time, but Shuer's cleverness and obedience had already been imprinted in his heart. He really regarded this little girl as his sister. A brother might take risks to save his sister, so I would take this risk, even if the enemy seemed powerful and invincible. That's right. Zhang Ping in front of him gave Lin Hao the same feeling at this moment. Powerful and invincible. And Zhang Ping also helped Lin Hao confirm his guess at this time. And he raised his left arm. Chapter 64. Zhang Ping raised his left arm. Or rather, Zhang Ping raised the Gatling gun. The thick barrel of the Gatling gun began to rotate slowly. In 0.5 seconds, the bullet inside, which was thicker than a finger, would be fired at an incredible speed. Its power at close range was comparable to that of a Barrett sniper rifle. Lin Hao's scalp began to numb when he saw this scene. He pulled by Bofin and ran. It was obviously too late to run outside. No matter how fast Lin Hao was, he could not run out of the door and escape to a suitable place in 0.5 seconds. So Lin Hao chose to hide directly in the room. There were many operating tables in the room, and the height of these operating tables was as high as 1.5 meters. Lin Hao pulled by Bofin to the ground and hid behind the operating table. Just as Lin Hao lay down, a series of huge noises rang out. The sound was deafening and continuous. The next second, Lin Hao felt that something strange ran into his thighs and stomach. Lin Hao didn't bother to check what ran into his body, but just held his head and began to crawl forward frantically. Don't just stand there. Crawl quickly. Lin Hao turned around and yelled at Bai Bofin, because Bai Bofin's body was larger than Lin Hao's. When Lin Hao turned around, he saw that Bai Bofin's stomach was full of bullet holes, and those bullet holes even passed through his body and shot on the ground next to him. But fortunately, the bullets did not pass through his head. So even though his body was full of bullet holes, this guy was still alive and kicking and crawling madly behind Lin Hao. In this way, he turned over and over from time to time, crawling around, although his whole body was pierced by bullets. But in the end, no vital parts were hurt. At this moment, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel fortunate that he was a zombie. If he were a human, he would have died at the moment of the gunshot. After hiding for more than 10 minutes, the gunshots finally stopped. Lin Hao glanced at Bai Bofin. He was covered in blood just like himself. He looked serious, but he didn't care. Hearing the gunshots disappear, Lin Hao stood up carefully and found Zhang Ping jumped off the operating table and was switching bullets there. Under the operating table, Lin Hao saw Zhang Ping connected a string of bullets to the Gatling gun and was debugging it. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao couldn't help it and rushed towards Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping's attribute panel was not displayed. Lin Hao didn't know how fast and strong he was, but he could tell from his reaction. Before Lin Hao got close, Zhang Ping had already raised his head and looked at him intently, and the long knife in his right hand had already chopped towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao naturally didn't dare to take it hard. Otherwise he would definitely be cut in half from top to bottom. Lin Hao turned sideways and dodged Zhang Ping's knife. At the same time, he jumped off the operating table he had just jumped on. His target was not Zhang Ping. Just looking at Zhang Ping's figure, he knew that the opponent's defense was probably very high. He couldn't just get rid of him casually. What Lin Hao wanted to do was to interrupt the bullet that had been connected to the Gatling gun. Gatling gun bullets are different from ordinary gun bullets. Because of their large size, they cannot be made into portable magazines. Gatling gun bullets are separated from the gun and placed aside in a large pile. When they are needed, they are picked up from the beginning and connected to the gun. Usually, there is a person next to the gunman who controls the Gatling gun to adjust the bullets to prevent them from getting tangled or stuck. But Zhang Ping's bullets were placed directly in the box under the operating table. It was obvious that these bullets had been sorted and could be directly loaded into the gun and fired. But Lin Hao couldn't let him shoot. He was lucky that the first bullet didn't kill him. Such dense bullets hit him, but didn't hit his vital parts. If there was another round, who knows if it would hit his head. Although Zhang Ping didn't know why Lin Hao suddenly came over. The command in his mind told him to kill the zombies when he met them, no matter what state they were in. So Zhang Ping moved the Gatling gun in his left hand. And at the same time, the knife in his right hand was not idle, and he chopped down fiercely at Lin Hao. Lin Hao's scalp went numb when he heard the sound of the Gatling gun barrel moving. and he hurriedly dodged behind Zhang Ping. Seeing the target disappear, Zhang Ping subconsciously loosened the button of the barrel, turned around, and saw the target again. So the barrel moved again, and Lin Hao disappeared. This happened 2 or 3 times, and the barrel never moved. Just when Zhang Ping caught Lin Hao again, and was about to press the barrel again, Bai Bofan finally came behind Zhang Ping and hugged Zhang Ping tightly. Seeing the opportunity, Lin Hao rushed forward and cut the bullet chain with a knife. Because the bullets are connected together, one by one, they form a bullet chain. If the bullets are really loaded with magazines, Lin Hao will not be able to pull them out so easily. Although there are still a few bullets left in the barrel of the Gatling gun, those bullets are harmless. With a few thumps, the bullets are completely consumed. Lin Hao ran with the remaining bullets. All the bullets in the dark box on the operating table were pulled out by Lin Hao, and they were thrown and smashed by Lin Hao, and they were obviously unusable. Bai Bofan still held Zhang Ping tightly behind him, making Zhang Ping unable to move. When Zhang Ping heard his gun barrel jammed, he understood something, and the next command in his mind was immediately executed. He stabbed the knife in his right hand fiercely behind him, and the knife stabbed into Bai Bofan's stomach. At the same time, a teeth grinding sound came, and the knife actually rotated as fast as a meat grinder, and all kinds of internal organs and meat in Bai Bofan's stomach were immediately turned out, turning into fine meat foam, which looked extremely disgusting. At the same time, Lin Hao also became worried. Although zombies would not really die unless their brain nerves were damaged, with so much missing from their stomachs, was Bai Bofan really okay? Of course Bai Bofan was in trouble. Although zombies had no sense of pain, that was not absolute. For example, when Lin Hao kicked Bai Bofan in the butt, Bai Bofan felt pain for a long time. However, the naked man stabbed Bai Bofan so many times with a knife, but Bai Bofan did not cry out in pain. This proved that zombies did not have no sense of pain, but that the various pain nerves throughout their bodies were greatly weakened. The lack of pain was just an illusion. When Bai Bofan fell to the ground in pain, Lin Hao saw that Zhang Ping was going to finish him off. So he rushed over. Zhang Ping's knife was aimed at Bai Bofan's head. If he was really chopped off by Zhang Ping, who would help him take the damage in the future? With such a good meat shield, Lin Hao would never allow Bai Bofan to die like this. Zhang Ping looked at the fat man lying on the ground. Although Bai Bofan's pain was not strong, he was really weak. He had no strength to raise his hands. Zhang Ping's heart did not fluctuate at all. For him, killing the zombie in front of him was just to complete a trivial task in his mind. So, Zhang Ping chopped down a very calm and fast knife. Because of the calmness, the knife was very stable. And because of the speed, Bai Bofan would definitely die. But when Zhang Ping chopped the knife on the floor, he couldn't help but wonder, where is the zombie on the ground? How come it disappeared in the blink of an eye? Chapter 65. It turned out that when Lin Hao caught Zhang Ping's intention, he had already approached Bai Bofan at a very fast speed and grabbed his feet. At the moment when Zhang Ping's knife fell, he finally pulled Bai Bofan back from the deadly situation. As Lin Hao exerted his strength, Bai Bofan was thrown away by Lin Hao like a curling stone. Along the way, Bai Bofan slid far away with the blood. Zhang Ping didn't care who was in front of him. As long as the other party was a zombie, he would be the target of elimination. So when Zhang Ping saw Lin Hao, he naturally turned his target to Lin Hao. Before Lin Hao turned around, he felt a strong wind coming from behind him, and he bent down subconsciously. Sure enough, a long knife slid past with a sharp sound of wind. Lin was sure that if he was 1 second later, his head would fall off. Zhang Ping missed the first knife, but he was not impatient. He took back the knife and chopped at Lin Hao again. Lin Hao raised the short knife in his hand to block, and with a clang, Lin Hao's body flew up. Snap! I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional. The place where Lin Hao fell was exactly the same as Bai Bofan's position. Looking at Bai Bofan's confused eyes, Lin Hao couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Gooden, what are my chances of defeating him? Lin Hao asked Gooden in the spirit of asking Gooden about everything. Gooden said, although I can't check the opponent's attributes, I can be sure that the opponent's strength is definitely not lower than the 3rd level zombie. And the opponent's power attribute is probably not lower than the 4th level zombie. Your hope of defeating him is very slim. That's right. After all, he is the boss of the 190th floor. Lin Hao knew that he was not the opponent's opponent, so he naturally wouldn't foolishly go up and fight him to the death, but pulled by Bofin and ran out the door. Zhang Ping saw the two were about to run, and hurriedly caught up. When Lin Hao saw the other party's speed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although this guy is very powerful, fortunately his speed is not fast. At this speed, even if he drags a 200-pound fat man, he may not be able to catch up with him. Couldn't. Will Bai Bofin die? Lin Hao asked. Theoretically, no. But if a zombie becomes like this, it's not much different from death. You might as well kill him to relieve his pain. Gooden said very heartlessly. Is there a way to save him? Although he guessed the truth, Lin Hao was still reluctant to believe it. Lin Hao didn't expect Gooden to have a way. After all, Bai Bofin was already like this, and Gooden had never shown his ability in treatment. But he felt that he shouldn't do nothing. Although he could do little, he had to try his best. So he still asked. Then Gooden's answer to him was surprising. This kind of wound is very troublesome to repair. It cannot be completely repaired within 24 hours. Do you want to repair it? When Lin Hao saw an option box really appear in front of him, he was so excited. Gooden, I always thought you were useless. But I was wrong. You are useful. And very useful. I love you so much. Do you choose it? Gooden despised such cheap sweet talk. But why did he still feel a little sweet in his heart? Lin Hao decisively chose yes. Suddenly, Lin Hao felt that Bai Bofin seemed to be shrouded by a white light and became holy. During the repair process, the repairer cannot be injured again. Otherwise the recovery work will start all over again, Gooden warned. Looking at Zhang Ping getting closer and closer to him, Lin Hao was a little anxious. It seemed that he had overestimated himself. Although this guy was slow, it was still easy for him to catch up with a thin man dragging a 200-pound fat man. Thinking that the other party's hatred was very easy to seduce, Lin Hao decided to put Bai Bofin in a place where Zhang Ping could not see, and then attract him away. So Lin Hao kicked open the door of a small laboratory casually. There was nothing in this laboratory except a computer and an ordinary operating table. Lin Hao put Bai Bofin in the room, ran out, and locked the door of the laboratory, while Zhang Ping was getting closer and closer to him. Looking at the knife in Zhang Ping's hand, Lin Hao's face froze. This is a corridor. Zhang Ping can fill the width of the corridor by raising his knife. So this might be a great place for fighting. In order to prevent Zhang Ping from discovering the dying Bai Bofin, Lin Hao lured Zhang Ping forward again for more than 10 meters before preparing to start. This time, without Bai Bofin's meat shield in front, Lin Hao actually felt a little uncomfortable. From the first floor to the 190th floor, every battle was fought by Bai Bofin, the silly guy, who was showing off his power in front and attracting hatred. And then, he suddenly shot arrows from behind him. This was indeed very effective against those guys with low IQs. But this time, Bai Bofin was injured and finally could not fight side by side with him. Lin Hao was a little uncomfortable, but he had to adapt. A man who was destined to become the zombie king, of course, could not rely on others. He was the strongest, and he would definitely be able to defeat the opponent in front of him. After Lin Hao brainwashed himself, he raised the short knife and looked at Zhang Ping seriously. Zhang Ping still looked calm. Seeing that Lin Hao stopped running, he simply stopped and walked, looking at Zhang Ping's knees bending down from time to time when he walked. Lin Hao thought of a possibility. He was an intelligent zombie, not a stupid biochemical soldier like Zhang Ping. He had to know how to find the enemy's weaknesses and attack them. Lin Hao seemed to see where Zhang Ping's weaknesses were. Lin Hao raised the short knife in his hand, activated the acceleration skill, and rushed over. When Lin Hao's speed reached 40 again, he was still a little scared. It was not because of his speed, but at this speed, Lin Hao still couldn't see the speed of Zhang Ping's knife. Fast. Too fast. So fast that it was simply insane. Although Zhang Ping moved slowly, his upper body's reaction speed was almost twice as fast as his own. Lin Hao wanted to use the short knife to directly hit Zhang Ping's legs, but Zhang Ping's knife always chopped at his neck. This was a complete exchange of injury for life, and he would die. Lin Hao hurriedly drew his knife to defend himself, and the two knives collided with each other again with a very powerful force. Zhang Ping just shook his body, and Lin Hao flew out again, hitting the wall next to him. Lin Hao didn't have time to cry out in pain. He didn't feel any pain anyway, but he felt that his spine seemed to be broken. But these thoughts only lasted for a moment, and he was attracted by the incoming strong wind. Without thinking, Lin Hao rolled forward and rolled over. finally dodging the opponent's fatal knife. Pulling the distance from Zhang Ping, Lin Hao prepared to use guerrilla warfare. But Lin Hao seemed to have thought too much. Seeing that Lin Hao had pulled away, Zhang Ping raised his left hand again. Lin Hao was a little surprised. Didn't this guy run out of bullets? The next second, a burst of curses spread across the 190th floor. You can throw missiles. As Lin Hao cursed, the small rocket launcher on Zhang Ping's left arm fired a missile as thick as his forearm. The missile moved at a constant speed and rushed towards Lin Hao. Chapter 66. No matter how fast the missile was, Lin Hao couldn't dodge it. All he could do was run as hard as he could when the missile was about to hit his head. The farther he was from the explosion point, the less damage he would suffer. As he was running, a huge explosion sounded. The explosion sounded with unparalleled impact force, blowing away all the glass in the surrounding laboratories. And Lin Hao also flew into the sky with this impact force. Lin Hao found that almost every move he made with this guy could make him fly into the sky, which was incredible. When Lin Hao fell heavily to the ground, the bones inside his body vibrated again, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Hao looked at the blood he spat out, red, and couldn't tell whether it was warm or cold. A wave of weakness spread from the inside of his body to the outside. Lin Hao suddenly felt bad. If his body really weakened, he would not be able to speed up, and his only advantage would disappear. Lin Hao hurriedly stood up. Although his body felt weak, his speed didn't seem to be affected at all. Lin Hao looked back and saw that Zhang Ping had put down his left hand. It was obvious that there was only one missile in the rocket launcher. If there was another one, Lin Hao would not have to play anymore. He could just fall to the ground and wait for the bullet to hit him. Zhang Ping walked towards Lin Hao. His steps were still slow, like he was walking on the street. But the knife in his right hand began to rotate, and the speed of rotation was getting faster and faster. Lin Hao just held the short knife and looked at Zhang Ping, who was gradually approaching. He wanted to see what Zhang Ping's next move would be. Zhang Ping's next move was very simple. He just raised the knife and stabbed it towards Lin Hao's chest. Although his knife was rotating, the speed of the stab was very slow. If Lin Hao was focused enough, it would be easy to dodge this move. But Lin Hao did not. Lin Hao was unwilling to exchange his life for his injury. But he definitely didn't mind exchanging injuries for injuries. Zhang Ping's rotating long knife fiercely stabbed into Lin Hao's chest. Lin Hao felt a chill in his heart. And then he felt nothing. The knife rotated very quickly, and as soon as it was inserted, a small round hole appeared in Lin Hao's chest. As the knife trembled slightly in the hole was also expanding, and blood-red flesh flakes flew in front of Lin Hao. But Lin Hao seemed to see nothing and continued to walk forward. Soon, the whole knife had penetrated Lin Hao's chest, and the distance between Lin Hao and Zhang Ping was getting closer and closer. Lin Hao smiled, a very bright smile. The short knife in his hand had already started swinging before Zhang Ping's knife pierced his chest. The first move, the second move, the third move. When the knife pierced into the chest, the fourth move, halfway, the fifth move, completely pierced, the sixth move. Looking at the opponent's knees close at hand, Lin Hao got ruthless and bent down, even though the zombie's pain was greatly weakened. At this moment Lin Hao still felt a heart-wrenching feeling. The knife on his chest that was spinning very fast was still in place. As Lin Hao bent down, the knife began to cut, spreading from his chest to his shoulders. Lin Hao endured the last bit of pain and squatted hard. The knife was finally taken out of his shoulder by himself. And the price was that Lin Hao had a continuous wound about 30 centimeters long from his chest to his shoulder. Zhang Ping was also puzzled. Why did the little zombie in front of him move when the knife in his hand did not move at all? He bent down regardless of the pain, even if there was another wound like that. Just as he bent down, Lin Hao slashed out the seventh move. Lin Hao had tested that if every move of the Jin family tyrant knife hit an object, until the eighth move, it could still burst out with unparalleled power. However, if the first 7 moves of the Jin family tyrant knife were all missed, and the 8th move was used to take advantage of the situation, the power of the first method would be twice that of the first method. This is why Lin Hao would let the first few moves of the Jin family tyrant knife miss every time he used it. Finally, Lin Hao came to the 8th move. He aimed at Zhang Ping's knee and cut across fiercely. Zhang Ping's lower body was indeed very fragile. The knife in Lin Hao's hand did not even pause, and just cut straight across. Seeing Zhang Ping was about to fall on his back, Lin Hao hurriedly rolled sideways and avoided Zhang Ping's huge body. At the same time, Lin Hao also realized that his body was getting weaker and weaker. And even standing up took a certain amount of time to get up. Just now, from Zhang Ping's knife stabbing into Lin Hao's chest, to Lin Hao bending down and cutting off Zhang Ping's knee, to Zhang Ping lying on the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. These things need to be written in a long time. But in fact, the whole action took Lin Hao only 2 seconds. And he rolled to the side. Lin Hao was originally prepared to see how Zhang Ping would fight back after losing his legs. Maybe he could still walk with his bloody thighs without his calves. He didn't feel pain anyway. But what Lin Hao didn't expect was that this guy fell to the ground and couldn't get up. No matter how hard he tried. He was like a turtle with its shell facing the ground and couldn't get up. Of course, Lin Hao wouldn't be kind enough to help him turn over. Even though he was facing the ground now. Which was easy to do. Wouldn't it be even harder to get up if he turned over? But no matter what, now is a good opportunity for Lin Hao. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. As Lin Hao jumped up, the first move of Jin's tyrant sword was used skillfully by Lin Hao. With the potential energy of jumping, this knife easily pierced into the back of Zhang Ping's head. Lin Hao covered the bleeding place on his chest and said to Gooden, heal, Gooden. The healing and repair function is in use. And other targets cannot be transferred in the middle. Please wait for a while. Gooden said lazily. Fuck. Will I die? Lin Hao asked. Gooden said. Maybe. Isn't it said that if the person being treated is injured again, the treatment will be interrupted? If I interrupt the fat guy's treatment process, will you be reset? Lin Hao's dirty thoughts rose in his mind. Sure enough, Gooden gave a positive answer. But in the end Lin Hao still couldn't really go over to interrupt by Bofin's treatment. That guy's injury was much more serious than his own. He was stabbed in the stomach by a knife that rotated so fast, while he only had a crack. Let him treat it first. Lin Hao leaned against the wall, panting, hoping to use his powerful self-healing ability to heal it first. Half an hour later, the scary crack still existed, but some parts had begun to connect, and his left hand, which had been numb, gradually regained consciousness. But it would be impossible to recover in a few days. But Lin Hao finally had the strength to stand up. He stood up, stepped forward and kicked Zhang Ping's body. First, he mourned for Zhang Ping in his heart for a second, and then excitedly turned Zhang Ping's body over. After killing the monsters, it's time to get the boss reward. Lin Hao stroked Zhang Ping's left-hand Gatling gun and right-hand knife. This is a long knife, which is definitely enough for him to use. And the Gatling gun can be reused, and there are bullets in the laboratory. Lin Hao thought of the scene of sweeping a large area with the Gatling gun, and he was a little eager in his heart. Chapter 67. Lin Hao used a very cruel method to dismember Zhang Ping's right arm. The composition of this arm was similar to that of the naked man's elbow knife, both of which were rounded at the joints, and had a very sharp blade in front. But because Lin Hao was seriously injured, it was quite difficult to remove the knife. But when Lin Hao really took the knife in his hand, he felt very heroic. Like a master getting a peerless magic weapon. This knife was really very sharp. Even better than the naked man's elbow knife. And this knife was longer and heavier than the elbow knife. And was obviously more powerful. Lin Hao casually threw the naked man's elbow knife to the ground. Not caring about the knife's feelings. Nor about the fact that Zhang Ping had just been killed with this knife. After putting the knife away, the main event was about to begin. Lin Hao looked at the Vulcan cannon in Zhang Ping's left hand. The fat man was seriously injured. Although he was conscious and could barely stand up and walk, he was definitely not suitable for fighting. The same was true for his own injuries. If they were to recover to their peak state, the recovery time for both the fat man and Lin Hao would be 42 hours. With such a long time, by the time Shuer was found, they might not even be able to see her body. So Lin Hao couldn't stop. He came to Lingfeng building early in the morning, and he didn't know what time it was outside. But they had wasted too much time. In order not to waste time, a powerful thermal weapon was particularly important. But when Lin Hao was about to unload the Gatling gun, he finally understood why Zhang Ping fell to the ground and couldn't get up again. Because this Gatling gun was too heavy. Lin Hao's strength was barely enough to drag Bai Bofin. Bai Bofin weighed only 250 kilograms. Lin Hao thought he was very strong. After all, whether it was an ordinary zombie or an ordinary human, how fast could he run with 250 kilograms of meat? But when Lin Hao was about to lift the Vulcan cannon, he finally realized that there were many things in the world that were heavier than Bifenthrin, such as this Vulcan cannon. Lin Hao was sure that this Vulcan cannon was at least 500 kilograms, twice as heavy as Bifenthrin. Otherwise Lin Hao would not have felt so tired even when lifting it. When Lin Hao finally took the Vulcan cannon off Zhang Ping's arm with great effort, he couldn't help but feel tired and sore in his waist and back. Why didn't he sweat profusely? Because zombies don't sweat. He barely lifted the Vulcan cannon. Fortunately, he could move. If he couldn't even lift it, then this weapon would be useless. The button was under the Vulcan cannon. When it was pressed, the barrel of the Vulcan cannon would start to rotate. But it kept making jamming sounds because there were no bullets inside. A seemingly useless rocket launcher was set above the Vulcan cannon. This rocket launcher, which could only load one missile at a time, was really useless to Zhang Ping because no one helped him load the bullets. Even if there was one more missile inside, Lin Hao would not be able to stand in front of him alive. While Lin Hao was thinking about the Vulcan cannon, Bifenthrin trembled and walked out of a small laboratory. He could walk after such a short while. Gooden's recovery ability was indeed amazing. Looking at Bifenthrin's weak appearance, and then looking at his own weak appearance, he was afraid that he had to take the Vulcan cannon away. Bifenthrin walked towards Lin Hao step by step. From the front, Bifenthrin's stomach had been completely torn open, with no skin left on it. Lin Hao could clearly see that half of Bifenthrin's intestines were still hanging in his stomach, shaking. Even if it was the end of the world, this scene was enough to scare people. Lin Hao really didn't have the courage to watch it a second time. So he said to Bifenthrin, "Carry the gun. Just enough to cover your belly." Bifenthrin was very obedient. And he was very strong. He could carry the Vulcan cannon that Lin Hao had a lot of effort to carry. But he still had enough strength to carry it. Lin Hao and Bifenthrin returned to the large laboratory where they first met Zhang Ping. This laboratory had become unrecognizable because of the strafing and fighting just now. There were scattered shells and bright red everywhere on the ground, which clearly looked like a crime scene. Lin Hao found the broken bullet chain on the ground. Although it was broken, some of it was still connected and could be used. Lin Hao used some of the broken bullet chains to install the Vulcan cannon, and then fired at the wall. The recoil was not a problem. But the main problem was that the weight was too heavy, and Lin Hao was a little uncomfortable. Just when Lin Hao disliked the Vulcan cannon, Bifenthrin put the Vulcan cannon on himself with some pity, and then glanced at Lin Hao. "Do you like this thing?" Lin Hao was speechless. Bifenthrin nodded hurriedly. "Take it if you like it. Anyway, without bullets, this thing is just a hammer at most." As he said this, Lin Hao squatted down where the flat-loaded bullets were. This was the inner space of the operating table, which was transformed into a box for easy storage of items. There were indeed no bullets inside. After all, the bullets of the Vulcan cannon were indeed rare. Having 2 chains was already very good. But Lin Hao found another good thing. After opening the iron box and seeing the small missiles lying quietly inside, Lin Hao couldn't help but grin. With these things, even without bullets, he could kill all the way. Now, what he needed to do was to catch the mastermind behind the scenes. So Lin Hao closed the iron box and handed it to Bifenthrin, saying solemnly, "Take these things. They will be our props for being lazy. Understand?" Bifenthrin nodded, not quite understanding, and took the box weighing more than 100 kilograms in his hands without complaint. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel guilty again, wondering if he had gone too far. But although Bifenthrin's injury was more serious than his injury spread from his chest to his arm, and his left arm was completely unusable. Although Bifenthrin's injury was more serious than Lin Hao's, he could only force this hardworking fat man to help with these heavy objects. At most, he could be nicer to him in the future, such as helping him upgrade, finding a zombie girl to warm his bed, etc. If he had to find it himself, he would definitely not be able to scare the zombie girl, but it would be different if he did it himself. After all, his appearance was there. The two re-entered the elevator, in order to allow Bifenthrin to enter better, and to test the sharpness of the long knife. Lin Hao simply cut the iron door in front of the elevator cleanly, turning the elevator into an iron box without a door. When the two entered the elevator, it squeaked as if it was loaded with weight, which was a sign that it was about to be overloaded. Fortunately, it was not overloaded in the end. The elevator paused for a while, and finally rose gradually. The elevator had 2 doors. Lin Hao destroyed the outer door on the 190th floor, and the inner door of the elevator itself. So when Lin Hao came to the 195th floor, there was still an elevator door in front of him. But this time, the elevator door opened automatically without Lin Hao having to pry it open. Chapter 68. Jean Chaochuan stood silently in front of the window on the 195th floor. The 195th floor was like a classroom, filled with desks and a small blackboard in front. As a very powerful organization, whether formal or not, it cannot just develop its strength. It must teach some basic skills and brainwashing speeches to the lower level personnel. Only in this way can they follow the organization wholeheartedly. But at this moment, there was no one on the 195th floor. Only Jean Chaochuan. Jean Chaochuan looked at his hands, which had turned green, with 5 protruding fingers. Extremely sharp. He gently placed his hands on the windowsill and squeezed hard, and the tiles on the windowsill had been squeezed off. Jean Chaochuan didn't know when this power appeared in his body. These hands and his face didn't look like a human anymore. He was no longer a human. After getting this power, he felt like he had become a Superman. But he couldn't control himself. Jean Chaochuan felt that there was always a voice in his mind. And this voice controlled him at any time and anywhere, no matter what instructions the voice in his mind gave. Even if it asked Jean Chaochuan to hurt himself, Jean Chaochuan could not control himself and could only follow the instructions in his mind. 30 floors underground. In a brightly lit place, 2 bracelets locked Jean Bebe tightly. No matter how hard Jean Bebe tried, she could not break free. Yi Wentian walked in, looked at Jean Bebe's delicate face, and couldn't help but chuckle. Behind him, someone dragged a corpse in. It was Wang Quan's corpse. Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang. What happened to you? Jean Bebe called out in fear. Jean Bebe was a little scared. She was not scared of her own fate. In the last 6 months of the apocalypse, many fears did not seem so scary. She was scared of her father. Half an hour ago, she watched her father, who comforted her, being dragged out by them, and then injected with a liquid. 10 minutes after Wang Quan was injected with this liquid, he fell to the ground and did not move. His father covered his head in pain and shouted to kill him. Jean Bebe was heartbroken when she saw this scene. Seeing her father in such pain, Jean Bebe wished she could suffer for him. Where did you take my father? Jean Bebe screamed. Yi Wentian said, I gave your father extraordinary power. You should thank me. You bastard. You will die. Jean Bebe shouted. She wanted to curse, but she had never cursed since she was a child. So she didn't even know what to curse in this situation. Do you know what I injected your father with? Yi Wentian smiled sinisterly. Jean Bebe was silent. She knew clearly now that no matter what she said, it would consume her physical strength. Although she had not been abused since she was captured, she had not finished her meal yet. She was weak and needed a long time to recover, even if she shouted. I injected your father with the power of the mutant beast's crystal core. In the past, the experiments used zombie crystal cores. But in the end, zombies are still human. The most important thing in experiments is innovation. So I wanted to try what it feels like to inject ordinary people with mutant beast crystal cores. Fortunately, your parents survived in the end and did not die. Otherwise, the only mutant beast crystal core injection would probably be wasted. Next, I will do a full range of tests on your father to see whether the zombie crystal core is more powerful or the mutant beast crystal core is more powerful under the same level. Yi Wentian laughed. Jean Bebe raised her slightly dim eyes, stared at Yi Wentian, and said hoarsely, Don't let me leave here alive, or I will kill you no matter where you are. The murderous aura in Jean Bebe's eyes seemed to solidify and pierce Yi Wentian's chest fiercely. Yi Wentian felt a little chest tightness and deliberately avoided Jean Bebe's hateful eyes. He said, Start recording. I'm going to test the superpowers. Yi Wentian took out a tube of injection and stabbed it into Jean Bebe's neck. Jean Bebe immediately felt her whole body softened and could not use any strength. Then Yi Wentian untied Jean Bebe's bracelet. 2 white-coated lab workers held Jean Bebe in front of a machine with 1 arm each, and began to test her body functions. Jean Chaochuan turned around and saw a fat man holding a Gatling gun walking in. Judging from his appearance, he was a zombie. Jean Chaochuan was a little surprised. How could there be zombies wandering around in this place? Then, behind the zombie, a familiar figure came into view. Jean Chaochuan wiped his eyes in disbelief and looked carefully again. Lin Hao was also a little surprised. This script was wrong. Since the 150th floor, The boss of each floor never appeared at the first time. The first to appear were some minions. But as soon as he got out of the elevator, Lin Hao saw a monster with a green body, like Dr. Lizard and Spider-Man, standing in front of the windowsill as if thinking about something. This feeling was very disgusting. Lin Hao didn't know whether this Dr. Lizard was the boss of this floor or a minion. But no matter what he was, he and Bai Bofen couldn't fight now. So he just shot him with a tube of bullets. Just after loading the Gatling gun with bullets and the barrel started to turn, Dr. Lizard in front of him actually spoke. Lin Hao? Lin Hao heard the other party calling his name, and hurriedly released the Gatling gun switch and looked over in surprise. Lin Hao, who could speak, finally found someone to talk to, and immediately started talking to the other party. The content of the conversation was very formal. Excuse me. Who are you? Lin Hao thought the other party would introduce himself. I am so and so. But the other party did not follow the elementary school textbook. He directly asked, can you speak? Well, the only people who know that they can't speak and don't know their zombie identity are probably a few people in that building. But who is this green guy in front of him? Although he looks a bit like someone, Lin Hao is not sure. Jean Chaochuan asked in surprise, how did you get in? Lin Hao said naturally, I broke in. Jean Chaochuan looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. He knew this organization, but he didn't know its specific strength. Since he was captured, he saw the powerful organization in front of him. He couldn't believe that a once thin and dumb man could break in alone and be safe and sound. However, when Jean Chaochuan saw the scar from Lin Hao's chest to his shoulder, he took a breath and said, how come you are fine with such a serious injury? Seeing Bai Bofen beside Lin Hao, Jean Chaochuan seemed to think of something. Are you a zombie? Lin Hao touched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Seeing Jean Chaochuan walking towards him with hurried steps, Lin Hao retreated cautiously. But he didn't see Jean Chaochuan attack him. Lin Hao, no matter who you are, please save my daughter? Jean Chaochuan begged. Seeing that Jean Chaochuan was not ready to fight with him, Lin Hao also approached Jean Chaochuan. Jean Bebe? Where is he imprisoned? Just as Jean Chaochuan was about to speak, an order suddenly came to his mind. Kill the two zombies in front of you. Chapter 69. When Jean Chaochuan's mind flashed this command, bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Although he was unwilling in his heart, his body honestly stretched out his claws. The claws were very sharp, and the 5 fingers directly pierced into Lin Hao's chest, causing Lin Hao to be injured. Lin Hao was a little surprised, a little frightened, and a little angry. He didn't expect Jean Chaochuan to attack suddenly. This old man was so vicious that he wanted to kill him right away. But Lin Hao couldn't resist at this moment. The injuries on his body meant that he couldn't move much, and he couldn't even grab the knife behind him to fight back. Fortunately, there was a zombie brother behind him. For the first time, Bai Bofen did not show his greed towards humans, and even looked down on Jean Chaochuan. After finding out that Lin Hao knew Jean Chaochuan, Bai Bofen behaved himself for a while, which was rare. Of course, it was also related to the serious injury on his body. However, when Bai Bofen saw Lin Hao being attacked, he rushed towards Jean Chaochuan without thinking, holding the Gatling gun and the missile box. When a 200 Gene fat man carrying a 500 Gene Gatling gun and a 100 Gene missile box ran fast and bumped into someone else, what would happen to that person? There is no doubt that Jean Chaochuan flew out. Lin Hao covered the new wound. His face darkened, and said to Bai Bofen, kill this guy. Bai Bofen naturally didn't want to fight with Jean Chaochuan, and the Gatling gun in his hand was already pointed at Jean Chaochuan, and the bullets were about to pour out. Jean Chaochuan stretched out his claws to attack Lin Hao, but shouted loudly, wait! I don't want to do it, but I can't control it. Lin Hao also saw the helpless and bitter smile on Jean Chaochuan's mouth. Seeing that Jean Chaochuan still kept attacking him, Lin Hao hurriedly said, okay, I won't shoot. Don't move. Jean Chaochuan then said helplessly, I said, I can't control myself. As he said that, he had already grabbed Lin Hao's neck with one claw, and Lin Hao quickly dodged. Bai Bofen watched this scene and immediately put his hand on the barrel of the gun again. But Jean Chaochuan and Lin Hao were fighting endlessly. Bai Bofen was afraid of accidentally hurting Lin Hao, so he could only release the button and fiercely rush towards Jean Chaochuan again. When Jean Chaochuan was knocked to the ground again, Lin Hao said to Bai Bofen without any mercy, shoot! Suddenly, the sound of Gatling gun bullets roared. and bullets with metallic luster penetrated by Bothan's body at a speed faster than the speed of sound, and then came out again. But Bothan was not a zombie. Although he was injected with the crystal core of the mutant beast, his body functions were still normal. He was pierced by bullets, and there were so many of them. Obviously, he was dying. Lin Hao glanced at him, feeling a little reluctant. Lin Hao remembered that when he first came into contact with him, this Uncle Jean seemed to be the first person to accept him. Seeing Jean Chaochuan's lips moving, he obviously wanted to say something. Lin Hao hurriedly approached, and Jean Chaochuan's weak voice came, "There is nothing on the 200th floor. This is all an illusion. The real departments of the organization are all on the 30th floor underground. If you want to enter the 30th floor underground, you can only enter the 200th floor. There is an elevator that goes directly to the 30th floor underground." After saying these words, Jean Chaochuan finally succeeded in dying. Lin Hao was a little annoyed. Jean Chaochuan must know a lot of information. He shouldn't have killed him so early. He should have waited until he finished telling all the information here before killing him. But since he has been killed, there is no point in regretting it. Lin Hao will not regret it. If he doesn't kill him, he will kill himself. Lin Hao is not great enough to let others kill him. After wandering around on the 195th floor for a long time, he finally couldn't see any enemies. Only then did Lin Hao believe that Jean Chaochuan should be the boss of this floor. But why didn't the elevator go up 30 floors underground? Xiang said with some amusement, "Why are you so calm? Aren't you afraid that the zombies will come to your door? Come to my door? The elevator can only go to the 195th floor. If you want to get here, you must take the special elevator on the 200th floor. Now all the special elevators have been stopped by me." He doesn't know there is such a place in the basement of Lingfeng building. How can he find it? Yi Wentian said with a smile. Beside the machine, a man in a white coat said, "The opponent's superpowers are comparable to the power of a second-level zombie. There is room for improvement. The potential development system can be activated." Hearing what the white coat said, Yi Wentian smiled evilly. The potential development system is allowed to be activated. The man in the white coat pressed one of the buttons, and suddenly, the whole machine made a loud noise. Jean Bebe was so weak that she couldn't even speak. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain, and her whole body began to vibrate. As the vibrations continued, the pain became stronger and stronger, so strong that she couldn't help but scream. "Ah!" A scream came from the machine, and Jean Bebe, who had no strength left, was stimulated by the pain and screamed. Then, under the strong stinging feeling, Jean Bebe finally activated the body's initial defense system and fell into a coma. Xiang heard the scream suddenly stop, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Obviously, he knew how much pain a person would endure under the torture of the potential system. He himself had endured it before, and it was more painful than being bitten by a mosquito during childbirth. "Dr. Yi, how many levels of strength can the potential system help the superpowers stimulate?" Xiang asked with some curiosity. Superpowers are different from you mutant soldiers. They are pure natural, and the potential that can be stimulated will definitely be greater when the program is completed. Even if this woman can't reach the 3rd level, I'm afraid she will be at the peak of the 2nd level. Dr. Yi looked at Jean Bebe in the machine, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. And the most powerful thing about the potential system is not to help people improve their strength, but to help people stimulate the potential in their bodies, so as to improve their strength and level faster. Yi Wentian said, "What if this woman's strength becomes so strong that we can't control her?" Xiang asked curiously, "How strong can she be? Aren't you still here? It is said that you caught at least 10 level 3 zombies in H province last month. If your potential was higher, you might not be a member of Group E." Yi Wentian sighed. Xiang also sighed. There are only 3 mercenary groups that catch zombies. Group F has been wiped out. Now there are only our Group D and Group D in City B. It is said that the higher-ups are planning to form a new group. And the new group will not be composed of mutant soldiers like us, but real superpowers. Yi Wentian smiled and said, "Now we finally understand why the higher-ups require us to find a way to control superpowers. If what I expected is true, this woman must be a member of the new group. When she wakes up, install a control chip on her immediately. At least let her forget this memory, so that she won't retaliate against us in the future." Xiang hurriedly distanced himself from the matter. No. I am taking revenge on you. I don't know this woman. Don't even think about dragging me down with you." Xiang recorded all of Jean Bebe's body data beside the instrument. then said with a smile, "I won't look at the rest of the process. I have completed my mission by recording these important data. I am leaving now." Yuetian glanced at him with disdain. "Get lost. You ungrateful person." Xian laughed a few times and left the underground 30th floor. There was a helicopter waiting for him to go to S City somewhere outside. Chapter 70. Lin Hao and Bai Bofin tried countless times in the elevator, and then carefully checked the 195th floor. Finally, they confirmed that Jin Chaochuan was the boss of this floor. But when the elevator still did not move, Lin Hao realized that they were being fooled. Before his death, Jin Chaochuan said that the real core of Lingfeng building was actually underground. After Lin Hao's exploration of the upper 200 floors, it was indeed found that there were very few places that looked like scientific research. Most of them were places for employees to rest, play, train and study. But if they want to go underground, they have to go to the 200th floor, where there is a direct elevator. But now the elevator in front of them has stopped working. How can they get to the 200th floor? Lin Hao looked at Bai Bofin, then at the Gatling gun in Bai Bofin's hand, and suddenly thought of something. At this moment, the missing part of Bai Bofin's stomach is gradually sprouting flesh buds, while the injured part of Lin Hao is only slightly connected together, with no signs of new flesh growing at all. Even if Bai Bofin's injury is more serious than Lin Hao's, I'm afraid Bai Bofin should be the first to recover. Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but regret it. It would have been better if he had let Gooden wait and healed himself first. Lin Hao left the elevator that had been tortured by the two for half a day with a gloomy face and began to search, no matter how high the floor is, in order to prevent some emergencies that cause the elevator to be unusable. A safe passage must be built, and the stairs are part of the safe passage. Lin Hao came to a cement wall that looked newly built, stood at a suitable distance, loaded missiles on Bai Bofin's rocket launcher, and said to Bai Bofin, "Face this wall and blast it open." Bai Bofin nodded confidently, looking at the weapon in his hand with some pity, as if he had found his lifelong spiritual partner. After loading the missile, Bai Bofin pressed the missile launch button without any instruction. With a whoosh, just like the rockets he played with when he was a child, the missile rushed out of Bai Bofin's rocket launcher. Lin Hao and Bai Bofin quickly stepped back. The next second, a loud bang sounded. Lin Hao waved the smoke and dust and led Bai Bofin to walk in. The wall really collapsed, revealing the safety passage and stairs inside, and a ray of sunlight, which penetrated from the outside like the setting sun. Lin Hao looked forward and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The missile was too powerful. Not only did it blow up the concrete wall, but it also blew a big hole in the outer wall. Lin Hao looked out along the hole and immediately saw the beautiful scenery of City A. And there was a gust of cold wind. The wind on more than 100 floors is cool. In fact, Lin Hao was too careless to play with missiles in the building. If the quality of this building was not good enough, it would have been blown up by the bombs. After successfully finding the stairs, Lin Hao walked up with satisfaction. Although both of them were seriously injured, it was not difficult to go up a few floors. When Lin Hao counted the floors and came to the 200th floor, he found an interesting phenomenon. Lin Hao thought that he would need a missile to clear the way to the 200th floor, but he didn't expect that the 200th floor was unobstructed. Lin Hao stepped into this floor carefully, since this is the transition zone from Lingfeng building to the core. I believe the danger here is not comparable to the lower floors. So Lin Hao took out 100% vigilance. The bullet was already in the Gatling gun chamber ready to fire at any time. Lin Hao also loaded another missile into the rocket launcher to prevent accidents. But everything seemed to be unexpected. How can I describe the 200th floor? It was empty. Just empty. Lin Hao went up one floor after another. Some places, whether there were people or not, at least there were people, and it didn't look so empty. But here, Lin Hao didn't find any signs of human existence, as if no one had been here for hundreds of years. Gradually, Lin Hao also let down his guard. This place really didn't look like a place where people had stayed. Walking, Lin Hao came to a room at the southernmost end of the 200th floor. He pushed open the door, and a huge floor-to-ceiling window appeared in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at the room in surprise. There was a red sofa and a table next to it. There was even red wine and wine glasses on the table. On the other side of the table were some electronic products. Oh my God! Is this a paradise? Lin Hao first came to the huge French window and looked at the red City A in front of him under the setting sun. It was simply beautiful. Bai Bofin couldn't help lying on the red sofa and collapsed like Guyu, looking at the red wine bottle next to him. Bai Bofin was not polite at all. He took the whole bottle and blew it. But he forgot that the organs in his body had not grown yet. Lin Hao looked at the wine with disgust as it went into Bai Bofin's mouth, and then flowed into his stomach to form a puddle. As he drank, Bai Bofin felt something was wrong. He sat up and looked at his stomach. Because Bai Bofin sat up, the red wine immediately flowed out of his stomach, and a large red wine stain stained the red sofa that looked very clean and tidy. Bai Bofin didn't care. Although Lin Hao felt disgusted, he didn't care either. I just don't know what Yuantian's expression would be when he saw the scene. Although the wine and scenery in front of him attracted Lin Hao quickly came back to his senses. He knew what he was going to do. He didn't come here to enjoy himself. So Lin Hao started looking for the elevator on the 200th floor. Especially this room became the focus of Lin Hao's investigation. But this room is so small that you can see it all at a glance. Where is the sign of the elevator? But Jin Chaochuan clearly said this place. He is sane and can't be talking nonsense. And a father will not joke about his daughter's life. Which means the elevator to the underground must be here. So where is the elevator? Seeing Bai Bofin lying there motionless, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh and said, "You stay here. I go out and see if there is an elevator to the bottom. The elevator to the lower floor must be found. Otherwise they can't leave the building." After wandering around the first floor for an hour, it was getting dark, and Lin Hao finally gave up. Where on earth did the person behind the scenes put the elevator? It's so hard to find. Do you treat an elevator as a diamond collection? Lin Hao returned to the room, but saw Bai Bofin, who should have been lying on the sofa like Guyu, standing in front of the French window curiously, looking at something. Lin Hao walked over curiously, wanting to know what this guy was looking at. But Bai Bofin pointed to the glass, indicating that he had found something. Lin Hao came to the place where Bai Bofin stood at the beginning, staring at the French window with some curiosity. When the sun was about to set, and there was only a little light left, Lin Hao saw the secret of the French window with the help of that little light. There is actually a crack here? Such a large French window actually has a crack. And this crack is not a short one, but cuts the entire French window. Lin Hao walked forward in disbelief and touched the crack. As soon as Lin Hao put his hand on it, a certain beeping sound came, and the French window in front of him actually opened slowly. When the French window opened, a strong wind blew in through the nearly 1 meter wide passage, making Lin Hao unstable. Lin Hao squinted and saw that the wind gradually died down, or it should be blocked by something. When something gradually rose up, Lin Hao finally understood what blocked the wind. It turned out to be a transparent glass elevator. Chapter 71. When Lin Hao saw this gorgeous glass elevator with a strong sense of modern technology, he began to feel unbalanced. This elevator was obviously newly built, and it must have been built after the apocalypse. These rich and powerful people never forget to indulge in luxury and oppress the good at all times. What's the point of building such an elevator in the apocalypse? Watching for fun? No matter what Lin Hao thought, he and Bai Bofin still got on the elevator. They worked hard on the 200th floor for an hour for this elevator, but they couldn't find it. Who knew it was right under their noses? Lin Hao glanced at Bai Bofin, his eyes full of admiration. This fat guy is finally useful. Bai Bofin was also looking at Lin Hao with a silly smile, but his eyes meant, "When will we have dinner?" Fortunately, the tacit understanding between the two was not high, and Lin Hao did not receive Bai Bofin's signal. Otherwise he would definitely be kicked by Lin Hao again. As soon as the two stepped into the elevator, looking at the scenery of the 200th floor under their feet, they couldn't help but feel guilty, for fear that the elevator would be crushed and suddenly fall down. Lin Hao even thought that if there was really a problem with the elevator, Bai Bofin would be thrown down first, because this guy weighed more than 200 pounds now. Fortunately, the elevator made no sound, just closed quietly, and then quietly descended. Lin Hao didn't even press the button. However, there was no button in the elevator. As if the program was set, the elevator just automatically descended slowly. The scenery in the sky began to move in front of him. Although it was just this kind of linear movement, it still gave Lin Hao a sense of excitement. This was much more exciting than riding the Ferris wheel. After all, the Ferris wheel was not this high. The elevator began to accelerate at the 190th floor, gradually approaching the speed of free fall, and finally completely the same speed as free fall. Lin Hao's forehead began to sweat. Shouldn't I get on the elevator so readily? If the other party has been monitoring me and finds out that I'm on the elevator, they will directly cut off or even destroy the elevator line. Then I will be at their mercy. Looking at the descent speed that has exceeded the free fall, Lin Hao panicked for no reason. In just a dozen seconds, Lin Hao can already see the ground clearly. If he falls at this speed, Bai Bofin should be fine. But I will be miserable. After all, my weight is more than 120 pounds. But although Bai Bofin weighs 200 pounds, his stomach has been emptied. When the time comes, he can throw the Vulcan cannon and missile box to the side, and he will be able to float lightly immediately. Lin Hao made up his mind in an instant, regardless of anything else, and hugged Bai Bofin first. He had a lot of flesh on his body, so it shouldn't hurt too much if he fell. Bai Bofin was imagining what to eat for dinner, and when he thought about food, he completely ignored the situation around him. But as he was thinking, Lin Hao suddenly came forward and hugged him, which made Bai Bofin a little confused. What was Lin Hao going to do? Could it be he was a homosexual? Or did he want to eat me? Just as Bai Bofin was thinking wildly, the elevator finally arrived at the first floor, and Lin Hao finally reached the ground level. But the elevator still did not slow down. In the blink of an eye, the first floor passed by, and the eyes began to darken. When the last bit of light disappeared, Lin Hao knew that he had guessed correctly. This elevator could really go underground. And Lingfeng building actually had 30 underground floors. During the descent, the fast speed might be a reason. But Lin Hao did not see the first and second underground floors until the speed slowed down completely, and he could see the light under his feet. Lin Hao did not see the 28th and 29th underground floors. Jean Chaochuan seemed to have said that their core area was 30 underground floors. Did they really only build 30 underground floors? Aren't real estate developers very smart? It's a waste that there are so many floors above the 30th floor underground, and they are not developed. It seems that I have been thinking in a wrong way again. Lin Hao found that he always thinks in a wrong way recently. Could it be related to the fact that he is a Virgo? The light gradually became bigger, and soon, a brightly lit corridor appeared in front of him, and the elevator finally stopped slowly. When the elevator gradually opened, Lin Hao felt that he had come to another world. Walking through the corridor, it was like coming to a technological world hundreds of years later. It was full of various technological products that could not be named. And in front of these technological products, everyone was doing their own thing seriously. The area of the 30th underground floor is very large. Far beyond the one floor of Lingfeng building, there are many people. Not just the 2 or 3 kittens that can be seen everywhere in Lingfeng building. And these people seem to be even more brain dead. When the elevator opened with a ding, Lin Hao and Bai Bofin walked out and stared at such a large group of people for a long time. And no one looked at them. Some people, who looked like civil servants, were holding documents and hurriedly going to various offices. But they did not look at Lin Hao. Lin Hao coughed softly, hoping to attract the attention of the people around him. Maybe the sound was too soft and no one heard it. So Lin Hao continued to cough until he felt that he might cough up blood. Lin Hao stopped. This made Lin Hao very uncomfortable. When he was in Lingfeng building, every floor, whether it was human or cyborg, did not say that they wanted to kill him or do something else. But at least, he was eye-catching and arrogant. But now, even though he was a ferocious zombie who broke into the crowd, this group of people actually ignored him nakedly. Lin Hao really wanted to roar to the sky to shock them. But suddenly he felt that it was not in line with his status. So he glanced at Bai Bofin. Bai Bofin's mouth was drooling again at this moment. People. They are all people. Food. They are all food. They are full and full. I won't say anything more. I will shout to show my excitement. So, Bai Bofin held his breath and shouted loudly to the crowd inside. Very good. Bai Bofin can already make such simple monosyllables. It seems that he is not far from speaking. Bai Bofin's roar was so deafening that Lin Hao couldn't help but feel his ears itching. This roar finally attracted the busy people. They all looked up in confusion and looked towards Lin Hao in unison. As a result, they saw 2 zombies covered with scars and carrying heavy firearms. Lin Hao didn't know how long these people had been here. They looked as if they had never seen zombies. Or they didn't expect zombies to appear here at all. So, after a few seconds of immersion, some timid girls finally screamed in fear. This scream seemed to be the catalyst for all these people to scream together. So, a scream even more terrifying than Bai Bofin's came. Lin Hao simply covered his ears and let these people scream crazily. The lights of the entire underground 30th floor began to flash red. And the alarm with a tone similar to the air raid alarm also began to sound. The screaming staff began to flee in all directions. Finally, Lin Hao didn't have to cover his ears. Chapter 72. Lin Hao and Bai Bofen stood there, waiting for what these people would do next. About a minute later, a group of fully armed soldiers holding submachine guns formed a queue and slowly walked towards here. Those people stopped nearly 10 meters away from Lin Hao. No one fired a shot, and no one came to ask questions. It seemed that they were waiting for something. When the alarm sounded, Yi Wentian, who was carefully observing the dynamics in front of the machine, was startled and hurriedly sent someone to see what happened. A soldier holding a submachine gun and wearing combat uniform came to Yi Wentian and reported, "Doctor, 2 zombies that looked scarred came down from the elevator." When Yi Wentian heard that 2 zombies came down, he suddenly felt inexplicably frightened. Feeling the change in his mentality, Yi Wentian laughed at himself. They are just 2 zombies. One level 3 and one level 2. And they are no threat to him at all. What are you afraid of? Finally, Yi Wentian said to the man indifferently, "Kill them. You can use any means." The man took the order and went down. At the elevator entrance, Lin Hao looked at the group of people standing in front of him in a line. They neither attacked nor asked questions. He thought they might be waiting for a leader. After all, he was so powerful that it was unreasonable to start a war without a leader to talk to him. Then, something unreasonable happened. Those soldiers in combat uniforms received the order to kill without mercy. When Lin Hao was complacent, gunshots suddenly rang out. Lin Hao was so scared that he quickly fell to the ground. As a result, seeing Bai Bofen still standing there stupidly, he swept Bai Bofen to the ground with a sweeping kick, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The group of people began to approach gradually. The closer they got, the more accurate the bullets were. Lin Hao didn't know how many bullets had hit him. If there was a scale in front of him, Lin Hao felt that he would weigh 20 kilograms more if he stood on it. These bastards are actually playing against common sense. Fatty, load the bullets. Under Lin Hao's instruction, Bai Bofen could already independently complete simple and easy to understand operations such as loading bullets and missiles. When Bai Bofen loaded the missile into the rocket launcher, Lin Hao didn't need to say anything more. Bai Bofen aimed at the place with the most people, and heard a whoosh. These people are all ordinary people after all. They are not mutants or biochemicals. They cannot dodge or defend against missiles. Therefore, when the explosion sounded, there was silence. Lin Hao could finally stand up with his head held high. Listening to the occasional screams, he could not help but feel proud. He helped Bai Bofen load the Gatling Vulcan cannon with bullets and started to walk forward. "Since the top leader will not come to see me, I will go to you." Lin Hao smiled very sinisterly. From time to time, Bai Bofen turned the Vulcan cannon to kill the food that was still struggling, so that there would be no struggle when eating. Seeing Bai Bofen eager to go over to eat something, Lin Hao hurriedly grabbed him. Not to mention that the organs in his stomach had not grown well. Just look at the environment. In a while, a group of armed officers and soldiers might run here again. If you are not careful, you might die here. Although he was a little reluctant, Bai Bofen knew that what Lin Hao said was right, and he had to listen to it. So Bai Bofen held the Vulcan cannon with a resentful look and headed inside. Yi Wentian held the intercom with a gloomy expression. The first layer of defense was breached by 2 not-so-strong zombies. He felt that he had raised so many people in vain, and he couldn't even deal with 2 zombies. However, when Yi Wentian heard that the 2 zombies were holding heavy weapons such as Gatling, his heart skipped a beat for no reason. "Did I underestimate your IQ after all?" Yi Wentian said lightly. He didn't expect that a zombie actually had a delicate mind, and knew how to use various tools to help him fight. Even many ordinary people might not be able to think of this kind of mind. "When will the 4th level zombie Gao Xiang be able to return to the base?" Yi Wentian asked, grabbing a white coat. The man in the white coat said with a guilty conscience, "Since we let Gao Xiang go, he has been wandering around. He is now in the urban-rural junction of City A. It will take 2 hours to walk back to the base from there even if he runs at full speed." Hearing this, Yi Wentian's mood became even worse. Yi Wentian said to the intercom, "All defense forces are piled up on the 2nd layer of defense. We must defend against the attack of the 2 zombies. We must." When Lin Hao and Bai Bofen walked through an iron gate, they finally saw people again. It was still a group of ordinary people wearing armed uniforms. There were no cyborgs, no mutants, nothing. Only ordinary people were left. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel confused. Is this really the core of Lingfeng building? Why are the people who can defend themselves ordinary people? Since he couldn't figure it out, Lin Hao simply stopped thinking about it. Then he glanced at Bai Bofin. Lin Hao found that if he did nothing but glanced at Bai Bofin would do things beautifully. As the two zombies got closer and closer, Lin Hao also saw their formation. The guns reflecting light in their hands, and the explosion-proof shield in front of them that seemed useless, but was still used as a talisman by them. Before they could take the initiative to shoot, Bai Bofin's missile had already flown out, and there was another rumble. At the same time, at the moment of the explosion, the gunfire from the opposite side also began to sound. Lin Hao glanced at Bai Bofin with a grudge. There was only one box of missiles in total, and there were only 20 missiles in that box. Using one less missile would save one. So why not use bullets? Bai Bofin received the information from Lin Hao's eyes, and he seemed a little ashamed. So he reloaded the bullets. Suddenly, the buzzing sound of the Gatling gun's bullets overwhelmed all the gunfire on the opposite side. One Gatling gun was enough to suppress hundreds of people on the opposite side. Dr. Yi, the two zombies rushed in, and they are still 10 meters away from your laboratory. Yi Wetian was staring at the data of the machine seriously. After hearing the information from the intercom, he couldn't help cursing. You only reported it when they were at the door. Are you a pig? I'm sorry, Doctor. The firepower of the two zombies is too strong, and because of the distance, our bullets have no effect on them at all. So, we can't stop them at all. Dr. Yi, I'm sorry. I'm going to run for my life. The soldier on the intercom lost contact after saying these words. Yi Wetian may be cruel to his subordinates, but he gives them the best things. So his subordinates are not too ruthless after all. And remind Yi Wetian. Yi Wetian's face was uncertain. He was just an ordinary person, and the white coats around him were just ordinary people. Even if Lin Hao and others didn't have heavy weapons, Yi Wetian couldn't be Lin Hao's opponent. Finally, Yi Wetian made a choice between his life and research results. Let's go. Evacuate quickly. Chapter 73. When the white coats around heard that they were going to evacuate, they all looked reluctant. Since the apocalypse, they have been assigned here to do zombie crystal core research. Although it has only been half a year, there are too many research results stored here. A truly responsible researcher is naturally unwilling to give up. Doctor, this superpower? A white coat asked reluctantly, as if he was asking about a rare treasure. It takes at least a few minutes to open this machine. We don't have time to take her away, so we can only give up. But fortunately, I have manually recorded all the data in a notebook, so I am not afraid of losing the data. After hearing Yi Wetian's promise, some white coats finally felt relieved and then evacuated to the secret passage. Lin Hao looked at the ordinary people in front who were still struggling and shooting at the two people with pistols, feeling a little bored. After fighting with some really powerful creatures, looking back at these ordinary people, you will know how weak these people are. But no matter how weak they are, they always hold weapons in their hands that can kill themselves with one shot. So Lin Hao decisively hid behind Bai Bofin. Ordinary guns are useless to Bai Bofin. Bai Bofin was annoyed by these rubbish. But the bullets of Gatling gun had been used up, and the missiles were so precious that it was a complete waste to use them against these ordinary people. Lin Hao did not let him use them at all, so Bai Bofin could only let them shoot with a gloomy face. After shooting for a while, he finally felt weak. Finally, they felt guilty. When they found that there was no one else around, they also had the idea of running away. When the idea of running away began to appear in their hearts, people's courage would become lower and lower, and when it reached the freezing point, they began to despair. When a person began to despair, he would always do some extreme behaviors. Isn't the organization treating you badly? The doctor said, we must defend this place to the death. And you actually want to escape. A leader wearing a hat shouted at several figures who were trying to escape. And then several gunshots were heard, and the escaped people were shot dead by him. The leader looked at the dead people with pride. He felt that he was so loyal, and if he could survive this time, he would definitely be promoted. But he didn't expect that Yi Wentian had already escaped with a group of people. The leader's men finally started to get angry, and no longer shot Bai Bofin in vain, but pointed their guns at the leader wearing a hat. The leader said angrily, "What are you doing? Do you want to rebel? Captain, didn't you see that everyone has evacuated? What's the point of us staying here?" A team member shouted. The doctor asked us to stay here. Of course he has his reasons. All we have to do is obey orders. The leader shouted. One of the men also shouted loudly, "Follow your stupid orders. They are just using us as cannon fodder. I joined the organization for safety. In order to survive. I don't want to give my life for an organization that abandoned me. Since you are willing to die, then you can die." As he said that, the subordinate fired several shots at the leader. The young leader looked at these people in disbelief. In the past, these people never dared to disobey his orders. They didn't dare to go west when he said east. But now, they were so bold as to shoot him. The leader didn't want to believe it. He grabbed the subordinate, who shot him, and was ready to order him even though he was about to die. The subordinate didn't even look at him, kicked him away, and started to run for his life with the rest of the people. Before Lin Hao could say anything, their internal conflict was over. Lin Hao sighed. This is the end of the world. Everyone will run when disaster strikes. Give them a missile to let them leave this broken world. Lin Hao said to Bai Bofin calmly. Bai Bofin said nothing, skillfully loaded the rocket launcher, and shot at the fleeing people. After the explosion, there was no scream, and those people had already gone to the west. When there was no one around, this huge Al-Qaeda organization finally revealed its loneliness. Although Lin Hao was impatient with this place, he was still alert in his heart. Maybe someone who looked uglier than Bai Bofin would suddenly jump out from a corner somewhere. But until they came to a staircase, they didn't see anyone. Lin Hao was a little puzzled. It shouldn't be possible. How could such a powerful organization be destroyed by himself and Bai Bofin? Lin Hao looked at the stairs leading up. The stairs were very high and had lights. Lin Hao couldn't see where the stairs led to. But no matter where they were, they would be built to pass safely. This staircase must be one of the ways to the top. Lin Hao just thought that he was about to leave this disgusting Lingfeng building. But after walking a few steps, he always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. Why did he come to Lingfeng building? Finally, Lin Hao remembered that he came to Lingfeng building to save Shuer, thinking that Shuer might be lying in a laboratory. Lin Hao hurriedly searched one laboratory after another until he came to a laboratory with an unknown machine. Lin Hao stopped. This unknown machine looked very strange. Like a spaceship. In the glass cover, you can see a person lying quietly inside. When Lin Hao approached, he found that the person lying inside was Jean Bebe. Thinking of Jean Chaochuan's last wish, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. At least, he had not failed Uncle Jin's last wish. Now that he had seen Jean Bebe, he naturally had to rescue her. Maybe he knew where Shuer was. But how to open this spaceship? The operating table is behind you. Press the green button and then pull down the operating lever to open the machine. Suddenly, Gooden's voice suddenly rang in Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao turned around and looked at the operating table with some confusion, and asked curiously, "How did you know?" Hee. This system only needs to take a quick look at your low universe stuff to understand all the operating systems. And only needs to take a look at the operation page to know what the source code is. Gooden said very coquettishly. Low universe. Is the place where you exist a high universe? Lin Hao was speechless. No. There is no such thing as a high universe. It's just that the technology there is tens of thousands of years higher than yours. Gooden said again. Lin Hao could even imagine that Gooden must have said these words while picking his nose at this moment. While chatting with Gooden, the thing in front of him that looked like a spaceship was finally opened by Lin Hao. And Jean Bebe, who looked painful, slowly revealed her true face. Chapter 74. After Jean Bebe passed out, she was still conscious. Even in the coma, the stinging pain still accompanied her. Jean Bebe didn't know how long she had been in pain. The pain had tortured her so much that she had lost her sense of time. But after the pain, her body began to get hot gradually. A feeling of comfort made Jean Bebe fall into a deep sleep. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Jean Bebe finally opened her eyes in the fresh air. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a face. The face was about 20 centimeters away from her. The eyes were staring at her in a complicated way. Jean Bebe was frightened by the face and jumped hastily. But the anesthetic that Yi Wentian injected into her had not worn off yet. She was now weak all over. Not to mention getting up. Even moving her arms was extremely uncomfortable. Just as Jean Bebe was annoyed at her useless body, the face finally spoke. How come you have become so much prettier after not seeing you for a few days? Lin Hao was telling the truth. In fact, Jean Bebe had not changed much. The Jean Bebe that Lin Hao had seen before was pale and thin, because of hunger and stress. And she had never dressed up. But since Jean Bebe was captured, in order to adjust Jean Bebe's mood and make her better accept the experiment, she never stopped eating and drinking, and asked the female clerk to help her bathe and change clothes. She became clean and naturally energetic, and she became more beautiful. Because of the distance, Jean Bebe did not recognize Lin Hao at first, even though Lin Hao's appearance was quite representative. In Jean Bebe's impression, Lin Hao had died in that corpse tide, and Lin Hao could not speak. So when Lin Hao said that Jean Bebe was prettier than a few days ago, Jean Bebe was confused. Have you seen me a few days ago? When Lin Hao gradually pulled his face away, Jean Bebe finally saw Lin Hao's full appearance. You are Lin Hao? Jean Bebe's voice was a little weak after all, but she still laughed happily after seeing an acquaintance. Yes, it's me. I'm here to save you, Lin Hao said. Jean Bebe was surprised and was about to say something, but suddenly saw the wound on Lin Hao's chest. The wound was fatal on Lin Hao's chest, but Lin Hao seemed to be indifferent. At this time, Bai Bofen came in. When Bai Bofen saw Jean Bebe lying motionless, saliva mixed with blood instantly flowed out of Bai Bofen's mouth. Seeing that Bai Bofen was about to pounce, Jean Bebe was frightened and screamed loudly. Bai Bofen was really too visually impactful. If there was still an internet in this world, there might be a ranking of the ugliest zombies on the internet. And even if Bai Bofen was not the top of the list, he would probably be in the top 3. More importantly, Bai Bofen's stomach was still empty. After recovery, some places slowly grew granulations. The new meat was entangled with the old meat, which looked even more disgusting. Seeing that Bai Bofen was about to succeed, Lin Hao could only kick Bai Bofen away from Jean Bebe, and then said to Bai Bofen seriously, "Don't bully her. Otherwise I will be angry." Lin Hao tried to make his words simple and clear. Bai Bofen looked at Lin Hao with a serious face, and then looked at Jean Bebe reluctantly, and went out with some melancholy. At this time, Jean Bebe finally understood something. Lin Hao, are you a zombie? Bai Bofen didn't want to lie to this enthusiastic and kind girl, although he didn't have contact with him for a long time. Lin Hao saw every move of Jean Bebe. In the doomsday, even he couldn't keep his innocent heart. But this girl still kept it. Yes, I am a zombie. I have been one since we first met, Lin Hao said with a smile. Jean Bebe was a little surprised and said, "How is it possible? Why can't I feel it?" "Because you are not strong enough. In fact, I knew you were a superpower from the beginning, but I never exposed you. Of course, you should be thankful that because of your attitude toward Shuer, you and your team were still alive when you accepted me." Lin Hao tried to make himself sound more ruthless and evil, so that after saving this woman, she would not cling to him because of her love for him. After all, it was very troublesome for a woman to like him. Yes, it is a troublesome matter. Hee. Gooden's voice was as cold and hard as a stone in a deep pool. Actually, I am not narcissistic. I think you still have your merits. Don't you look at your own appearance? There will be women who like you. Hee. Gooden ruthlessly punctured Lin Hao's dream. I knew that I should avoid him in my mind. Jean Bebe still looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. He didn't expect that he would be in the same room with a zombie for such a long time a few days ago. You are actually a zombie. Jean Bebe's expression was a little bitter. What's wrong with me being a zombie? I am proud of being a zombie. I didn't bite you. What's wrong with me being a zombie? Lin Hao was a little angry when he saw Jean Bebe's expression. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. I just didn't expect that I would be saved by a zombie. Lin Hao saw that Jean Bebe was surprised when they first met, and quickly built a defense line in his heart. But he didn't break it. Forget it. Let me ask you something serious. Where is Shuer? Lin Hao looked at her expectantly, hoping that it was not bad news. Don't worry. They were not caught at all. Their target was me from the beginning. So Shuer and my senior sister escaped together. Now they may have fled to the survivor base in City B. Jean Bebe said weakly. Hearing Jean Bebe's voice, Lin Hao inevitably felt a little distressed. A beautiful girl was so weak that she could hardly speak. A gentleman would probably feel distressed. Are you a gentleman? Gooden's voice reappeared. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said my inner monologue in front of you. Bye-bye. Goodbye, Lin Hao said tragically in his heart. Anyway, it's good to be alive. Let's leave here, Lin Hao said to Jean Bebe. Leave here? What happened here? Jean Bebe finally turned her head and looked around at this moment. Suddenly, A messy scene came into her eyes. What else could happen? I beat you through the game. Lin Hao was about to kick Bai Bofin away. But suddenly, Jean Bebe said. Wait a minute. Lin Hao asked curiously. What's wrong? Nothing. They injected me with a strange drug. And I couldn't use any strength in my body. And I couldn't even move. So, Jean Bebe didn't finish her words. But Lin Hao understood. It's okay. You don't have to be shy about me. After all, I'm just a zombie. And I'm no threat to you. Lin Hao smiled happily. Chapter 75. Ahem. Well, the weather is nice today. Lin Hao looked up at the sky and found himself 30 floors underground. As a loser for more than 20 years. Although he had held hands with girls, he never crossed the line when he should. So Lin Hao felt that he was a gentleman. This was probably why his girlfriend, who studied medicine, was sulking at Lin Hao from time to time. He walked forward and easily picked up Jean Bebe. Lin Hao felt that he had a very soft and nice touch. Woman in his hands. Jean Bebe was so weak that she couldn't even wrap her arms around Lin Hao's neck. But Lin Hao was a zombie himself. And his physical attributes were much higher than humans. So he didn't feel how heavy Jean Bebe was. Bai Bofin looked at Lin Hao with dissatisfaction. He didn't know why Lin Hao held the food in his arms, but didn't eat it. But he knew that his elder brother had the habit of wasting food. Although he was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to say anything. Otherwise Lin Hao would kick him. Just as Lin Hao and Bai Bofin were about to leave, Gooden spoke again. Wait a minute. Lin Hao stopped. And Jean Bebe and Bai Bofin looked at Lin Hao curiously. He casually put Jean Bebe on a recliner and warned Bai Bofin again, don't touch this person, or I will be really angry. Seeing Lin Hao's serious look, Bai Bofin finally gave up the idea of taking a bite when Lin Hao was not paying attention. Although he didn't know why Lin Hao always protected the food, Bai Bofin didn't want to make Lin Hao angry. So he could only cast his eyes on the ugly dead woman on the ground. Do you know what this machine is for? Gooden asked in a tempting tone. Like a weird uncle who was seducing a little girl. Lin Hao shook his head. Do you know what this machine means to you? Gooden continued to tempt. Lin Hao shook his head. I know. Fatty. Let's go. Lin Hao was about to go forward and hug Jean Bebe and leave. This machine can help you become stronger. Especially the enhancement of your attributes. Gooden said hurriedly. Lin Hao stopped and looked at the machine with interest. You should have told me earlier how to implement it. Tell me. If I'm not mistaken, this is a machine that has applied recombinant gene technology. It uses the method of recombinant genes to stimulate the potential in the body that may not emerge in a lifetime, greatly enhance the body's functions, and thus increase one's own strength. The point is that this technology is extremely effective for both humans and zombies. Gooden's words seemed to have magic, attracting Lin Hao to sink. Become stronger? Who doesn't want to become stronger? Not to mention that in this environment, only by becoming stronger can you survive. So Lin Hao naturally wants to become stronger. After talking so much, can you tell me how to operate it now? Lin Hao said. Gooden was speechless and said, press the green button and then push the lever up. Gooden said. After Lin Hao did what Gooden said, the machine really started. Jean Bebe was a little surprised and said, Lin Hao, what are you going to do? I want to become stronger. Lin Hao glanced at her and said in a boastful tone. So, Lin Hao turned around and ran towards the bed that was about to enter the spaceship. Finally, at the moment when the bed was about to enter the machine, Lin Hao laid down in it. You got it wrong. Idiot. Gooden reminded hurriedly. The human body's gene cells are all different. If you get it wrong, you should extract genes from the head, but extract genes from the feet. Needless to say, the end will be miserable. Fortunately, there is enough space here. After a few twists and turns inside, Lin Hao adjusted his body. Then what? Lin Hao asked. Wait. Gooden said simply. 10 minutes later, Lin Hao felt warm all over, and the machine began to stop automatically, and Lin Hao was pushed out. Is that all? Lin Hao was a little suspicious. You should have felt some pain. But you are a zombie, so your sense of pain is greatly weakened. So you can't feel any pain at all. Naturally, time passes very quickly. Let's take a look at your own attributes, Gooden said. Lin Hao's mind moved, and he quickly adjusted his own attributes. Host, Lin Hao level 3, 60/2500, title, phone-in skills, mind control, 125/500. Gene Family Domination Sword. Speed bonus strength, 20 spirit, 40 speed, 22 stamina, 20 evaluation. You have become a zombie elite. And no one dares to look down on you anymore. Road to strengthening, 750/1000. When Lin Hao saw his attributes, he couldn't believe it and said, "Damn. Each attribute value has been increased by 2. This is too little." Be content. Your current level is level 3. I don't know how many crystal cores you need to accumulate from level 3 to level 4. You worked so hard to level up. And each attribute point only increased by 3. Now you don't have to do anything, and you just added 2 attribute points for no reason. It's already very good. Gooden said. When Lin Hao came out of the machine, Jean Bebe looked at Lin Hao with some sadness and said, "Are you okay? Why did you do this?" Lin Hao said speechlessly, "What's wrong with me?" Jean Bebe shook her head and kept silent. Lin Hao pulled Bai Bofin to send him to the machine. Since he was useful to the zombies, Bai Bofin could not be wasted. Bai Bofin was eating blood and was very happy at the moment. But Lin Hao asked him to sit on a machine. What machine was more important than eating? Bai Bofin naturally didn't want to. So Lin Hao kicked him in the ass. Bai Bofin seemed to remember something, and immediately climbed onto the bed. Then closed his eyes, and lay down seriously. When Lin Hao turned on the machine, Jean Bebe asked in confusion, "Why did you torture a zombie after torturing yourself?" "Miss, who told you that I tortured him?" Lin Hao laughed, and then sent another check to Jean Bebe. Because Lin Hao remembered that when he first entered the laboratory, Jean Bebe seemed to be lying inside. Name, Jean Bebe. Level, level 2. Title, Bronze. Skill, Gale. Strength, 17. Spirit, 17. Speed, 27. Stamina, 22. Evaluation, Human. No evaluation. She has indeed become stronger. But her data is much different from Bai Bofin's data. And also much different from her original self. Why is that? Lin Hao asked in confusion. Humans' body functions are naturally weaker than zombies, which is normal. Moreover, because humans cannot absorb crystal core power, the upgrade of psychics is also very slow. But their upgrade methods are quite interesting. For example, Jean Bebe. When one of his highest attribute points reaches dozens, it will be several levels. Jean Bebe's highest attribute point is 27. So he is now level 2. When his highest attribute point reaches 30, he will reach level 3. Gooden talked freely. Lin Hao checked his own attributes and found that his highest attribute reached 40. The highest attribute point of Gao Xiang, the level 4 zombie he met for the first time, even reached 60. It seems that humans are still too weak. Lin Hao raised his head, feeling a bit lonely at the top. Chapter 76. Lin Hao. What are you doing? Jean Bebe was very confused about Lin Hao's behavior. So she asked angrily. She had experienced what it felt like to be in the machine. So she thought Lin Hao was abusing the zombies. Even killing them with a knife was better than abusing them. Lin Hao's behavior was really bad. Lin Hao smiled and said, "Wait a minute. There are still a few minutes. We will leave when the fat man inside comes out." "Wait a minute. Do you know how painful it is for the people inside?" Jean Bebe wanted to scold him, but he was too weak to speak loudly, and every word sounded soft to Lin Hao. Even if he is a zombie, he was once a human being. You shouldn't abuse him like this. It's better to give him a quick death. I believe his soul is willing to be liberated. Lin Hao, stop torturing him, Jean Bebe advised. What's the connection? What's the connection? Lin Hao was speechless. Miss, I just came down from inside. Do you think I'm in pain? Lin Hao moved his body. I forgot to tell you that this machine can enhance our strength. Yes, it's us. You and me. Although you can't feel it now. You will understand it later. This machine is painful for humans. But for us zombies, we zombies don't feel pain, Lin Hao said. Jean Bebe looked at him suspiciously. Really? When your body recovers, you will feel the changes, Lin Hao affirmed. Seeing Lin Hao so confident, Jean Bebe was a little bit unconvinced. But she believed the fact that zombies have no sense of pain. Since zombies have no sense of pain, the zombie inside should not feel pain either. 10 minutes later, Bai Bofin was also released from inside by Lin Hao. As soon as he came out, Bai Bofin jumped up excitedly with his ugly belly, looking at Lin Hao with passion. Lin Hao said that he had no interest in homosexuality. So he kicked him aside. Name, by Bofin. Level, level 2. Title, Butcher. Skills, solid. Strength, 22. Spirit, 12. Speed, 17. Stamina, 32. Evaluation. You are very suitable to be a meat shield. Sure enough, Bai Bofin's attributes were increased by 2 points. But there was one thing Lin Hao had never understood. Why the attributes of the 4th level zombie Gao Xiang were so high. Did he use some special machine? Lin Hao is always Lin Hao. If he doesn't understand, he won't think too much. Anyway, he may not meet him in the future. And even if he does, he may not be a match for 2 zombies. So Lin Hao coughed and slowly approached Jean Bebe. Jean Bebe also blushed a little. And besides blushing, she was also afraid. She was afraid that Lin Hao would eat her. But Lin Hao was very well behaved. After picking up Jean Bebe, he walked towards the stairs with Bai Bofin. Lin Hao felt that taking the elevator was too dangerous. Since there were stairs, he would take the stairs. So, the 3 of them began their mountain climbing journey. It was absolutely no exaggeration to say that it was a mountain climbing journey. When Lin Hao walked out of a small door and saw the underground parking lot on the 1st floor, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the narrow staircase behind him, it was hard to imagine how stupid the person who built this staircase was. A staircase of 90 meters. Pure stairs. Nothing but stairs. What's the difference between this and mountain climbing? The small hill in City A is only over 80 meters high. I'm sorry. I must have tired you out. Jean Bebe said apologetically. Originally, a handsome man hugging a beautiful woman is such a poetic and romantic thing. But climbing the stairs made Lin Hao exhausted. And he didn't look strong and majestic at all, because the effect of the medicine had not worn off. Jean Bebe could only slightly twist his neck, and his arms and legs were still drooping, unable to exert any strength. In order to give his neck a rest, Jean Bebe gave up and simply tilted his head back to let his head droop. From a distance, it looked like a person holding a dead person, which was creepy no matter how you looked at it. A romantic drama turned into a suspense thriller, especially with Bai Bofin, who was extremely ugly. Following him, Lin Hao sighed. No need to say sorry. I can't just leave you there. Let's find a place to rest first. Lin Hao and Bai Bofin walked to see if there was a car with a key stuck in it, so they could drive away. But after going around the parking lot, they couldn't find a car that could be driven. There was no other way. The 3 of them could only walk out of the parking lot. Jean Bebe couldn't help but take a deep breath of air around them. When Jean Bebe was caught, she thought she might have confessed there, and she never thought she could come out alive. But thinking of her father, and several familiar friends separated and died, Jean Bebe still felt a little sad. Do you know where City B is? Jean Bebe suddenly remembered something and asked hurriedly. What's wrong? Although I don't know the exact location of City B, I can still find the approximate location, Lin Hao said. I heard from those people in white coats that there is also an organization like Lingfeng Building in City B, and it is in the survivor base. The organization seems to be controlled by the leadership team of City B. Obviously, City B is not safe. I am worried that my senior sister and others may be in danger, Jean Bebe said worriedly. What? How can this group of people be so cruel and dare to do such a thing in the survivor base? Lin Hao couldn't believe it. Jean Bebe sighed softly. Those organizations have food and guns. In the doomsday, ordinary people can only rely on them to survive. But they don't know how dirty these people are in secret. Lin Hao thought of the biochemical people in Lingfeng Building, those in glass containers, and those who had been dead in the laboratory for a long time. He couldn't help sighing. Is the end of the world really so cruel? Why can't we build a society exactly the same as before the doomsday? Full of laughter and joy. Everyone is in harmony. There are schools, hospitals, and police stations. Everyone lives a good life and fights zombies together. Isn't that good? Jean Bebe murmured. Although Jean Bebe's voice was very soft, Lin Hao heard it. Because humans can't be like that. There was no shortage of outlaws before the end of the world, let alone after the end of the world. Everyone has released the devil in their hearts, and everyone is evolving towards the devil. Therefore, the world that Jean Bebe said does not exist at all. It will not exist in the end of the world, and it will not exist before the end of the world. In fact, this kind of society is possible, Jean Bebe said firmly. Lin Hao looked at her with some doubts. Jean Bebe stretched her neck and looked at Lin Hao seriously. As long as there is a strong and irresistible leader, such a society is possible. Lin Hao was a little shy. Are you talking about me? Although he was a little moved by Jean Bebe's words, Lin Hao still said tactfully, but I am just a zombie, leading a group of humans to survive. Isn't the style a bit wrong? What are you talking about? I'm talking about me. I am a superpower. And a superpower that can continue to grow. One day, I become a strong person that modern technology cannot defeat. And I can build a world of my imagination. Looking at Jean Bebe's face full of longing, Lin Hao suddenly had an urge to throw her to the ground out of shame and anger. Chapter 77. The morning sun gradually rose, illuminating the barren land. When the sun's rays filled the earth, some zombies, who could not stand the ultraviolet rays, began to gather in the shade. In the center of a small town, several survivors fought for a bag of biscuits, which finally triggered a zombie tide. The zombies ignored the uncomfortable ultraviolet rays and rushed towards the survivors in the center of the town. When these survivors finished fighting, they finally found the movement around them. If they were more awake at this time and fled in a hurry, one of them might survive. But they didn't. Survivor A, it's all because of you. You selfish guy. If it weren't for you, would we be trapped by zombies? Several people gathered around the car and started to denounce the other people fighting for the biscuits. I'm selfish. Why do you keep all the food we found together? If you didn't keep it all, I would fight with you. If I didn't fight with you, would we be surrounded by zombies? Survivor B retorted loudly. Just when several people were arguing, the zombies gathered together and finally surrounded them. Those zombies were like men who had been in prison for 20 years and had never seen women. And these survivors were sows. Women. In short, these zombies, who had not eaten for a long time, were rushing towards these survivors frantically. As the zombies gradually approached, the survivors began to despair. As the saying goes, if you don't perish in despair, you will explode in despair. Some people sat on the ground with a wry smile, waiting for death. They were already tired of the life of running around, while some people were still working hard to survive. But in front of such a huge zombie army, everything was in vain. The zombie army soon overwhelmed them, and the roars of countless zombies covered their screams. Jiang Panpan covered Shuer and Jinzi's eyes, not wanting them to see such a cruel scene. Wang Zai stood quietly in front of the two-story building, a little depressed. These idiots actually quarreled on the street. They deserve to be eaten by zombies. What should we do now? Gao Yanan asked weakly. Wang Zai looked at Gao Yanan with disdain. But Zhou Yi exploded directly. What should we do? Can't you say anything useful besides asking what to do? When you go out to find food, you yell at zombies. When you stand aside and scream, you don't know how to help. Yanan, you have survived in the apocalypse for more than half a year. This is not the beginning of the apocalypse. Can you have some opinions of your own? Can you be of some use? Zhou Yi's words were very harsh. And except for the fact that she didn't use any swear words, they were all heart-piercing. Gao Yanan's eyes were wet instantly, and she said weakly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Zhou Yi covered her head. I don't think you can say anything else except sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Gao Yanan was still apologizing in a low voice, and even sobbed. Enough? Damn it. Zhou Yi finally couldn't help but curse. Okay. Don't associate the experiences of those outsiders with yourself. We are lucky to be alive, Jiang Panpan said coldly. Zhou Yi looked at Gao Yanan with a fierce look on her face. Next time, if I find you are still as useless as before, I will kill you. Gao Yanan seemed to be shocked by Zhou Yi's fierceness. When Zhou Yi turned her head, she did not find that Gao Yanan's eyes also showed fierceness. In short, our plan will be delayed. Although the weather is good today, it is obviously not possible to travel. And our car is broken. We need to find a new car. Otherwise we can't walk to City B by foot, Wang Zai said calmly, as if he didn't hear Zhou Yi's outburst just now. But we have no food, and the two children haven't eaten for 2 days, Jiang Panpan said. Wang Zai rubbed his head. There are so many zombies outside. We can't go down to find food now. We can only wait until they disperse a little bit before we talk. Zhou Yi looked at Shuer with angry eyes, and then looked at Jinzi, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other side, looking at the rising sun in the morning, Lin Hao was lying on the roof of Cine Hotel with great leisure, basking in the sun lazily. In the apocalypse, the one who lives the happiest life is probably the little zombie Lin Hao. These days, he didn't think about going out to look for trouble with other zombies. And no other zombies came to cause trouble. So he lived a very comfortable life. At some point, Jean Bebe appeared behind him, watching the scene silently. When Jean Bebe just stepped onto the roof, Lin Hao's mental power had spread over. At this moment, he had naturally discovered Jean Bebe. But Jean Bebe just stood there quietly looking at him. So he had to be a handsome man quietly. Finally, Jean Bebe moved. She walked slowly to Lin Hao. It could be seen that she had some problems with body coordination and could not walk like a normal person. Do you think my body can really get better? Jean Bebe sat in front of Lin Hao with some frustration. After spending a few days with Lin Hao, Jean Bebe could see what kind of person Lin Hao was. Now, the only person she could rely on was this little zombie, who liked to smile every day. Since the beginning of the doomsday, Jean Bebe saw her mother being bitten to death by zombies with her own eyes. And she made a wish to kill all the zombies in the world in this life. Especially after she found that she had powers that ordinary people did not have. This idea became more and more deeply rooted in her heart. But she did not expect that one day, she would have to rely on a zombie to protect herself. Although this zombie had human thinking and human self-control, he was still a zombie. Don't worry. It will be fine. You have to trust my judgment, Lin Hao said confidently. After rescuing Jean Bebe from Lingfeng building that night, Lin Hao took Jean Bebe to live in Cine Hotel. Because it was high enough, safe enough, and the scenery was good enough. Lin Hao thought that Jean Bebe's body could not move because of the anesthesia, and it might get better after a while. But it was the third day, and Jean Bebe was still very weak, and even limped when walking. After Gooden's test, it was found that the reason why Jean Bebe was like this was because of the sequelae caused by an overdose of strong anesthetics. If ordinary people were injected with an overdose of such strong anesthetics, the sequelae would be very serious, such as paralysis of the whole body or even death. But Jean Bebe successfully survived because of his physique as a superpower. But to fully recover, he could only slowly recover through the body's self-repair. Jean Bebe couldn't help but glance at Lin Hao. The wound on Lin Hao's chest had long disappeared, and even the scar could not be seen. Now, except for his pale face, there was no sign of zombie at all. He looked like an ordinary person. A real ordinary person. An ordinary person who might not be found even if you searched for him in a crowd for a long time. But Jean Bebe still sighed, thinking how nice it would be if he really was an ordinary person. Chapter 78. I want to take a shower. The two of them were silent for a long time. And Jean Bebe suddenly spoke. What? Lin Hao felt that he had heard it wrong. I want to take a shower. And I want to change clothes. From inside to outside. Jean Bebe's voice became smaller and smaller. But Lin Hao heard it clearly. Miss, did I hear it right? You want to take a shower? Lin Hao was a little surprised. I am a girl. Right? Girls always like to be clean. The pang made the room full of blood. I told him to eat outside, but he insisted on eating in the room. Look! Jean Bebe pulled her sleeves to show Lin Hao like a spoiled girl. Lin Hao tilted his head to take a look. And there was indeed blood on the sleeves. It seemed that the fat guy was itching again recently. Also, you said you don't eat people. Can you ask Da Pang to stop eating people too? Jean Bebe begged. Da Pang is the nickname Jean Bebe gave to Bai Bofin. It is simple and easy to remember. The 3 words Bai Bofin are too difficult to remember. Lin Hao said speechlessly. He is a zombie. And it is natural for him to eat people. What I can do is to make him eat the people he should eat. What about my bath? Jean Bebe hesitated. Lin Hao looked up at the sky, pretending he didn't hear anything. He didn't know how much water a bath takes. But a woman bath wastes a lot of water. Especially when she has to carry the water to the 50th floor. Even if she is a zombie, she can't handle it. I'm sorry to bother you too much. Jean Bebe left a little disappointed. Lin Hao looked at Jean Bebe's disappointed figure, and suddenly sighed. I said I'm a good person. I can't bear to refuse other people's requests. Lin Hao said to himself. Whenever Lin Hao was narcissistic, there was always a voice that suddenly and disgustingly appeared in his heart, pouring a bucket of ice water at minus 278 degrees on him, which made Lin Hao feel cold all over. You are obviously coveting her beauty. But you are so confident in showing your courtesy. You are so shameless. Gooden said sourly. Ouch. My teeth hurt. Sour. A certain system is jealous. right? It is jealous that I can't take a shower, can't eat, can't drink water, and even can't make friends. I can only complain and say sarcastic words in the heart of a certain zombie. TSK. I'm still spoiling you with just one system. Self-destruction system is starting. 10, 9, 8. Hey. Just a joke. Do you have to take it so seriously? Lin Hao immediately admitted his mistake. When Lin Hao came to the ground, Bai Bothan was lying on the first floor rubbing his belly. The sun was so bright outside. But he didn't even go to bask in the sun. What's wrong with these zombies? Don't they know that bacteria will grow in their bodies if they stay in dark corners for a long time? When Bai Bothan saw Lin Hao coming down, he first offered his arm that he had treasured for several days. Lin Hao could smell a rotten smell and hurriedly kicked the arm away from Bai Bothan's hand. Bai Bothan hurriedly chased after him with his big belly and gave Lin Hao a resentful look. Bai Bothan's belly also returned to its original state, and the skin was even smoother than before. It felt very good to touch, like a woman belly. But I wonder which one feels better, Jean Beibe's or not. I was thinking wrong again. Since Lin Hao reached level 3, he suddenly found that he had no appetite. He might still feel like eating when he saw humans, but he never felt hungry again. Lin Hao hasn't eaten for 3 days now, but he still feels full of energy, without any weakness from not eating. Let's go out and find something to eat, Lin Hao said to Bai Bothan. When Bai Bothan heard Lin Hao say to find something to eat, he immediately followed him like a follower. Although Bai Bothan hated the sun and didn't understand why Lin Hao liked to walk in the sun, seeing Lin Hao like this, he followed behind Lin Hao and enjoyed the scorching of the ultraviolet rays on his body, and then shivered all over. Seeing that many zombies hated the sun, Lin Hao felt very confused. Although he also hated the sun when he first became a zombie, he suddenly found that he seemed to accept the gentle sunshine again, enjoying the rare tranquility and comfort in the doomsday. Lin Hao couldn't help stretching. It seemed that it was time to sleep for a while in the afternoon. Lin Hao remembered that he seemed to have not slept for a long time. There is a hotel in this area, and naturally there are many communities. Where there are communities, there must be those bottled water sales points. Of course, it's okay to carry mineral water, but the amount of mineral water is small, and it's definitely not enough for Jean Bebe to take a bath. If it's bottled water, it's different. Together with Bai Bothan, the laborer, we can carry 4 buckets up, which is not only enough for taking a bath, but the rest can even be drunk for a long time. But now it's not the water that's important. Water is easy to find. What's important is the clothes. Although Lin Hao and Jean Bebe have become familiar with each other in the past few days, they are not familiar enough to know each other's underwear sizes. Underwear is easy to find. Just find some white ones. But what about the one in front of the chest? Lin Hao suddenly felt so ashamed. Fortunately, there was a clothing store near the hotel, and it was for women. Since he didn't know the size of the one on his chest, Lin Hao thought he would just take a few more. There would always be one that would fit. According to Lin Hao's own visual estimation, Jean Bebe should be around C. Not too big or too small. Just right to hold. He kicked the door open, took a t-shirt, a jacket, and pants, as well as some indescribable bits and pieces, and walked out of the clothing store a little shyly. Fortunately, there were stupid zombies around. If there were other intelligent creatures, Lin Hao would definitely go up and kill them without hesitation. He found a big bag and put all the clothes in it, and then put the bag on Bai Bothan's head. Bai Bothan touched the bag and was a little confused about what Lin Hao was doing. Then they walked to the bottled water wholesale store. This kind of bottled water wholesale store is hard to find, because it is easy to lose money if you operate it yourself. Few people are willing to sell bottled water, especially in the community. People naturally won't buy those bottled water that looks like they have been used many times. After all, it is unhygienic. But fortunately, less does not mean no. After wandering around the streets for most of the day, until the sun was high, Lin Hao finally found a store selling bottled water. The store had a rolling door, and it was locked. This kind of rolling door was soft, and it was actually very troublesome to open it. Fortunately, Lin Hao brought a knife. Just as he was about to chop the rolling door open with a knife, a sound of rustling came out from inside. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment, and hurriedly put his mental power into the rolling door. The inside of the door was not as dark as Lin Hao thought. The window inside was open, and a zombie was lying on the ground, gnawing at a man. The man was still wearing the uniform of a water delivery worker. Lin Hao's mental power swept over the window next to him. The window was not open manually, but was damaged by humans. Judging from the state of the corpse underground, the man had been dead for less than an hour. An hour ago, the man must have been hiding in the room and struggling to survive. As a result, he was discovered by a zombie and broke into the room through the window and killed. Of course, this was not the focus of Lin Hao's observation. The focus of Lin Hao's observation was breaking into the window. And breaking into the window actively. The window was not high, but it was more than 1 meter. Even if an ordinary zombie smashed the window, it would be impossible for it to climb in because it was not smart enough. But this zombie came in. Chapter 79. Lin Hao's mouth gradually showed a smile. Crystal core. Crystal core. I haven't tasted your flavor for a long time. Finally. Can I eat you again? Suddenly, Lin Hao glanced at Bai Bofen. Only then did Lin Hao realize that he was not alone. I am a selfish zombie. I am a selfish zombie. Lin Hao silently recited that sentence, hoping to really brainwash himself into a selfish zombie. But as soon as he finished reciting this sentence in his heart, Lin Hao thought of Bai Bofen's stomach that was churned to pieces, and the time when he suddenly stood in front of him and blocked the bullet that was sure to kill him. It was hard to repay the life-saving grace. And Lin Hao could feel that he and Bai Bofen would be brothers who could rely on each other. Since they were brothers, it was just a crystal core. So what was there to be greedy for? Even though he really wanted it. Lin Hao and Bai Bofen looked at each other. And Bai Bofen had already understood what Lin Hao meant. He flashed to the broken window at a speed that did not match his body size. Waiting to be blocked, Lin Hao stood next to the rolling door, and the knife in his hand quickly and accurately cut off the lock of the rolling door. The lock of the rolling door was close to the ground, so Lin Hao had some trouble cutting it. But as soon as the lock was broken, the rolling door would automatically rise. When the shutter door rose, the zombie also appeared in front of Lin Hao. It was a zombie with a body similar to Lin Hao. This zombie was obviously confused. He looked at Lin Hao, who suddenly appeared, and was at a loss. He was at a loss. But Lin Hao had already learned his information. Name, Li Yang. Level 3. Title, Feng Yin. Skill, Shadow Escape. Strength, 20. Spirit, 15. Speed, 35. Stamina, 20. Evaluation, man like the wind. Oh my god. This evaluation is so coquettish. Lin Hao was very angry. This guy's evaluation was actually more beautiful than his own. This was something he couldn't tolerate. The opponent's level was the same as Lin Hao's, and his mental power was much less than Lin Hao's. Without thinking, Lin Hao used his mental power as a flying knife to fly over. When the flying knife touched the opponent's brain, Lin Hao obviously found that the opponent was stunned. At this moment, the knife in Lin Hao's hand had already flown over. He did not use the Jin family's tyrant knife, but just chopped it with his own strength. Seeing the knife about to fall on the opponent's head, Lin Hao smiled. It turned out that his strength was so strong that he could kill a level 3 zombie in seconds. Obviously, Lin Hao was proud, and was smugly thinking that the other party's head would fly up. And then, he would take out the crystal core from it, and give it to Bai Bofen generously. Thinking of Bai Bofen's grateful eyes, his ugly face made a silly expression, and then became uglier. Closer. Closer. Lin Hao felt that his knife had touched the other party's neck. But suddenly, something strange happened, and Lin Hao's knife actually skipped the other party's neck and cut into the air. When Lin Hao came back to his senses after being surprised, he found that the other party's figure was nowhere to be found. That zombie actually disappeared. When the zombie disappeared, Lin Hao couldn't help but curse himself for being careless. A level 3 zombie, the same level as himself, with intelligence and his own skills. Shadow escape? Does it mean escaping in the shadows? In order to be able to concentrate on finding the other party's figure, Lin Hao simply closed his eyes and released all his mental power. Suddenly, all the scenery within 30 meters around him appeared in his mind. No, there was nothing within 30 meters around. The zombie disappeared. Really disappeared? Lin Hao couldn't believe it. He closed his eyes and searched around again, but there was no sign of the zombie. Finally, Lin Hao sighed. It seemed that the other party had really escaped. Since then, Lin Hao learned a lesson that was not too painful. Since the other party had escaped, he should not come back. Lin Hao did not think that the other party's IQ could comprehend such a high-level word as revenge. But he finally passed by a third-level crystal core. This was a very regrettable thing. It is hard to force something that is not yours. And bathwater is the most important thing. Lin Hao called Bai Bofan in. And Bai Bofan looked at Lin Hao strangely. Lin Hao did not say anything, but just picked up 2 buckets of water and asked Bai Bofan to carry them. Bai Bofan was very obedient, with a bag hanging around his neck and water on his shoulders. He was a typical free laborer, and he would be happy for a long time if he just praised him casually. The key point is that he does not need to be raised, and he will find food by himself. And he does not need to worry about his health, no matter how serious the injury is. It is not a big deal for zombies. So is there anything better in this world than having such free labor? Lin Hao also carried 2 buckets of water and started walking back. Before leaving, Lin Hao couldn't help but look at the small shop selling bottled water. A little confused. 10 minutes after Lin Hao left the shop, a zombie slowly crawled out from under the bed in the shop. The zombie neck was bleeding, but he didn't care. He cared about the pile of dead bodies underground. When the zombie was about to eat the corpse, he accidentally bumped into a small box. The small box lay quietly in the palm of the corpse. Lin Hao didn't care when he came in, and Li Yang didn't care when he just came in. The zombie's attention is always on food. But at this moment, perhaps because of the pressure from Lin Hao, or perhaps because of a sudden inspiration, an idea suddenly came to Li Yang's mind. A very simple idea. The reason for this idea was even simpler. Curiosity. Li Yang was very curious. He wanted to know what was in the box. It was precisely because of this curiosity that humans were able to develop to their current state. When zombies have curiosity, what will they become? Li Yang picked up the box and opened it awkwardly. Then a small, sparkling, transparent stone inside attracted his attention. The transparent stone was embedded in an iron ring, and it looked very beautiful under the reflection of the sun. Under this stone, Li Yang seemed to have forgotten the danger to his life just now, the fatal knife of Lin Hao, and even the food waiting for him to eat. If Lin Hao saw the stone, he would definitely look down on it. It was just a diamond ring of less than 1 carat, and no one would care about it before the end of the world. Passing by a luxury store, Lin Hao walked in boldly, took a watch inlaid with diamonds, and put it on his left hand. How can a successful person be considered a successful person without a watch? When Lin Hao came to the 50th floor with 2 buckets of water and knocked on the door, Jean Bei's cute little head popped out from the door. When Lin Hao saw the twinkling lights in Jean Bei's eyes, he suddenly felt that the fatigue of carrying 2 buckets of water was nothing. Jean Bei opened the door with surprise, looked at the 2 buckets of water on Lin Hao's shoulders, then walked forward, then past Lin Hao and said to Bai Bofan, "Big fatty, thank you for your hard work." Chapter 80. Lin Hao, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so dark? Jean Bei asked curiously. Nothing. I brought you 2 buckets of water, Lin Hao hinted. Oh, Jean Bei said. Oh, what the hell is oh? He can say thank you to Bai Bofan affectionately, and touch her belly affectionately. But he is just oh to me, looking at the fat guy's happy expression. He is probably itchy again. Lin Hao touched the knife on his back. Well, use the knife next time. Ah, why did you bring me so many clothes? Jean Bei asked in confusion. I don't know your size, so I took one of each size, hoping you like it, Lin Hao said listlessly. Jean Bei blushed a little. Although Lin Hao was a zombie, he was a high-level zombie with IQ and EQ. Such a zombie was no different from a human. More importantly, Lin Hao was a man. Thinking that Lin Hao was a man, Jean Bei's face became even redder. Unfortunately, Lin Hao was in a state of grief at the moment. He was so concerned about Jean Bei's bathing. But not only did he not get the other party's thanks, he didn't even get a reaction. Lin Hao felt that he was not as good as Bai Bofan. At least he still had a belly that was easy to touch. When the sky gradually darkened, the zombies finally began to become restless. In a 2-story building in a strange town, Wang Zai looked at the zombie tide that had been evacuated from the center of the town, and finally nodded affirmatively. I think it's time now. Now? But now the zombies are out and about. Zhou Yi was opposed. Jiang Panpan didn't say anything. No one would notice anything even if Jiang Panpan didn't say anything. She always spoke with her strength, no matter what plans her teammates discussed. She just had to execute them. Gao Yanan didn't say anything either. To others, It was the same whether Gao Yanan said anything or not. Because she always said only 4 words. What should we do? After being scolded by Zhou Yi during the day, Gao Yanan stopped talking. But resentment appeared in her eyes from time to time. Wang Zai said, even if the zombies come out, they are not in large groups, but in small groups. As long as Pan Pan is here, the zombies are nothing to us. We should be fine if we are careful. We must get food and water. Otherwise, we will starve to death here without the zombies. Zhou Yi was silent. These people were really too hungry and thirsty. If they didn't get any more food, some of them might never get up again the next day. This was a result that no one wanted to see. Gao Yanan stays to take care of the 2 children. And the 3 of us go. With fewer people, we will be less targeted. Wang Zai made the decision. Since Jean Bebe was gone, the command of this small army of women fell on Wang Zai. Because she was the smartest one in the group. Although she had no special abilities and no strong power, her opinions helped everyone a lot. Which was why she became the leader of the group. Take good care of them. Jiang Panpan glanced at Gao Yanan lightly, and then walked out first. Wang Zai and Zhou Yi did not speak to Gao Yanan. Shuer looked at the adults, who were leaving with some concern and said sensibly, you all should be careful. Wang Zai touched Shuer and Jinzi's little heads. Listen to Sister Gao here. Don't run around. Understand? Shuer nodded. Gao Yanan looked at their backs as they left, not knowing what she was thinking. There were few resources in the town. There were only a few convenience stores. And there was only one small supermarket. Although there were not many survivors in the town, these resources were obviously not enough for the few survivors left in the town. Jiang Panpan drew out her knife. During the days of fleeing, Jiang Panpan's knife had been stained with blood, and even the blade was a little curled. It was difficult to chop zombies. There were no zombies in the supermarket in the center of the town. They should have been attracted by the survivors, who were looking for death during the day. But it was just a good deal for the 3 girls. The 3 carefully searched the counters for tools that could be used. Jiang Panpan wanted to find a grinding stone. After all, the supermarket would not sell other knives except kitchen knives. So Jiang Panpan wanted to find a grinding stone to sharpen her knife. Only when the knife was sharp could she better protect everyone. Fortunately, this supermarket was not so formal, and there were all kinds of folk gadgets. Jiang Panpan was lucky enough to find a grinding stone. He put the grinding stone in his backpack, and the 3 of them began to look for some food and drinks. The only food on the supermarket shelves was puff food, which was not the first choice for survivors in the doomsday, because there was little space. However, the 3 searched the entire shelf and found nothing else except these puff foods. So they had to pack a few bags of potato chips, small crisps, etc. Only 3 bags of potato chips were packed, and the space in the backpack was almost full. There was probably not enough space for other things. So the 3 of them had to give up the potato chips and pack a few bottles of water. Wang Zai sighed. There is nothing here. Even only 3 bottles of mineral water. Zhou Yi said, anyway, use it sparingly. Once we find a car that can drive, it will only take half a day to reach City B. It will be very fast. That's the only way, Wang Zai said. The 3 of them were about to go home when a black shadow suddenly flashed by. Jiang Panpan quickly drew out the knife, and the 3 held their breath and slowly walked out of the supermarket. For them, what the black shadow was had nothing to do with them, whether it was a zombie or a human. As long as they didn't snatch food from them, everyone would go their own way and not care about anyone else. But the black shadow obviously didn't think so. Just as the 3 were about to walk out of the supermarket, the black shadow appeared in the moonlight and said to the 3, wait a minute. 3 beauties. Jiang Panpan suddenly turned around, and the knife in his hand had already stabbed at the black shadow. When the knife was only 0.1 meter away from the black shadow, the black shadow stopped and looked at Jiang Panpan holding the knife. At this moment, Jiang Panpan was as clear as water and as cold as ice under the moonlight, with a pair of eyes full of murderous intent. Those eyes were warning the black shadow and also attracting it. Lin Tian had never thought that there was such a beautiful pair of eyes in the world. What a violent look. I like it, Lin Tian whispered. What? Jiang Panpan didn't hear Lin Tian's words clearly. Nothing. Ladies, I want to know if you have a base, Lin Tian said cautiously. Jiang Panpan pointed the knife at Lin Tian without saying anything. Zhou Yi glanced at Wang Zai, who said quietly, whether we have a base or not has nothing to do with you. Don't have any other thoughts about us. Or you will soon find out that even if you are a man, it does not mean you are stronger than us. Wang Zai said this with great confidence, without a trace of guilt. Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled. Chapter 81. Lin Tian smiled, a bitter smile, and said to Wang Zai bitterly, "My beautiful lady, I am alone, and it is really hard to live alone in the doomsday. So I want to ask if I can join you." Lin Tian stretched out his hands and let Jiang Panpan point the knife at him. Looking very innocent, Wang Zai began to struggle in his heart. The other party was a man. Should he agree to let him join his team? "Have you ever killed zombies?" Wang Zai asked. Zhou Yi began to get anxious. What a joke. What does it mean for a group of women and a man to go in? Wang Zai ignored Zhou Yi and just looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian said affirmatively, "It has been chopped." Then he took out a short axe hanging on his backpack. This short axe is less than half a meter long, but the head is very exaggerated, occupying half of the entire axe. It looks heavy. Some of the blood on the axe is dried, while some is fresh. Obviously, it has chopped many zombies. But it is also possible that it did not chop zombies. "Do you know cars?" Wang Zai asked another question. If Lin Tian felt a little guilty about the zombies, his eyes lit up when he heard about cars. "I have been a mechanic for 5 years. Since I started repairing cars at the age of 20. No customer has complained to me. I can confidently say that if a car doesn't start, just put it in front of me for a minute, and I can find out what the problem is," Lin Tian said confidently. Wang Zai immediately smiled and said, "Okay, welcome to join us." When Zhou Yi heard about the car problem, she also understood what Wang Zai meant, especially when she heard that the other party was a car mechanic. There was no reason to turn him away. Jiang Panpan looked back at Wang Zai. Wang Zai nodded, and Jiang Panpan took back his knife and put it back into the sheath very skillfully. Seeing the scene, Lin Tian's eyes flashed again. In this way, the three of them rushed back to the base with some food, some water, and a man. When Wang Zai returned to the base, Gao Yanan was sitting on a chair bored, looking at the night outside and wondering what he was thinking. Shuer and Jinzi saw the few people coming back and immediately went to greet them. Wang Zai saw 2 cute little guys coming to greet him and went up to touch their fluffy hair. It was strange that adults' hair would become oily if they didn't wash it for a day. But the hair of the 2 little guys was still so fluffy. Gao Yanan saw the few people coming back and immediately stood up from the chair with some fear, looking at them with a flattering smile. Jiang Panpan was still very cold. She didn't care about anything. Wang Zai and Zhou Yi ignored her. Gao Yanan watched the scene quietly. Some resentment flashed in her eyes, but she didn't dare to show it. Instead, she went up to help them pack their backpacks with a smile on her face. Wang Zai took out 3 bags of potato chips, tore them open, and grabbed a handful for the 2 little guys. Shuer and Jinzi immediately ate happily, grabbed a small handful for Gao Yanan, and then grabbed a small handful for themselves, and gave the rest to Zhou Yi and Jiang Panpan. Gao Yanan looked at the 2 children with some jealousy. They did nothing. But why did they get so much food? She had medical skills, but they only gave her so little. Just when Gao Yanan felt unbalanced, Wang Zai said to her, "Meet Lin Tian. You will join us in the future." Gao Yanan, who was holding her breath, heard that there was a newcomer and immediately said in a lost voice, "What? You actually allowed a man to join us? So we have one more mouth to feed. But this man can help us find food. But you can't." Wang Zai glanced at Gao Yanan coldly, and then stopped talking. Gao Yanan knew that she had said something wrong, so she could only lower her head and start to finish the small handful of potato chips. But the resentment in her eyes became more and more intense, as if she wanted to choose someone to bite. "Hi, everyone." Lin Tian greeted Gao Yanan and the 2 little guys. Shuer and Jinzi were eating potato chips happily, and they just looked up when they heard the voice. Gao Yanan also lowered his head, in order to prevent his resentful eyes from being seen by others. He could only nod his head in a low-key manner to express his greetings. Lin Tian didn't feel embarrassed. He was like a chatterbox and could talk to anyone. He chatted with Wang Zai, Zhou Yi, Gao Yanan, and even the 2 little ones from time to time. Only Jiang Panpan ignored him from beginning to end. Wang Zai looked at Lin Tian and said with a smile, "How long have you not chatted with others? You always talk to others." Lin Tian pretended to be humorous and said, "I haven't talked much since I was born, so I can't help but talk a lot when I see a few beauties. Forgive me." Zhou smiled with her eyes wide open, slippery tongue. The two children started to quarrel with Lin Tian. Gao Yanan even started to talk to Lin Tian. But Jiang Panpan still had a cold face, and didn't say anything. Lin Tian asked Wang Zai carefully, "What's the name of the girl with the sword? Why hasn't she spoken yet?" Wang Zai looked at Lin Tian with a sinister smile, and said, "Then go up and tease her. Maybe she will speak if you make her happy." Zhou also came forward and said, "I bet 50 cents that you can never make him speak." Lin Tian touched his collar full of stains. "Just wait and give me 50 cents. As a result, before Lin Tian approached Jiang Panpan, Jiang Panpan had already drawn a knife and pointed it at Lin Tian, who was about to approach, and said coldly, "I'm not that boring. And I hope you won't be so boring." Lin Tian touched his nose and sweated coldly. "Just kidding. Just kidding. Don't take it so seriously." When Lin Tian returned to the two girls laughed so hard that they fell backwards. Obviously, Lin Tian knew that he was fooled. But he still said glibly, "She started talking. What about the 50 cents we promised?" Lin Tian didn't see that Jiang Panpan's face had turned black in front of him. The zombies in the town were still roaring, and the screams of the survivors were heard from time to time. These screams and roars gradually became the main theme of this world. In an ordinary two-story building in the town, warm laughter was heard from time to time, adding a little bit of new green to the desolate doomsday. Jean Bebe poked her head out of the bathroom and looked at Lin Hao, hesitant to speak. Lin Hao's hearing was so sensitive that he asked without turning his head, "What's wrong? You look so bitter." Hearing Lin Hao's question, Jean Bebe felt more embarrassed, but still said, "The ones you brought me are a little small." "That's impossible. You are obviously around C size." "I brought you C size. How could they be small?" Lin Hao turned around and said in surprise. Jean Bebe's face flushed instantly, but she still said carefully, "It's my fault for not telling you. I'm actually D." After that, Jean Bebe closed the door heavily. Chapter 82. At dawn the next day, Wang Zai woke everyone up and started to move. A few people quietly came down from the second floor. Lin Tian, who had just arrived, was a little sleepy because he was not used to it, or for some other reason. It was obvious that he did not sleep well yesterday. "What's wrong? Did you not sleep well yesterday?" Zhou asked enthusiastically. Lin Tian said helplessly, "Miss Jiang sharpened the knife all night yesterday. I really couldn't fall asleep. But you all snored. How did you do it? Can you teach me?" Zhou was a little speechless, and could only say, "It's okay to adapt. It's just sharpening the knife. What's the problem with not being able to sleep?" Such a profound sentence. Lin Tian felt a little confused. "I'm afraid that she will cut me with a knife after I fall asleep." Zhou burst into laughter. "You will understand after you spend more time with Pan Pan. I may hurt you. Zai may hurt you. And even the two children may hurt you. But she will not hurt you." Speaking, Zhou walked past Lin Tian and walked to Wang Zai's side. Lin Tian chewed over Zhou's words and cast his eyes towards Jiang Panpan, who was on alert in front of him. Wang Zai suddenly shouted to Lin Tian, "Lin Tian, come here. This is the car. See what the problem is, and why the car can't start." Lin Tian was naturally proud. He didn't expect to be reused not long after joining the team. Sure enough, a technology is so important. But when Lin Tian saw the car, his eyes immediately bulged like eggs, and he said speechlessly, "Are you sure this car just can't move?" Wang Zai nodded. "Don't underestimate this car. The glass is bulletproof glass. And this is a military vehicle. It is very strong. The bulletproof glass is broken like this. The car body is strong. Tell me how the roof is dented." Lin Tian asked speechlessly. "Don't worry about these details. Anyway, we have identified this car. See if it can be moved and whether there is any hope of saving it." Wang Zai said. "From the outside? It doesn't need to be saved. Why don't you change a car? There are so many cars around. I can help you get one," Lin Tian said. "But this car has enough horsepower. And it has a lot of space inside." Wang Zai then refuted and insisted on his opinion. "But why do I feel that car has more horsepower and is more solid?" Lin Tian pointed to a heavy truck and said. Wang Zai turned his head silently, looked at the heavy truck whose tires were taller than his own, and said in a dull tone, "None of us can drive it." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zai was shocked to see Lin Tian giggling and pulling out 3 certificates from his backpack, and said coquettishly, "I was so bored that I took the C. B&A licenses. Except for tanks. There is nothing I can't drive on land. Seeing the shocked eyes of Wang Zai and others. Even Jiang Panpan looked over here. Lin Tian felt that he was much more noble. Joey said helplessly, Lin Tian, you are the most weird person I know. I really want to know what use you have these driver's licenses for in the doomsday. Lin Tian finished his work instantly, and said with a mean smile, show off. After all, there are only a few people in this world who have all 3 certificates. Puff. No one laughed. But a zombie staggered and saw the group of people. So he rushed towards them instantly. But before he got close to them, Jiang Panpan chopped off his head. Jiang Panpan looked at his knife, and was very satisfied with his results yesterday. Seeing Jiang Panpan's cold eyes, Lin Tianjue thought it would be better to be pragmatic. So he said to the others, this car can't be used no matter whether it can be used or not. Judging from the deformation of the hood, the engine may have been worn out. The potential risk is too great. But the heavy truck is different. That car is obviously new, and has not been used for a long time. Moreover, the driver's seat has a lot of space. Even if all of us squeeze in, it doesn't matter. Even if the driver's seat is not big enough, there is definitely enough space for loading cargo in the back. Seeing that Lin Tian was so impressed with the heavy truck, and that the truck didn't look like it could be used, Wang Zai, who knew nothing about cars except driving, could only nod and say, okay, how long can you get the truck moving? Lin Tian took out a key and said confidently, 10 seconds. So, 10 seconds later, the heavy truck really started, and everyone hurriedly climbed into the cab. Jiang Panpan first carried Shuer and Jinzi up, then chopped a few zombies who heard the noise, and finally climbed into the cab. Although there are only 4 seats in the cab, the space is really large. 2 people can sit in one seat without any problem. Besides, it is the end of the world now. Who cares if the cab is overloaded? Wang Zai looked at the bunch of keys inserted in the car with some curiosity in the co-pilot seat. Lin Tian took the initiative to explain, before learning to repair cars, I was a locksmith. But because locksmithing doesn't make money, I learned to repair cars. Wang Zai didn't know what to say about this. Fortunately, he agreed to this man's joining yesterday. Otherwise, it would not be so convenient today. Soon, the sound of the heavy truck slowly starting attracted zombies from the whole town. The zombies gathered around the heavy truck like flies smelling fishy smell. The women in the car, including Jiang Panpan, became a little impatient when they saw the scene. But Lin Hao was not anxious at all. He just faced the anxious women with a confident smile. The heavy truck gradually accelerated, and the zombies surrounding the car were rolled under the tires of the heavy truck without any effect, crushed into mud, and dissipated in this world. When the heavy truck was speeding up and there were no zombies around, the women in the car breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Tian asked curiously, where is our destination? Wang Zai said, City B. There is a survivor base in City B. We are going there. How do you know there is a survivor base in City B? Lin Tian asked. Although the network system is paralyzed, some relatively simple wireless signals have been successfully restored. As long as you have a radio that can be turned on, you can get the news. Wang Zai was speechless. She couldn't imagine that the seemingly omnipotent electrician had never touched a radio. Really? Then let's go to City B. Lin Tian smiled. Lin Tian smiled happily. His smile seemed to have magic, which made the people in the car put down all the burdens in their hearts and be happy with him. Lin Tian. No one said you are handsome? Wang Zai suddenly asked. Lin Tian stared at the windshield and asked vaguely, you are trying to pick me up. Just drive your car. Wang Zai's eyes widened and he ignored him. Lin Tian sighed and said, before the end of the world, no beautiful girl like you would pay attention to me, because I am just a mechanic. Although the salary is not low, it is not high either. I am dirty all over and go to the car repair shop every day. Would you pay attention to such a person? Wang Zai smiled and said, that's because you haven't met me before. Lin Tian glanced at her, and Wang Zai also glanced at him. The two stopped talking, and an inexplicable emotion began to grow between them. Chapter 83. After taking a shower, Jean Bebe returned to her room in her clothes and ignored Lin Hao. So, when Jean Bebe appeared in front of Lin Hao the next day, Lin Hao almost had a nosebleed. Jean Bebe, who had just woken up, didn't notice the problem with her clothes at all. She just saw that Lin Hao's expression was a little strange and asked, what's wrong? Lin Hao shook his head and said nothing. Where's the paying? Jean Bebe asked again. He went out to find food, Lin Hao said. Finally, Jean Bebe sat with Lin Hao at ease, facing the sun outside the window. Squinting happily, Jean Bebe still walked a little uncoordinated, but she could run and jump now. She also insisted on doing recovery training, so she recovered quickly. I believe it won't be long before they can leave City A to find their companions. Jean Bebe didn't know when was the last time she squinted her eyes so happily in the sun. In short, she hadn't been so relaxed since the apocalypse. Since she was with this zombie, it seemed that everything had changed. She turned into a little girl again, and she didn't have to lead a group of survivors. She relaxed again, without having to bear the pressure of a group of people. This was good. Jean Bebe liked it very much. She looked at Lin Hao, who was curled up on the sofa with his eyes closed. Lin Hao, Jean Bebe called. Hey. Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Thank you. Jean Bebe said seriously. Nothing. Lin Hao knew what she was thanking him for. It was nothing more than him carrying a bucket of bath water for her, or finding so many clothes for her, and those canned foods that would be enough for her to eat until next year. Lin Hao knew that she didn't like canned food, and she had said so in the cold storage. So he deliberately found her so many canned foods. But not beef, but fruits and vegetables. I want to go out for a walk, Jean Bebe said. Can you please not make such a troublesome request? If you go out for a walk, I will have to protect you the whole time. It's very troublesome. Just walk around the room. Lin Hao was afraid of trouble. There is no fresh air in the room, Jean Bebe said. There is fresh air if you open the window, Lin Hao said. But the room is very depressing, Jean Bebe said. The rooftop is not depressing, and you can see the whole city. Go ahead. Don't disturb me while I'm daydreaming. I don't know when. Lin Hao likes to be in a daze, thinking about nothing, doing nothing. This feeling is really good. Then I go down by myself. Jean Bebe seemed to be angry, and was about to leave the room. Lin Hao said helplessly, if you want to go out, at least wear a coat. I remember the coat I found for you is quite big. Jean Bebe didn't understand, and looked at Lin Hao with some doubts. Lin Hao looked at Jean Bebe's figure lingeringly, and if Jean Bebe reacted, she might not be able to see it. So Lin Hao was watching every second. Finally, Jean Bebe reacted, turned around shyly, picked up the pillow and threw it at Lin Hao, and ran back to the room. Lin Hao laughed evilly. A few minutes later, Jean Bebe came out wearing a loose coat. Her face was still a little flushed, but she looked straight at Lin Hao without a trace of concession. She hoped that Lin Hao could read her anger, and her little daughter's thoughts from her eyes. But Lin Hao didn't even look at her, and said, let's go. I want to go out for a walk too. Jean Bebe looked at Lin Hao's back as he left, and stomped her feet in anger, not knowing whether she was angry at Lin Hao's lack of understanding or his indifference. But no matter whether she was angry or not, Jean Bebe still followed Lin Hao down the stairs. In the process of going downstairs, Jean Bebe seemed to be struggling, because her body coordination was not good enough, and she almost lost balance and fell down many times. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao suddenly felt troubled, but he still squatted in front of Jean Bebe. Come up. It's the 50th floor. How long will it take to get down at your speed? Jean Bebe said a little embarrassedly. Thank you. What's there to thank you for? It's not the first time. Lin Hao meant that it was not the first time for physical intimacy. But Jean Bebe misunderstood. This is really the first time I've been carried and hugged by someone. Jean Bebe didn't know why she said this. The moment she said this, she felt embarrassed and didn't dare to look at Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked calm, carried Jean Bebe on his back, and started to go downstairs, and found a step for Jean Bebe to go down. I don't believe that your father didn't carry you or hug you when you were a child. Jean Bebe stopped talking, and just looked at Lin Hao silently. Lin Hao was thinking about how Shuer was doing, whether the little girl was doing well, whether she was bullied by those women, and whether she had not encountered any danger. What should she do if she encountered danger? Therefore, Lin Hao became more and more impatient, and was not as attentive to Jean Bebe as at the beginning. He even showed an irritable mood, because he could not go to Shuer as long as the woman was not well. After all, he could not take care of her 100% when he was on the road with a wounded person. As for abandoning, Lin Hao said that it was impossible for him to abandon such a beautiful girl, especially since she had feelings for him. So Lin Hao began to daydream. Whenever he was in a daze, time would pass quickly. As time passed, Jean Bei's health would get better day by day. The moment he got better, it was the time for him to set out to look for Shuer. Coming to the first floor, Bai Bofin sat on the steps, somewhat bored, and drove away the flies flying around his head. Since Lin Hao said that Jean Bei would become one of them, Bai Bofin was confused. But whatever Lin Hao said was right. So he accepted Jean Bei. After getting along with Bai Bofin, Jean Bei found that Bai Bofin was not as scary as he imagined. So he often touched Bai Bofin's belly like a kitten or a puppy, and gave him a nickname, Big Fatty. Every time at this time, Bai Bofin would grin and smile. But no one knew what Bai Bofin was thinking at the moment. Bai Bofin doesn't like to stay on the 50th floor because there is nothing there. Bai Bofin prefers to stay on the first floor. Bai Bofin is a level 2 zombie. The ordinary zombies around him dare not approach here after feeling the pressure. Level 2 zombies are rare. Not to mention level 3 zombies like Lin Hao. Although he was lucky enough to meet one yesterday, Lin Hao felt that the other party would not find this place. So Lin Hao was very relieved about Bai Bofin's safety. Let's just walk around. After all, the surroundings are not safe. I'm not sure if there are zombies stronger than me around. If such a zombie really appears, I will leave you there without hesitation and run away by myself. Lin Hao threatened. Jean Bei naturally knew that Lin Hao could not run away by himself. This sentence was just a warning to himself not to run around. So Jean Bei said weakly. Chapter 84. Jean Bei walked in front. Lin Hao followed behind, watching Jean Bei limping. Lin Hao suddenly felt sad. Lin Hao felt that his art was a disease and needed to be cured. If seeing someone limping makes you sad, then if you walk around the intensive care unit, will you have heart failure on the spot? Shaking his head to get rid of these unrealistic imaginations, he concentrated more on radiating his pressure, so that other zombies around him would not dare to approach, and at the same time released his mental power, so that if there is any accident, Lin Hao can find it in the first time. The two of them walked quietly without saying anything. Jean Bei walked seriously. Only by walking more can her body get better faster. Lin Hao walked simply because he was bored. It was boring to stay in the room, and it was equally boring to walk with her outside. Both were boring. So why not come down and walk with her? Just as Lin Hao was imagining all kinds of things in his mind, suddenly, the edge of his mental power sensed a flash of black shadow. Lin Hao curiously looked into a shadowed alley, but there was nothing there. Lin Hao was a little suspicious, and at the same time, his attention began to focus on the range of the mental image. A few minutes later, another black shadow flashed by at a street corner. This time, Lin Hao saw it clearly. Lin Hao hurriedly pulled Jean Bei. Jean Bei was walking seriously, hoping to correct her posture. If she didn't correct this posture and let herself get used to it, it might cause a disaster in future battles. Suddenly, Jean Bei was pulled by Lin Hao. She looked back with some doubts, and saw Lin Hao's solemn face. Jean Bei asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. But I think you've had enough of running around. Let's go back." Lin Hao's face was very grim. Jean Bei was frightened by Lin Hao's grim expression. So she nodded, "Okay. Let's go back." So, the three of them began to return to the hotel. Just as Lin Hao and the other two turned around, a figure stood behind Lin Hao, only 1 meter away from Lin Hao. Lin Hao felt that his scalp was exploding. The other party was so fast that he was close to him the moment he turned around. If it weren't for his mental power, this amazing skill, he would be in danger. Thinking of this, Lin Hao became even more angry. This zombie actually came to his door, so he must die. Lin Hao would not allow a zombie that appeared behind him anytime and anywhere to live in this world. Yes, this zombie was the guy who escaped from the bottled water store. So, Lin Hao turned back instantly, and in the blink of an eye, the knife was in his hand. The Jean family's tyrant knife swept away with a domineering momentum. In such a moment, Lin Hao was full of the majesty of the king. It seemed that he had really become the zombie king who ruled the zombie world. But just when the knife was about to touch the zombie neck, the same scene as last time appeared, and the zombie disappeared out of thin air. Jean Bei and Bai Bofin saw Lin Hao suddenly turn back and chopped with a knife, and they turned back in surprise. But they didn't see anything. Lin Hao just chopped the air with a knife. Jean Bei said speechlessly, "What's wrong? What's wrong with you?" This sentence didn't sound like a blame. but more like a joke. But Lin Hao didn't joke with her. He stared at a figure 5 meters away, and began to exert force with his legs. And the speed bonus skill was also turned on. At this moment, Lin Hao was like a cheetah with its body tensed. The zombie 5 meters away was his prey. Even if the opponent blinked, it could become a loophole for Lin Hao's attack. Following Lin Hao's gaze, Jin Beibei and Bai Bofen finally saw the enemy. Bai Bofen immediately roared. But it was a pity that he didn't bring his heavy weapons. Otherwise, no matter how fast the opponent was, he would have been dealt with a round of bullets. The zombie 5 meters away stretched out his hand and blinked at the same time. At this moment, Lin Hao rushed over. With an incredible speed, even faster than some speed-type zombies. Li Yang just blinked, and Lin Hao approached him and swung his knife. Li Yang was frightened and opened his mouth. Wait. Then, Li Yang raised his hands. Lin Hao didn't chop down with his knife, mainly because the other party's words were not standard. Even more unstandard than the first time he spoke. But Lin Hao stopped. At this moment, Lin Hao realized that the other party had no weapons in his hands. No murderous intent in his eyes. Everything was so fresh and natural. Just like a boy next door walking across the street, greeting you affectionately. Zombies have sharp senses. And Bai Bofen seemed to sense that Li Yang had no hostility. So he stopped his useless roar. Who are you? Lin Hao held back for a long time, and finally managed to say something. But the important thing was that Lin Hao didn't know what to say to the other party. A third-level zombie spoke Mandarin very poorly. Looking at the other party's pure eyes, it was obvious that he was still in a state of mental retardation, which was similar to Bai Bofen's. Because of this, Lin Hao didn't know what to say to the other party. If he said something advanced, he was afraid that the other party wouldn't understand. And if he said something low-level, he was afraid that he wouldn't understand. I am Li Yang. I am Li Yang. He repeated the same sentence twice, quite fluently, like a foreigner who has just learned Chinese. Why are you following me? Revenge? Or because of her? He pointed at Jin Beibei. Revenge? Obviously. Lin Hao guessed right. This kind of zombie can't understand such profound words. But when Li Yang's eyes were on Jin Beibei, his eyes suddenly changed. That kind of eyes, how to say it? It's not the eyes that Bai Bofen looks at food. But Lin Hao can't understand this kind of eyes. But he feels familiar. It was clearly filled with desire. But it didn't seem like appetite. When Li Yang uttered the next word, Lin Hao finally understood what he meant by his eyes. And at the same time figured out where this sense of familiarity came from. Beauty. That's right. Li Yang was talking about beauty. The desire in his eyes was not appetite. And the reason why this look seemed familiar was that Lin Hao had also used this look to look at Jin Beibei. Li Yang suddenly felt that there was something extra on his neck. And when he turned his eyes, he saw Lin Hao with a grim look. Lin Hao approached Li Yang and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "She is mine. If you understand, nod your head. If you don't understand, shake your head." Lin Hao decided that if this guy dared to shake his head, he would chop him off. Anyway, Bai Bofen needed the crystal core. And so did he. Even if this zombie had no hostility towards him, Lin Hao did not recommend killing a zombie who had thoughts about his woman. Li Yang saw the murderous aura in Lin Hao's eyes, and nodded hurriedly. I understand. I understand everything. The beauty is yours. I don't want it. Lin Hao let go of the knife. Right? Although we are zombies, we are all intelligent. Why fight and kill if we can solve it peacefully? Tell me, what is your purpose in following us? Lin Hao asked cautiously. Chapter 85. I. Li Yang hesitated for a long time, and finally pointed at Lin Hao's left wrist. That bright one. I want it, Li Yang said. Lin Hao raised his wrist, looked at the diamond watch on his wrist, and asked in confusion, Watch? Li Yang nodded. You followed me just for this? Lin Hao asked again in disbelief. Li Yang nodded seriously. Confused? Lin Hao was really confused. This guy followed him just for the watch in his hand. A zombie actually likes watches. Who would believe it if he told others? But Lin Hao believed it. Because among the zombies at this stage, Lin Hao felt that except for himself, other zombies should not lie. Why? Lin Hao asked a question he wanted to know. Because I like it, Li Yang said. Very good. Very strong reason. And very justified. Because I like it. So I want it. So I ask others for it. What a fierce logic. If it was before the end of the world. If the other party was not a zombie. Lin Hao felt that he would beat the other party to death. Why should I give it to you? Even after the apocalypse. Lin Hao would not give away what he liked to others casually. Obviously. This sentence, why should I give it to you, made Li Yang, a zombie with a low IQ, a little confused. But he felt it was powerful. Don't follow me, or I will really chop you, Lin Hao said seriously. It's not that Lin Hao doesn't want to fight with this guy. If Jean Bebe is not here, if it's just him and Bai Bofen, Lin Hao feels that no matter whether the other party has malicious intentions or not, Lin Hao will chop him with a knife. After all, the other party's crystal core is an absolutely precious material for zombies. And it is a precious material that can make them stronger. But it is not an exaggeration to say that the opponent's skills come and go without a trace. Before Lin Hao knew the opponent's details, Lin Hao did not dare to take risks. If he angered this guy, although he could not beat Lin Hao, he might not be able to break Bai Bofen's defense. But Jean Bebe was just an ordinary person now, without any means of self-protection. If he set his target on Jean Bebe would definitely be in danger. So in the end, Lin Hao chose to keep quiet. Lin Hao turned around very casually. This was a test to see if the opponent would attack him. The result was gratifying. The opponent did not attack himself or Jean Bebe. He just stood there thinking about something. Perhaps thinking about Lin Hao's words, why should I give it to you? That zombie can actually talk? Jean Bebe was a little surprised. Lin Hao naturally held Jean Bebe's hand and protected her by his side, while keeping his mental power on the zombie. There are many things you don't know. Don't think that only you humans are evolving. Zombies are also evolving. Those who have evolved to my level can speak. The one just now was one of them. Unfortunately, his IQ is a bit low. Lin Hao laughed. Jean Bebe couldn't help but look back at Li Yang and asked curiously, why is he standing there? Lin Hao said with a smile, maybe he is thinking about life. The two held hands, chatted, and walked back naturally. After Li Yang's intrusion, Jean Bebe finally became much quieter these days. She did not propose to go for a walk. And Lin Hao was also happy to be free. A week later, Jean Bebe recovered quickly. Not only could she run and jump, but her body coordination was almost good. She took the knife from Lin Hao's hand and could even dance with the Jean family's tyrant knife. Suddenly, a roar attracted the attention of Lin Hao on the 50th floor. Jean Bebe's hearing was not so sensitive, so he did not hear it. But Lin Hao heard it. It was Bai Bofen's voice. Stay in the room. I go down and take a look, Lin Hao said to Jean Bebe. Jean Bebe asked in confusion, what happened? Bai Bofen just yelled. Something might have happened on the first floor. I go down and take a look. You must not go down, Lin Hao instructed. Jean Bebe nodded. For Lin Hao, going downstairs is a very easy thing. He can jump directly from the first step to the last step, and then go back and forth. Jumping from the 50th floor to the first floor is just a matter of 100 jumps. When Lin Hao came to the first floor, he finally understood why Bai Bofen was shouting. At the door, a figure stood quietly, and there was another figure on the back of the figure, motionless, and seemed to be dead. When he got closer, Lin Hao found that the standing figure was actually Li Yang. What are you doing here again? Lin Hao couldn't help asking. Li Yang put the person down from his shoulder. It was a middle-aged man with a big belly and a wound on his neck. It was obviously a bite caused by heavy blood loss and death. Li Yang pointed at the corpse and said to Lin Hao, this is for you. You said give me this fat man? Lin Hao said. Li Yang nodded, and then said, give me the bright one. Lin Hao turned and left. A boring deal. Just when Lin Hao turned around, Li Yang suddenly appeared in front of him, with a persistent expression on his face, saying, give me the bright one. I give it to your mother. Lin Hao drew out the knife after saying that. Damn. If I don't kill you here today, you don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. As Lin Hao used the Jean family tyrant blade, invisible strong wind spread throughout the first floor, with great power. But then, Lin Hao helplessly stopped the action in his hand. Every time he saw that the knife in his hand was about to chop the despicable zombie, the zombie disappeared in front of Lin Hao and merged into the surrounding environment. Lin Hao naturally released his mental power. But even if Li Yang appeared in the mental image, it was still useless to Lin Hao. because Li Yong did not attack Lin Hao, but just hid. If Li Yong attacked Lin Hao, he would have to get close to Lin Hao. If he got close to Lin Hao would be sure to chop him with a knife. But facing a guy who only knew how to hide, even if he turned his mental power into a flying knife and stabbed him, the opponent would wake up at the critical moment and then dodge Lin Hao's attack again. Lin Hao gave up. Forget it. It's just a watch. I don't want that pile of corpses. It's just a watch. Isn't it? Take it. Take it. Go play wherever you want. Don't let me see you again. Damn it. Lin Hao threw the watch out angrily. Li Yong jumped over happily like a dog seeing shit. Lin Hao was really helpless. A zombie actually liked such a flashy thing. But when he thought that there were many collectors among humans, Li Yang's behavior didn't seem strange. After all, he had intelligence. So it wasn't surprising that he had more quirks. Looking back, something even more helpless happened. I don't know when. The fat guy by Bofen has been eating on the corpse. He was eating so deliciously that people who didn't understand would think that he hadn't eaten for hundreds of years. In fact, it was only a week. Li Yong played with the watch and couldn't let it go. Lin Hao yelled at him, "The watch is given to you. Don't be an eyesore here. Get out of here." Lin Hao was afraid that this guy would go upstairs and threaten Jean Bebe. So he hurriedly drove him away. Li Yong suddenly curled his lips, glanced at Lin Hao, and walked away leisurely. Zombies are also people. They put on a good face before asking for help, but immediately turn their faces and refuse to recognize people after getting the things. Forget it. I am a mature and handsome man. I shouldn't get angry for a mentally retarded zombie. I shouldn't. Chapter 86. What happened down there? Jean Bebe asked in confusion when she saw Lin Hao coming up with a dark face. Nothing. Just a mentally retarded person causing trouble, Lin Hao said with a fierce face. Jean Bebe was stunned. Although Lin Hao did not tell her the details of the incident, she did not want to know. Now she just wanted to get well quickly, and then go find her senior sister and the others. On the 30th floor underground of Lingfeng building, Yu and and a group of people in white coats silently looked at the mess. Doctor, don't say anything. Let's see which machines are damaged and which ones are still usable, Yu said with a dark face and gritted teeth. Half an hour later, his subordinates finally gave him good news. Doctor, most of the machines are basically fine, and most of the damaged ones are some buildings. If the buildings are gone, they can be rebuilt. If these machines are gone, there will be nothing left. Where is Kay? Yu asked. A staff member hurriedly pulled a stretcher. Kay, whose neck was cut open by Lin Hao, was lying on the stretcher at this moment, looking at Yu with his eyes open. Yu approached Kay and asked, "Do you hate him?" "Hate him?" Kay answered very forcefully. "I don't know what the consequences of mutants turning into cyborgs will be. The biggest consequence is that you might die," Yu said. "Even if I die, I will kill that zombie and avenge Falcon and Team F." Kay gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, you should hate him. He alone destroyed your entire team. In short, I will try my best to follow your suggestion. I haven't done any experiments on mutants turning into cyborgs yet. I hope there will be a successful case." After Yu finished speaking, he waved his hand, and his men pulled Kay away. "Zombie, no matter where you are, I will find you. We have a grudge." Yu raised his head and muttered to a certain place. At this moment, Lin Hao was lying on the sofa, watching Jean Bebe practice swordsmanship, and suddenly sneezed. "Cold?" Jean Bebe asked worriedly. "Have you seen a zombie catch a cold?" Yawn. Lin Hao couldn't help but sneeze again. "It looks like he has a cold," Jean Bebe said and went back to the room. "What are you doing?" Lin Hao asked. "Looking for cold medicine in the room." Jean Bebe said it very confidently. "Very good." A zombie sneezed and said he had a cold. "Have you ever seen a zombie with a cold?" Lin Hao quietly left the room. He was going to go downstairs to play with Bai Bofen. When Lin Hao went downstairs and saw Li Yong again, he was immediately furious. This guy was relying on him. "I told you to leave. Why are you still here?" Lin Hao yelled at Li Yong. Li Yong looked at Lin Hao in silence, then squatted on the street and looked at the gold watch in his hand with an obsessed look. Lin Hao was thinking whether he should go up and take down the Gatling gun to shoot this guy. It was convenient and simple, and he was not afraid that he would escape, no matter how fast he was. How fast could he be? As fast as a bullet? Bai Bofin pulled a greasy arm to Lin Hao. And Lin Hao kicked it away again. Seeing Bai Bofin's resentful eyes, Lin Hao turned cold. The three zombies quarreled harmoniously and peacefully. This quarrel was reflected in Lin Hao. Because Bai Bofin and Li Yang usually didn't talk. And only Lin Hao kept chattering. Lin Hao didn't realize that at this moment, a small group of 10 people was slowly approaching here. And this small group of 10 people had obviously discovered Lin Hao. This small group of 10 people was the deserters who fled from Lingfeng building. After these people followed Yi Wentian out, they hid in an emergency base near Lingfeng building. They stayed in the emergency base for more than 10 days. Fortunately, there was water and food in it. Finally, the leader of this team received Yi Wentian's order to find Lin Hao's traces. If they found any traces, they could kill him directly without reporting. If they succeeded, they would be rewarded with 1 month's food resources. Therefore, the team started to wander around the entire city of A. They were lucky. They found Lin Hao's trace not long after they came out. The leader of the 10-man team said to everyone, "The enemy is smarter than ordinary people. All of you switch to long-range sniper rifles and try to kill them with 1 shot." So, the 10 people switched to sniper rifles, and everyone aimed at Lin Hao, who was cursing at Li Yang at the moment. When the 10 sniper rifles were aimed at Lin Hao suddenly stopped talking. At this moment, Lin Hao felt a very dangerous aura, which locked onto him. Maybe in the next second, it would firmly strangle his neck and make him breathless. It happened so fast that when Lin Hao felt this energy, he rolled to the side of the flower bed. 7 or 8 bullet holes appeared where Lin Hao's front foot had just moved and his back foot had just stood. Lin Hao looked at the 7 or 8 bullet holes, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Suddenly, Li Yang appeared beside Lin Hao without anyone noticing. Lin Hao glanced at him and signaled him not to move rashly. Li Yang did not move rashly, but just squatted quietly beside Lin Hao. Bai Bofin was a bit too big to squat, so he had to lie on the ground directly. The captain of the 10-man team saw the 3 zombies disappear in an instant, and couldn't help cursing. "Who told you to shoot? Didn't you say you would wait for my order?" The rest of the people listened to the captain's curse, and no one said a word. The captain sighed and said, "Find your own base, and then you can shoot freely." As soon as the order was issued, these people seemed to have trained countless times, and they instantly found their own bases 200 meters away from Lin Hao, and stood there very patiently, aiming at the place where Lin Hao was hiding. Lin Hao felt that he was screwed. He used his mental power to the fullest. He could not see anyone within a radius of 30 meters. Moreover, looking at the bullet holes where he had just stood, although Lin Hao did not know much about firearms, he was often shot by bullets. This gave him experience. He knew that the other party was using a sniper rifle when he saw the bullet holes. There was no need to think about it. The sniper must be hiding 100 meters away. Moreover, the other party had learned to be smart. There was obviously more than one sniper. As long as he showed his head, he believed that his head would immediately have a few more holes. What to do now? Lin Hao's mind was storming, looking for the answer to this matter. He wanted to ask Gooden to detect the other party's existence, but Gooden said that the other party was not within the range. Gooden's detection range was much larger than his mental power range. It seemed that the other party was very far away from him. Because they were far away, Lin Hao had no way to deal with them. From the formation of the other party, it must be the people from Lingfeng building. Only those people knew his weaknesses. Lin Hao was a little worried about Jean Bebe. If he really died, what would Jean Bebe do? Just when Lin Hao was in a dilemma, Li Yang suddenly said beside him, I can help you." "Really?" Lin Hao looked at him in surprise. "But you have to give me something bright," Li Yang said. "Deal?" Lin Hao thought of Li Yang's elusive skills. "Maybe. This guy can really help me." Chapter 87. Li Yang disappeared beside Lin Hao the moment Lin Hao said the deal was done. Lin Hao looked around him suspiciously. Li Yang disappeared too decisively. If Lin Hao hadn't talked to him, he would have thought that Li Yang's appearance here was an illusion. In less than a minute, a barely detectable scream came to Lin Hao's sensitive ears. Lin Hao curled his lips into a smile. It seemed that the guy succeeded. Lu Chong was the captain of this 10-man team. After Lin Hao destroyed Lingfeng building, Lu Chong had met Lin Hao once. Of course, Lu Chong was also the first to discover the first group of people who escaped from Shibuya. So he lived and the other team members died. When Lu Chong received the task of sniping Lin Hao again, he was unwilling. But Yue Tian learned that he was the first to escape, so he was very dissatisfied with him. Lu Chang was just an ordinary person. And in the doomsday, ordinary people who left the organization had to survive in the cracks of places where zombies were everywhere. In order to live safely, Lu Chang planned to take a risk. As long as this mission was successful, Yue Tian would not pursue his action of escaping first, and he would also give him a month's worth of supplies. 1 month's supplies are enough for the 10-man team to live a stable life for more than half a year if they are used sparingly. This is why Lu Chang was willing to take a risk. But Lu Chang didn't expect his luck to be so good. He found Lin Hao not long after leaving the base. For the sake of safety, they did not approach him, and were ready to kill Lin Hao with a sniper rifle. But what they didn't expect was that Lin Hao was so sensitive to danger that he could avoid sniper rifles. Seeing this scene, Lu Chang was a little scared. But the opportunity was right in front of him, and he was unwilling to give up. As long as this vote is successful, he can stay in Lingfeng building for more than half a year without having to risk his life to go out on a mission. This is a great temptation. So he issued a free shooting order. No matter who accidentally kills Lin Hao, the mission of their entire team will be completed. Lu Chang's order is correct. Even brilliant. Because Lin Hao really has no way to deal with this order. The premise is that Li Yang is not there. Lu Chang never thought that there is such a devil in this world. When the first scream came from the intercom, Lu Chang's heart trembled. He thought Lin Hao rushed over. But his scope was always fixed on the place where Lin Hao was hiding. No one rushed out from there. What was the reason for the scream? Uneasy Lu Chang called the screaming team member through the intercom. But there was no movement there. Lu Chang had a bad premonition. Not long after, another scream came. Lu Chang finally lost his temper. He shouted into the intercom with a suppressed voice. What happened? The voice of a team member came from the intercom. And the voice was a little trembling. I don't know. I saw Xiao Zhang's neck was suddenly wiped. And then a figure appeared next to him. But the next second the figure disappeared. Captain. After that, the man didn't say a word. Only the sound of some liquid splashing came from the other end of the intercom. Silence. All the members in the intercom fell silent. And no one said a word. Lu Chang felt sweat on his forehead. He raised his hand slightly. And he didn't know when. The hand holding the gun was numb from the pressure of the gun. The next 10 minutes seemed like a painful torture. Some team members screamed inexplicably, while some did not even scream. Only desperate groans reached Lu Chang's ears through the intercom. Lu Chang counted silently in his heart. The 7th, the 8th, the 9th, all dead? Lu Chang hid in a small shop, and the sniper rifle was quietly placed on the window. Lu Chang thought he was hiding well enough. But for no reason, Lu Chang had a huge sense of crisis in his heart. He turned around suddenly, and saw a zombie with a bloody face standing behind him. Without waiting for Lu Chang to say anything, Li Yang opened his mouth and bit Lu Chang's neck fiercely. Even though Lu Chang's neck was covered with thick combat uniform, Li Yang's teeth still easily broke through the combat uniform and bit Lu Chang's neck deeply. Lu Chang did not scream. He wanted to speak, but the fresh air from outside poured into his mouth through his bitten throat and spit out blood from his mouth. Woo woo. After more than 10 seconds, Lu Chang rolled his eyes. Li Yang looked coldly at the gradually cold corpse and left the place. Li Yang is also a level 3 zombie. The common function of level 3 zombies is that they no longer need to eat. The crystal core power in their bodies is converted into energy to nourish the entire body, which is endless. Therefore, he has no interest in these corpses. Lin Hao was still squatting under the flower bed and counting the ants underground out of boredom. After a while, Li Yang stood in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao asked in surprise, "Is it solved?" Li Yang had some difficulty speaking, so sometimes he would rather nod or shake his head, which was more convenient. So Li Yang nodded. Lin Hao finally relaxed and stood up. Sure enough, there was no dangerous aura locking onto him. Seeing that Bai Bofin was still lying on the ground and unwilling to get up, he stepped forward and kicked him. Bai Bofin got up from the ground after being kicked by Lin Hao, and then continued to bite the middle-aged man with a big belly who was already unrecognizable. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Lin Hao stood up and stretched his waist, and then prepared to go back to his days. As soon as he turned around, Li Yang suddenly grabbed him. Seeing that Li Yang was so close to him, Lin Hao's mind flashed only one thought. Opportunity. If he had a knife in his hand, it would definitely be an opportunity to chop it down like this. But it was a pity that he didn't bring a knife with him. What? Lin Hao asked. You said, the bright, help you, give it to me. After a long pause, Li Yang finally expressed his meaning accurately. Lin Hao scratched his head. He seemed to have said it. But where could he find the bright things at this time? So Lin Hao stepped forward and patted Li Yang on the shoulder. I gave you a watch once. Right? Li Yang didn't know what Lin Hao meant, but nodded. You helped me deal with those people. Right? Lin Hao asked again. Li Yang nodded again. Lin Hao smiled wickedly and fell for it. Then are we friends? Li Yang was stunned for a moment. Friends? Friends? Yes, friends. Just like me and him. Lin Hao pointed it by Bofin. Li Yang thought for several minutes, until Lin Hao was almost impatient. And then he reluctantly nodded. We are friends. Lin Hao patted Li Yang's shoulder excitedly. Right. We are friends. Shouldn't friends love each other? Shouldn't they help each other? The feelings of friends should be pure. Should not be polluted. You helped me, but asked me for compensation. What is this? This is an insult to our feelings. This is hurting our friendship. This is trampling on our pure, at a loss for words. In short, in order to maintain the pure friendship between us, you shouldn't ask me for things. Right? After saying these words, Lin Hao gave Li Yang an admiring look, turned around and left. Before Li Yang could react, Lin Hao had disappeared in front of him. Friends should help each other. Li Yang looked at Bai Bofin, who was eating happily on the ground, and felt that he should tell him where there was something new. Chapter 88. Another strange town. Wang Zai looked at the starry sky and asked Lin Tian with a dark face, how far are we from City B? Lin Tian laughed. We are already in City B. But the survivor base is a little far from us. Actually not far. About 50 miles. Wang Zai looked at the vast mountain road. So you tell me, we have to walk these 50 miles? Now it seems that this is the only way for us. Lin Tian smiled bitterly. Hee. Wang Zai was silent. In fact, according to the speed at which they drove, they should have arrived at the survivor base in City B by now. But a week ago, Lin Tian suddenly had an idea that the mountain road would be closer to the survivor base in City B. So they decided to take the mountain road. Unexpectedly, a few hours later, the heavy truck successfully stopped with a buzzing sound. At that time, Lin Tian's face was bitter, and he said to Wang Zai with a constipated look, no gas. Out of gas. What a simple problem. Just find a gas station to fill up. But before driving, no one thought about the problem of the car's gas level. Their minds were full of images of the survivor's base. What does the base look like? How many people are there? Do those people welcome them? When they heard that there was a mountain road that could get them there faster, they decided to take the mountain road without hesitation. As a result, they drove on the mountain road for several hours, and had already run dozens of miles before they realized that the car was out of gas. Regardless of whether there is a gas station nearby, how should they get such a heavy truck to the gas station? Lin Tian couldn't help complaining, it's not my fault. This kind of truck doesn't have a fuel reminder. How could I know it was out of fuel if it didn't warn me in advance? In short, the few people were mature people. They didn't complain about the world. They just packed up their equipment and prepared to walk. It was surprising that there were few zombies on the mountain road. But it was frustrating that they didn't see a car on the road for a week. After a week of long journey, the few people looked much thinner. Especially the resource replenishment channels on the mountain road were pitifully few. Although they didn't starve to death along the way, they enjoyed the torment of hunger every minute and every second. Jiang Panpan remained silent. At this moment, she held Shui, who had already fallen asleep, in one hand, and Jinzi, who was dozing off, in the other. The two children knew exactly what was going on, so they were very sensible. They didn't cry or make a fuss. They ate when they had food, and endured with the adults when they didn't have food, because of their sensibility. Lin Tian looked at the two children with more joy, seeing Jinzi dozing off from time to time. Lin Tian kindly asked, Jinzi, do you want your brother to hold you? No need. Uncle, Jinzi won't cause any trouble for you. Jinzi can walk by himself. Jinzi said with an expression that he didn't want to cause any trouble for you. I've told you so many times to call me brother. Actually, I'm not that much older than you. Lin Tian said speechlessly. Okay, uncle, Jinzi said in a daze. As they walked, Joey said with some joy. Look. What is that? The already somewhat dull people subconsciously looked up. On the forest path ahead, a small villa appeared in their eyes. In the yard of the villa, a pickup truck was quietly parked there. Several people were already starving. It was hard to find food along the way. The two children were so hungry that they had no strength. Suddenly, they saw a house in front of them. They all perked up and walked towards it. This villa is not big, and it doesn't look as imposing as the houses where rich people live. But this is not the point. The point is that there are traces of people living here. As long as someone has lived here, it proves that there must be food here, and maybe even drinking water. Of course, there is something more important. If there is gasoline in the car, the ascetic life of several people can be over. Be careful. Don't be so excited, Wang Zai said to Zhou Yi and Lin Tian. And the two of them rushed into the yard of the villa without thinking, as if they saw their own mother. It can be seen that the previous owner of the villa was quite petty bourgeoisie. There are all kinds of flowers planted in the yard, although some of them have withered. It can also be seen how prosperous this place was before. Lin Tian, go see if the car can be fixed. It's already late. If it can be fixed, we will leave directly. I believe we can reach the survivor base in a few hours. If it can't be fixed, we can only rest here for one night and leave tomorrow, Wang Zai said to Lin Tian. Anyway, there are only 50 miles left, and it can still be completed in one day. Lin Tian said excitedly, don't worry. As long as this car is fine and there is gasoline, I will find a way to make it move. Lin Tian circled the car, then got into the driver's seat and started the car with his key. Sure enough, when the car started, the entire cab lit up. The car was intact. And what was even more exciting was that the fuel tank was full. The car is fine. We can go in and search for food, refill it, and leave immediately. It won't take long for us to reach the survivor base, Lin Tian said happily. Wang Zai also breathed a sigh of relief. After a week of bad luck, today he was finally a little luckier. Because Zhou Yi was a little uncomfortable today, Wang Zai let Zhou Yi go into the cab to rest and watch the two little guys. And the rest of the people went into the villa to see if there was anything to eat. In order to show his masculinity, Lin Tian deliberately walked in front and knocked on the door of the villa. He waited outside the door for a while, and when he was sure that there was no sound of movement inside, he nodded and took out a bunch of keys. Wang Zai joked, since I have you, I don't have to knock on the door to enter other people's homes anymore. Who made me so outstanding? Lin Tian said narcissistically. This sentence attracted the roll of eyes from Wang Zai and Gao Yanan. But Jiang Panpan looked around with a knife, alert to the danger that might appear at any time. After Lin Tian entered, he first pressed the light switch. As he expected, there was no electricity here, and there was no light in the room. It was pitch black everywhere. Fortunately, they had already adapted to the darkness when they walked on the mountain road, and could barely see the surrounding environment. Wang Zai advised, everyone be careful. Try not to go to places you can't see. Just find enough food for us to have a meal. Don't be greedy. Several people searched the first floor and only got a bottle of ketchup. Wang Zai shook his head and pointed to the second floor and said, it seems that we can only go upstairs to take a look. Entering the second floor, Wang Zai and Gao Yanan entered the rooms on the left, while Jiang Panpan and Lin Tian entered the rooms on the right. Jiang Panpan carefully observed the surroundings. She was not only watching, but also listening. As long as there was a slight movement around her, she would immediately look over. Why do you always act like a cool cat? Sometimes you don't have to be so nervous. Lin Tian followed Jiang Panpan and said humorously. Chapter 89. What do you mean? Jiang Panpan never wants to talk too much. That's a waste of time for her. Cat? Don't you know? Cold, silent, always alert to the surroundings, afraid that those dark dangers will suddenly appear. It's easy to be nervous. As a person, you have to relax yourself appropriately, Lin Tian said. Relax? Jiang Panpan sneered. I want to live, and I can't relax myself to live. Unless it's absolutely safe, I won't relax. Jiang Panpan's voice was very light, but it sounded so firm. 21. Lin Tian laughed. Why can't I understand what you said? Jiang Panpan asked in confusion. You just said 21 words, plus the 11 words in the previous sentence. A total of 32 words. In the past 5 seconds, you said more words than you have in a week. Lin Tian's smile became more and more mean. Boring. Jiang Panpan stopped talking and became alert again, observing the surroundings. The villa was so small. The two looked at several rooms, even the wardrobe, and finally confirmed that it was safe. Jiang Panpan finally relaxed. Look! What is this? Good stuff, Lin Tian said, holding up a bottle of milk. This bottle of milk was 1 liter, and there was a layer of sealing paper after opening the bottle cap, which was obviously not opened. Jiang Panpan also said happily, it's just right for the 2 little guys to drink. They follow us around and don't even have enough food. Their physical development must not keep up. Do you like children very much? Lin Tian asked with some curiosity. Lin Tian discovered from the beginning that Shuer and Jinzi liked to stick to Jiang Panpan the most. Although Jiang Panpan had a cold face all day long, she would soften up when facing the 2 children. Jiang Panpan glanced at Lin Tian lightly and said nothing. Lin Tian said brightly, okay. Leave it for those 2 little brats. Just as the 2 were about to continue searching, a scream suddenly came from the other side. It was Gao Yanen's scream. The 2 of them were so nervous that they rushed to them. When they arrived, they saw Gao Yanen standing aside screaming, motionless, as if she was scared, and Wang Zai was holding a broom to stop the zombies that were rushing towards her. After the 4 of them separated, Wang Zai and Gao Yanen also entered the room on this side. Gao Yanen searched one side, while Wang Zai searched the other side. When Wang Zai finished searching and was looking for Gao Yanen with a half bag of sandwiches, a zombie suddenly jumped out of the room Gao Yanen was searching and rushed towards Wang Zai. Fortunately, Wang Zai reacted quickly and quickly picked up the broom beside him and hit the zombie. But it was obvious that this weapon was useless against the thick-skinned zombies, and the zombies still jumped on Wang Zai. Out of helplessness, Wang Zai could only use the broken wooden handle to pin the zombie mouth, blocking the zombie attack route and holding on. But what made Wang Zai so angry was that Gao Yanen actually screamed on the side and had no intention of coming up to help. If Wang Zai could pull her hand away, she would slap Gao Yanen hard even if she was bitten by the zombie. Fortunately, Gao Yanen's scream attracted Jiang Panpan and Lin Tian. The moment Jiang Panpan saw the zombie, she quickly stabbed the zombie head with a knife. Gradually, the zombie lost its strength and fell to the side. Wang Zai pushed the zombie to the ground disgustingly, then stood up and angrily slapped Gao Yanen hard in the face. Gao Yanen was obviously a little confused by the beating, but she was born timid and didn't dare to say anything. She just covered her face and remained silent. Wang Zai wanted to slap her again, but was stopped by Jiang Panpan, who said coldly, okay. I hope you're okay. Don't say anything. Hurry up and set off. When you get to the survivor's base, draw a clear line with this woman. I don't want to see her again in my life. Wang Zai said angrily. It's hard to imagine that Wang Zai's small body has such great strength. Under the blessing of anger, Gao Yanen's face immediately became red and swollen after the slap. Wang Zai walked out first. He didn't want to look at that woman again. Jiang Panpan and Lin Tian also looked at Gao Yanen. Lin Tian felt helpless and hated her for not fighting. Jiang Panpan was very simple and indifferent. After a cold glance, she immediately turned back and left behind Wang Zai. Seeing that the 3 had left the place, Gao Yanen silently looked at the backs of the 3, and her eyes were finally filled with resentment and hatred. She hated why these people were so heartless, why they always liked to complain about her, why they always targeted her, and why she was tortured by them. Gao Yanen wanted revenge. She really wanted to turn into a zombie and bite them hard. It didn't matter who she bit, but it would be best if she bit everyone. People are like this. Whenever there is a problem, they never look for the answer from themselves. If she could be braver, if she didn't just yell and hold back when things happened, others probably wouldn't be so mean to her. In the doomsday, holding back means death, and no one wants to die. Wang Zai was able to take Gao Yanen with him because of the relationship they had been getting along for the past 6 months. Gao Yanen opened the window and saw 3 zombies dangling below, only a dozen meters away from the pickup truck in the front yard. There was a shoe cabinet under her feet, and Gao Yanen held a beautiful white fishmouth stiletto high-heeled shoe in her hand, and then threw it hard at the pickup truck. When the shoe fell out of her hand, Gao Yanen hurriedly turned around and chased Wang Zai and the others. They couldn't hear the sound of the leather shoes hitting the pickup truck, but the zombies heard it, and Zhou Yi and the 2 little guys in the car also heard it. When the 3 zombies heard the noise, They immediately turned into speedsters and ran very fast. Finally, they saw the light. And Joey didn't turn off the lights in the cab. When Joey saw 3 zombies rushing towards her, she didn't panic. It wasn't the first time she saw zombies. And she was still sitting in the car. It was okay. As long as Jiang Panpan and the others came back, they could easily be dealt with. But this time, Joey was wrong. Because there was a level 2 zombie among the 3 zombies. This was a level 2 zombie with thick skin and flesh. He wandered in the mountains and wilderness. Due to lack of food, he finally forced out the potential genes in his body and evolved. Although his IQ is still like that of a child, his physical fitness is not comparable to that of a level 1 zombie. And he can use tools. The hoe in his hand shows the identity of this zombie before the apocalypse. And this is a zombie with strength attributes. Level 2 zombies all have their own skills. And his skill is to charge. Joey looked out the window without caring at all as the 3 zombies roared at the cab. Until he saw the level 2 zombie raise the hoe and smash it hard on the windshield. And the scream finally reached the ears of Wang Zai and others from the cab. Chapter 90. Wang Zai heard Joey screaming as soon as he came down from upstairs. A few people hurried back to the front yard. But they saw 3 zombies circling around the cab. Wang Zai was very surprised. Joey shouldn't scream for 3 zombies. But when she saw one of the zombies holding a hoe, hitting the glass hard, and even trying to pull the door, Wang Zai understood. What was terrifying was that the car door was really opened by the zombie. Wang Zai didn't think about it, and rushed towards the zombies with a broken wooden handle in his hand. Although Wang Zai was the first to rush over, he was not the first to arrive. The first to arrive was Jiang Panpan. Jiang Panpan was like a gust of wind, passing through the dark night, and turned around and came to the 3 zombies. Watching Jiang Panpan play with a knife was like watching a beautiful dance. The knife stabbed into the zombie head from an unknown angle, then pulled out, and then stabbed into another one. It was smooth and natural, without any affectation. Every knife was just right, without a trace of redundancy. Wang Zai breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. And even Zhou Yi in the car breathed a sigh of relief. But accidents always happen inadvertently. When Jiang Panpan's knife was about to kill the 3rd zombie, something incredible happened. The 3rd zombie turned around, bent down, and dodged Jiang Panpan's killing move. Later, what made Jiang Panpan feel even more terrified was that the zombie took a hoe and hit his lower abdomen with the head of the hoe. Instantly, an unbearable pain came from his lower abdomen. Jiang Panpan wanted to dodge, but he was unable to do so. The zombie was too fast. Jiang Panpan had never seen a faster one. In the severe pain, Jiang Panpan bent down, and at the same time, he revealed a flaw. Lin Tian also felt it was incredible that Wang Zai didn't arrive, because Jiang Panpan's strength in the past few days made him feel inferior. He didn't expect a woman to be so strong. So when Jiang Panpan rushed forward alone, he didn't stop her. He just walked behind and watched quietly, watching Jiang Panpan's art of killing zombies, watching Jiang Panpan shine in front of him. But the ending is always unexpected and regrettable. The zombie seized the opportunity, pounced on Jiang Panpan, opened his mouth wide, and bit Jiang Panpan's neck fiercely. Fortunately, Jiang Panpan managed to maintain his last clarity of mind, and tilted his head slightly, so that the zombie didn't bite his neck, but bit his shoulder instead. Zombies don't care where they bite. Once they bite, they won't let go unless they tear off a piece of meat. This zombie did the same thing, biting off a piece of meat from Jiang Panpan's shoulder and swallowing it in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked by this scene. And in their minds, Jiang Panpan, who was very powerful, was actually knocked to the ground by a zombie. Screams. The women finally stopped suppressing themselves, and screamed and cried in the dark. Shuer and Jinzi cried out loudly when they saw this scene. Wang Zai forced herself to calm down. But she found that no matter how calm she was, she couldn't really calm down. She wanted to save Jiang Panpan. But Jiang Panpan was bitten. Was there any need to save her? So, she was struggling, screaming and crying. Gao Yanan was the only one who didn't scream among the women. She stood at the back and watched this scene. No matter who was lying under the zombie, she would stand at the back and laugh secretly in her heart. As a man, Lin Tian felt that he could not be the same as these women. So he took action. Lin Tian discovered one thing. That is, this zombie was unusual. Very unusual. When the doomsday came, Lin Tian was scratched by the zombie. After a painful baptism, Lin Tian found that he did not become a zombie. Not only did he not change, but he also had some inexplicable power in his body. Those powers made him faster and stronger, which gave him the capital to survive in the doomsday. And he has survived to this day. Lin Tian once thought that he should be the protagonist, because he had a power that others could not pray for. It was not until he found Jiang Panpan that he realized that there was such a powerful woman in the world. When he first met Jiang Panpan, Lin Tian set a goal for himself in his heart. He wanted to conquer this woman, no matter what method he used. Lin Tian thought he was in love, and even started with Jiang Panpan's friends. But in the end, he finally realized that the ice in Jiang Panpan's heart was not something he could melt overnight. But Lin Tian didn't care. Anyway, there was still a long time to come. As long as he worked hard, he would be able to melt the ice. In Lin Tian's heart, Jiang Panpan had occupied a large part of his heart. So when Lin Tian saw that Jiang Panpan was bitten by a zombie, he was furious. Lin Tian himself didn't know that he was actually a superpower user, and a second-level superpower user. He had a skill called Fury. As the anger gradually rose, Lin Tian's momentum changed in an instant. He didn't know when the axe behind him had appeared in his hand. Seeing the zombie chewing the torn piece of meat with pleasure and swallowing it with great ecstasy, Lin Tian's anger was finally ignited. For a moment, Wang Zai felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him. After being confused, he looked at Jiang Panpan again and found Lin Tian was there. Lin Tian's eyes turned red at some point, and his angry eyes burned the zombie in front of him like a raging fire. The zombie, who had just gained his own wisdom, looked at the human in front of him, and a palpitation came from the depths of his heart. But the zombie did not run away. To him, humans were all scum. They would run away when they saw him. He was not afraid. Although the man in front of him looked very powerful, he was also a very powerful scum. He could bite his throat off with one move. So the zombie moved, and Lin Tian also moved. At this moment, Lin Tian no longer had the usual playful smile. He looked at the zombie in front of him indifferently, just like Jiang Panpan's indifference, like a ball of fire wrapped around a piece of ice. Ridiculous ant. You deserve to die. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and said. Then the axe in his hand carried his anger and chopped at the zombie fiercely. The zombie subconsciously raised the hoe. But unfortunately, the hoe was useless except for the head, which was made of iron. It was easily cut off by Lin Tian's axe. The axe passed through the air, tore through the twilight, and chopped fiercely on the zombie head. This was not over yet. The others watched helplessly as the axe went into the zombie head, then continued downward and rushed out from the zombie crotch. A few seconds later, the zombies slowly split into two halves and fell to the left and right. The women were all experienced doomsday warriors, but seeing this disgusting scene, they couldn't help but retching a few times. The two children watched this scene silently. No one knew what kind of mark this scene would leave in their hearts. But no matter what, the zombies were dead, and they were safe.